hasard et bonjour aux leftos et salut aux courageux qui sont quand même assez nombreux dans la salle.
C'est vrai qu'il y a du courage dans la salle.
C'est le moment, oui, de réveiller ceux qui font dodo parce qu'on va regarder quand même une run assez particulière sur Halo 3, mais en coop et en lasso. Et alors, je vais laisser TechTech expliquer un petit peu ce que c'est lasso.
Oui, alors effectivement, parce que donc, le principe, c'est Halo 3, on connaît. Légendaire, c'est le niveau de difficulté maximum du jeu de base. Et l'assaut, c'est pour All Skulls On, parce qu'en fait, on active tous les crânes.
Tous les malus.
Exactement.
C'est-à-dire que sur le 4e niveau de difficulté, on est au 5e.
Oui, au 7e. C'est l'équivalent des chaleurs d'Hadès, par exemple, et vous mettez tout à fond.
Voilà, donc c'est effectivement quelque chose qui est assez rare, assez peu fait, parce qu'il y a assez peu de masochistes pour aller s'infliger ce genre de choses.
Il y en a deux, c'est Nexus et Shadows, nos runners. Voilà. J'espère que ça va, les gars.
All right, hello everyone. Should be able to hear me all good. My name is English Ben. I will be one of your commentators for the evening. Well, it's currently 3 o'clock in the morning for me, so morning, but evening for you if you're listening in the US. We've got Halo 3 up next. Halo 3, one of the best games of all time. I don't think that has to be there's much debate there. Apologies for the stream issues. They hopefully should be sorted. It seems to be on Twitch's end, so if there's any buffering, if you're struggling to hear me out there, give it a refresh. Our lovely tech people are trying their best to get it working. So.
And
seems like Mr. Roar is here. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much.
Right on cue.
Yeah, perfect timing. So yeah, as Ben mentioned, my name is Ra. Yeah, I'm here to co-commentate this Halo 3 ODS, sorry, I'm an ODST runner.
So used to ODST, straight.
Yeah, it's just muscle memory at that point. So yeah, this Halo 3 lasso run with Nexus and Shadows here. Looks like they're getting underway. So first thing I'll mention is if anybody here is unfamiliar with what lasso is basically a challenge run for Halo. A lot of people know it because it's tied to achievements on Xbox. It's just known as like a very hard difficulty for Halo. So lasso stands for Legendary, All Skulls On, and so Legendary is the hardest difficulty. All the skulls are basically like skulls are difficulty modifiers, which can be found throughout the levels. And once you collect it, it's kind of like saved. And then when you enable all of them, it just makes everything super hard. Like enemies throw more nades, they have double health, all this stuff. You'll notice right away that they have no HUD, which is kind of jarring, where you can't see their guns or anything like that. That is also one of the difficulty modifiers.
I would argue probably the hardest one in my opinion. Like I hate playing with no HUD. It
throws you off.
The game completely.
Yeah, like when you're a speedrunner, you definitely get used to it, and you kind of just like mentally know like what weapons you have, due to like whenever you switch weapons, you can hear the audio of like the weapon change. So like you just get these things ingrained in you, and when you start to speedrun these lasso challenges, honestly, it doesn't affect the gameplay too much, but yeah, it's like a casual, it's very jarring. So to get into the run, what they did like 10 seconds ago is they jumped out of bounds to skip like a first load. So it just skipped a couple enemies. They're proceeding through this level right now. A lot of the times one player is going to be leading while the other one is kind of supporting them or hitting other loads. This is because on Lasso, your shields don't regenerate unless you melee an enemy. So they try to like trade off their health. So like one player will lead when they have full health, and then if they take too much damage, they'll try to hang back, and then the other one will try to take the lead. Another thing, compared to, since this is a co-op run, there is the Iron Skull, which in solo, if you were to die, it would restart the entire mission, which is very punishing. But also in co-op, usually when you play co-op in Halo, if you were to die, like one of the co-op partners were to die, it doesn't restart you or revert you to a checkpoint. Just the other person would carry on, and then if everybody dies, then it would revert you. Now, if one player dies, they would revert to a checkpoint. So playing their lives is very important during this run, and that's how they route it. Where, you know, they're gonna be fast. You know, they're speedrunners. They are by far the best Halo 3 Lasso players, like by far. So they're gonna be playing fast, but they also have to play for their lives and you know, not just throw away their lives. So it is very interesting compared to regular Halo runs.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's you know, the hardest difficulty. You've got like every modifier stacked against you. So sometimes it's about just trying to survive rather than being as quick as possible. Because trying to go too fast will just get you killed most of the time.
Exactly, yeah. Like in the main categories for Halo usually are easy and legendary, just standard difficulties. Where, yeah, if you were to die, you could just instantly revert, and like a lot of the times people will abuse that fact and like play more aggressively, and you know, just not worry about their life too much if they could save time with a trick. Here, like, you can't really afford that luxury. You definitely want to play your life over everything, because a death will be costly. But these guys are so good that they're probably not going to die, or they're going to die very little. So here, what they're doing is Shadow is staying back because there is a load trigger here to load in enemies, which is mandatory. So that's the reason why he's hanging out here. And then Nexos, sorry, is going out of bounds briefly, and then kind of skipping ahead in the mission. So that then when Shadow hits the load, he's already like past everything, basically. So yeah, that's what they just did here, and then now they're gonna buddy jump, which is jumping on top of each other's heads, to get to this point on the map. So usually there's a ton of enemies here, but yeah, they use co-op strats to bypass all the enemies here.
Yeah, there's a ton of different ways to like manipulate, get yourself out of bounds, skip spawns, that kind of thing in pretty much all the Halo games. All of them are physics based, so you'll see later on you'll find like a gravity hammer and you can use it to launch yourself across the map. You can use grenades to propel yourself upwards or forwards. You can use any kind of like, you know, you have like grenade launchers in Halo Reach, you have like propulsion cannons and all this kind of stuff. The problem is that a lot of them will do damage to you, right? And as we were talking about just a second ago, as Raw was mentioning, you only have a very limited amount of life, and because of the Black Eye Skull, you don't regenerate your shields, right? So you have like a very limited, non-regenerating amount of shields and health, and so you've got to use that as a resource. So it's a big benefit in co-op especially to be able to bounce off your buddy's head and get up to places where you might not have been able to before without taking that extra damage. So sometimes you will see, you know, grenade jumps and stuff like this, but they're very sparingly used because there's only so much you can do before you end up just losing too much health and you can't get any further through.
Yeah, exactly, as Ben said. Yeah, like having your buddy there to just assist you, to jump you up instead of, you know, you having to grenade jump, comes in big in co-op. And this whole section here is like a, it's a whole kind of wave fight. Like basically Johnson, your ally, is trapped in this prison, and Nexos, sorry, is moving forward to try to free him to advance the level. And then meanwhile Shadow is kind of hanging back, giving him like supporting fire, killing enemies from afar, while Nexus is getting into this like very sticky situation here. But the sooner you can release Johnson, the faster this goes. So yeah, he ran pretty much immediately there, and now they have to clear out a certain amount of enemies, and once a certain amount of enemies are dead, your friendly Pelican will come in, and then Shadow should be getting into that Pelican eventually, and that will be the end of the first level. So yeah, a lot of it is, like I mentioned before, you know, one player kind of taking the lead, and then the other one's trying to like support fire and you know, keep them alive, basically.
Yeah, you'll see it a lot mainly because there's no need a lot of the time in a lot of these missions. For example, here, you only need one player to get into the Pelican, right? So there's no need for both of you to make that mad dash and potentially risk a death where you would then revert to a checkpoint. And because of how much fighting going on here, you might not have a checkpoint for a few minutes, right? So there's only need for one player to go and get in the Pelican to end the mission, while the other one can give you support fire. Whereas if they were to both rush into the Pelican with nobody giving support fire, your chances of death are much higher.
Yeah, exactly. And like as you mentioned, certain sections are definitely way more punishing when it comes to checkpoints because they've been in combat this entire time. Like the way checkpoints work is if you're in combat, so enemies nearby are shooting, there's projectiles in the air, as well as like even you jumping or reloading. Stuff like that will delay checkpoints. So they've been fighting this entire time. So if one of them were to die right now, they would revert to like the entire beginning of this section, which would probably lose like 2-3 minutes. So they definitely want to play really safe here. And just like that, first level done. And yeah, they're going to be moving on to crows here.
Yeah, the checkpoints definitely can be quite punishing. It's understandable why they do the system the way they do, because obviously you don't want to be mid-combat when you get a checkpoint, because there's a chance you can get stuck in like a death loop, right? So you might be like on 1 HP, you get shot right as you get a checkpoint, and then you're just going to be stuck. There are ways to actually... There's a system in place that if you die too quickly from too many checkpoints, you can get reverted to a previous one to stop you locking. But that can be even worse in a lasso challenge, because you could lose 10 minutes of progress easily.
Yeah, like there are ways to like double revert, but then you're losing even more time like doing that. So yeah, it's just they really want to avoid taking deaths as much as possible. They're trying to get a Marine stuck in like kind of like a corner, like kind of push him into a corner so he doesn't potentially advance this section. Like he is kind of tied to a trigger to spawn these enemies. Unfortunately, it didn't work. It seems to be kind of an inconsistent trick. Like there they did get him stuck in the corner, but still the enemy's loaded here. So they're just going to clear this out, take their time a little bit. With lasso, even if you're losing like 10-20 seconds clearing these enemies out, it's going to be much faster than like trying to play like it's easier ledge and trying to run through and then somebody dying and reverting.
Yeah, all that matters is survival, especially in a very enclosed space like this, like corridor shooting rather than like a big open level like the first one. It's very easy to die here because there's a ton of grenades being thrown. There's, they have the vehicles in the corridor as well that explode. They can crush you if they land on you. Like it's pure chaos. Survival is like the utmost importance here.
Yeah. And yeah, this level, as well as the first level of this game, are very scary levels in general in the run. There's just a lot of combat, a lot of tight corners. One of the skulls that I haven't mentioned yet is the catch skull, which grunts and just all the enemies, even brutes and stuff like that, they throw a lot of grenades. So in these tight corridors with a lot of explosions going on, it's very scary. This is a wave fight here, which Nexus is playing very aggressive. Like if you've ever played Lasso, if anybody
I would never play like this.
Yeah,
never.
I'm a ODST runner of Lasso. I wouldn't play like this. Like this is very aggressive, but like I said, that these guys are like the best at what they do here. So yeah, Nexus is taking a very aggressive angle here to try to get behind the enemies and clear them out basically as they spawn. And then Shadow here is going to be using the deployable cover as well as Nexus to kind of, you're not really out of bounds here because you're technically in the map, but you're definitely not supposed to be up here. And you can kind of use this angle to pick off the enemies and they don't really look at you as much. So it's just a nice little cheese strat kind of, as you would call it.
Yeah, it's a big kind of risk versus reward thing, right? So you have a lot of mechanics in Halo that reward you for being really ballsy, so to speak. Like, for example, backstabbing. If you can get a backstab on an elite, which is great, you can just smack him in the back and insta-kill them, right? But that's easier said than done a lot of the time, especially in Legendary and Lasso playthroughs. But if you're very courageous and you step down as an enemy spawns, you know, when you see them dropping from the gunships here, then you know, while they're like sort of landing on the ground, you can hit them immediately and take them out, which is all well and good if it works. If it doesn't, then you can die very easily. But
yeah, like
high risk, high reward.
Yeah, the thing about this game too, which once again they're not making it look like it, your characters are very weak. Like in ODST, for example, the health pool. These numbers may not mean much to you, but it's 80 and 80. Like you have an 80 in ODST, you have an 80 player health and you have 80 shield health, basically values. In this game, I believe you have, I think 70 health and then I think 40 shield. So it's almost half of ODST's like health pool. So like your characters are very, very weak in this game.
Yeah, and ODST is still a tough game, especially on Lasso. Like it's.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a very hard game on Lasso, like for sure. But just to put into perspective of like how weak you are in this game, and with how aggressive they are playing, it's anybody else, any casual player, or even most speedrunners, if they were to try doing this, like you would just die over and over again. They have definitely like worked out all of this combat sections and everything to the point where it's almost like a science. So they're trading off their health pools. They know when to play for a melee on an enemy to regenerate their health and stuff like that.
Yeah, everything's a resource at this point, and you can see like especially here where you have like the drone segment. So the drones come out of like certain places, and if you know where they spawn, you can sit there on a turret and gun them down immediately, which makes this far easier. Not easy, but easier. Whereas if you just give them a second to start flying around, it's pure chaos immediately. So as Raw said, if you get it down to a science and you know every spawn, you know every enemy, you can make it as consistent as possible, but there's no such thing as consistent when it comes to Halo AI. No such thing.
Yeah, very true. Like a lot of
make
times,
it more consistent. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of times, you're also battling even your own allies because of the catch skull. Once again, you're like your own allies throw nades and stuff like that. So it's very hard to make consistent. But yeah, with enough practice, you can definitely do it. Like as you're mentioning, with those drones. Actually, just coming up here, what they're doing is they're playing very aggressively on this chieftain. He has a 4 in 5 chance of dropping a invincibility, which they did get. It's very unfortunate if you do get that 20% chance flare, but
it would always be marathon luck, wouldn't it? Though I was fully expecting it to not drop it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it always happens when either you're on the best pace or like a marathon run or something like that. You always get the flare. But yeah, they did get lucky here and got the invincibility, so they're going to be carrying on here. Nexus right now has a gravity hammer, which you could do stuff like this with the gravity hammer and like an object, some form of debris. So he used that grate there with the hammer propulsion to launch him over this whole area. And usually, if you were to do the normal path, there's like a whole barracks side area here, which probably has like 20 to 30 brutes. So they just skip all of that, which is very cool.
Yeah, the good thing about the gravity hammer, as I said before, it's like one of the options that you have to, you know, send yourself flying in various directions, which is great for skips. But the gravity hammer doesn't damage you when you hit something, whereas like a grenade or a rocket launcher or that kind of thing does. So only have very limited health. So gravity hammer you'll be seeing a lot of gravity hammer stuff later on.
Yeah, Halo 3 has like a lot of great movement tech capabilities with like gravity hammers and stuff like that. So you'll see definitely way more of that coming later on in the run. Right now, this whole section here is like sort of another wave fight. What Nexus did is he jumped on top of the Pelican, which you're usually not supposed to do, and kind of ride it up to this area before the enemies spawn. And then you're kind of in position to like spawn kill them once again, as we were mentioning. Like, if you let the enemies run out, then everything turns to chaos. But if you're able to position yourself in a way that you can spawn kill them, it makes Lasso and Halo actually consistent. So yeah, he got up there, was able to spawn kill the enemies, and then they're already kind of through this section.
Yeah, that room is like, you can tell it's explicitly designed to put the player at a disadvantage, right? You're intended to fight on the platform below where the Pelican lands, and the brutes all have jetpacks, so they're all going to have the the reach and the height advantage on you, the vantage points. But this is Halo speedrunning. You take that advantage and you turn it into a disadvantage for the enemy instead. So you get a better vantage point on them, and you take them out instead. It's,
exactly.
It's all.
Here's another launch with the hammers. Like, really cool movement there. But yeah, like that's section with the brutes. Like, normally, yeah, you're on the platform there, and then they're jetpack brutes. They kind of all just start jumping down from the sky. So doing that normally is very hard. But yeah, they just kind of spawn kill everything, make it look easy.
Yep.
Now,
Cortana moment there as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's actually a good thing to touch on. So they've been skipping most of them, so I haven't been talking about it. But in this game, probably a lot of people know from a casual perspective, there are these things called Cortana movements or Gravemind moments later on in the game. Those moments, they completely slow down your movement speed to like a crawl, basically.
Yeah, perfect timing. There's one right here as you're explaining it.
Yeah, exactly. So that moment right there, even though that was quick, some of them are longer than others, and you move at snail's pace while that is happening. So during the game, they're trying to either completely avoid the triggers for them so that they don't happen, or in other cases, like overlap two moments, so then you're only spending time like during the first one, and then you're completely bypassing the second one. So yeah, just removing those moments as much as possible is pretty key. Just because, like, as you can see right now, they're literally snail's pace when you're in that moment there.
Yeah, there's essentially nothing you can really do once you get into those moments, so you want to minimize that downtime as much as possible.
Yeah, and then here they're actually ending off the level. I don't even know, have they died yet? I don't think they've died yet.
I think they had one death so far, but it was a really short revert, so you like barely even noticed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so like they're flying through this right now. They're done like in a speedrunner's sense. Like the first two levels are kind of the hardest levels of this game. So they're done sort of the hardest levels, or like the most risky levels, I should say. There are other levels that have way more tricks and stuff like that, but the first two levels are very combat focused, very tight corridors and stuff like that. So them only taking one death throughout those two levels is very impressive.
Yeah, getting through mostly unscathed is great for these two levels, and you'll see a big change here with Sabo Highway because this mission is incredibly short, and because it's so open, there is a ton of exploits that you can do here to skip so many things, parts of the level. And as soon as you get into these sort of like open vehicle levels, the game opens up massively, not only in a literal sense, but also in terms of what you can do and how the game like mechanics change with vehicles as well. It adds like a whole different layer on top of the game that you've already seen.
Yeah, like vehicles have like a lot of like hidden speedrunner tech that we can use with them. In this level, they aren't going to be doing it too much, but you can do like clips through walls and stuff like that with vehicles. And in this level, it is more of a straightforward, like they are driving the path, but they're doing it in very certain ways to take the least amount of damage possible. Right now, once again, Nexus is kind of leading right now with his pool of health, and then Shadow grabbed his own Warthog at the start, but he's hanging back. So as Nexus continues through the level, eventually Shadow will port forward alongside him. And then they're going to be trying to trade off in sections where one person gets too weak, the other one can, carry on at that point. Another thing is that any Marines or like even if you had a co-op buddy in your vehicle. Basically, your health pool is shared. However, the person that got in the hog first takes the least amount of damage, and then anybody subsequently that got in after would take more damage. That's sort of a way that the game is programmed so that your Marines will die before you die while you're driving. So having Marines in your vehicle essentially increases your health. So that's the reason why they both have Marines in their vehicles to help them out so that they can drive through some of these sections.
Yeah, it's the one rare time that Marines can help you. A lot of the time they're a hindrance, but here they can actually benefit you.
Yeah,
Make things a little easier.
Yeah, a lot of the times in Halo runs, like, rest in peace, but our Marine buddies gotta die. They're just, a lot of the times they either put you at risk or alert enemies early. In Lasso, they're very dangerous because of the catch skull. They just spam grenades. So yeah, a lot of the times you kind of get rid of your Marine buddies, but in this level, they come really in handy as sort of like meat shields to tank some damage for you.
Yeah, for sure. You see a lot of the usage of the open world here as well, as Raw mentioned with the two players there going across. You can use a sick little gravity lift here that they grabbed earlier on to skip over and do this nice little jump, nice little warhog parkour. We love to see that.
Yeah.
And you'll see a lot of them like splitting objectives. So a lot of the time in these bigger levels, you'll see a lot of maybe backtracking or sort of splitting of objectives where you have to do one thing to open a gate or a door or remove a shield that's different, that's elsewhere in the level, and usually you'd have to go all the way back. But a lot of the time in co-op, you can just wait around at the objective. So one player will wait at the switch and one player will wait at the door. Player A hits the switch, player B hits the door, and they can just go straight through.
Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, with the gravity lift in that previous section, like, it was definitely dev intended, or at least, I don't know if they ever confirmed it, but it is like a really neat way that, casually, if you ever come to that, you see the broken bridge, you're like, oh, I gotta get out of my vehicle and continue the rest of the section on foot. But yeah, there's that one gravity lift there that you can carry the hog over and speed through that entire section.
I definitely think it's dev intended because it's like almost too obvious, right? And there's no other obvious intended use for the gravity lift in the level, right? So it's like a cool little thing, but you would think that it would be dev intended, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool if they did intend it like that, just because, some 5-head level design there, where, most people are going to come across that and then they're going to do it on foot. But later on, you find this grav lift and it's like almost a new way to play the level.
Yeah, sure.
So that's really cool that they take advantage of it. And then they're coming up on the end of the level. So the requirement to end the level here is that shade turret on the left needs to die, as well as the barrier, that like sort of energy barrier there needs to die. And then they just need to be in the trigger. So all those other enemies there, you actually don't have to kill at all. It's just specifically tied to those two things, and then being in the final load trigger. And just like that,
you see the difference between the levels, right? You see Crow's Nest is like 15 minutes of pain, and then you've got Cyber Highway, which is like 4.5 minutes of driving, and then mission just ends. You don't have to do the final fight. It's great.
Yeah, it's at least on the East Coast, it's a Thursday night, but that was some Sunday driving right there. So that's and Halo is also known for having like levels where they're very either combat focused or some levels are very vehicle focused. They try to use the sandbox well where they can. And then here on this level, so what they're doing right now is they're setting up a hog, as I mentioned previously, where you can do some funny mechanics with it. So they're gonna try to clip through this door here. Basically, in Halo, most of the time, like across all the games, whenever there's a door, the geometry doesn't line up perfectly. So there's usually like a couple pixels that are just, there's nothing there. But normally you can't just walk through a couple pixels. But whenever you squeeze the hog against the pixels in like a certain way, when you get into this turret and then get out, it'll just push you through the door, and you kind of squeeze through those pixels.
Yeah, any Halo Reach enjoyers? Forklift, anyone? Anyone?
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
me, just me, the only Reach
Nightfall,
enjoyer.
right?
If you know, you know. Yeah, if you know, you know.
Yeah. No, that's like the main place when I think of like a door clip. That I think of that Reach level. So yeah, they're implementing it here as well. And then yeah, when they do that clip, usually there's a ton of enemies here, but they didn't spawn them in initially, so that Nexus can get into one of these ghosts as it spawns, and then sort of splatter all the enemies from behind. Because usually you're supposed to, come through this area in the front, so all the enemies are facing forward. So him being behind them allows them to spawn kill them, as we were talking about, and just make the fight very in their favor. Yeah, and then to get past this section, you just need to kill all the enemies, and then they'll be able to open up this next door here.
Yeah, and ghosts are so good for this. The sort of cannons on the front of the ghosts are pretty weak, especially for lasso standards, but just being able to gain a ton of speed from the boost mechanic and then just mowing everyone down is such incredible amounts of damage. Like you can insta-kill a lot of enemies just by mowing them all down. So when you're in a short little room like that, if you can't have a ghost, you just hold down the accelerator and flatten everyone.
Yeah, you could just wipe out like 10 enemies at once with one boost. And then right now what Shadow's doing, so the requirement for this area is to kill this Wraith and have 10 or less enemies. The ghosts are super annoying though, so Shadow was like kind of hanging out on the ledge, like sort of where this abyss is, and then baiting some of the ghosts to actually try to like boost at him, and then they all just drove off the map killing themselves. So it's like a nice enemy AI manipulation where like you trick the enemies into killing themselves. Like you don't even have to kill them. So it's just a really nice, neat way that they found to optimize that, which I don't think anybody was doing that previously to these guys running this category. So it's just a very cool thing that these two found.
Yeah, it's great because as Raw mentioned, like dealing with a ghost is so annoying. Like they can run you over so easily, and they'll insta kill you. They drive around and just troll you all the time because they're so fast. Like they're just such a pain to deal with usually. So.
Yeah, and like as I mentioned with the health pools, like if they for you on Lasso, like if you were to shoot the guns on a ghost, they do almost no damage. But if you get shot by a ghost, you die in like 2, 3, well, maybe not 2 shots, but like 3 or 4 shots, like you'll die.
Yeah, you don't survive very long. Yeah, a few seconds maybe you'll have.
Yeah, and then here they kind of did the same thing again as that previous tunnel where there's supposed to be a bunch of enemies, but Nexus drove to the end and then teleported Shadow forward so that they could kind of skip most of those enemies. And now they're at the second lake bed, which there's a whole bunch of enemies here, and then a Scarab comes in. Here the requirement is to kill it's either a certain amount of enemies or like a certain amount of ghosts. I forget exactly what the requirement is, but a certain amount of enemies need to die. And then once a dialogue happens where the Scarab is spawning, they're going to use one of these mongoose to once again do another door clip to completely skip the Scarab fight. Yeah, here you're supposed to either use the missile pods to take out the legs of the Scarab and then board it and kill it, which is like, it's a whole ordeal. Or there's also like these cranes that you can try to jump down on top of it on. They don't have to do any of that. Once the Scarab is spawned in here, they're just going to clip through a door and skip this entire section.
I had no idea you could use the cranes. I always used the missile pods, but it makes sense because you can detach the turrets and then you get limited ammo, right? So you could technically softlock yourself if you could only use the missiles, I guess. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't even like think about the softlock part, but yeah, I mean that's probably true. Yeah, those cranes there, they have like a little elevator that you can actually go on, like hit a button and go up. And then yeah, there's also like I think a sniper up there or something, so they definitely intended it. And then yeah, once the Scarab is down, you can yeah, jump off with it and board the scarab that way, which is just a really unique casual experience. Once again, like
Yeah.
Bungie really did cook with Halo 1, 2, and 3, as well as ODST and Lasso. Like all the games that they did, they actually really did cook with the level designs. Just giving you multiple ways to take different fights. And then the speed runs are also awesome too, but
Yeah, the speedrunners take none of them.
yeah,
All these cool
exactly.
ways and speedrunners do none.
Yeah, the
They fuck
devs,
around.
you know, thought of 3 different ways for you to do this fight, and instead you just take a mongoose, punch a marine a few times, and then clip through the door.
Yep. Yeah, the dev chose the slow strategies, and that's not interesting for speedrunning. So
Yeah. So as you can see, Shadow's here. He's doing that clip as I mentioned. It's very precise. We do have lineups and stuff like that to like get good at it, and you can potentially hit it like first try, but it's still very precise. Like there, you got a third try. That's very good still. Like I said, it's just a couple of pixels that you can squeeze through there. And then there's one of those Cortana moments again. And now they're just moving into this next section, which you don't actually have to kill any of these enemies. Like they're not tied to progressing the level. So they're going to try to run past all of them here. There is a lot of brutes, which is very scary. But they use some tech with a grav lift and a forklift here to push themselves over that wall, which you're not supposed to get over. There's actually a soft barrier there, but using the forklift with the grav lift, like it pushes you through the soft barrier, so they're able to actually go over that wall and then skip most of these enemies. And then they are coming up to this next section here where once again they're going to try to skip all these enemies, go out of bounds by squeezing through like a little gap in the soft barrier that the devs left here. They're gonna kill a few enemies though, just to like, so it's not like a suicide run basically. And then yeah, you'll see, I forgot who is doing it, but one of them is gonna go out of bounds, and then the other one is going to hit a trigger from the other side. So while you're out of bounds here, they're going to the end of the level. So Shadow's doing it right now. He's going outside of the map here. And then the end of the level is tied to this like it's some sort of covenant gun there, as you can see zoomed in on. So you have to kill that, which there's like a weak point that shows itself. It takes like 2 sniper shots and like a plasma pistol shot or something like that. But you can't actually kill it fully from here. You have to go back and hit the load so that the level would progress normally, and then they basically like spawn kill it. So that's what Nexus is doing right now. He's gonna go hit the load, and then there you go, the level ends.
yeah, there's a lot of sort of doing objectives in a weird order in Halo speedruns. Like as long as you hit all the objectives required, a lot of the time you can still progress. You've got to be careful because you can softlock missions quite easily if you skip too many triggers. But a lot of the time, say if there's like trigger A, B, C, you could do like A, C, B instead, and it'll still work okay. As long as you don't softlock yourself, you're usually fine.
Yeah, a lot of the times the way that they program triggers is they're sort of daisy chained in a way that like once you hit this trigger, then the mission will progress. But because they're doing it in co-op, they can have one person wait by the trigger and then the other person kind of skip ahead, and then they can tackle these like challenges from from both directions, right? Pinching the enemies or getting ahead to like spawn kill a certain enemy, and then from there they can hit the trigger and then progress the levels. So this level here is a very short level, the shortest level in the run. It's very movement focused, like they can pretty much do it almost like Legendary. So you're gonna see Nexus, he's using the hammer here to do crate launches and boost past all these enemies super quickly. there's another Cortana moment, which what we do is we push this box, jump on it, and then as long as you don't touch the floor, like the floor is lava in that room, as long as you don't touch that floor, the Cortana moment won't happen. So they use that box to stand on and then just walk through the doorway. So skipping that Cortana moment's pretty big because that's a long one too.
Yeah, there's so much going on here narratively with the flood landing, but you don't really notice it in a speedrun because you just kind of walk past everyone here. There's a lot of fights that are not particularly mandatory, especially with the flood and the covenant that can fight each other as well. So it's a lot of chaos when you're playing through casually, but when you're speedrunning, you just ignore them, let them fight each other. If you don't need to kill them, don't kill them. Just keep going.
Yeah, exactly. Like anytime that you can have your allies, fight the enemies for you while you just run by, you take those for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, after the cutscene there, Shadow did like a trip mine. So in this game, there's equipment, right? Like they previously used in invincibility and stuff like that. There's a bubble shield. So there's equipment that you could use, which they're using the bubble shields here to make sure they don't get shot as they're running through that area. But in that previous section, Shadow used a trip mine. So like a weird sort of unintended mechanic is you can actually jump off of equipment. So he jumped where you would think he would die, but then he throws a trip mine and is spamming jump. So once the trip mine comes out, he could jump off the trip mine, essentially getting a double jump in Halo, which is really cool. And then here, once again, Nexus did another equipment jump. He used the hammer to boost over the pit there, and then threw a trip mine down, and then jumped off of it. So yeah, this section is supposed to be very grueling. A lot of flood that are just like infinitely spawning. But yeah, they're able to skip over a lot of these like pit sections that you're not supposed to skip over, and yeah, skip most of this level. Unfortunately,
so close to nailing it there, but just slipped right at the last second.
Yeah, that's how quick you can die, as I was mentioning. Like, he was just getting barely shot by one of these turret flood forms, and just got melted. But yeah, once he's down this pit, that's home free for this level. Very, very short level. Pretty fun level in like speedrun sense, because it's like 3-4 minutes and you're doing a lot of crate jumps and equipment jumps and all this stuff. So very fun, like IL speedrun level. But yeah, through that level, definitely one of the easier ones in the run. Here there's just like a whole bunch of Cortana and Gravemind moments as they're coming to the end trigger here. They're gonna try to, you can't really skip this one, but you can do a slide jump with the hammer to like use your momentum through the Gravemind movement here to keep your speed as much as possible and like clear the room, because any momentum that you had before the moment started, you carry through the moment until you kind of touch the ground again. So yeah, using that slide jump and the hammer, they're able to skip a lot of the moment and keep the momentum through that room there.
Yeah, a lot of physics-based, sliding using propulsion, that kind of thing. You see that a lot in Halo. It's one of those things where like physics can be quite unpredictable, but at the same time it adds a lot of fun to it, I think, as well. Like the fact that it's unpredictable makes it interesting.
Yeah, like a big part of the skill gap when we're talking about Halo 3 and Halo 3 ODST, because they use the same engine, a lot of the gameplay is based on movement and physics-based movement. So these hammer launches, these slide jumps. So yeah, if you're somebody that really enjoys like movement-based speedrun games, this game is awesome for it. As I mentioned, the two primary categories are easy and legendary. So easy is, you're not going to really die most of the time to combat. So a lot of it is abusing and getting really good at these small little speedrun optimization techs with these slide jumps and stuff like that. carrying your momentum forward as much as possible.
Yeah, it's usually with these kind of things where you have, because in regular Halo you have 4 difficulties, right? So you have easy, you have sort of medium, then you have heroic, and then you have legendary. And you can see speedruns on normal and heroic, but usually the strategies aren't too different. Whereas the difference between easy and legendary is usually quite large. So easy will be obviously get through as fast as possible no matter what. That's any percent, right? And then legendary is also a form of any percent, but it's more in like a flex of like, one, how quickly can I beat the game on the hardest intended difficulty, right? Not including mythic or lasso. But then also the strategies change a lot, as Raw mentioned. So a lot of the time in an easy run, you can just walk your way through because you'll take basically no damage. It's just how quickly can you kill things and a lot of movement stuff. Legendary, you can't get away with it a lot of the time. You walk through, you'll die. So it's how can you manipulate the enemies to get a more favorable fight. How can you take out things as quickly as possible while taking the minimum amount of damage? And that's only amplified in Lasso as well. So it's a big difference between the strategies, between like a Halo and a Lasso run an easy and a Lasso run is night and day, the strategies.
Yeah, they're completely different games. Like, I mean, you will see in Lasso they are using like a lot of strats that easy and other difficulties will use. But when we're talking about like the enemies on easy, yeah, you can just ignore them, right? So you're only focusing on doing the tricks and movement tech as fast as possible. On Legend Lasso, the combat is like a big focus, especially in Lasso where you don't want to die because a death is going to cause like a huge revert. As well as like Lasso's really cool. Among the other categories, because these skulls, besides it just making the game harder, a lot of the times it's almost like a puzzle game where you're finding ways to use these skulls actually to your advantage. So a skull like, let's say, the catch skull, where enemies are constantly throwing grenades, if you can position yourself in a way that they're throwing grenades at you, but you're avoiding the grenades, that means they're not actually shooting you because they're stuck in an animation throwing grenades. So you can like sort of, if you know how to manipulate the enemies and use the skulls, you can almost turn these like modifiers that are supposed to make the game very hard, but you can use them to your advantage, actually make certain sections easier. So that's what they're doing like a lot of these times. What they did is they skipped a trigger by going semi out of bounds through a soft barrier with the ghost, propelling it through and then bringing the ghost to them. And then this whole section here is like they have to clear out this whole area here, which is very scary. Like Nexus is just in this wraith space.
Just face tanking a wraith, no problem. On Lasso, yeah.
Yeah, insane.
Just another day in the office,
The stuff that they've cooked up with this run is like mind blowing. So what he did there is he got really close to the wraith very quickly and then took out the gunner. And then as long as you're sort of close to the wraith, it's not going to shoot any mortars at you. As long as the gunner's dead, then you can kind of just sit on it like a mother hen. And yeah, it's not going to do anything to you. They do need to kill it eventually, but they keep it alive for a little bit. Just to help with like the AI manipulations. And then yeah, they trade off aggro and use different their health pools, right? So they traded off aggro there, and then one person's clearing the one section, one person's like distracting the wraith. So yeah, everything's dead here. This fight, so before I started speedrunning Lasso, I did the Lassos casually, I probably died in this area I don't know, I can't even count it, 50 plus times. So yeah, them just clearing it that fast is incredible.
Yeah, this mission in general is really hard. It cannot be overstated how easy these guys are making it look. It really isn't. If you've even done even regular legendary, not even Lasso, this mission is brutally hard. This fight is super tough. Any wraith encounter is really tricky to deal with a lot of the time. You need insane amounts of confidence and insane mechanical ability to just face tank them like this. You try and do that at home, they'll just run you over most of the time. They'll just annihilate you.
Yeah, you'll like see what they're doing and be like, "Oh, that looks easy. I'll give it a try." But no, like you're gonna die 100 times. Like
Yeah,
it's just
not easy.
they have practiced this so many times that they have even though the AI is not like manipulatable like let's say like a Pokemon speed run where you can like have step counters and it's, like you can't really do that in this game. But if you do approach a scenario in a certain way and like interact with the enemies a certain way, you can usually get them to kind of do what you want. So they have just mastered all these sections. It's almost like watching a synchronized swimming event or something where it's just like they're both just in sync and just know exactly what they both need to do in order to have these enemies respond the way that they want to respond. And yeah, they're just able to take them out super quick because of that.
Yeah, a great example is that section there where you take the ghost and you get to the sort of end platform. You're intended to fight all the way around here in like a horseshoe, but instead you go right to the end first. And by the time that the phantom is coming down, which will drop enemies on you, you've already pre-fired the phantom, take it out, blow it up, which is something that you don't usually do as a casual at all. Like phantoms will fully drop their enemies and fly off. You pre-fire it, take it out, take out the fuel rod turrets as well, which are a massive pain in this mission. But you take them out before they even have a chance to shoot you, and the whole platform is just eradicated before anything even has a chance to attack. But you can only do that if you know exactly how to do it and exactly the order that you shoot everything, how many bullets to send to each enemy, because you only have limited ammo as well. Like it's a science.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, like, once again, like, they have no HUD right now, so, like, they never know, like, truly what their ammo counts or anything is, or their health, like, what their shield is at. They never truly know, like, these things. They have just routed it out so much that they know, like, okay, I can pick up this weapon here, it's gonna have, 60 shots in it. If I play this fight this way, I'm going to, leave this section with 30 shots, and like they're mentally keeping track of their ammo counts and all this stuff because they can't see any of it.
You don't realize how useful it is to have an ammo counter until you don't have it anymore. You take it for granted, and then you lose it, and you're like, oh my god, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, and it could be brutal too, because you can almost like essentially soft lock yourself. Like if you don't know how much ammo you have, you go into a section and like there's no easy way to kill an enemy, then you're gonna be stranded with no ammo at all. So yeah, just not having a HUD is a pretty big deal, especially when you're learning and routing the game. But once you do get to their level, it becomes like almost a non-factor, just because you know exactly, like you know that this gun is here, this gun gives you this much ammo, this is how much I'm going to use. So that's just how like practiced and good these two runners are. They know exactly what they're doing at all times.
Yeah, another great example here with the Scarab. Like you see Nexus use a setup to immediately jump into the back of the Scarab. The Scarab has a weak point at the back. Here you have to take it out to progress, and usually it's a big fight, right? Because you only know it's there when it's already attacking you when it comes down. But if you know what to do, you can just jump in the back, immediately take out the weak point, and it's dead before it can even attack anybody.
Yeah, like that Scarab there is scripted to jump down in that exact spot every time. But if you were to not set up that chopper and then jump onto the back of it like immediately, then it can just run around and you're gonna have to shoot its legs in order to board it. But yeah, they know exactly how to get on it as soon as it spawns and during its script, so that they can get onto it early and immediately kill it. And then Shadow is on the like sort of where the next section of the level is, up top of this sort of spire or staircase. So he's just waiting here. He kind of cleared out some enemies while Nexus was killing the Scarab, and then they have to just wait for their Pelican to come in here. They do a little like they skip, so he kills 2 of those Marines there because usually they have a dialogue here which wastes time. So you can kill 2 of your Marines there, skip that dialogue, And then also they would aggro some of these enemies in the next section besides the time save. So yeah, you just bypassing that by killing them, and then waiting for Spark here to open up the door. And then all these enemies are sleeping, so they could just walk past them because the Marines didn't wake them up. And then now we're getting into the scariest part of the level in terms of like a speed run, because once again we're in very tight corridors where all these enemies can basically one-shot you and throw nades at you and stuff.
Yeah, this section is horrible, especially with all the like explosive barrels around as well. Just all it takes is one nade and you're in serious danger.
Yeah, there's so many like chain reactions and stuff that can happen here. So many things that can go wrong. So yeah, they're both like, just the way that they're fighting these enemies is so nice looking at it from a co-op perspective. Because Shadow there, he was running through with 2 plasma pistols, breaking the shields of the brutes, while Nexus was standing back with a precision weapon to headshot the brutes. So they're just working like perfectly in tandem there, where one guy's stripping the shields of them, and then the other guy's taking them out while the other guy is running through. It's just really nice to see as like a co-op run, like the type of synergy that you can have with a co-op partner here. Yeah. So once again,
minimizing the chaos.
Yeah, they're just running through with the plasma pistols there. Nice. That section is very scary to get through that hallway, because there's 2 brutes with also a chieftain, which the chieftains are like the super strong brutes. Usually they don't die to, like, you can't just strip their shields with 1 plasma pistol. You gotta backsmack them kind of, or they just take a lot of bullets. So them getting through there without dying is really impressive.
Yeah, and sometimes they can just stand in the way as well, right? Like a thin corridor, they might not necessarily attack you, but they'll just stand there and taunt, and you can't get past them, and such a pain. Yeah, so really nice to get through there. And also using all the different types of weapons as well, right? Like we talked about a plasma pistol. Plasma pistol is like the kind of bottom of the barrel Covenant weapon, but it's like integral to high level strategies, because you can use it to take out shields like instantly. You can use it to take the helmets off brutes, so then you can headshot them. It's really cool in Halo that you get so many uses out of all the different types of weapons, rather than just seeing like, you get one overpowered weapon, you just use that for the whole run. It can be a bit boring, right? But we get to use everything. You gravity hammers, you have like your regular UNSC weapons, you have the plasma stuff, you have all sorts. Like every weapon is pretty much used. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, there are definitely
tech as well, equipment tech, everything.
Yeah, there they use like a flame grenade too. Like there definitely is some weapons that are like a little bit more bread and butter than others, but like yeah, as you're mentioning, like normally in the game the Covenant plasma pistol is like the bottom of the barrel, like that's what they give to grunts, right? The fodder.
Yeah, you might not think it's useful at all as like a casual player. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, I've watched people actually like first time playing Halo ever, like they never played in their childhood, and like they never understand that like the Covenant weapons are really good at breaking shields, and then the human weapons are really good at doing damage to like health, because it's never really explained. It's just it's almost like a rock paper scissors mechanic that is never explained in the game, but as you learn how the different interactions of the weapons work, yeah, it provides like a really unique experience.
Yeah, game changer for sure. As soon as you figure out what a plasma pistol is capable of, your whole Halo mind changes in how you approach things.
Yeah, for sure. And then also like another, which is one of the skulls that we haven't talked about. There's 13 of them total, by the way, like modifiers. This run is so fast, it's hard to talk about all of them, but yeah. one of them is the tilt skull, which what tilt is that enemies, as well as your own to a certain extent, so weaknesses and like strengths are like multiplied by 2. So basically, if a shield of a brute or a elite or whatever, they would take double damage to a Covenant weapon, to an energy weapon. And then health, like if you strip their shields, like yes, a headshot with a precision will just kill them. But like let's say a grunt, for example, because a grunt has no shields, using a UNSC, like a human weapon against them, it does double damage. So even if you don't shoot a grunt in the head, if you're just shooting them with a human weapon, it will do double the damage that it would do on legendary. So that's like another thing that they take into account is, you know, when to use certain weapons against certain enemies to take advantage of that tilt skull.
Yeah, it's one of the rare times that you can use things to your advantage, as Raw said. I won't get into too many spoilers, but later on you'll see like there's a couple of rare times where skulls actually really benefit the speedrun, and it actually is like almost like a lasso-specific speedrun advantage. So there are a couple of those, but I won't go into spoiler territory. But remind me on the last level, and we can talk about it.
Yeah, we'll definitely get there. But yeah, like it's just as you were mentioning, like there's just so many of these different interactions with these 13 different skulls. Right here, which I should be talking about, they're doing a big sequence break with co-op. So they're using vehicles to go out of bounds, because usually there's a soft barrier which would stop you from actually going like up these mountains and like fully breaking out of bounds. But the vehicles, you can kind of push yourself far enough with like the ghost boost through the soft barrier, and if you get out at the right timing, you break out of bounds with it. So that's what they did to break out of bounds. And then Shadow is in a hog, which he got Nexus while he was out of bounds, teleported Shadow with a hog in order for them to do this sequence break here. So what you need to do to progress this level is one player needs to go into the spires here in order to kill these enemies and progress the trigger. But while that one person's doing that, the other person can drive out of bounds where there's no geometry like visible, at least as you can see on Shadow's screen. He's just kind of driving in the void, but he knows exactly where to go based on like other visual cues. So he's going to a very specific point, and then once this area is cleared out and Nexus has progressed the mission, he's going to teleport him forward out of bounds, completely skipping like a whole Hornet fight where you're supposed to, you know, do like an air combat fight sort of. They just completely are going to skip all of that and go to the next spire here.
And that section's tough as well. It's, you know, one of those things where you get like a whole different layer on top, like we were saying before during Crow's Nest. It's like, oh, now there's air combat. And in Lasso, it's pretty tricky to figure out, you know? Just gotta add a whole extra dimension on top. And, you know.
Unfortunately there... Yeah, like, I mean, I don't even know how they figured all this stuff out. Because, like, we didn't know about stuff like this, but we didn't know about the co-op strat perspectives as much as they have improvised this. So the first time there, what happened is, like, Shadow knows where to drive, but once again, you're doing it completely blind. So the first time when they died there, he was, like, just a little bit out of position. But nailed it the second time. That driving out of bounds section there is actually really hard. Just to know exactly where you have to go, and you actually have to go at very fast speed in order to, once you load in the map, like clear another gap. So that's what happened here. And then Nexus is just hanging out while Shadow's progressing the level once again. He's going to port him forward here. And then now they're at the second spire, completely skipping the whole like Hornet air fight section.
Yeah, super tricky to do, especially because I don't know how you feel about this role, but I've always struggled with Halo driving in general, you know, because it's not as simple as WAS and D, right? It's a lot of like mouse movement, you know, W and mouse, and if you're not super used to it, it can be super difficult to drive just in general. So under high stakes scenarios like this, it's a whole different ball game to pull off strategies like this.
For sure, Ben. Like I definitely agree. Like Halo driving is very unique. Like I can't even think of any other game that has driving that works the way it does. Because like for example, most of the time, like let's just say you're on console and you're playing with a controller, you would use the right trigger like for acceleration, right? But in Halo, it doesn't work like that. It's like half tank controls where you have to like pushing forward on the thumbstick is how you accelerate, and then you use your camera to actually dictate your pathing. So yeah, it's not like a WASD thing. It works completely different than any other game I can think of.
It's very unique.
Yeah, so it's very unique, and like obviously these guys have practiced this game a lot, so you know they know what they're doing. But yeah, the driving in Halo is very unique, and it's very interesting too with like other momentum based stuff. So what they're doing right now is very cool. So there's a mechanic called butterflying in this game, which you'll see in Nexus hopefully, and he nails it. So what butterflying is so there's an unintended mechanic where basically if you were to melee and then reload, you can cancel your melee and then hit melee again and spam that. So you're getting this melee lunge towards an enemy every time you're spamming that button combo, and then you bait that flood in a very certain way so that he jumps at you, and then there's a hole in that window there, so you can butterfly off of that flood that you manipulated into that position, and then use that like infinite lunge to break free and completely skip, because normally you're supposed to descend back down that spire. There's a ton of enemies. This whole section you're supposed to be driving a tank. Yeah, like we just don't even see a tank. Like a tank doesn't even exist. So they just skipped all that here. And then they are walking towards the next section, which, surprise, this is like a big, Halo surprise here when you got here casually for the first time. You're going to be fighting 2 scarabs, so at the same time. So they're now at the scarab fight here. They're going to be doing it in a certain way where they're going to be one person's going to be hitting some triggers out of bounds once they've both killed their individual scarabs. So yeah, they're just going to get rid of these scarabs first, hit some triggers from out of bounds, which then will cause the next section of the level to not have certain enemies in it. Let's see. So Nexus is doing this strat. So yeah, what it'll do is it'll despawn a whole bunch of enemies when they get into what's called the Citadel here. And this Citadel section is also very punishing, like on Lasso. It is just a long hallway with like a million enemies. So being able to despawn these enemies is super nice. And then Shadow is just going to go in through the front once they have... Basically what he's doing here is he's hitting these triggers before intended out of order, so that the game gets confused, and then when they actually go inside, the game already spawned the enemies before the cutscene begins, and then it despawns them, because like the enemies were already spawned, and then the cutscene starts, and then it despawns all the enemies. So now when they go back, the triggers have already been hit, and it won't load the enemies again. What it does do is this unintended effect, though, which is kind of jarring, where Cortana... Oh, never mind. Okay, so they did it a little differently than the solo strat. The solo strat, like the Cortana moment, just stays on your screen the entire time that you're running through here. So, and you're also like permanently in widescreen, which I think they're still in widescreen right now. So like the way that they did it is very unique to co-op, and yeah, they got like half of the effect, but yeah, most of the enemies are not spawned here, which is sweet, because you can imagine if you're running down this whole area with like a million different covenants, and then there's flood on the way back, it's very difficult. So
yeah, it's brutal. There are some like gravity hammer launch options, but as I say, not super consistent. All it takes is one enemy to block you, one grenade, throw you off course, and you just go flying. And if you go flying here too far, you'll go flying, you know, off and to your death. And yeah, this section is not easy, so doing it with no enemies is so much better.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, when they do hit the cutscene here at the end, now the level is progressed as normal, so there will be enemies here on the run back. But the Flood in this game are much easier to deal with than the Covenant in most cases. There are certain enemies, like the Flood forms that are elites, are the scariest because they have like a shield on top of their health, so you can't just one-shot headshot them. But Nexus just did a crazy hammer launch there. You
What
see
a
the
launch
speed that he
was.
got.
Yeah, goodness.
Yeah, that was really nice. And the reason why he didn't splatter there is because he carried over a invincibility equipment from a previous section. So yeah, he just skips that whole section with a launch and a crate. Yeah, and then stays alive with the invincibility. So he doesn't even have to deal with most of these Flood here, which is really nice. Because yeah, even on the way back, even though the Flood are easier to deal with, it's still not a cakewalk. So.
No such thing as a cakewalk in Lasso.
Yeah, Lasso is not for the faint of heart. That is for sure. So yeah, here they are heading on to Cortana, which is the the penultimate level of the run. This is sort of one of the easier levels. There are definitely places where you can still die. However, most of it is almost like ledge, how you would play through. They're going to try to overlap 2 moments here, as we mentioned before, which I believe they got it. Just barely not. It was very. Oh no, they did get it. Nice. So that was a Gravemind moment and a Cortana moment, which they did manage to overlap. So it completely cuts out most of the Cortana moment, which is huge.
Yeah, this mission has a ton of Gravemind and Cortana moments, so the more you can skip, the better. Otherwise, it's like several minutes worth of dialogue and slowdowns in this. Feels like forever.
Yeah, like this level is brutal for the Cortana and Gravemind moments. Like half the level, if you don't skip the moments, you're spent in those moments. They almost become like auto scrollers, those moments. So as a speedrunner, you definitely want to skip them as much as possible. And then here they're kind of just trying to run to we're basically trying to get to Cortana, who is trapped in this area. And there's not really any requirements throughout the level to like kill a certain amount of enemies or anything like that. So they're just trying to get to the next section as fast as possible here. They will be doing some like equipment usage and coming up right here. Or actually, just in like just in a moment here. Nexus is going to be setting up a deployable cover, which is a cover that you can throw that it becomes like a stationary shield. We saw him use it to kill the drones on Crow's Nest, but the other effect of it is like a stationary object that you can actually jump on. So when he goes down this hole here, he's going to drop the deployable cover. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, never mind. Because it's co-op, I guess he is saving it, or he picks up another one. Their route may have changed a little bit. Usually, though, you would drop a cover there. They may do it on the way back and actually jump on top of it in order to skip like a whole bunch of enemies.
They're
We'll see
baiting you
about
just
that.
to throw you off your game. I think it's
Yeah.
all mind games. It's smart. you know.
Yeah, like keeping me on my toes.
Yeah. It's tricky to know what the plan of action is, right? Because there's, as I say, there's so many different strategies. There's different strategies on easy. There's different strategies on legendary. There's different strategies on Slasso, which is solo lasso, and then there's different strategies on Classo, which is co-op lasso, right? So there's like so many different things and ways that you can approach each mission, and every runner has a different way of doing it, right? So it's all, you know, you can have like several different lineups for same strategy in co-op lasso. So sometimes you have to just watch and see what they're going to start doing and go, oh, they're going this route. This is what their plan is, right? Because they might change it on the fly. A lot of it is you have a strategy in mind, and then you might not have enough ammo for it, or you might have not enough health, and you have to change it on the fly, just like that. And just in that split, that's how you separate like the top level runners from everybody else, is being able to make those split-second decisions to make the right call at the right time.
Exactly. Yeah. Like even though they have a lot of this run like fully choreographed, yeah, in certain situations, if you don't have a certain amount of ammo for whatever reason, or like you got an unlucky drop of equipment, you do have to just improvise on the fly. So yeah, they've been doing that excellent throughout the run. Yeah, earlier on, just a little bit ago, you did see, I believe it was Nexus, he ran through a large hallway, and it looked like no enemies were shooting him, and it's hard to tell because there's no HUD, but yeah, he used a invisibility equipment, so that's the reason why like it looked like those enemies were just like ignoring him. So the invisibility is pretty hard to see, especially with no HUD. So that's the reason why that happened. And then what he's doing here is he's just trying to hammer launch across this section to skip most of these enemies and then get to the Cortana moment, as I mentioned, as soon as possible. While Shadow just hangs on the back, you know, just trying not to die. And then, yeah, we'll be back into the back half of this mission in just a second here. The back
bonkers,
half,
by the way. Have you seen this? They're like almost 15 minutes ahead of their practice run. Like this pace is insane.
Oh, really? So like I've watched their co-op runs like quite a few times, and like whenever they set a new record. But yeah, I didn't know what their practice time was. So yeah, I mean they've been like, killing it.
Yeah, this is they've only had like a handful of deaths, and none of them have been like big reverts at all. So yeah, they've lost like very minimal time here. It's been, as far as a lasso run can go, we're talking like pretty close to, you know, perfection, really. Like not literal perfection, but that's impossible in a lasso run. You'll never get that, right? You require like insane luck to get like deathless here.
Yeah, like them doing like a deathless run is just not realistic. So like this is essentially perfect, like as close as you can get to it. So this has been, yeah, very insane to watch. There's so much going on too and they're just killing the run. So yeah, it's hard to explain all these tricks that they're doing. But yeah, right now this section here. There's 3 generators that need to be destroyed. So Shadow, while he was hanging back, he had a brute shot. The brute shot does kill those generators in one shot. So Shadow took care of those generators from afar, and now he's just hanging back while Nexus here tries to run to the end without dying, taking some creative pathing, using the hammer to, you know, jump some gaps that you're otherwise not supposed to. And then Halo doing or Bungie doing their iconic thing where they make you run backwards through a level. So we're heading back the way that we came right now. Shadow, it looks like maybe, I think that they're improvising here, where Shadow is actually going ahead here because I think Nexus took some damage. So they kind of traded off there, and Shadow's now running through the level.
Yeah, so anything can change at a moment's notice. All it takes is taking one extra pot shot from a brute or a melee hit or something, and the whole strategy changes.
Then I'm interested to see if one of them did carry. Okay, no. So yeah, they're running through the deployable cover strat there. It's not a huge time save. It saves maybe like 20 seconds or something like that. It's lasso, so if they had to adapt and couldn't really do the strat, I mean, once again, losing 20 seconds much better than trying to go for a strat where it's not the ideal situation and you die.
Yeah, 100%. There's some strategies that are like, you have some strategy that saves so much time, like the big skips, like for example, skipping the Hornet section, where even if it takes a couple of tries, it's still more than worth doing it compared to the other slower way. But there are some strategies that just, if you either go for it once or you realize it's not worth the time, and a lot of the time you can just go ahead. Whereas, doing it more than twice, you'll lose time compared to just doing it the old-fashioned way. Like a lot of the time, you just got to make that call. Is it worth it right now? Sometimes the answer is no, and you just got to move on.
Yeah. Yeah, and like a lot of times when you're solo speedrunning, like, and this goes for any games, like where like speedrunners are always making those calls, but it's just interesting really seeing it from like a co-op two-player perspective, where they're actively like communicating to each other in real time and letting each other know, like, oh hey, I just took more damage than I was supposed to. Can you go like carry on from here? And just watching them just execute that in real time perfectly is really impressive. But that's how you know that their synergy as a duo is pretty much unmatched.
Yeah, and that's how you start the final level 117 in on Lasso. It's crazy.
Absolutely ridiculous. Like, also just Lasso in general, if we're talking about the Halo community, Nexus and Shadow here have really optimized Halo 3, but across all the games, like Lasso for the most part was just seen as like a challenge run, like almost impossible to beat. But the last couple of years, a lot of runners have really been leading the way in optimizing Lasso for their individual games. So yeah, like Lasso is more accessible than ever. Right there, what they're doing here, this is supposed to be like a whole fight where you're climbing up this spire, but Nexus, he uses his hammer to boost Shadow up, and then they're just running straight up to the top of this spire, skipping like the whole walk up, and then now they're just at the wave fight here. And then what they're going to do, I believe, yeah, they're not doing the MSL, okay. So here is an unintended, like, you're not supposed to be up here yet. You do come here on the way back, but here is our ally Johnson, who has a Spartan laser. So the Spartan laser he actually has infinite ammo, so we're going to be killing Johnson, so sorry Johnson. Yeah.
He doesn't deserve this treatment.
It's got to be done in the sake of speed. So yeah, they're both gonna kill him, get both of them in like their own infinite lasers. Each time he wakes up from his little nap, he spawns with a new laser, so they're both gonna get their own, and then they're just gonna clear this fight out from the safety of this cliff here with their infinite lasers. If you were to do this fight like standing up top, it is brutal. Like, you pretty much
just getting up there is brutal, because like, yeah. I'm pretty sure the spawn's like infinite, right, until you get to the top and you start the wave section. So you've just got to like, it's just, you can take out as many enemies as you want and you run out of all your ammo, and then there's just still more enemies. It like never ends. You just got to like somehow get your way to the top. So not only being able to skip the way to the top with the spawns, but then also doing the wave fight with an infinite ammo Spartan laser from here, where you essentially can't be touched as long as you play safe, is awesome.
Yeah, like completely breaking this level. If, as you're saying, yeah, like if while climbing up the spire, there's infinite flood spawns, so just climbing up alone is insane. And then this wave fight here, I believe, is 3 or 5 waves of enemies, but in those waves, each wave is like there's 30 or so flood units. So if you were there with no cover, no sustainable amount of ammo, this level is actually probably the hardest Lasso level of this game casually. But now they're just sitting back on a cliffside, enjoying the view, you know, spamming Spartan lasers. So just completely breaking this level wide open.
It's nice to have the advantage for once, right? Like a lot of time in Lasso, as we say, you are given a permanent disadvantage all the time. But this is like a rare time where you feel like you really are invincible almost. It's a nice feeling.
Yeah, being able to break Lasso open is one of the best feelings. That's the reason why I run Lasso for ODST. I also equate it to almost being like a puzzle game, where in easy and ledge, a lot of the times, like the best thing to do, while it's still hard to do it fast, obviously, for those categories. The best thing to do is fight the enemies like head on, and always just try to be in their face, basically. But with Lasso, because the enemies are so tough, they have double health, double resistances, they throw nades a lot more, all this stuff. You gotta be really creative with the in-game mechanics and how to beat some of these sections, which would almost otherwise be impossible to beat if you were to just tackle them head on. So I believe that they have completed the wave fight here. Yep, the door has opened. So they're going to head into the Guilty Spark fight.
Also, might actually fight just in general as well.
Pardon me?
The Guilty Spark fight is also just really tough in general as well. It's short, but it's can die very easily if you're not careful.
Yeah, on Lasso especially, like the Spark, because your shields won't regenerate. Like if you don't know how to manipulate the fight, kind of, yeah, he'll shoot you once, all your shields are gone if he doesn't outright kill you, and then yeah, the second time you're a goner. So but they're going to be doing some stuff in order to cheese this fight. So yeah, right now they're just going to hang back. They know exactly if they stand in certain positions who Spark is going to focus, and then they can just manipulate his AI and just do some jump rope with his lasers. And then
so
once
you get your own laser and take him out.
Exactly, yeah. Johnson in the back there, you know, he has this trusty laser as we've seen, so we're gonna run, pick it up, and then now we have our own laser Spark, and we just need to shoot him 3 times in order to take him out.
Spartan Laser is the MVP of this level by far.
Yeah,
hard carries this entire level.
Yeah, you know, its kill count is in the hundreds at this point, so it's very useful. And we don't really get to see the Spartan Laser too much in Halo runs, honestly, because usually it only, if it has 100% energy, like full ammo, it only allows you to shoot it 5 times. So just being able to, yeah, spam it as much as you have in this level, like nowhere else in any Halo game do you really get to use the laser this much. So yeah,
it's usually pretty niche as well, right? Because you only get 5 shots, and it takes a while to wind up as well. So a lot of the time when you're kind of moving around, it's kind of hard to get shots off. Usually it's used as some kind of like big tank enemy or vehicle, annihilator or something. And a lot of the times you can use like faster ways to skip those enemies or take them out anyway. So the Spartan Laser doesn't get a ton of love, but in this level it gets its like, it gets its medal. It's time to shine.
Yeah, it's the MVP for sure. And then, so a thing with Lasso specifically with this mission is, so the Iron Skull, usually there's no ghost that spawns where Nexus just grabbed it, but if you have the Iron Skull on, there is actually a ghost that spawns in that location. So they're both taking ghosts right now to speed through these hallways here. And that's just like a fun little, well, it is an intended mechanic of the Iron Skull, because originally when Halo 3 came out, there was these special challenges called Vidmaster challenges, and if you completed all of them, you unlocked Recon Armor, which was what you know, every 13-year-old boy dreamed about was getting on armor and Halo.
Unreal nostalgia of doing mid-master challenges with my friends on Xbox 360.
Yeah, it's just solid times, yeah. So just using this, like, what was supposed to be just a little additional difficulty sort of challenge thing for armor and multiplayer, we also take advantage in the actual lasso speed run by grabbing some ghosts and then speeding through those hallways there. They do drop the ghosts for the Warthog though, because the Warthog at top speed is the fastest vehicle in the game. So that's the reason why they're doing that. As well as like the boost mechanics of the ghost are a little wonky in some of the section here. So for the actual final drive here, the Warthog is preferable, and honestly I like it that way because it's very true to the Halo hog runs. You know, back with CE. Well, I mean, this isn't true to the Halo hog run, what they're doing right now, but
there's nothing wrong with a little Warthog parkour. Okay?
It's just incredible, that little strat there, where there's like they give you another hog just in case, like in co-op, in case you flipped your hog, one of your co-op buddies lost their hog, so they give you another one in co-op specifically, just, you know, to keep it fun. Like everybody can get a hog, right? So what we do there is use the hog as like a ramp. So you just full send it at the hog, and then you can bypass the little circular section there, which those circular sections, the pillar or whatever they are start to fall, and then it slows you down, as well as there's a whole bunch of enemies there. So you just skip all the enemies. It's a little bit faster, you know, saves like 20 seconds, let's just say, but makes it way more consistent, and they nail it again. That's much harder than it looks, by the way.
Yeah, the second one especially is just about enough to get up there.
Yeah, you can just barely climb up there. You can try to run at that hog like without a lineup like 100 times, and you're almost never gonna get up there. So very precise, like driving, how they use it as a ramp to clear that little ledge there. Then I'm interested to see if they're doing like the big skip here or not. So here there's a couple of different options for like a skip method. So they're doing the medium one, which still you need full speed in order to clear this gap and land up here. Yeah, and you can just barely land up there and skip the third roundabout. So they skipped all three, which, yeah, usually that's like the hard part of this hog run, is being able to make it through without the enemies flipping you there and stuff like that. So just completely skip all three of them. And yeah, we're gonna be coming up to the end pretty shortly here. There is one very cinema big jump here. I wonder if they're gonna do the swag barrel roll or not. Do it for the fans, come on. Oh, it looks like he's going for it. Oh, okay, well it didn't do the barrel roll, but still, very swag going off the side of it there.
Gave it a try, but didn't think it quite worked out. It's not the easiest thing to do. You know, this drive is hard enough as it is. Just trying to survive through it. As much as they make it look easy. You know, flips the secondary.
Yeah, the barrel roll is definitely. I mean, it does have a small intended purpose, but it's definitely more swag strats than anything. So I want to see if they're gonna go for it. But yeah, it's lasso. You can't blame them. Like I would do the same thing. I would just play safe. So
just gotta survive. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Especially as they're pushing this run right to the end here on amazing pace. Yeah, definitely close this out solidly.
Yeah, 130. Goddamn.
Yeah, like a 130 is incredible, by the way. Like this was even dreamed upon as a time like a year or two ago when these guys have pushed this run here. So yeah, a solid 130. Absolutely incredible. That was the end of the game right there. Big shout out to Nexus and Shadow, who, like I said, they've really pretty much solo-handedly optimized this category, and just them as runners have put in so much work. And even though I don't speak French myself or anything, like Nexus, he is pretty fluent in English, so we have like discussed strats and stuff like that, and he's just seems like an amazing guy. And I have huge respect for both of them and their chemistry as a duo. So, yeah, big shout out to them. Big shout out to Ben as well, my co-caster here for the run.
Yeah, of course. Shout outs to you as well. Great job.
Yeah, just
Thanks
a lot
to GDQ for having us on as well.
And yeah, big thanks to GDQ as well for putting a spotlight on Halo runs here. And yeah, that's pretty much it from me. I don't know if you have any other shout outs you wanted to give, Ben.
No, all good. Dragon Quest up next, I think, still. So we'll let him get on with it.
Yeah, definitely stick around for these awesome runs from just every run that I've seen so far has been amazing. So yeah, stick around for the rest of the runs, guys, and we appreciate you for watching Halo.
Ma famille et mes amis qui me donnent le courage de repousser mes limites chaque jour. Merci beaucoup.
Bravo. C'est vrai qu'on a la communauté internationale qui nous suit énormément.
Ils sont assez fans de Nexus et Shadows chez Halo Run.
Bah,
Quand ils ont mis l'annonce d'aujourd'hui, ils ont dit les GOAT de Halo 3 l'assaut. Donc bon, c'est quand même pas mal.
C'était une run merveilleuse. On va pouvoir laisser nos ambianceurs reprendre le micro. Merci beaucoup pour cette run. Merci le public.
Merci à tous.
Merci.
Le public est encore présent.
Et oui, mon cher.
Eh oui, on est là, on est complètement là. Et on en profite pour faire un petit rappel que nous avons une incentive pour le prochain jeu que TPK attend avec impatience. Pour le nom du héros dans Dragon Quest 1, HD 2D Remake. Alors attention, parce que il y a une catégorie que j'aimerais bien voir gagner, moi. Il s'agit de Fion.
Ouais, j'aimerais beaucoup.
Qui a pour l'instant 21% des suffrages, qui est en 3e position. On a Snam TR qui est en premier. Ensuite, on a Philippe.
Ouais, j'avoue que Fion
en 3e, voilà. Donc voilà. Donc on vous rappelle que quand vous faites un don, vous pouvez effectivement participer à une incentive, c'est-à-dire que vous dédiez votre don à une espèce de sondage et que le nom qui aura gagné le plus d'argent via les dons sera effectivement celui qui sera choisi par le runner au début de sa partie. Donc on a encore un petit peu de temps pour ça.
Exactement.
On a spoilé le prochain jeu puisqu'il s'agit de Dragon Quest, mais nous avons autre chose dans le programme, mon cher ami, après. Est-ce qu'il y a un après Dragon Quest?
Il y a un après. Oui, eh bien tu vas là-bas, d'accord. Je ne savais pas où tu allais.
Dans le programme.
Il y a un après Dragon Quest puisque à suivre il y aura Raven's Watch. À 7h36, ce sera pour les Leftos. Il y aura ensuite Awaria, The Messenger, Crash Team Racing, Ikaruga, Skyward Sword. Ça sera pour la matinée. Autant vous dire que ça va aller très très loin avec mon petit chouchou Sky Blazer.
Ah, Sky Blazer.
Que j'avais fait au lycée sur émulateur à l'époque.
Incroyable jeu qui est rené par Axodo et qui est commenté par le Hulk, qui est le détenteur du record du monde actuellement sur le jeu, qui a rené tout à l'heure Monsieur Noisette.
Tout à fait, Monsieur Noisette, Mr Nuts.
Mr Nuts, effectivement. Nous avons quelques dons, bien évidemment. Envoie. Puisque j'ai un petit 50 balles de la part de Focalus. Bravo, je suis dans la salle, pardon. Je passe une super nuit. Bonne nuit à tous. Salut Focalus. Des bisous. Merci pour le don.
Il doit dormir, Focalus, là.
Non, je pense qu'il est là.
Tu penses qu'il est là?
Ou il ou elle, d'ailleurs. On ne sait pas.
Il ou elle, mais genre pas.
On a également un 40 balles de Boutazir sans commentaire. Voilà, merci beaucoup pour les 40 balles.
Boutazir, parce que tu es les Ozoras qui nous donne déjà 6,70, qui nous dit très bel événement, vive Halo.
Halo.
Exactement.
Salut. Diego.
Raidouk.
Pardon. On a 100 balles qu'on n'a pas vu tout à l'heure de la bonne run. Voilà.
Mais
Il
non.
n'y avait pas de commentaires et qu'on filtrait les dons sans commentaires, mais je me suis dit qu'il fallait rétablir cette injustice.
Ah bah oui.
Voilà, merci pour les 100 balles, la bonne run.
Oui. Bien sûr, on a Armaldo qui donne 6,70 €. Même de nuit, donne.
Achète. Miaou. 6-7. Pardon.
Il nous fait le Hall of Fame. C'est la folie.
On a 5 balles de Mouchou avec un commentaire plus petit que 3. Merci Mouchou.
Merci Mouchou. Bedrock qui donne 6,70 € et qui nous dit le J c'est le S.
Genre le RS. Pardon.
Sort le RS.
J'ai beaucoup trop de références, c'est très
C'est
grave.
vrai que tu les as depuis tout à l'heure.
Ah oui, quand tu m'as sorti le chat là.
Le sort,
Ah,
le
non.
sort, Johnson. Yamato, il a fait oh putain, choc mental.
Ah, j'ai lose my shit.
Ça va, je comprends.
On a également. Oh là, on a 10 balles de la part de Armaldo qui dit on ne le dit pas suffisamment, mais au runner tellement de temps. Oh putain, c'est vrai que.
C'est vrai.
En vrai, là, cette run, elle était ultra skill.
Elle était folle.
Ah non, mais les coups de marteau là pour traverser le stage. Moi, ce qui m'a régalé, c'était les fantômes là pour passer au-dessus des montagnes.
Ça, ouais.
Les out of bounds dans Halo 3, c'est ma cam.
Dans le chat, ça a dit les Ghosts Skyrim tout à l'heure.
Ah bah ouais, c'est vrai que le cheval de Skyrim est génétiquement lié au Ghost.
Au Ghost, je pense que c'est absolument vrai. Nanaya qui donne 13,40 € sans commentaire, tout simplement.
Sans commentaire.
Sans commentaire.
On est de la nuit. Comment ça, vous ne dormez pas encore
Hello?
de sommeil alors
Everybody.
que c'est le soir, littéralement.
Yeah.
C'est normal. Donnez, achète.
Welcome to, we welcome to GDQ's restream of SpeeDons Marathon, charity marathon for Medicine du Monde. I keep having the E and it's wrong, and I know it's wrong.
C'est vrai, Pico Park était un très bon moment. Tout
I am Mekalink, and with me today is Kasaev.
Yeah, Kasayev.
Kasayev, sorry.
No.
Kasaev.
And
We're going to be talking about
On a fait un peu le tour.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Quest 1 HD Remaster.
Il est si beau dans sa lignée, dans sa
Yeah,
sa livrée.
we're gonna have some Dragon Quest here.
C'est un PC gamer.
Dragon Quest 1, the remake, right? HD 2.
Yeah.
And
The HD 2D remake, yeah.
yeah, and it's gonna be awesome. I really like
Yeah, it is.
some Dragon Quest myself.
Yeah. What's your favorite then?
Oh, my favorite
Or
one
is it I
is-
can't choose?
So I have only really finished, and it's the only one I speedrun as well, which is Dragon Quest 11. Was,
Okay, 11. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great
You
game.
know, I played through 11 pretty thoroughly back. I think in its second kind of release wave. Yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty good game for sure.
Yeah.
Est-ce que vous êtes chaud ce soir?
It had a lot of kind of really cool, like, there's that whole like retro thing where you like fought pun name bosses, right? Like of the previous in the series. That was real fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Et on a le plaisir,
This is our couch, I think. So we're getting close to actually starting the run, which means that we're going to have a name. Currently, the hero's name is SNAMTR, Snamter.
Yeah, we are not really sure what that means, but yeah, it's
Qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Qu'est-ce que le jeu nous réserve? Voilà. Qu'est-ce que le jeu nous réserve? C'est le bon mot. Voilà.
À chaque run de Dragon Quest, ça part de RNG.
Oh, yeah. Ah.
Ça part de chance et surtout.
Wait, I don't want the TV on as well. All right.
Tout à fait.
and yeah, it looks like we're about to start.
Commencer. On va créer un journal.
Yes.
Le
Flower has a very good kind of like second place time by a matter of seconds,
Ouais, alors
I think, in this game. So very, very strong runner.
Yeah. I think he's the best known Japanese runner nowadays for this game. So he's pretty good for sure. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, it looks like we're getting that, whatever that means.
Yeah.
C'est bien comme ça, je me suis pas planté.
Snumter.
Très bien.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a run with some RNG, a lot of safety that has been provided because of the HD remaster. And yeah, we're going with the middle difficulty.
Trouver les dons pendant la run pour affronter le chevalier aberrant.
Yeah, standard difficult there. I think the voices doesn't really matter because we're gonna mute it anyways.
We're gonna mute them immediately. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, it's the first thing Silver will do when he start playing the game. Yeah. So he's gonna do
actually kind of a little bit of intro cutscene, right, before we get control.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's gonna be doing like increasing text speed and removing the voice.
Yep.
Because that saves a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Saves like about 5 minutes that the princess won't.
Yeah, the princess gets a lot of voice lines. Yeah, there's 3 things. Running, always running, ultra fast text speed, ultra fast battle speed.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Donc ça a apporté pas mal de choses. Donc la version remake a apporté énormément de choses en termes d'histoire, de contenu.
So yeah, this is Tantajo. One of the things that's kind of inconsistent in the remake-ish space on Dragon Quest is that Tantajo Castle is now in the town of Tantajo, just way at the back right. And so that's kind of what you saw there. And then we're gonna get the intro text, or like there's a little bit of a cutscene that leads us into what we would think of as the more traditional intro text Dragon Quest or Dragon Warrior in the US. So yeah. Then momentarily we're gonna get control. I'm gonna mash through options because speedrun time.
Oh yeah.
We'll get 120 gold and some isolated items too. Watch this. Watch this menu. You just pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
Yep. the Silver's menuing is excellent and fast, and that's going to be a huge thing you're going to see. The text is going to fly by so fast, it's going to be hard to see. So if you want to watch whatever is all picked up, your eyes on the stream. Poof. That's it. Pick up. No wait. Right. Yeah, you'll see a lot of seeds in these.
Yeah, he's
our
really fast.
starting wings. Yeah.
The menus for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there's you can set up 4 shortcuts on your directional pad, right? Like, and so like the wings of the wyvern are one of them, and you'll see that, happen constantly. Bunch of stuff on the overworld now that you'll see us pick up. It's either money or seeds, basically. In a rare case, it can be actually good gear.
Yeah, and if it's bad gear, we are gonna sell it. So.
Yep.
We are also gonna be using holy water, which is a skill that it's an item that it's basically a Pokemon repel, right?
Yep.
So lower level enemies won't happen to have an encounter with us, which is great.
Yeah. Sadly, we can't turn off tutorial screens. So that's where Edric's Cave would be, right? We touch it and we move on, right? Because the warp spells in the game let you warp to dungeons as well. So a lot of traversal you will see here is may or may not be of use. Fortunately, we did get in a small fight, but ran away easily.
Nice.
Not all the fights are that clean.
Oh yeah, for sure. I believe it's 25% chance that you can't run, so it's 75% chance you will run away from the encounter, and 25% is quite a lot. To be honest,
it is quite a lot. Is it? So in some entries they had that be like a guarantee after X amount, right? Like 4, right? Like if you 3 run fails, you always get to leave, right? I don't know if that's the case in this one, but I know it wasn't the case. But what in the NES version, but so yeah, there's that Gate Town, for example, isn't a thing. Like it's just an inn, but it's a way station, right? Like that.
Oh yeah.
A lot of these locations are going to be fish. Getting a lot of encounters though, unfortunately.
But he's running away though, so that's good.
yeah. They're getting the runs, not having to burn more resources.
Yeah.
Oh no, and he blocks the way. But
So
only one of them tried to do anything. Second one, oh no.
Yeah, as you can see,
not dead yet.
Not dead yet.
Yeah.
So they do a lot of damage.
The enemies, if the enemies had swung all of them out, like they're dead there, right? So sour, because definitely some run fails can really murder you. Okay, so we're gonna come on a ruined town here. We're gonna go in and loot it. This isn't right? Like this isn't Hawksness, right? Like it's just another city that's been destroyed, like nameless ruins, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab some gold here. Yeah. Ruby
And the
wristband.
ruby bracelet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a note that there's a lot more gear in this game than was in the NES. A lot more stuff that you see in later games, right? Like there's just a ton more gear options in the HD remaster to go with kind of the larger traverse world and more heavily tied together quests.
Yeah. And the main thing here we are going for, like the thing we want to go immediately for is the pet food, which
yes,
we are going to Dandara, which has a pet food scroll. And the pet food let us walk more steps before finding an encounter, which is really good. We want that a lot. So
yeah, I think just like Fairy Waters, like encounter protection is really important for speed. And yeah, we're going so far out of our way because we have wings, right? Like because it's so easy to get around. Oh no, night.
Okay.
Oh god.
Yeah, this first walk here in the overworld is a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous. Yeah, but yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna
almost made it. Oh no.
Please, let us go.
Thriller pillar, please.
Yeah. So he's gonna enter from the right here because that way you enter from the right in the city as well. So.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I saw that happen with Keytown, where like the entering on the left side versus the right side actually mattering.
Oh yeah.
That's money bag. Bye.
Yeah. So this is the pet food scroll. We're gonna learn it immediately.
Yep. So that's one thing in this game. You can learn all sorts of texts from scrolls.
Yeah.
And you'll see us pick up several over the course of the game. Padfoot, or like, is the fastest one.
Yeah.
Right, like,
so we're gonna re-enter.
That's the one we want, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
And yeah, you're right. We re-enter here. I guess that's just faster than walking back, or maybe less encounters. Possibly.
Yeah. So if
he mini medals.
Oh yeah, the mini medals. Yeah. So I was gonna say if he moves perfectly, he didn't. You don't get an encounter there, which he did. That was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we are gonna be collecting mini medals. We can exchange those for some very strong items in this game.
Yep. It's the how many you have gets you items, right? We'll be ultimately be getting 15, although we do make a stop with 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not just that, but the guy that sells stuff in the mini medal guy's manor also has some stuff that we'll be really interested in.
Yeah. So it's gonna be really important. So we're gonna be grabbing a lot of stuff here at the beginning to set up for the later game.
Yeah.
And we are gonna be grabbing a lot of those seeds: seed of defense, seed of agility, and those increase your stats permanently. So
by a random amount, and I don't think we're doing a manip. In some game versions or something, you try to do a manip. Other ways, you kind of save scum them. We just kind of we get a bunch of them, we just eat them all.
Yeah,
just mashes through the menu as fast as possible. Just we've got 8 seeds, right? Just eat them.
Yeah, exactly. So this game is hero only because you don't have other party members. So
right,
we're just gonna chew the seeds.
Yeah, the Dragon Quest games didn't get multiple party members until 2. Right, so this first one is a classic solo experience, and it's nice that they kind of kept that. They didn't try to add, extra party members or something. Kind of really kept the singular dynamic.
Yeah, that's pretty cool for sure.
It's just such a long walk.
Yeah, this first walk is pretty long for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's right, this bridge. But yeah, like because wings can take us almost anywhere, right? Like this isn't wasted time, right? This place tells you about the cave that the princess is captured in. Is what it looks like. This cutscene is telling us about.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm not too aware of the game's lore, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of kind of added quest structure Oh yeah, and some more NPCs that really kind of were added to kind of tie the game together further.
Yeah. So he's doing pet food as well in very specific places because your MP is limited in this part of the game. So you have to really be using to full effectiveness those pet foods for sure.
Yeah, this is what we would have referred to as Swamp Cave. Right, but the layout, you can see they've got a much more kind of realistic cave layout here. And so it doesn't quite look the same. But yeah, this is what would be Swamp Cave.
Yeah. It's called Quagmire Cave.
Quagmire Cave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And more grabbing stuff, more walking in the overworld.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. Making the run to Rimmeldar. That's where keys are. Rimmeldar.
Yeah.
Another one of these kind of weird isolated places that just has a seed or two.
Yeah. There is the secret places that the game calls.
And the boomerang.
And the
boomerang's an important tool that will help us later. We will be using that at least for a bit.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be really useful.
Là, du coup, c'est bien pour taper tout un comité de monde.
Et c'est vrai qu'en termes de ça permet vraiment de taper tout le monde dans cette section, alors que en général dans Dragon Quest,
we're walking around the lake that the river that separates Rimmeldar from the rest of the continent. Padfoot just wears off.
Yeah.
And we're here. Now we're gonna do our first shopping trip. Not a complicated one, but we are gonna get a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Or really, we're gonna get a whole bunch of one thing.
Yeah. So you're gonna be grabbing a lot of Chimera Rings, which we use for pretty much living dungeons or places, and we can fast travel to other places.
Yep. Chimera Rings function as both escape and warp, right? Like type effects. Like it provides you all the fast movement at once. But it's not like, you have to have wings for this or escape spell for this. It's just all of it. So now we're back to Erdrick's Cave, and we get some more cutscene.
Yeah, a lot of cutscene here. He's gonna be using his movement is pretty good. He won't get an encounter here, but yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, you can see these kind of like angular, like you're kind of like dead reckoning these angle shots to try and just make racing lines, right? Like just clip the corner of everything you're going past, right? And like that's what optimal movement kind of looks like here. And since you're doing it, right, like analog stick blind, right? Like it's difficult to sometimes pick the exact perfect line, right?
Yeah.
So that's definitely a skill thing.
Yeah. So he learned another skill here, Demeanor.
Yep.
And
the pun there being that it's demean, as in make them not mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be using that skill. We'll be using the skill, but you might not actually see the skill on the screen because this game has some interesting systems that were added. It'll say we're using Demon Demeanor, but we'll actually be getting something a lot more powerful.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, this going back to Rimmeldar.
Yeah,
conceptually we would be getting the like Erdrick's token there, but you don't really get Erdrick's token there.
Yeah.
Alright, we're heading south from Rimmeldar, which normally would lead you to the Freebie Cave, as it's referred to in the randomizer community. I think there's actually another thing down this way as well, though. It's not just Freebie Cave.
Yeah, this is the dwarf's cave.
Oh right, yes.
Yeah,
that was the city of the dwarves was another addition that we'll be going back there a couple of times for quest purposes.
Yeah, gonna be going there quite a bit. So
Yeah.
Lord Dragon, qui annonçait dès le début, hein, Lord Dragon,
You'll notice that we went to Rimodar, famously known as a place where you get keys. I didn't actually get any keys. That's because this game switched to kind of the more modern system's idea of keys, which is to say, not single use. To fix that, there's a progression now. There's like a thieves key and there's a magic key, right? Like, and they unlock different doors.
Yeah. So we enter here Sanctum to for a lot of reasons, actually, to make it a warp point later, to reset your step counter as well. So we won't get any encounters. And to grab a mini medal, which is pretty useful as well.
Yep. Yeah, so, we warp back to the northern entrance of Quagmire Cave.
Yeah, he's taking
most assuredly.
He's taking damage when he walks through that poison pond. But it's not really that much, so we can just walk through it and we will be fine. We can just heal afterwards.
That cove will be up here after we make sure that we pick up all the other stuff.
Yeah.
We actually kind of... there it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
Grabs.
You're safe. No deaths for random encounters just yet.
Yeah, no deaths for random encounters. It's really quite nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
The game has a lot of QOL that kind of bases those deaths aren't as backbreaking as they would have been if you were doing these kind of long runs in NES or kind of earlier games. But there's the fairy flute, right where we left it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still time loss, right? Like when you get deaths.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For some reason, there's a swamp in the town. I think there's a swamp there originally too. Just kind of a weird swamp tile for no reason.
So yeah, we are getting low here on MP, so we are going to use our last pet food for now.
Yeah. Go with your last MP just before entering if you can.
Yeah.
The Shrine of Rain will give us some free heal. Right, like the shrine that you normally get the Staff of Rain at. In original. So yeah, that's kind of the routing there. Is you basically drain yourself completely in the route, which is, RPG efficiency, right? Like use every resource before you have to rest.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, no run away.
Drizzle and hallucinate. That's fine.
Yeah.
Not if we wanted to attack, but we sure don't.
Yeah, for sure.
This place got a huge blow up. The Shrine of Rain was like it was just a single set of stairs that went down to one guy blocking a chest. This place actually has a lot of meat on the bones, although we won't get to all of that till way later.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this floor, the building looks like it has multiple floors, and it does actually have multiple floors.
Yeah. It looks big and it's very big. Yeah.
It is very big. Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna grab some stuff
shortcuts.
Here. Oh yeah, we're gonna grab some stuff here before we leave. So, mini medal here. And there is a hidden item right in the middle of one of these platforms here. Wanna grab that as well?
Yeah, the prayer ring.
Yeah, we're just gonna sell those. They are not really useful, but they are good money if we sell them later on.
Like prayer rings are MP restoration items, but in this game, they're not the only MP restoration item.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we just get a bunch more seeds, or opportunistically grab wings, get them.
Yeah. Are we always grabbing then when we get the chance?
Yeah, back to the castle. A bunch of cutscenes.
Yeah.
par Lord Dragon lui-même, il semblerait, en tout cas par des monstres, en tout cas commentés par...
Yeah, you really see this kind of racing line style navigation.
C'est la sœur de
Yeah.
qui a été dérobée par Lord Dragon.
Ultima Derp, I don't know, because we sell it. I don't know if prayer rings break because we just sell them. In most games, they can break. Right. They usually multi-use can break.
Yeah, I would
We
believe
sell
so,
them.
but
We sell
yeah,
this one.
I'm not sure. Yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, here we get the, like, this is the cutscene of, oh yeah, the princess was kidnapped.
Yeah.
The Dragon Lord himself makes an on-screen appearance here. And obliterates her guards. And actually, her magic takes a pretty big,
Yeah.
pretty big hit. But ultimately is overcome.
Yeah, the scene of the princess kidnap.
I watched a lot of vanilla 4 speed runs. I'm pretty sure they break in 4 as well. Anyway, all right, we did it. Now we're off to that weird checkpoint roadside inn that I mentioned that didn't exist before.
Yeah.
This gets us close to where we want to go, which finally is Garenham.
Yeah.
Galenholm.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna go there.
C'est vrai que c'est des clés qui sont assez
Grab some more of these sparkle spots.
La différence avec
Yep.
l'original, c'est que l'original,
And for now, we're just
procurer des clés à usage unique.
grabbing stuff, watching some cutscenes to advance the story.
Qui va pouvoir nous ouvrir toutes les portes.
But yeah, things are gonna get really fast. And at the end of the
Yeah,
game, you're
these are
gonna be
definitely-
doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's the thing. The game kind of starts off with a lot of setup that goes quick, but while we have a moment, this is a charity marathon we're restreaming. SpeeDons is supporting Medicines du Monde, which is an international medical non-government organization that has been around for more than 40 years, made of thousands of workers and volunteers helping provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fairer, more accessible health policies. So, if you want to donate, we have links in the chat to make that possible. They have an event T-shirt that looks awesome. It has a number of very cool references on it. But yeah.
Yeah. And each part of your donations, when you buy your merch, it's gonna go to Doctors of the World as well. So
yeah.
Also, we have an incentive for this game. So if you want to see
That's
that
right.
happens, it's gonna be a fight against Knight Aberrant, which is a very hard boss in this game. So we actually do that in world record routes, right? We actually do that boss because
Right.
it has some great drops and great XP, but it's not consistent at all for marathon runs. So we're not doing
Right,
that route.
you wouldn't do it in a marathon. Yep.
Yeah,
They're only 26% on that one, so they're looking for 5,000 euros to unlock that. The run's like an hour 40, so we've still got plenty of time to beat that. But you don't ever want to let it wait to the end.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And now we're kind of getting into the more of the blasted landscape that kind of leads to the ruined town. You're familiar with or the mountain cave, and I think we're going to Mountain Cave here. After we get through the mini metal place, this is the Palace of Mini Metals.
Yeah, so we are gonna be exchanging our first mini medals.
Can't do that yet. You come back when you have 15 medals. You can come back and do that one.
Yeah.
Here we see the sell a bunch of stuff. Here.
Et
on échange aussi.
Vous pourrez les dons d'ailleurs d'acheter du bonheur. Donc on va récupérer également
Fair range dollar specs.
une armure
Yep.
qui s'appelle le
Yeah, all those items are really strong. So
Absorbolero, ouais, tout à fait.
there's like a Glombolero, I believe it's the name,
Yeah.
which is an armor that halves your MP of your skills, which is very strong.
Yeah, no, totally.
Yeah. And
There's a lot of equipment swapping in this game because you can do it in battle. And so you will see, like, silver keep, you know, gear, right, like around when you set the permanent. Wildside is a major component of the run's capability.
That's the
I don't even want to
broken.
think about.
Yeah.
I don't even want to know what this run would look like without Wildside. Like,
Yeah.
it's Wildside essentially it's a like a 3-turn-ish buff that you take that doubles your actions in combat. So you spend 1 turn and you get, you know, 3 extra turns.
nous attend dès l'entrée de la grotte et ça,
Right,
ça a surpris.
it matters a lot if you can do that. Really helps you push some stuff. Yeah, here's Mountain Cave, or Craggy Cave it is. The merchant was having trouble of some sort. We had to deal with like a the Aden hood.
Yeah.
Right, like enemies.
Yeah,
we could use that.
This is the first enemy of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, the first real kind of pseudo boss fight. You see us activate that, take double actions, and then we can activate the staff, right, like to get these kind of free AoEs on groups. Which is why it didn't hit the other ones, right? So you're targeting the group of the Robin Robin Hood.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, group combat is definitely a thing in earlier Dragon Wars. Or Dragon Quest, I should say, but managed to make it through first time. Always love it. And you see, with 7 HP left, right? Like,
Yeah.
that could have gone bad.
Closer than I would like. And he goes from level 1 to level 7.
1 to 7. That's the thing. He's like, yeah, this is the first bit of experience we can get, and we just barely make it through and get 6 levels.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that if that doesn't set the tone for the run, I don't know what does.
Yeah, yeah.
Immediately we pad foot and we start heading down into Mountain Cave.
You can tell it's gonna be an EXP tight run, so.
Et la particularité du level up aussi dans ce jeu, c'est que on va
this is, you know, as is somewhat traditional with RPG speedruns, right? Like your goal in an RPG speedrun is to figure out how to make it with the least amount of resources you can. Right, like the trade-off between speed and resources is very stark in RPG speedruns because, like, the game doles out resources in such very, you know, clear chunks.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I believe if you do this room very perfectly, you can get no encounters, but that's fine. Worked out pretty nice.
And here's our second fight, Sorcerer.
Yeah. So there are some equipments you can use in battle, and they do something in case of the Staff of Divine Wrath. It makes the swoosh spell, I believe it's the name.
Yes. Yeah, the swoosh spell.
Yeah. And it's very strong. It's AoE.
The on-command ability weapons and equipment tend to be very strong in the Dragon Quest games. Like in 4, the sword of the sleepy sword or the malice sword, right? Like both have some activation effects, but here we're really getting to lean onto a major wind damage spell.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we're gonna grab our rewards here.
And we're gonna meet the fairies for the first time. We're gonna see a lot more of them later. Because this is another kind of thing that they added to the game component-wise is these, you know, the fairies and how they are relevant to the quest.
Yeah, they're very relevant for the whole progression of story.
Yep.
And we are gonna go back by foot because Zoom and Chimera Wings and all the stuff, it's locked. We can't use them. Because we have to go to a fight at the start of the dungeon, so...
Right. This is a classic, like, you know, Final Fantasy IV, right? Like, it's like, you can't exit from Mount Ordeals because we don't want you to break the boss scripts. Same sort of thing here, right? Like, you can't leave yet. We've got more for you.
Yeah. Exactly.
Et on s'en rendra compte au premier combat où on commencera.
So yeah, he left some stuff to grab on the way back, so that's why he's grabbing some stuff here.
Yeah, right. Like you're trying to do that pad foot, right? Like while you're, at level 7, or like now you're level 9, right? Like you're a little better off in terms of dealing with, if a random monster decides to jump you. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Take them when you're strongest, right?
Right.
Par la force des choses. Et donc, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, on a des systèmes.
The mini medal.
Donc,
Like I said, we're going to end up with 15 total mini medals. And then, here's the group of bandits, and like, hey, wake up. Stuff happened. The important thing for us here, aside from anything we got, is the Thieves' Key, which is the kind of the first tier of key that you get access to in this game. And we take that key and immediately head to back to Garanham, because the Thieves' Key unlocks this sequence right to the back of the like this is to the grave, right?
Yeah.
Would be.
Yeah. So we're gonna get to the grave, but then we are gonna leave as well soon.
Yep.
Just... Il y a vraiment un énorme écart de difficulté entre chaque... Enfin, un écart de niveau entre chaque difficulté, c'est assez impressionnant.
Short dip into the cave. We're not gonna be getting the Lyre of Ire or Silver Harp here.
Yeah.
There's the 3 chests.
D'ailleurs, me semble-t-il qu'il y a encore personne qui a tenté une
Another scroll there.
enquête draconienne. Tellement...
Yeah. Oops. There we go.
Donc ici, maintenant qu'on a récupéré la clé.
So we're gonna get some more cutscenes here.
Eh bien, on va pouvoir commencer à ouvrir le premier coffre.
I believe it's the mage house.
Pour retourner à Galenholm, donc la cité au nord-ouest.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Yeah.
Donc ça, c'est
And this is the where what would be the key shop, right? Like in the NES version, but like this is a mage instead, and this mage is going to help you get to the magic key.
Yeah. So we're gonna bring the mage here to the Cave of the Dwarves.
We're just trying to cut through this quickly and get to the actual dwarves. In future visits, we don't have to do this exit transit. Right now, this is the first time visiting. We have to actually find our way down into the game.
Yeah. So we're gonna be getting some medicines as well, strong medicines, and that's gonna be helpful for that's a pretty important skill as well.
Yeah, Undead Endure, along with Demon Demeanor, are going to be 2 of our major damage dealing spells. And you might think, oh, so we're just going to fight a bunch of demons and undead. It's like, well, not exactly. That's not exactly how this works. But okay, so we find somebody stuck asleep in a bed. Very classic kind of like fantasy pseudo quest thing. There's like, the person has to be woken up. They're not awake.
Yeah. So the medicines, as I was talking earlier, they are very useful to use when you are silenced. So if you can't use any spells, some of the bosses you may want to heal, which is when those healing items come in place.
Yeah, that makes you definitely want to back up if you get a stop spell.
Yeah.
Okay, now here's going to be the metal slime killing shortly, right? We're after the fairy village.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
We're headed to the fairy village. I told you we'd be seeing them again, and we will. And we'll be seeing them like 5 or 6 more times as well.
Yeah. They're not gonna help us at first. They don't like us too much, but we'll help them. Yeah. They will open their hearts for us, and then we'll be good friends at the end of the game.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're only really here to Get the fairy foil.
Trouver un antidote pour soigner ces gens malades qui s'endorment et qui se réveillent.
Yeah. The
After some cutscenes.
Yeah, some bar cutscenes.
En fait, Lord Dragon aimerait bien savoir
And,
si la DS lui a dit parce qu'en fait,
there are these items, right? For the fairy foil and the fairy flute. So they're going to be used as well, the fairy flute, to put enemies to sleep. And there are some enemies that are weak to sleep, so we can use that on them. And the fairy foil, I believe, it increases your defense, which is going to be very helpful at the final boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you see us kind of burning seeds here, using up the scroll to learn the techniques we talked about. Right, we kind of, unsurprisingly, we try to try to minimize the number of times we actually go into the menu, right?
Yeah.
And then, there's this game also, it has a separate kind of like stuff you have on hand and then stuff you don't like have stored away sort of scenario going on, right? So like you'll see a lot of menuing, moving things between, right? Like this is where like the stuff I'm not currently using in combat is.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And more Chimera wings.
Yeah. So there is a piece of equipment, so we're gonna start the metal slime now, I believe.
Yes.
So he's equipping the boomerangs. And we are hoping to find 4 metal slimes in total. But I believe Silver does a route that he does 2. If he finds 2, he'll go to the fairy fight. Oh, that's nice. First try.
All right.
That's pretty good. None of them ran away, which is pretty good.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do the wild side thing again because again we're trading 1 turn now for extra turns.
Oh
right, so
no!
We got 2 damage on one on another, and they both flee. That's the case with metal slimes. Metal slimes, can be a pain sometimes. Nope, don't like you.
Oh no!
No, you might die. Yep.
Yeah.
You have died. Joe has a comment on their PB. It's just like a deathless run is a dream, right? Like, it's just, technically possible, realistically, just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're whistling for more metal slimes. Another shot at it. I've seen as many as 7 in kind of the runs I was watching, or maybe 6. Sorry. Right. So like these 3 packs. I mean, they're 3 packs. All right. 2 on one on another, and the one that had 2 on it stayed. You could get 2 here. Okay, there's 1. Okay, that one's taken 2, but not 3. Can we get it? Come on.
Okay. It's not
Can we get it? Yeah, 2 metal slimes. Very nice.
Pretty good. Not a bad farm at all. Not a bad grind.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you're not familiar, kind of the metal class enemies in Dragon Quest just have absurd defenses. Right, like have very few hit points and absurd defenses, and so it's kind of a different puzzle to kind of damage them. Right, and later Dragon Quest added, more kind of metal style enemies, but yeah, these are the originals. We're just having a bunch of fun running into summoning everything except the metal slimes.
Yeah. So he's gonna be doing all the grind now, apparently. So
yeah, it looks like it.
You can grab level 11 and then do a fight and then do the rest of the grind later. But Silver is opting to do all of them now.
There we go, 4.
4.
Like to see 4.
We need only 2 more, I believe, and then Silver will be going on his way.
All right, they all suck around in this round.
Yeah.
All hit. Only 1 hit. Okay. Not great, but okay. One of the ones fled.
Okay.
All right, 1 kill, 1 with 2 damage on it.
Yeah, that looks good.
Sticks around.
Nice.
Sticks around. Yeah. All right, great. 4 metal slimes. Not as fast as it could have been, but quite good nonetheless.
Yeah, it's quite good. This can go very wrong.
Yeah, they can just keep giving you the wrong encounters, or they just run away. right?
Yeah.
Like we had a couple that really needed to stick around, and we're lucky enough to get them.
Yeah.
Great Metal Slime Grind. We got the 4 we wanted. And we need to be 14 around this point in time to get access to some of the techniques we're going to be using later.
Yeah, exactly. So at the end of the run, we want to get at level 27, so we can learn Falcon Slash, which is a pretty strong skill. I'm gonna be using in the late game.
Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Oh non, elles sont attaquées.
All right, and now we teleport back to the very first, and now we're going to protect them from the Knight Errant and Dark Skeletons.
Yeah. There's gonna be another staff fight, so I'm gonna be... Oh no, it's gonna be zapping, I believe. Gonna be zap.
Yeah. If you're not fizzled, you zap. And this is... We also equipped the Hapless Helm and Stealth Suit, apparently, as well, for this fight. But yeah, we're zapping down the 2 separate groups on either side.
Yeah.
We wild side. It's where our HP is real dire, but we're not dead yet. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Flushed it out.
Nice.
Love to see that.
Really good.
Yeah, and there's that level 14.
Yeah. There is
now the fairies are...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, now the fairies are kind of more friendly disposed to us. Like, not perfect, but we're getting there.
Yeah. We're getting there. So, there is a piece of equipment we want to... which is the Hapless Helmet. And it's a cursed equipment, so we want to equip it very strategically. So we for sure don't want to equip it in the wrong times, because that can be pretty bad.
Yeah, and additionally, it has that classic sort of like your curse jingle. So that's part of why we equip it in combat, is to not hear that. Like,
yeah.
That your body's being squeezed style jingle. Yeah, the fairies gave us something that helped us wake up the dwarf, which is great because the dwarf is what's needed to help the mage make a key. We're going to go back and we're going to teleport to Rimmeldar.
And yeah,
some other stuff. This is the princess's necklace, I think, if you pick that up here. Yep.
Yeah.
And that is a quest item that's required, so we're going to need that for sure.
Yeah. One of the key items we need.
Seed of Luck, and then we warp right outside of Rimmeldar, because that's how it works in RPGs sometimes. You just warp out of the town that you're in. You're going in the town again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the mage, and we're going to find out that he and the dwarf are having a great time.
Yeah, they made the magic key for us.
Yes.
We're gonna be grabbing a lot of keys here in this game.
Yep. Like I said, kind of a standard thing. They switched to single-use keys to kind of a multi-key to a tiered key system. You see it in 4 as well. I don't remember if it's in 3. But now we're going to go back to Tanagel, and I think we're going to use that key to get into the back half of Tanagel after we pick up some more stuff.
Yeah. You're always grabbing some stuff here.
Oh wow, there's 3,000 gold in that blue chest. Yeah, I want that. And then this is the uncursing magician, right? So you get that person who lets you take off the Hapless Helm, right? Like much like in vanilla, like there is an uncurser here at Angel.
Yeah, he uncurses it for free, so we don't have to go to a church and pay stuff to uncurse. So yeah.
Yeah, you see, we're going to ignore the treasury, at least. Yeah, we're just going to completely ignore the treasury. Not enough value in there for us.
Yeah.
Go around to the... Like, this is the Stones of Sunlight cave. I think.
Eh ben non, on va la
Normally.
balader un peu pendant.
But yeah, it's kind of like
Parce que tout simplement, les cinématiques qu'on la ramène au château sont extrêmement longues.
small shrine.
Nous perd du temps. Et du coup, c'est pour ça qu'on va récupérer cette solarite maintenant.
Yeah, it is. You still get the sunlight here. Okay, yeah.
Comme ça, on n'a pas besoin de retourner au château pour
Just loot. We also loot the seeds of strength and mini metals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's our one of the 3 classic key items, the stones of sunlight.
Yeah. So
And we're out of here. Boom.
C'est ça. Bon, elle fait pas grand chose au combat, sauf sur le boss final.
so yeah, we're gonna be grabbing the soul sigil,
Yes.
which is
Super important.
super important, very strong item. We're gonna be able to use our enhanced skills, our souped up skills, and
Souped up.
I can't stress enough how strong they are. They are ridiculous.
Yeah, the souped up skills are, again, right, like much like I said, I can't imagine this run without Wildside. I can't imagine this run without the souped up skills. The amount of damage potential that they give is far and away, really just absolutely the reason we can tear down. Like the last boss is like 5,000 HP. We don't do 4 digits. We barely do like 3 digits, right? Like it's a really large number to chew through at 100 a pop.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so yeah, we get to come back here, we get to unlock some of these chests, and get some more stuff to sell. I think this is where we kind of sell down to get the Dragon Bane claws, but first, we have 15 medals, give us our last thing, thank you. And then get some more stuff out of these chests.
Yeah. So Phantom Mask, we're gonna be using that. That gives you a little bit of dodge chance, so that's pretty good. We're gonna sell
Pirate
that.
pendant was on the other side, right?
Sorry?
The Pirate King pendant was in the other side, which we also keep and use.
Oh yeah, exactly. I believe so. So yeah, we grabbed the Re-Heal scroll as well. That's an important scroll because that allows us to use some of our souped up skills as well, and that heals us each turn, so that's pretty good as well.
Right, in the same way that we don't want to take turns off to heal once we're set up, right? Like we do the healing, like we give ourselves regen, right? Like, and then we let that try and carry the healing while we do the actual like setup and damage. Right,
Yeah.
so it's a matter of action economy. You don't get to split up your 2 actions. This isn't like a red mage, X magic style situation. You do the same thing twice, so you really do have to get like, I don't want to take 2 of my actions to heal if I can help it.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, the re-heal really helps you do that.
Yeah, and we're gonna grab Focus Pocus later as well, which is the same thing but for mana. So
yeah, I do love Focus Pocus. Like this game has a lot of puns all around.
Yeah.
I happen to enjoy Focus Pocus.
Focus Pocus is amazing for sure.
The Tectonic Plate, that's also, we're going to keep that, not just immediately sell it. That is a tool we're interested in having. You mentioned the other armor earlier. Like we just keep swapping between Tectonic Plate and then the other armor that you were talking about.
Yeah, so Glambolero, it's a hard name.
Yeah, Glambolero.
Yeah, so that halves your MP costs for your skills. So the idea is use another gear that has more defense to set up, and then we change to Glambolero when we gonna use the skills, right? So
exactly.
There's a lot of using skill equipment, changing equipment mid battle, and it's pretty cool. I really like.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, because there's not party members, right? You can't have any dynamism there, but the ability to equip for free in battle really allows us to kind of add a lot of conceptual safety to this run. You only have 2 accessory slots, right? But like we will show, resistance or immunity to all sorts of things through the course of the game because we can swap things in and out, right? Like as the threat profile of the enemies changes.
Yeah.
Really cool, really involved, kind of very smart play that you'll see. And yeah, this is the Quagmire Cave is larger. This is us kind of getting through Quagmire Cave to try and rescue Gwaelin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's much more cave here than there was long ago.
Yeah, a lot more cave were added now, so gonna be walking a little bit. So now we can just use pet food, which is not really a problem. MP anymore. So we're just gonna refresh it whenever it can, whenever it runs off. We're still gonna use some holy water because it's still useful some places.
Right.
But yeah.
It's like they're two separate threat mechanism managers, right? Like it's like when you're higher level than everything, like holy water just shuts them down.
Yeah.
Whereas paired foot is like, okay, like there are strong enemies here. I can't, right? Like I'd prefer to have pad foot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's the Gwaelin entrance. We kind of make sure we're set up for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Bolero comes back into play.
Yeah.
We use up all our seeds here. We use our reheal scroll. Okay.
Yeah.
And again, you see kind of minimizing the amount of times you go into the menu, right? Like very standard RPG speedrun practice, but also very smart play. And then
yeah, so this
we got this hinted at earlier, but like Gwaelin's kind of like stuck in a kind of like illusory trap here.
Yeah. So this is the first time the Green Dragon fight. We are gonna be using the full potential of the stuff we grabbed. So there's this skill called Divide, which is the souped up version of Wild Side. And it allows us to do like 3 of the same skills. So we create 2 clones and it does triple the skill you choose. So the Green Dragon is gonna disappear.
Yeah, so Oomph for power, we swap equipment, we take the Wild Side, and then Divide, where like suddenly there's 3 of us, right?
Yeah. And Dragon Slash, bonus damage to
2 times 3.
Yeah.
It's double Dragon Slash. Pow, 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 pow. It's like, just murders it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome. This is the strategy. Like, the skills we use for the attack will change, but that's the basic strategy. Like, multiply your damage by 2, then multiply it by 3, and then they're dead. Right?
Exactly.
Right.
Pretty much. So that's gonna
multipliers are strong.
The bread and butter for the fights, for sure, for the combats.
And that doesn't, like I said, like the game starts to have higher health totals, right? Like what we described, like in this case, it makes the dragon melt. In later cases, it's just enough to survive. Like even that dragon fight could have gone poorly, right?
Yeah.
Also, we can still princess carry the princess and get used to that sprite because that one's sticking around for the entire rest of the game.
Yeah. So we are going to be carrying the princess. We are not returning her to the castle. So we are going to be carrying her throughout the rest of the game.
The rest of the game. And the majority of the we turned off the language to speed things up is her. Like she has voice lines that will happen during combat. Like at some point she starts to be able to help you in combat. Right, but her vocal lines make that take longer.
Yeah.
You just turn it off to kind of minimize the impact of keeping her around.
Yeah, exactly. So so she's not very helpful. She heals you in battle, which can be helpful, but some of the enhanced skills, the souped up skills, require you to have below 50% HP. So sometimes she's a little bit annoying.
She takes you out of the HP range that you need to be in. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think she also enables the last souped up skill that we use as well. Like having her is essential to making that one work.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're kind of you're stuck with having to roll the dice on that one.
Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, this is the weird wood. You're gonna be fighting. So you have to go it's a labyrinth, right? So you have to go to the wrong place twice. So the game understands, oh, you are lost. So then you can go to the right path.
Okay.
Which is very weird, but yeah.
Yeah, no, kind of Lost Wood style,
Yeah.
video game lost type stuff. Yeah, totally. Mechanically lost.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yep, here's the 3 Mirage fight.
And this is gonna be one of Pearly Gates fights. So
Yeah, this is going to be Pearly Gates. Pearly Gates is a kind of a series staple. We get at Pearly Gates by using Undead Undoer.
yeah. So I believe he's waiting for half HP. Okay, it's yellow. There we go.
Yeah.
So
Then we can go for it.
yeah. So when you're
Open the Pearly Gates.
Yellow.
Pow, pow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Double
Yep.
Pearly Gates. It's very strong.
Yeah, Pearly Gates is I was looking, it's like 400% damage against Undead here, which is what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, you can see he's half HP when he's he's yellow. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's been a series staple as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Color changing the UI as your health gets lower.
En général,
Yeah.
So, yay, we rescued a fairy. As if they didn't like us enough already.
Yeah.
et pendant cette setup, on
So yeah, they're very friendly with us. We have to talk to them so the game knows. Oh, you're gathering
You talk to
information
everybody,
around
yeah.
the village. Yeah.
Yeah, classic early video, RPG style stuff. Talk to everybody.
Yeah.
C'est ça. On a ramassé dans le donjon du dragon vert.
So yeah, the run is going pretty good so far.
La peine de retourner dans la
We had a death, but it was a pretty quick one. We just respawned right outside where we wanted.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty solid run so far.
Yep. Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're not 18. Fairy foil is marked as a level 18 thing, but so we have to keep that in mind. But yeah, we're back in the Weirdwood, and then a different path to get through. And yeah, we're gonna pick up the Undying Flame and Focus Pocus here.
Yeah, 2 very important items we need for sure.
sur le heal par exemple, parce que le heal va permettre par exemple de full heal, alors que le sort de base permettait de rendre par exemple 30% de heal. Donc on est vraiment sur des ratios qui sont très importants.
Still carrying the princess the entire way.
Mais dans la run, c'est pas vraiment ça qu'on va
Still,
Yeah.
still funny after all these years.
Ensuite, on a aussi
I find it funny, especially in the caverns, where he's holding the
Yeah.
torch and the princess at the same time. I'm like, oh,
Right.
how he does that? It's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. The real secret of being Erdrick's descendant is having 3 hands.
Exactly.
Oh no, first strike. Boo.
Yeah.
And we got away.
Yeah.
Il y a un moment où
Pretty
il
nice.
faudra quand même que je les fasse en mode juste pour l'histoire en fait. Je profiterai à ce moment-là.
c'est mandatory en fait.
Yeah, we're getting close to Cantlin as well, which is kind of another kind of choke point in the run in term because in the original it was the golem was there, and if you didn't have the fairy flute, he was probably just going to turn you into paste.
Activer le saut de l'âme d'une certaine façon.
Yeah.
We did pick up the fairy flute, so like the golem's still there, but he's a
C'est pour
bit
déclencher tout ce qui est compétences de boost.
Yeah.
legitimately, even with kind of like the power that we're gushing out, just can easily just turn you into paste.
Exactly. So the golem is weak to sleep, but
Ici un magasin, du coup je vais.
if he wakes up like the next turn, it's not very useful.
Yep,
So
exactly.
yeah, it can go wrong for sure this fight. So
Yeah, and that's fairy flute's never been a guarantee, but at least in this game, if you die, you don't go all the way back to Tantegel Castle.
oh yeah, that's pretty good.
Une ville, on m'a dit d'y aller parce qu'il n'y a pas trop de nouvelles. Et
Yeah, and like the walk to Cantlin has always been just kind of like a long, winding path on the southern part of the world.
Oh yeah, for sure. Taking a very long walk with the princess.
And then this, you know, one of the larger poison forests, right? Larger swamps.
Oh yeah,
pas du tout à Cantlin, on va s'y rendre un peu pour rien, mais on est
pretty long poison walk there.
Alors, j'ai assez de mana, c'est parfait, on va pouvoir enchaîner.
But yeah, getting to
Cantlin.
Dès qu'on arrive ici, on va se faire agresser en fait.
Et on va se faire agresser par aussi un des boss iconiques en fait du jeu original. Hein, je dirais les deux
So yeah, the
There's
golem
Golem.
fight. So we're gonna hope it doesn't
Good dodge.
Okay.
Golem wakes up. Okay.
I think he wants to reset the
He's
fight.
trying to get his HP total, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he's got to be trying to reset the fight at this point. He's not even trying.
He probably did
There we go.
something wrong there, so he just wants to. It's just better when you go off script, just reset the fight and try again.
Yep. No, totally.
Yeah.
Mais c'est pas super grave parce que le combat de boss.
Yeah, quality of life, you get to do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Another early dodge.
So we heal.
Allez, si on essaie de cook un truc.
Rolling still sleeping, pretty good.
Yep. Outside.
Yeah, we're gonna be using our
Golem stays asleep.
wild side
number
divide.
2 to get divide.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna let us get all the way to Undead Endure without doing anything.
Yeah.
Oh right, we can't. The Undead Endure requires half health.
Oh yeah.
This hasn't hit us yet.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Oh, the princess healed him. Oh no. Oh yeah. So the princess. Can.
Yeah, the princess got in the way there, but even just not taking that early hit, right? Like he's been dodging the first hit, and that's been keeping him from having, mid health.
Yeah.
He hasn't been able to use pearly gates. Yep, just the way that the variants work sometimes.
Yeah. So the game's like that.
Okay, that time he hit us. All right, now we're online to try and
it's
the
looking
Undead Endure strat.
Yeah.
Just have to, unless it wakes up.
Yeah. So let's hope.
He's still good. Undead Endure. All right. Pearly gates. Foul.
Yeah.
Pearly gates again. All right.
One more sleep.
We're gonna do one more sleep. Okay. Good. It didn't kill us.
Nice. He did use a defense spell, but doesn't matter because we're using the.
Right. We're using the magic one.
Yeah.
Yep. Divide. And the golem stays asleep. All right. I think that means we got it.
Yes, yeah.
We're gonna get to do double Undead Endure and boom. All right. There we go. Finally. Third try every time.
Nice. Yeah, so that's what we mean when the fights can go wrong, even though we are pretty strong.
Yep. Now just, in that case, we just needed to take the damage and just never did. Or the one time we did, Gwaelin was just like, yo, no, let me help you.
Yeah.
Maybe ask next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, so, yeah, Caitlin has a wide variety of shops in the NES version, and some important information for you. Right, like this is normally where you get the coordinates, and then you use Gwaelin's love to cross, index and the coordinates, and then you find like something that you need. That's not quite how it goes down anymore.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. We got another scroll there, the Mar Heal, which is more of a safety marathon thing than anything. It can be very handy for sure. Some are
refreshing
spells.
Yeah, refreshing the Night Aberrant. I'm not seeing us having met that. That would be coming up shortly.
Yeah.
Right. If they were in the route, so unless I'm missing something, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that.
Yeah, maybe he can load a save afterwards, but that may be an option. But
yeah, it might be an end of run thing.
Yeah,
we'll see. But yeah, there's, as you mentioned before, to me at least, the Night Aberrant is can be routed in for world record runs. Very very unsafe fight.
Yeah. Very.
So the Night Aberrant is the Axe Knight guard that for Erdrick's armor, right? Like that's why you fight him, right? It's because Erdrick's armor is real good.
Yeah, exactly. You grab like some pretty good stuff.
personne
For
qui
sure.
est arrivée dans la ville. Pas cool, c'est pour ça qu'il n'y avait pas de nouvelles de
And
la
yeah,
ville, hein, tout simplement. Et,
gonna be you doing some more walking with the princess. A lot of metal slimes there. That's fun.
Meadow slimes. Not at the moment, guys.
Yeah, not anymore.
trop tard. Ouais, trop tard.
We didn't get the insulting thing. The insulting thing is when you try to run for the meadow slimes, they just don't let you. Running's my thing. Like, you don't get to do that.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling
our-
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dernière est un
Yeah, there's, again, that kind of south continent in Dragon Quest is always, Dragon Quest 1 has always been just kind of like a long walk.
Inaccessible pour l'instant.
Get where you need to
J'ai un
go.
peu entré
Yeah,
dans la plateforme
sure.
quand j'ai récupéré Sifflet, il y avait que le niveau 1 disponible. Mais
Oh,
I'm gonna be going to the Weeping Isle,
plusieurs étages, plusieurs sous-sols.
which I believe it's a new thing as well.
Ça va être
Yeah, I think so too.
Oui, on voit que le silver passe très bien sur les quasiment les sommes.
Yeah.
Parce qu'en
Again, this is a charity marathon. We're restreaming a French language stream here on GDQ, SpeeDons marathon, and they are supporting Medicines du Monde, Doctors of the World. Public generosity makes up over half of their funding, and it will only increase in the coming years, thanks to donations gathered from all of us. Right, like they can help over 3.3 million people around the world. So your donations are what that make them, independent, and that independence is what allows them to call out public authorities and defend the causes that are important to them. So again, we've got links on to make it easy to donate, and they've got some merch that is a really cool shirt, and you'll see some of the runners. I think the Soar's even wearing theirs at the moment. So
Yeah.
yeah, just support them. Support great French speedrunning. But like it's been. I've been doing some more kind of like restreaming for English language restream stuff, and that's been really cool. It has always been kind of a thing for me that I really love it. All of the all the international communities were able to work more with each others.
Yeah, that's really cool for sure. Yeah, gotta love the everyone working together.
Alors, des dons, ça, il y en a, il y en a à foison, moult.
And then Weeping Isle, right? Gonna have this. We see these kind of like these two guys kind of facing down a bunch of monsters in cutscene a couple of times during this walk. I don't want to be here.
Des dons, nous en avons.
Yeah.
Starkeys avec 120 balles qui dit achète.
So you're gonna be grabbing another scroll here, which is the Kakrek, which is AoE ice skill.
Yes,
Which is gonna
Kakrek
be-
is
Yeah. So it's gonna be a very useful spell for a couple of bosses, including the next one you're gonna face. So
incroyable.
yeah.
Incroyable. Merci les gars.
yeah.
Un petit don de 25 balles de bubble.
Eventually, we reach a point where we're so under level that we can't beat a high defense boss any other way than just magic.
Yeah.
Kakrek comes into play there big time.
Qui donne 20 balles.
Yeah, for sure.
Parfois n'a pas besoin d'être nommé.
On a
Let me
également
choose
And
some
yeah, you
more.
see here, there's a bunch of seeds.
Yeah.
gluants, mais j'accepte l'ordi.
Learn Kakrek for the next fight.
Mhm.
Des lots pendant notre tour, ils ont de très beaux lots, dont effectivement des gluants. Exactement. Des slimes.
Il en faut des gluants. Je sais pas si on l'avait cité celui-là tout à l'heure, mais on avait Flop YSH. Donc Flopish finalement.
This is such a long dungeon. This is just so long.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the Viz Mage.
Alors,
Yeah,
pour
okay.
les sites, on peut en gros,
Manage to
le-
escape it.
The wizard, right, in Dragon Quest 1.
Juste après la run en soi, hein, parce que, toujours moyen, il n'est jamais trop tard pour l'affronter.
And yeah. Going to our next fighter, the Dragonflies.
Ouais, va arriver, mais
Mhm.
dans le level, ça va être magnifique.
Wildside and Kakrek should make short work of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, he can low roll, which could be unfortunate, but most of the time you're gonna be good with this combo.
You kill 2 of them in one sword swipe. Why doesn't that happen? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So we want to see wildfire because we're wearing asbestos, right?
Yeah. So that's another place where it comes to play, right?
Boom. Yep.
So when the enemy does a lot of fire damage, you're gonna use the fire earring to avoid it. And there's the another one for ice. I forgot the name.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna be using that a lot as well. So swapping mid battle, depending on the
Even
situation.
swapping mid battle sometimes. Yeah. It's and because it's just a one-person RPG, right? Like you're everything that you'd be like, oh, like I can do this with this thing. No, you just kind of have to swap in the middle, right? Like you only have one character to take action.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty cool.
Yeah, this is. These guys are at the grave regarding this. Then we get another kind of weird Dragon Lord cutscene.
Yeah, spreading the darkness to the world and such.
Et ouais, on va rigoler, il y a les fées qui se font attaquer. Ça, par contre, on va bien s'amuser.
We've got somewhere to be, and somewhere to be is that initial random inn on the way between. There you go. Right,
Yeah.
And back to pad footing.
Souffle de glace, assez horrible, mais ça va réduire
So,
une trentaine de points de dégâts les souffles de glace.
It's gonna be grabbing
C'est pas
the
énorme, mais
anti-freeze earring,
pour ce boss
actually,
qui va être
which I just mentioned.
mais vraiment.
And very important for some bosses that try to freeze you.
Le moins risqué de
So,
fail doit à nouveau me tuer.
Yeah, I think that's the swamp that. Oh no, I think that's the swamp that you would
Très très dangereux.
find.
À la base, on a un sort pour éviter de prendre des.
That you would use Gwaelin's love to find
On n'a pas le temps.
the important item in.
Aïe, aïe, aïe. Voilà.
Yeah, I believe so.
Bon, ça va. Alors, pas de coup.
On en a pas trop parlé, mais on vu un gros pack de monde aussi. Et de base,
Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Yeah, asbestos, antifreeze. Antifreeze, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
et des vraiment tout le monde. Et le problème, la contrainte qu'il y a dans
So yeah, this is again like you have items you can use in combat, list of items, as well as then just like all the stuff you've got. Right. So like as we get farther and farther into the game, there's gonna be more and more management of those two lists of what do I actually need to be able to change in combat. Right. But yep, the fairy village is in trouble. Got these zombie dragons around, but we're here. I'm gonna deal with a couple of zombie dragons, the dragon zombies.
Yeah. We're gonna be swapping.
We see the reheal thing.
Yeah, reheal thing. That we're gonna set up, then change our equipment.
That sleep breath, that sweet breath is a sleep spell, very dangerous because you don't really have any protection against it.
Yeah, we are protected against these freeze spells, though. So that's pretty.
Yeah, we would be super dead if we weren't like resisting those.
Yeah. So
Quadra Slash.
Quadra Slash twice, doing triple damage. That's pretty.
That'll do it. Yeah.
That'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't fall asleep, and yeah, that's our. Right, like that's what demon demeanor turns into under the soul things effect. So yep.
I'm using that one quite a bit for sure.
Okay, and then after this we head back to the
Troll.
First we do the dragon. First we buy the dragon's bane, right?
Non, même pas, c'est vraiment des dégâts fixes.
All right, yeah.
We want the dragon's bane for Spike Tail, right? Did we already get it?
I'm not sure anymore. Yeah. gonna be learning Focus Pocus here. Or MP Rio.
L'air de rien, c'est une run.
So yeah, this is Spike Tail or next.
Yeah, Spike Tail.
Yeah.
And so again, kind of the re-heal setup.
Yeah. So he's gonna be calling backup. He always does that, and his breaths are consistent as well. He's gonna be using it at the same turns every time. And yeah, this is another Quadra Slash fight. But yeah, this is one of the more dangerous fights for sure. It can go wrong if Spike Tail goes off script too much.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we did pick up the Dragon's Bane claws earlier. So that's
nice.
Defending champion, une défense ultime. Voilà. Qui divise par 10 les dégâts.
We're tanking out until he decides to get back on script. Basically, we're trying to.
Yeah. You know when it's going to use the breaths. So yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it uses the buff, so we had time to put on regen again.
Yeah. Doing our little setup.
Yep, and then Focus. Wild Side.
Wild Sides. Then
They upped their agility a little. We upped our agility a lot.
Yeah.
And divide, and then we're going to.
Yeah, can be Quadra Slashing soon. Yeah.
Yep. Demon Demeanor, Quadra Slash, wham.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Not quite, not yet.
Yeah. I think had some low rolls. So it's not quite that just yet.
Yeah, I don't know if the damage variance is as high in this version as it is in the NES, but the damage variance is as much as 50%. In the original, so that's pretty high variance, but we did get through on the final.
Yeah. Pretty good fight.
Yeah, didn't die.
Yeah.
Ultimate key, that's the third key that's now been obtained. And so we're gonna lock everything down.
Yeah. Only watching quite a few cutscenes here before.
Yeah.
C'est pour ça que j'ai acheté la Banishing Bell, donc c'est la cloche sacrée. Je parlais au gars à côté. Comment c'est que le diamant non, pas de bug, c'était Galadon que je déballais. Petite erreur, donc il paye ça.
D'ailleurs, après le boss du coup que tu viens de battre,
Oh wait, we don't need Cole, we need to be in Garrett.
la clé suprême. Et si vous avez bien
Yeah.
There we go.
la clé suprême, du coup, c'est
Oh no.
la dernière clé.
Oh hey, it's the guy.
On peut accéder globalement
It's him again.
Et,
He's helping, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently not helping enough.
On a laissé le saut, enfin, on les a pas achetés.
Yeah.
Je suis allé voir les faits et on les
All right, we're going back to Garen's grave, and this time we're gonna finish it.
La lyre de Lyre, qui a été
Yeah.
conçue par un
Gonna
baron
be
légendaire durant les débats. On entend un peu parler dans le 3.
Getting some summer items as well afterwards.
Dans le monde du 1. Et cette ville n'existe pas. À la place, il y a une petite maison, et c'est la maison de Galen
I'm
le
gonna
baron.
use holy water because this is a pretty low level area, so
Yeah.
you just get by with holy water.
Un artiste légendaire.
I'm guessing this. I don't know. I don't know which key that door required. Whether we actually need the ultimate key yet or not.
Yeah.
And then these dungeons, right? Like they have layouts that are, that resemble the original NES layouts, but don't like cling to them too much.
Sur le golem, c'est vrai que c'est
Yeah.
garanti.
Which I think that's a good strat, right? Like it's like don't hamstring yourself, right? Like in terms of like your remake structure, just to make it, just to adhere to, right? Like things that were made that are, because the decisions were made because, you know, like it was an NES, right? Like it's like, you see, they must have wanted it all to be super rectilineal, right? Like we're just like straight lines everywhere, right? Like it's like, well, no, that's kind of all they could do, right?
Yeah.
And you're bringing a game forward, right? Like you kind of have to, you know, decide what you want to do with it. I'm pleased that, right, like you have, you know, you have stuff that's closer like this, and then you have something that's, you know, like the Quagmire Cave, right, like, which is much more different.
Oh yeah. I'm glad they did those two. Yeah.
Yeah, run away.
Nice. Coming up to the Lyre of Iron.
Yep. It's a, you know, it's not a Dragon Quest. Yeah, it's not a modern Dragon Quest thing without more puns.
Yeah.
So, like the original kind of like the English translations for the NES, right? Like were, you know, not kind of given to, you know, the heavy use of puns that we're now familiar with. But it's really kind of like a staple of Dragon Quest in general.
Yeah. Oh, he went to the wrong place there, Bumstick, but
yeah,
just corrected it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're getting the last sigils, right? The third, fourth, and fifth sigil.
Yeah. We didn't need to turn them earlier because they're not as useful for the combats, but
right.
Yeah. You still have to turn them in to trend the game.
We need all five. Yeah, we need all five of them to get the Staff of Rain. Right.
Yeah.
And now remember, I mentioned that, right? Like the Staff of Rain cave turned into kind of more of a tower.
Yeah.
I think that's where all trades actually is in 3. Right? I don't know. Like in the it's tough to remember exactly the world layout, but I feel like that's where all trades was in 3 and in Alefgard.
Not sure. Yeah.
Anyway, all right, back to carrying the princess.
Yeah.
It's like she gets down to participate in cutscenes, then it's like, all right, I'm done walking.
Yeah.
So we're back here, and stuff is going on. The Sage isn't where they were before.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just gonna, because we're the legendary, you know, descendant of Erdrick, we're just gonna like barge in and, hey, like, you around here?
Yeah.
You don't mind if we take your stuff, do you?
Yeah. So coming up soon is the Gargoyle fight.
Yeah, the Gargoyle.
Yeah, and that's a pretty hard fight.
Yeah, no, so that's the one I mentioned where like our physical damage just doesn't keep up, and so we kind of use magic here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's if this fight goes wrong, it goes very wrong. I have seen this fight gone very wrong quite a bit of times.
Yeah.
So hopefully nothing bad happens.
Go away, clouds.
Yeah. We are very high up, so we are almost the clouds. Yeah.
Adfoot runs out.
And yeah, so one of his attacks, the brutal attack, can critical hit, and if that happens on the first turn.
Oh, you are so bad.
Yeah.
That's real bad.
Yeah, so Silver usually just restarts the fight if he gets critted in the first turn.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, it's not worth continuing.
Yeah, more heal.
Yeah, learning more heal. So he's equipping a lot of equipping Phantom Mask, which increases the dodge chance. Which can be very clutch, like to dodge his attacks. For sure. Can come in very handy.
Yeah, use up the seeds.
Yeah, getting ready before the
strong
boss.
med. Yep, use the strong medicine a couple times.
Yeah, need
Or the MP.
need to be fully prepared for this one.
I wonder why you're going with the Dragon's Bane instead of Orochi. Anyway, this is the Gargoyle.
Yeah. So, oh, that missed. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So, Ferris Foil. He's going to be using Ferris Foil a lot here. He doesn't want...
defense increase.
Yeah. He wants his defense up at all times.
Yeah. We got the... Okay, we're using Orochi's sword to decrease his defense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he got magic blocked.
Cop out skill-wise was able to reflect that damage.
Yeah. So he's gonna be using dodge dance there because. Nice.
Yeah, those two actions were dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Yeah, but you really see like at this point in the game, like the we have to use every piece of the kit because we're so under level, right? Like we have to dodge and we have to take double actions and we have to heal and like it's just we have to do everything and there's only so many actions in the day, right?
Yeah, and still then you have to rely a little bit on luck. So
yep.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, these sort of, high, these, the enemy flipping the coin, right? Like on whether they, hit you heavy or miss you completely.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Sometimes it's just all tails.
Yeah. So he's also using Cop Out, which is a skill that will reflect his damage.
Yes.
So that's pretty useful as well for when he can't do much. Yeah, always keeping his defense up there.
Yeah.
So yeah,
swoosh.
Yeah, that's one he doesn't want to see much.
Yeah, he doesn't have any real mitigation for it.
Yeah. Yeah, playing very safely here, which is definitely the right call.
Yeah, especially in a marathon, right? Like,
yeah. So it can go more aggressive with more Kekreks, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but that said, the Gargoyle also managed to get silence on us twice, right? Like that slows us down immensely when Kekrak is our damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we're chipping him down by 300 something every time we get a chance to attack on an enemy that has 2.4 thousand health. Right, like we need to take 8 attack turns. Right, like if we're the only ones dealing damage. Like thankfully the reflected damage adds, and in that case was the finisher. Right.
Yeah, that case.
Very nice. No deaths.
No deaths. Pretty good fight for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah non, là c'était un très très bon fight là, pour le coup. Vraiment, il m'a juste bloqué un peu mes spells, mais j'ai pu soigner, j'ai esquivé beaucoup d'attaques honnêtement. Donc franchement, c'était un très bon fight.
Pretty good fight. So there's a little bit of a cutscene here. So this is one of the unskippable stuff you can't really skip.
Yep. The five things that we got from the fairies. Right, like managed to give us the Staff of Rain.
Yeah. So you can eventually grab the Rainbow Drop, I believe it's the name.
Yep.
Should build the bridge between the castle where the Dragon Lord is. So
yep.
You can go there.
Yeah, and this is the same. Like, there's a lot more body to the fetch quest, but because in the essence, it was the 3 holy items are what get you to the Dragon Lord's continent.
Yeah.
Right. This is the point at which the princess, I think, gets more powers. Right. Because that was Robin that just showed up.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
So yeah, now she can like buff you as well, but still, right, like her actions aren't going to be as effective as your actions.
Yeah, for sure. As long as she doesn't reel you in inappropriate times.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's fine.
Ta-da! Staff of Rain.
Staff of Rain, there it
On
is.
refait surface, dont un ancien sanctuaire qui appartenait au Fée. Et c'est là-bas qu'on va trouver.
That's kind of funny, right? So, in original, right, like he gets out of the way and you open the chest, right? Like, and in this remake, like what happens? Like he can't open the chest. He gets out of the way and you open the chest, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of a funny little bit of continuity.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, we have the Staff of Rain.
Yeah, we're gonna be heading
Yeah.
to
Ouais, ce que j'ai dit en gros, confirme que là, on a
Shrine of the Spirits. Oh no, sorry.
Yep.
I'm gonna grab the sparkle there. And no, yeah, we're gonna go to
Yeah, we're
Shrine.
going to
Yeah.
try the spirit eventually. Mm-hmm.
de lumière. Exactement comme m'a fait. Ça,
Oh, thank you.
Let's. Okay. Okay.
Oula, ouais.
Petite frayeur un peu là. Aïe, 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 genre là c'est ça. Aïe,
Good stuff.
Yeah. He was doing I every time he stepped in the poison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ow, ow, ow. And yeah, this is where this is roughly in the same place that like Gwaelin's love directs you, right? But instead of being like on the overworld, right, like it's this ruined place.
Yeah.
on va adapter en combat, je pense.
And welcome to Armageddon.
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 Yeah. Yeah. Plenty of them.
Yeah, another like 2,500 HP, heavy battle. He has this one marked as kind of scripted, right, compared to some of the others. So hopefully this goes smoother. But still, that involves a lot of kind of like adjusting to the RNG. Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh no! Yep. Just
Yeah.
decided to murder you.
Exactly.
Ah, cette défense.
It I believe he forgot the fairy foil, but I'm not sure. That might be it.
Pas profiter des pays perdus dans le marécage. Moi, je sais, je sais à peu près comment je dois être. Comme ça, c'est très bien en fait. On va rester comme ça. Ok, donc on reprend. Le scénario à
Okay,
l'ancienne.
everyone's protected.
Oh no, fairy
spells.
foil again.
État sauvage. Ensuite division.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be using it now. Yeah.
Using it under wild.
Yeah.
Right, we survived that. We can use spells again. They prepare to deflect. We wild side the second time for divide. Their wild side wears off.
En fait,
Yeah.
j'ai brain fart.
And
Man.
so
Le setup vient de blesser.
this is the fight
Okay,
that.
yeah,
J'étais là, ah, lui,
Yeah.
that must have been a purposeful wipe because
non.
like,
Trop tôt.
they just started switching into
En
attacks.
fait,
So.
j'ai fait
Ah, yeah, probably, yeah.
Le dragon vert, on tape tour 4,
So-
tour 4, il envoie nos coups. Donc, c'est
This is a cool fight because when we get to attack him, we are gonna use Falcon Slash or Gear Falcon Slash, I believe.
Your Falcon's trash, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that will hit like 1,000 times. So you are gonna see that it's pretty cool looking. It's like a blade hitting, slashing a lot of times. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Right, we're under divide again.
Yeah, doing our little setup and there we go.
attaque améliorée en giga-attaque faucon, attention.
Wow. Good lord, that is a. Jeez, that's like 22 hits for the kill.
Boss très marrant.
Man,
Yeah, something like that.
three times two, right? Like
Si vous avez vu la
it hits 4 times, times 6, right? Like look, they're dead, and there's the Erdrick's token,
On obtient enfin l'amulette sacrée.
Yeah.
right?
yeah.
The amulet.
Il est temps d'aller.
That is all the homework, as they say in the randomizer community, is done.
On va
We just need to turn it in and get our rainbow drop.
Parce que le boss final
Oh,
ne
yeah.
rigole pas. Et le développeur savait que le boss final ne rigolait pas.
Yeah,
Getting-
the mark of Erdrick.
Dans le donjon final.
Getting pretty
il lance
close
quelque
here
chose
to
qui
the end of the
était
run.
vraiment base.
Yeah.
Pour se préparer. Bon, nous, on va pas faire les glands mercure. On a mieux. Ouais, Liquid Metal Sign, tout à fait. C'est
Oof.
là.
All right, and Sanctum, right, like we were here before.
On va tout simplement-
Yeah.
Now all the holy items come together, and you get the rainbow drop.
Yeah.
pourquoi pas. Donc,
Just what we need is to finish the game.
Yeah.
Gonna go to Fairy Village first. We need to.
He died a couple of times ago. Yeah.
Yeah. And once in the metal slime grind, I believe, as well.
Yeah. Yeah, there have been a couple of deaths, but again, like this game has a lot of QOL that makes that much more bearable than it would be in the original. Which is the benefit you pay for the cost of the game itself being so much longer.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much more in the game.
Yeah, for sure. So
this is gonna be our final shop, right?
Right. Yeah. So we went to the fairies to craft more oomph powders. And just one last shop as well.
Use all the rest of our seeds.
Yeah.
Yep, Rumaldar is the closest warp point to the traditional rainbow drop location.
Yeah.
Off
We are
go to.
heading to the Dragon Lord with the princess.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, this is it's still one of those kind of weird, funny, kind of memey things. Like Dragon Warrior Randomizer actually has this as a possible victory condition, and where you take the princess to with you to the Dragon Lord, and you have all the cursed belts, and then you win the seed. Kind of they call it the Three's Company ending, but we're gonna do it for real. Right, because there's a mechanical benefit to having the princess around, and so it's just like, well, I guess we're doing this.
Yeah, we're just doing it.
Rainbow drop.
Rainbow drop gonna make us the bridge to the Dragon Lord.
Ouais. Et comme l'a fait
The Rainbow Bridge.
en fait, Elric, il a fait la même, il a fait ce pont de lumière.
Very Norse.
Pour la première fois à Elfgard, puisqu'il ne vient pas d'Elfgard, il vient d'un autre monde en plus.
Yeah, poof. That's a real Rainbow Bridge here.
Pour l'année,
Yeah.
ça veut dire
Very Rainbow Bridge. Now we're on the central continent of
sauver toute une population qui ne connaît pas.
where the Dragon Lord's domain. There's nothing else really here but the Dragon Lord's castle and the Dragon Lord's minions.
Yeah.
Even though the Dragon Lord gets to stare at like Tanajo from across the strait, right? Like
Yeah.
across the channel.
Yeah. Exactly.
Man, his house it isn't even surrounded by poison anymore. Shame.
Shame. Yeah.
All right. Yep. And okay, here's Dragon Lord's castle. Where like there's like this at least is smashing the path. This is by far in the NES Dragon Warrior the largest dungeon, and it's not close.
Yeah. This dungeon is huge. We're gonna be
really
doing a
big.
long walk.
Yep, it's a very long walk.
Yeah.
Are there barrier tiles still here? Do they still have kind of like the high damage barrier tiles? Or do they just get rid of that?
I don't remember seeing them. I don't think.
Yeah. I don't think they kept them, which is not a bad thing. The barrier tiles are just kind of weird. No, there they are. There's the barrier tiles, that sort of blue slash.
Oh, okay.
Out.
Just gonna walk through them as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Heal back up and then continue on the trek, right?
Yeah. So this is the funny. He's carrying the princess with the torch.
Yeah, exactly. Just like maybe she's can help hold the torch. Like I don't know, but
yeah, I mean, she could at least hold the torch there to light up the way. Yeah.
I think it's just nice that like all of the enemies, right, like allow you to put her down in a timely fashion before you fight. Right, yeah. Like, it's just like the enemy's walking up and you gently set her down, pull out your weapons. Nobody ever tries to get you while you still got her in your hands. So that's very polite of these enemies.
Yeah, very polite for sure.
I do like kind of the added kind of like lava notes that I'm seeing on the walls or whatnot. Or like this.
Yeah, these are
Definitely
pretty.
gives yeah, definitely gives a little more character to the dungeon for sure.
Yeah.
Ah oui, c'est vrai que.
It's,
Yeah, this
yeah,
is
very cool.
this is the kind of like the there's a floor that's kind of like a circular route that jags just a little, right? Like, and that's kind of what we're doing here is that floor.
Yeah.
Still keep pad footing to just keep the encounters away as much as possible. Oh no, one man army, get it, army. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dragon Quest puns sometimes are very much like, get it?
Get it? Yeah.
Get it?
The time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if he's gonna grab the Eldritch Sword here.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Let's see, because I get very lost in this dungeon, to be honest. So
Yeah,
not sure.
yeah. I mean, it's a lot of dungeon, right?
Yeah.
It just really is.
C'est souvent des musiques qui sont empruntées tout le temps, empruntées de l'original, sauf pour
The original kind of like you get to go, you move to the center column and then kind of drill down in the center column to get to the sword in the Dragonlord's castle. So,
Oh, the
layout
liquid
sheets.
metal slime.
Oh, liquid metal slimes. Yes, we mentioned that there are other types of metal slimes. Right, like we do get liquid metal slimes here. In I don't know, do we get Babbles here too? Like, were Babbles actually an enemy in this version of the game? Right?
Not sure. Yeah.
Because like in other Dragon Quest, there's an enemy called Babble, which is like the normal version of that liquid metal, right? It's kind of like a green ooze.
Yeah.
And then liquid metals are their metal cousins, right? They're like a step up from metal slimes, right? Liquid metal dragons or liquid metal slimes. This looks like we're gonna get the sword. Me.
Yeah.
This is that center column thing I was talking about, right? Right.
Ah, right. Yeah. So yeah, pretty good. It's gonna have the swords.
Yep. Beloved blade of a legendary hero of old. Wait, what's the Japanese name? Is Loto, right? For Erdrick. Or like Erdrick's the English translation.
Yeah, I
the
believe
English
so.
sign
Yeah.
name, but it's Loto. Yeah.
Yeah.
Conveniently, that name fits in 4 characters, which is good because that means that it displays well in the Dragon Quest name entry systems.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Yep, with Erdrick's sword, right? Like there's also like a treasury in here. Oh no, Fun Police have showed up, but thankfully got away quickly.
Yeah.
The red dragons are an incredibly threatening enemy.
Yeah.
Whether in the randomizer or in vanilla, they are just difficult to run from. Incredibly high damage options that they have. Just yeah, they're just a lot, and they can definitely punish you. One of the issues with having a one character kind of RPG is like if you only have one health bar.
Yeah.
When you're dead, that's it, right?
Yeah. That's it. And yeah, you can do this fight without the object sword, but it can be dangerous. It's much more safer to just grab it and have more attack and more consistency.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, there he is again.
And there he is again. And make a break for it and got that. All right. Yep. Okay.
I think we're pretty close to Dragonlord now.
Oh yeah, I think yeah, this is the final floor. Yep. Popped off our healing. Use Padfoot one more time. If you go north there, you can access a few final chests. But I don't think they would have anything that we really care about at this point.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think so.
And then, yeah, this floor layout is pretty faithful. All things considered.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see how they do this piece because this last piece is kind of usually over kind of like broken ground to some degree. Okay, we got a cutscene instead. All right.
Yeah.
Braylon, why am I here exactly?
Yeah. This is not the castle.
Is this not the castle? Like, why am I here exactly? What's the plan here, Mr. Hero?
Yeah.
Right. In the original, I think there's a guard here. No, that's right. It's just randomized. Just does that. They reposition the current. Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh my God! Yeah, we are super dead. Wow, what an enemy pack! I was just we're talking, and I'm like, whoa. Oof. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not fast.
Yeah.
Oh, from the beginning of the floor? Ugh,
Yeah,
not pleasant either.
So dying here,
That's
it's not cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an unpleasant death.
Yeah. So that was very unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky for sure. Bad pattern, bad enemies, no run, maul you, just kind of like. Again, we're like very thankful for the kind of the quality of life features they add, because if that's what they did, like you go back to Tanagil every time that happens. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There would have been some. I'm sure there would have been words.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. There's no way. Yeah.
Là, on y est presque. On va la reprendre cette rencontre.
Very brutal to have like not just red dragons, but red dragon and friends. That's another thing, is that like in the original NES version, like it was always one enemy to you, right? Whereas in this game they brought, it's you definitely have to take on packs of enemies. Okay, here's the other red enemy.
Yeah.
The Knight Aberrant non-boss version.
Yeah. So yeah, here we are.
Assume that's some sort of restore point, but we don't need it. Full heal. Get our final item set up in play.
Say no twice. That's very important. Shoot Dragon Lords.
Yep. We put on Asbestos and Pirate King. All right.
Yeah.
The first form of the Dragon Lord has 3,000 some HP. The final form has 4,800. So that's a lot of HP to chew through, even with the kind of damage output we were seeing with Gear Falcon Slash's souped up version.
Yeah.
Right. So and then that's assuming that the Dragon Lord's doing nothing. The Dragon Lord is not doing nothing.
Yeah. The second phase is like terrible because it's the first phase, I believe. Because he can remove your buffs, and now your setup just.
Yes, freezing waves in this.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Freezing waves wasn't a thing until later games, but they added it back in. The freezing waves is something that usually like the hardest enemies in a Dragon Quest game will have, and it just strips you of all your buffs, right? Like it's just usually also.
There he goes.
Yep, disruptive energy. Yep. But and then like the other thing is that usually enemies late in the Dragon Quest games, the big bosses get multiple actions a turn, and we see that here, right? Like that, right? Like just the enemy got to take a ton of actions compared to you and just turn you into paste.
Yeah,
like that is very common. Right? Like Dragon Quest 3 is somewhat infamous for having a final boss gauntlet that's just a bunch of things that can freezing wave you out and also kill you. Dragon Quest 4, the 7-phase fight at the end of that, right, like has freezing waves scattered throughout it like a minefield.
Yeah. So yeah, if you remove their buffs, you just restart the fight. You can't do much.
That's with Asbestos ring on, right? Like it's just man, it's absolutely terrifying amount of damage.
Yeah, this fight's
done here.
I think most of the estimates it goes to this fight here, so he's gonna use it all up right now.
Double Dragon Slash.
He got
Double Dragon Slash. All right, he got
that
there.
back off, so that's pretty good. So the first phase,
phase 1,
dies pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Great. The level 31.
Donc c'est parti.
31, yeah.
Phase 2, un peu plus long le combat. Hein. Le boss a plus de PV aussi.
One of the classic 2-form bosses, right, of the early NES era. This is the Dragon Lord's true form.
Tour 2, on a toute notre défense avec la lame d'effet pendant qu'il met des magies aléatoires. Et là, pour l'instant, la buff, j'aime pas.
Yeah, we see. The Dragon Lord has chosen to buff up. How nice of it.
Yeah, we're gonna be setting up for like some nice Dragon Slash
que j'ai pas envie de taper
Does-
sur la
Yeah.
ce serait dommage.
More damage to the
Yeah,
Dragon
that-
Lord.
Alors maintenant, on passe.
Yeah, we're getting to do a lot of negating of the Dragon Lord's actions here. Right. But still, like that attack as Cassis was quite a bit of
Il
damage.
reste un facteur
Yeah,
aléatoire.
I'm gonna be dividing now.
Yeah.
So
Divide. Cassis.
getting a little
Inferno. Okay, we're fine. Do we go for
for the
it?
Dragon Slash. Yeah.
All right, Dragon Slash, double Dragon Slash, double Dragon Slash,
Nice.
and that's it.
Attention, et ben ça va être
Nice. When the Dragon Lord is defeated, and there we go. Time.
Incroyable.
J'ai
Yep.
max roll,
Yep.
j'ai des 2500.
It is not time on like getting back to the castle. Right, like they do not like they end time before that. Right, like, so you don't actually have to do the teleport out.
Incroyable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh man, woo.
Je serais pas vengé après.
Not only one death there. A couple of deaths to the mid, but
Je l'ai arrêté.
honestly, just watching this just continues to be a very impressive looking run. Right, like a lot of managing your stats, a lot of managing your equipment. Just really impressive to me, right? Like as a run. So I love that they got to show that off, right? On one of one of the classic original JRPGs brought forward to the modern age.
Peut se passer dans la run. Bon là, on peut dire que
So, yeah,
c'est vraiment bien passé. J'ai
That's
fait quelques
been
petites
great.
erreurs, mais
Glad
voilà,
everybody
ça-
that was here got to stick with it. Ravens Watch is supposedly up next. I've been playing Ravens Watch a lot recently, so this is very kind of cool to see a solo solo Pied Piper highest difficulty run that's coming up next. I've been meckling.
Donc voilà, quel plaisir
And,
d'être là. Merci beaucoup en tout
You
cas.
don't have anything else you wanted to say?
Et merci.
Just thank you everyone for watching. Keep watching, keep donating. Stay tuned for the next runs.
Sur ce, si vous avez autre chose
And
à dire,
that's
je
it.
laisse la
Yeah.
parole pour ensuite rendre l'antenne. Mais merci beaucoup en
Right.
tout cas. C'était un plaisir.
Enjoy the rest of the
Moi, j'ai
weekend.
envie de te féliciter
Later.
pour ta run, franchement.
Later, everyone.
On en a vu des belles choses assez impressionnantes et ce boss final dont je me remets toujours pas.
Ah, vraiment, moi non
Donc
plus.
gros GG à toi.
Mais merci beaucoup pour ce spectacle. Ouais. Tu mérites d'être ici et tu nous as montré du content et on est vraiment content. Donc merci beaucoup d'avoir regardé cette magnifique run de Dragon Quest 1. 40 ans, hein, on le redit, 40 ans de spectacle. Donc merci,
C'est vrai.
merci d'avoir regardé et puis on vous dit à la prochaine.
Merci beaucoup.
Ciao ciao.
Superbe run, une 50 underestimate, oui.
Ça, je reconnais, ça, c'est les lunettes du mec au bout de sa life.
C'est peut-être ça. L'enquête continue.
L'enquête
On
continue.
vous donnera des nouvelles sur les réseaux de SpeeDons.
Mais
Est-ce
moi, on
que-
m'avait promis un JRPG. Ouais, vous allez voir, Dragon Quest, c'est méga dur et tout. Il arrive, il charge, il fait 3 attaques, il meurt.
Ouais, le boss final n'a pas fait un pli.
Non.
Ouais.
Mais c'est pour ça, il est trop fort, je suis trop fort.
C'est vrai qu'il était extrêmement fort. En tout cas, je ne serais pas capable de faire ce qu'il a fait.
Il est quasiment 7h30 du matin, puisqu'il est 7h29. L'heure de s'installer pour un petit Ravenswatch par Elysia. Mais nous avons quelques dons. Voilà. On a Pigron Jaune avec 50 balles qui demande si vous êtes 6 ou 7 dans la salle. Ah, vous êtes un peu plus que ça quand même.
Comptez-vous là.
Comptez-
Comptez-vous les gars, parce que on va pas pouvoir faire ça. 1, 2. Allez, comptez-vous, on arrive.
On a un petit don de 6,70 pour rentrer dans le tirage au sort pour ce magnifique Omen set.
Oh my god!
It's so slick.
It's so slick.
Avec une belle grille d'aération à l'intérieur, la double ventilateur incroyable.
Oh, double ventilateur.
Et Art qui nous dit fan de Dragon Quest depuis 25 ans, j'adore voir la licence en speedrun. Malheureusement, le 6 et le 7, ne sont pas mes préférés. Qui resteront le 5 et le 8, mais peu importe, le Dragon Quest qu'on aime, c'est le fait d'aimer la licence qui est important. Bon speedon, achète. Et bon speedrun à tous, et bonjour à Etienne aussi. Je ne sais pas si Etienne est réveillé, mais voilà.
Ouais, au pire, on va y réveiller, il faut qu'on aille jouer à Stream tout à l'heure. Donc.
Exactement, ça va se buter. Qu'est-ce qu'on a d'autre à dire? En fait, en parlant de ce fameux 6-7 qui est encore un délire de Gen Z, nous avons du coup... Pardon, c'était un tir gratos. Un bidoir en cours pendant tout Speedon sur le meilleur chiffre. Quel est le meilleur chiffre?
Et oui,
Ce n'est pas le meilleur Final Fantasy cette année, c'est
Non.
le meilleur chiffre. Pour l'instant, c'est 6 qui est en tête avec 473 € et 31% des suffrages. Derrière, nous avons le 7 à 19% pour 200 euros. Ce qui est bizarre que les gens ne votent pas le 7 parce que, comme le disait Final Fantasy, tous les 7 portent bonheur.
Ah, c'est vrai?
Et oui, dans Final Fantasy 7, quand tu as une stat à 7, je crois, ou enfin full 777, tu tapes à 7777.
Même pour Aeris?
Je crois qu'il faut des points de vie à 7777. Ouais. Je crois que si tu as tes points de vie à 7777, tu tapes à 7777. Voilà.
Ma foi. Dommage que ceux d'Aeris soient à 0.
Peut-être que j'ai balancé un trivia qui n'est pas vrai, mais dans mes souvenirs, c'est ça.
Eh ben,
Je
écoute,
suis
à tout moment, on double-check et c'est absolument pas vrai.
Voilà.
On va citer Laedit qui donne 100 balles. 100 euros. Wouhou! Speedon.
Un autre don de Feinois avec 100 balles. Avec
We're back here doing the restream for SpeeDons, a great organization putting on a wonderful show this year for doctors of the world. My name is Blood Thunder. You can call me BT for short. I'm joined with Asuka to watch Raven's Watch, a really cool roguelite that we're going to hopefully get through on Nightmare difficulty, beat up the true last boss. Asuka, if you want to introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, I'm Asuka424, and being a fan of the Bard type character, seeing this played with the Pied Piper is going to be really fun. So I'm excited to see what our runners are going to be doing with that.
Yeah, if you guys have no idea what Raven's Watch is, it is a really cool roguelite that is based on folklore and fairy tales, not the Disney-ified versions of them, although you may recognize some familiar names like Aladdin or Geppetto. These are more akin to their actual folklore and their fables. But I think we're going to be seeing the Pied Piper today, of all characters.
Yes, I think all these characters have been Brothers Grimmified. That's got a nice little dark edge to it. But yeah, it's a really cool top-down roguelike that, like I said, like BT said, there's a lot of different characters. This one, we are fighting the darkness with a flute and a whole bunch of rats, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, and this is a game that you can play up to 4-player co-op. There's actually some certain characters like Romeo and Juliet that were added in specifically to entice you to play co-op. As they kind of get bonuses together and that sort of thing. But we're just going to have the solo runner today. Not going to be seeing that. Maybe a future event. People will wrap that together and throw it in there.
Yeah, what's nice with the more players you add to the game as you're playing, the difficulty increases. So, and we are looking at a recorder. You have my attention.
Hopefully there's no rats in the event, you know.
Yeah, that's you just see rats kind of pop up on the commentary team as they're playing.
The runner's looking or ready to go. If we do have rats, maybe they'll throw in a Dishonored run as a backup. You know, it's always a nice one to throw in there as well. We have a pleasant surprise. We did have Dishonored last year at SpeeDons. It was a really great run. Yeah, once we get into this, we can describe all the mechanics. We said it's a roguelite, so if you've played a roguelite before, you're going to be very accustomed to the sort of upgrades and running around the map. But this has a little bit of a unique twist as you go.
Looks like we're going to be starting very shortly.
So on the right-hand side, you can see there's a little bit of text going on. I can't quite see the modifications they've chosen, but you can start with modifiers for your runs. Looks like we're starting with 2 that are going to be beneficial, hopefully to make it a little bit easier to get through this Nightmare run, which kind of determines your XP and how things are scaled. You can see the score is -25, XP is -30% as well. And it's a game where it is a roguelite, so there are permanent bonuses for doing a run, so it's not from a fresh file. I don't know what level we're at here, but as you level up the characters from playing them, you get access to more unique, interesting, powerful upgrades that you can unlock during the run. So a little bit different from just fresh.
Yeah, I'm definitely not surprised our runners choosing more positive modifications because the Pied Piper, in true Bard fashion, does not like getting hit in any capacity.
Yeah, so we're going to be spawning in here in this little safe zone. We have the Sandman, who's kind of our shop. Going to run around and get dream shards, and we have our upgrade menu here. So we have all of our typical standard abilities at the bottom. We have a passive ability that every character has. That really makes them unique. This Pied Piper has rats. You can see 4 of 20, so you can get more and more rats as they go. You have your standard attack. You have sort of like a special attack, a defensive ability, and then eventually get an ultimate But now we're off, so we're going to be running around the map, which you can see in the bottom right-hand corner there. Different icons popping up, and those are ranked on different tiers. So green's very easy, but they give less exciting rewards. Red will be obviously harder and more enticing rewards as you go. And at any given point, we can actually choose and just fight the boss right out. We're probably going to farm up some upgrades and abilities here on the first chapter and just really steamroll the later chapters. It's a very common strategy in this game.
Yeah, and you'll probably see that portal on the ground with the FF, the Fortissimo ability, the special ability as it's called. You'll probably see that a lot during this run, because what that does is that creates a zone where all the enemies within that zone are vulnerable. So they'll take a little bit more damage, and on the Nightmare difficulty, you are going to want to make sure they're taking as much damage as possible, especially at these low levels.
Right, and the vulnerability is that purple icon that pops up next to an enemy's health bar. And that little white bar underneath is not like an armor or shield. It's actually just like a kind of a stagger bar, posture bar, whatever you want to call it. So if it goes all the way up, you hit them enough times, they will get kind of stunned and stagger. And vulnerable just makes them take more damage, as Asuka said.
And what's an interesting factor of Raven's Watch, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, there's what looks like a sun icon. That's actually going to be changing very shortly into a moon icon. So there's night and day mechanics within the game. And one of the things that makes Pied Piper super unique is it's like right now it's about ready to change into night, excuse me. What makes Pied Piper super unique is that it's one of 3 characters where its abilities actually change depending on whether it's night or day. So basic rule of thumb is during the day, the Pied Piper does a lot more damage to single target enemies. At nighttime, the abilities become weaker, however, they now have piercing. So you'll see that the Pied Piper can now pierce through enemies and is better off with AoE groups in that regard.
Yeah, and the day and night cycle really changes for certain characters. Like Red Riding Hood will turn into the Big Bad Wolf, and you get a completely different playstyle when it swaps back and forth. But overall, Pied Piper is essentially the same kind of gameplay. You're going to still drop that area of effect, still shoot your notes. We just have that extra piercing damage to focus on. And as we run past enemies, typically you don't need to clear them out, but you don't want to drag them to where some of these little icons are, because you need to clear out a group of enemies when you get to those points of interest to be able to get your rewards. If you're dragging more enemies along with you, sometimes I include like a healer who's just going to heal everything, extending the fights. You don't really want to do that. So we're just kind of running around looking for either dream shards, which is our currency that we can spend for the upgrades at the Sandman shop, or just going for upgrades themselves, whatever seems appealing with this randomized seed we have here.
Another quick point about the game, right next to that day-night ticker on the bottom right, is that timer. Correct me if I'm wrong, BT, that's when the boss for this biome awakens, correct?
So you have like a certain amount of time. You have 18 minutes, I believe it is. Kind of changes with patches over time. This game has been in early access for a while, and then it had quite a extensive patch notes post-release with new characters and stuff like that. So like that's your time. It's just trying to force you to speed up to get through all of the stuff. And once you hit that 18 minutes, it's actually not over. You're not dead. You can teleport straight to the boss at that point, or you can go into overtime where you get an extra 3 minutes. But if you're in overtime, the boss is going to get more health. So it kind of becomes a hindrance. Like if you take too long, the boss is going to get more dangerous. Luckily for runners of this caliber, anyone doing like serious attempts, that extra health is pretty negligible. So going into overtime is not the biggest deal. So you teeter that line on chapter 1, and then once you get into chapter 2 and chapter 3, you have your upgrades that you're liking, and you're ready to go. You know, that's not something to be really concerned about.
Yeah, the magical object that was just picked up, the Vajra, that one's a really nice one in that every time you dash through enemies, it'll do, I think it's like 40 damage, roughly. Either way, it makes your dash into an offensive ability, so it'll definitely help as the area progresses.
And another note about dash, a lot of times in roguelikes, dash is kind of your saving grace. It's the thing you use to escape from all the damage in the world. Even if you're still in an attack, you usually have like vulnerability frames, iframes, you may hear them called. On this game, I believe it's still not a thing where you have iframes on certain attacks that you have or passive abilities will have brief windows of invulnerability. So dashing, you just want to get out of the way of the attack or use one of your skills that has invulnerability. The dash won't necessarily grant that to you in this.
Gotcha. Like we hit the level up, we are re-rolling to get, what is, that is the grand, I believe that's the grand finality ability where it's going to create some added damage to the Fortissimo. Not only does it cause vulnerability, but when the effect expires, it's going to effectively explode and deal damage to the enemy. So just another way to take out enemies quicker with a little bit of help. Like right there, you saw it just detonated. So good pickup for our runner.
Yeah, and if you ever want to like keep track of the experience and like getting the upgrades, that's on the bottom left-hand corner there. The big 3 is our current level. A small number next to it, the 426 out of, I think it's 1800. That's our current XP that we need to level up. Health is the green bar next to it as well. There's so many numbers to keep track of. A lot of that stuff's for like the permanent upgrades, like the dream shards in the bottom right. We're not going to get into all that. It's a little overwhelming. But we have like our stats in the bottom left, yada yada. But we're just continuing to clear out more enemies, getting more upgrades, really just trying to find that build that we're looking for here.
It looks like I noticed that Freezing Trap was one of the starting abilities that was picked. That is further buffing that special move, that Fortissimo. So that's going to cause the enemies to get chilled and take even more damage. So you'll definitely be seeing the special used quite frequently, as Runner's already been showing.
So one thing we're going for here is not really going to give us an upgrade, but this is kind of like a giant watchtower. It's whenever you finish off this fight, it's going to open up more icons on the map, so you don't have to run around looking for it. You have a greater idea of what's around you. We have explored quite a bit of the map already, so I'm not sure what exactly we're fishing for with this. But another useful thing around the map that we made use of getting out of the cave is actually the ability to teleport. So there's different teleports around the map. So the more you run around, you can backtrack very, very easily. It makes finding what you're looking for a little bit nicer.
Plus, what's nice is as you're progressing through the map, there are teleport areas that you can open to just make traversing this giant map a lot quicker. So.
So purple icon right there, that's one of the teleporters. You don't need to be at a teleporter to necessarily use it, but getting next to it will unlock it for future use. So we see that they're opening up a grimoire. It's going to spawn in a bunch of kind of elite monsters.
The general rule of thumb is just complete the fight before the time expires, and you can use one of the first objects in the grimoire.
Doing a really great job just getting around the enemies, not taking damage. Letting the rats kind of do their work.
I noticed the most recent ability that was chosen for our Pied Piper it's called Ghost Notes, where it's for every so many notes played, an additional note is sent forward and it does area damage. So again, just keep building the damage, and that's a slightly different colored note that you'll see it pop up periodically. So.
Yeah, we're back in the nighttime as well, so we have the piercing effects back on the weapons, trying to just line up those enemies. So I've taken a death, but we have feathers, so we can actually do some revives. I believe we started with 2 of them, so
yep.
It's not a one-shot kill.
Yeah, death in this game does happen from time to time, especially on Nightmare difficulty.
So while this is single player and we're not showing off the co-op version of this, those feathers are actually shared in co-op with all of your partners, so you have to be really careful when you use them and who you revive as you're going through. It's a very strategic thing. Here, it's like, okay, we're dead, let's just pop a feather.
Right.
We don't need to hold on to them.
Now, what does happen if you aren't able to revive?
As a traditional roguelike, so you just go back to the main menu. You get XP for how much stuff you've done along the way, leveling up your character in that kind of permanent fashion. So when you come back in, you get access, not right away, like you don't start with anything crazy, but those upgrades that you get will expand and you can find cooler, more beneficial, hard-hitting kind of upgrades.
Gotcha.
And then a quick note about the points of interest on the map. So they're randomized to some degree. You're always going to see like the towers, the grimoires, but there's also like little side quests that can pop up that you may want to do. Some of them take quite a bit longer than others. So it's like, yeah, if it's a basic reward and it's going to be a long one, you know, I'm trying to speedrun, I'll go ahead and skip that one. But some are quite a bit more enticing than others.
I'm curious, what other locations are runners going to be going to? Because, like you said, we've explored most of the map, so yeah, level 4 is decent. Usually between 4 and 6, from what I've seen, is the go-ahead to go into the first boss in Nightmare mode. So.
We might be looking for some more Dream Shards just to get some upgrades from the Sandman himself.
Ah, gotcha.
That might be what we're fishing for here, but so we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's a little tough to tell, but that might be a sacrificial idol that the runners buy.
With the Pied Piper, I'm not entirely sure. Whenever I was deeply into this game, I liked playing Geppetto myself. His use of the little puppet mannequins was really fun. The Pied Piper wasn't one that really clicked for me. He seems sort of like a bard, but he plays much like a typical ranged character, an archer.
Ah, gotcha.
The musical notes kind of fool you into thinking maybe it's more of a bard class. But we're going to buy a safety feather here with some of those Dream Shards. Another little backup there. More than likely, we're just probably going to clear out the entirety of Act 1. We're just kind of going from the easier points of interest, getting those upgrades, and then revisiting the harder ones for the better rewards. So we can, once we start getting to the bosses, start like steamrolling them.
It's just over 6 minutes on the timer. There's still a good amount of time before a runner needs to head to the boss.
Right. And with how much she's explored the map, you know, she can teleport just about anywhere that she wants.
Yeah.
And get there in the blink of an eye.
And as actually noted by chat, it looks like she picked up the Sun Crown, which gives a perk or a boon, or excuse me, a bonus to rarity for all current and future talents. So that is definitely a good investment into the future.
Yeah, I'm not quick enough to recognize the icons, and unfortunately, I don't know how to read French, so it's a struggle to know exactly what upgrades we're getting here. It's kind of to tell from the animations and a general guess from my time playing this. But that's a cool thing about runners in this is, you know, a lot of people gravitate towards one character. I think a lot of people gravitated towards Sun Wukong initially when the game was kind of coming out of early access.
Yeah, when I was doing a lot of research for this, that Sun Wukong appeared a lot. So it seemed like it was definitely a runner favorite.
Definitely a very fun character to play, very flashy. Relatively easy to manage as well compared to some of the others on the roster.
So go into just a simple little treasure chest right here with green rarity, so let's see what's in there.
Yeah, you can see how much faster that fight was with all these upgrades, and also just being the green rarity. Come in here and just clean it up real quick, grab the chest, and go out. Might be stopping by this healing fountain as well. up some more dream shards here. And you can use those like once in a map, and it'll also not only heal you up, but it'll grant you extra health. Your vitality will increase. So those are really nice to get. When you're low on health, you get that, all your health back, and a little bit extra. Want to make good use of that if you can.
Yeah, she definitely did, because you can get your health back every time you level up. But looking at the EXP on the bottom left, she's still a ways away from level 6, so it was a smart move on her part.
Now we're just racking up the dream shards. We have 818. I think that's what it says.
Oh yeah.
Go probably clean out the shop here. Just buying all the rare bonuses. And it looks like we may be heading towards the Act 1 boss. Yes.
Yep, we are heading there. So here we have the Tentacle Master Nightmare.
Yeah, a lot of tentacles to deal with. Make of that what you will. But very choreographed attacks as well. You know, there's a lot of stuff on screen, but you can always tell where the attacks are coming from. Just dodge out of the way. Go up each tentacle on their own, and then you can go after the giant monster in the middle.
Yeah. With BT too, it's a pretty straightforward combat loop. We'll see if the runner is able to 2 or 3 phase this particular fight. One thing that you'll notice probably about halfway through the boss's health, it'll start. It almost looks like it starts glowing or kind of on fire. It will become enraged at that point. That's true for any of the bosses, where the attacks will be faster, but the patterns that they're used to are fairly the same. So right now you see the fire on the health bar, so the attacks are going to be coming a lot faster. But again, combat loop still the same. Take out tentacles, and then the boss prime becomes vulnerable.
So we got like 60% of the health down that time, so
oh yeah,
should hopefully be able to cycle this one here.
Yeah.
See if we can get it. Pop down the AoE, just go to town. Yep.
Oh, nice.
Very nicely done.
Very clean. So now we head to Storm Island for Chapter 2.
Alors là, elle vient de faire un truc, c'est pour une très bonne raison. Elle a relancé la partie. Pourquoi elle fait ça? Parce que le jeu a une chance sur quoi? Allez, 1000, c'est peut-être ici, à genre 400-500 heures de jeu, ça lui arrive une fois, je crois.
J'ai 740 heures.
Pardon, excusez-moi. Ça lui arrive une fois, mais c'est possible que le jeu décide de crash et la partie est finie. Donc, par sécurité, elle va justement...
Going back to your quick check of the shop if you want to buy anything real quick, and also see if you want to go and find the dream shards to get more. Should see probably a much faster Act 2 than Act 1. But losing a feather maybe will take a little bit of a safer path and get a few more upgrades. See what the runner does here.
Now, will she be able to... She bought a feather in Act 1. Will she be able to buy additional feathers in Act 2 and subsequently Act 3? Or is it just you get 1 extra and that's it?
That is a great question. Maybe chat can let us know. It's been a minute. I believe you can get more, but don't hold me to that.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, this is a really cool game that I played a lot of coming out of early access, and I've admittedly not played the past couple of patches, but I think they put out a new teaser trailer today for some more upcoming content, so it's never a bad time to jump in if you're looking for a fun game to fill some hours.
Oh, nice. Here.
Chat letting us know you can get a Raven Shrine in every chapter.
Ah.
What I believed, but thank you for the
Chat,
clarification there.
Now, that ability or that talent that she just picked up, the translation of that is Music of the Spheres. And that's further enhancing the dash, where the dash now leads behind a bubbled clef that additionally explodes if it hits something, sending additional notes to enemies nearby. So you can see all those bubbled clefts right there. Just again creating a minefield of damage for the various enemies to hopefully run into.
Oh, they're pretty easy chests here. And the last one, the last point of interest we went to was a Dream Shard location. So either she's seen something that she wants in the shop, or maybe just looking for, you know, to prepare for the Act 3 shop. 468's a pretty good amount for buying one or two things. But we might be buying some extras just for the added safety of being a marathon run. You don't want to get to the final boss and then die. Like, that's never a feel-good moment. It's like, well, I guess that's it.
Just one of those
we want to beat up the true final boss completed on Nightmare.
And one thing to notice that she picked up in both Act 1 and now Act 2 is that Rose, and that gives you a heightened crit chance for a little bit after dashes. So this is definitely a Fortissimo dash build among notes. So
yeah, that's the other fun part of this. Like, there's really cool abilities for like getting crit builds. If you want to build out your dash, something like that. Every character is obviously, you can build it in different ways. You know, some have status afflictions they can apply. Beowulf has flame. Snow Queen has frost and stuff like that. Tons of different ways to play this game. And once you start mixing in co-op, then you can have Beowulf's flame and Snow Queen's frost afflicting both at the same time. And yeah, some really cool interactions. Continuing just to check around the map. Act 2 does have a side quest which involves an entire like side dungeon and a pretty cool boss fight. I don't suspect we'll see that. If I was the runner, I wouldn't go for that. That one kind of terrified me more than the actual boss fights themselves. But who knows? We could go down that route for sure.
Power to her. Let's see. So the item that was just picked up, just going further into the dash build, that's the Raven Wing. It actually decreases, or excuse me, it reduces the dash cooldown, so you will see a lot of those notes now. You can just see how quickly she's dashing compared to just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, that's the great thing about like a dash build is not only do you put down all of its damage, but you're just dashing away from enemies, dashing away from enemy attacks. Just makes things a little safer. Sometimes you can get a little crazy with it and you just start dashing into enemies and you gotta like, all right, I gotta slow down. But the health's not a concern there. We just gotta level up and just wait and clear off enemies so we can get another upgrade.
I feel like you just added me with my various Hades build. This was all dashes.
Hades, if you get like Athena's dash. Like,
oh my gosh. Yes.
It's so much fun, but it creates such bad habits for when you don't have it. Playing Hades 2, you're like, oh no, what?
It's like how do I exist now? What is? Oh no.
So there's a little Raven Shrine. We're gonna grab another one.
Perfect.
So that does triple confirm the fact that we can buy one on every stage.
Just getting a little bit close to that side quest, so.
Yeah, still just collecting a whole bunch of dream shards here. We do know where the boss is already. It's on the far eastern side there, so we'll have to hunt for that when the time comes. But we're still at 12 minutes, you know, it's not a concern to worry about at all.
Yeah. His chat mentions, oops, all dashes. Yeah, I feel you on that one.
I mean, when you're a speedrunner, it's just the natural thing to do. Dashes are fast, it looks flashy.
Right?
I can't blame anyone for wanting to play that way. And then some characters are also just naturally faster. Like when Red Riding Hood transforms into the werewolf, she's actually much slower when it gets to night. Becomes slower and tankier. So it's like you kind of have to balance out, like, do I want to run around the map as fast as possible finding all of this stuff, or do I want to kind of build for more damage? It's really up to you.
Found a nightmare tumor, so can potentially. There's only going to be one of these that spawns each chapter. You basically have to defeat both waves of enemies without falling. So, with that low of health, that's a little scary right there.
We do have the 2 feathers. You know, obviously we don't want to use them, but we have the confidence to get through this fight. We might stumble across a health shrine as well, which would get us back up there. We are approaching a level up pretty quickly. We can get another point of interest cleared or not.
Oh.
So we're gonna pop one of the feathers. Bottom for a reason.
Yeah, you notice some of those enemies before the Fortissimo went on the ground, they had a gold shield at the left of their health bars. That means they are basically taking less damage. They're a little beefy right now. So now we have even faster dashes. All right.
And now things are really starting to get crazy.
Oh, I love this.
And we still have a whole another act to go. Who knows what's ahead of us here. Gonna pop the shrines so we gotta see a little bit more on the map.
Ooh, Sforzando.
De 76%.
So that's a Fortissimo building ability. So it will trigger an implosive defensive move. So it's going to pull enemies towards the inside of it, and its range of Fortissimo is going to increase by 20. So that is going to be a great way to just clump enemies together, especially during nighttime when the Pied Piper is doing piercing damage. It's going to be shooting fish in a barrel. It's going to be great.
Excusez-moi, mais ils ont aucune chance. Ouais, en plus, quand ils sont dans la zone, elle va juste dasher en bas. Tout le monde va mourir. Enfin, ça va être
Dashes and all the dashes leave behind projectiles and shooting off like fireworks.
Clairement pas au max, on a vu.
Parfait.
Très bien. 3 mageras en plus, et on est très bien.
Now we have teleports pretty much everywhere around the map. We have a pretty good idea of what point of interest are left. Gonna clean them up and then probably go back to the Sandman shop, buy a couple things, and then head towards the Act 2 boss.
C'était un peu chaud. Alors qu'est-ce qu'on va prendre ici? Elle veut, voilà. Les rolls. En fait, on peut se dire, pourquoi elle prend des rolls à 7?
Yeah, one thing I'm interested in, I don't quite have the answer on, is for everything, do you always get the ability to reroll, or is it like a limited amount? Because it looks like she's able to reroll on just about everything, which is pretty cool if you ask me.
I think there are certain modifications. I'm not sure which 2 she brought, but one of those may have been an extra thing for rerolls itself. But
gotcha. Oh, it looks like we
only I spoke French.
You're here on that. Now it looks like she might be heading towards the boss potentially with her teleporting right there.
We're gonna pick up this health shrine on the way in.
Oh,
might be going for the side dungeon here.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit under 8 minutes, so there should be plenty of time. Oh yeah, she is making speed of that.
I'm hoping I can learn some tips for this section of the game, because it is, like I said, very terrifying when I played through it. But I not have near the experience that our runner does have.
Actually, one of our wonderful members of chat mentioned that she did bring 1 free reroll per choice and additional faster dashes modifier. So she had dash in mind before she started, and that was boss.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was pretty quick.
That was awesome.
That's a quest involving Sinbad. You know, more folklore, not a playable character, but there's some other ones that pop up here and there as little side quests you can do.
Yeah, that actually gave her that pretty much just made her build even more wild. The item she picked up was a legendary one called the Ring of Dispel, which dash applies vulnerable for a short amount of time to enemies hit. So if perfect when Fortissimo's on cooldown, you can still make your enemies vulnerable. So yeah, this is
with the fact that we're constantly dashing, like
this is a
we don't
fun
need to worry
build.
about that. Yeah. I don't believe we've picked up any of the cursed stuff, but there are also, as certain games have, you get a very powerful ability, but it comes with a negative as well. I've never quite been a fan of those. Looks like we're staying away from them in this, but you know.
And right now we're heading to the Faceless Master Nightmare, who is a very interesting looking boss there.
A pretty dead one.
Yeah.
I will say.
Enjoy it while it lasts. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chat watching, that was the chapter boss that didn't exist for very long.
Music is my soul.
She has got a build locked in right now.
Yeah, so we probably won't see much of Act 3, or maybe we might if we don't play it safe again, but this build's pretty well developed. You saw it on that boss and the mini boss on the side quest. Because it's just like you spend all that time in Act 1 getting those initial upgrades, and then you get this part where you can just kind of steamroll past all the challenges.
And just adding to the special ability, the upgrade talent she picked was Chorus, which I think it's like every second or something, the special area effect fires additional attack notes targeting closest enemies. So this is, it's almost one of those like low-key passive builds where it's like, I technically don't have to play my flute. I can just dash and drop this circle on the ground and enemies die.
Yeah, I feel like we just turned into a bolt of lightning, just zipping around the map, just shocking everything on the way.
Occasionally play a note to show that we still are, in fact, Pied Piper. The rats are like, we're here too.
The rats are just desperately trying to keep up with the runner. You can actually see them like falling behind there.
Oh, that is so fun. It's just a reminder to those watching that aren't quite familiar with this game, for our runner is playing on the hardest difficulty. This is nightmare difficulty, and she is making it look so easy. Like, this is very, very impressive high-level gameplay right here.
Yeah, if you're also wondering about the category names, Nightmare's the difficulty, True Last Boss is when you get to the final boss. If you're playing on a lower difficulty, you actually don't get the final like phase of the boss, which is the true last part. So playing on Nightmare will allow us to fight that and see that ending. And the last part's just the Pied Piper, but, in French.
Yeah, like I had to do the direct translation on Google for that. It's just flute player. I'm going, I wonder.
I think mine came back with the Flute Man. I was like, okay.
Okay, that's better.
So I'm guessing that's probably the Pied Piper. I don't know what other character it could be, but I'm gonna guess the Pied Piper.
I feel very cheated that I got flute player and not flute man.
Yeah, at this point we're just like dashing around from point of interest, clearing it out, grabbing the upgrade, and just dash into the next one right away. Just not even caring. Gonna stop for another feather, it seems like.
And again, that that talent that Runner just picked up. Add the dash now sends for ultimate notes to nearby enemies. Because the dash didn't do enough, clearly.
Can never do enough.
No. Yeah, this is the part of the roguelikes where it just feels so satisfying as you're clearing everything, really.
I guess one point we should make obvious, whenever we're dashing around, we're going towards the cursor on screen. You can see it zipping around, so the faster the dashes get, the more we're dashing. Like, you're constantly moving that mouse around, which is why you're seeing it just fly around the screen. Just,
I think that'd be the hardest part for me, is just remembering to move my cursor fast enough.
It's very easy to lose track of it and all of the visual effects going on.
Mm-hmm. It's like, I wonder how much of Act 3 she'll clear, because she's making quick work of everything right now.
Yeah, we're kind of doing a zigzag pattern. The boss is at the very north part of this map. That's pretty standard for Act 3, so just going right to left and then back. And just working our way up top. But we also have the teleports if we want to go back to the Sandman shop and pick up a couple last upgrades along the way.
Now we're just taking on a side quest. See what that will wind up. Someone mentioned they got the flute tutor. I need to use your search engines or translators. Come on.
I don't know how much you're learning from this tutor at all.
Right.
This is like the advanced class. Like,
how to play flute, step 1, dash.
You're using your feet to play the flute and you're doing something wrong.
I think it makes sense. Just trust the process. Trust the process. One thing I will always appreciate for roguelite players, like Raven's Watch players, Hades players, any type of game that by the end of the game there is so much going on the screen, to be able to just keep parsing what you're looking at and being able to know where your character is while all the damage is happening is so impressive.
I just imagine this with 3 other players.
No! No, but yes, actually.
Yeah. Things can get pretty wild and pretty fast. And the fact that the game's performance doesn't struggle like at all, we're not noticing it going down to like 10 frames or anything.
That is really impressive.
Very smooth. Very nice.
Well, there's not a heck of a lot more that our runner can do and destroy through this map, so.
Coming back for this quick health shrine just to get a little bit more health. We have 479 now. This will probably put us over 500. We have 2 feathers, a crazy dash build. I don't think we're going to see much trouble with this final boss. But we still want to see it taken down as quickly as possible. I'm sure that'll be a treat.
Yeah. Just upgrading some talents right there, and it looks like, yep. We head north. We are gonna be. Let's see how long this boss stays on the screen.
Yeah, so if you look down in the bottom right where we see that timer, the first act we were down to like 2-3 minutes by the time we hit the boss. This time we were still at 12 minutes. That's just how much faster we went that time around. But yeah, here's 2 bosses.
Oh wow!
And they're gone.
Oh wow!
So those are the claws. We've seen tentacles, the faceless, the claws, but yeah, we're kind of in the end game. It's not really a 4th act. It's just going towards the final boss here. And some more quick rerolls, just seeing how much crazier this build can get. I don't know how much more it can get, but
I'm so intrigued. Yeah.
I think a lot of legendaries and the corrupted ones pop up.
That was our first cursed item. Yeah, this seed played so well with this build, so. All right, so this is the true boss, which is Baba Yaga. I believe it's a 2-phase fight.
There's some additional enemies we want to take out. Don't want to die to them, but you're fighting the boss. Dodging the choreographed attacks, little bullet hell.
Speaking my language.
Yeah, the boss fights are very generous and choreographing their attacks, which is nice. Not going to get hit by a sneak attack or anything like that.
Yeah. I definitely appreciate that.
Première phase terminée.
Or phase 2 of the boss here. I don't know if we broke the house or we just entered the house, but here's the Baba Yaga. This Cauldron's pot, witch's cauldron, whatever you want to make of it, but just clearing out all the enemies once again. Not even really attacking the boss, just letting all of the additional dash attacks just kind of make their way over there. Yeah. You're just going for survivability here. Your damage will just carry you through.
The true final part of it, and this won't last very long either.
Yeah, so if you play on an easier difficulty, you won't actually get all the way through this fight. It'll kind of just like, oh, you made it here, and then kick you back out and say, come back on a harder difficulty and try again.
Yeah, that was time. That was an absolutely amazing run.
That made very quick work of the bosses. Had a couple deaths along the way, but they were prepared for it. We had the extra feathers, little safety. But it's a marathon setting, so we're not chasing any crazy PBs or records where one death is a reset.
Yeah.
Just keep building, getting more supplies, and yeah, if you like this game, it looks interesting. Go and pick it up. You can get it with your friends. Try out all the different characters. There's a bunch of them. I'm not sure exactly how many we're up to now. 10 maybe?
10 or 12?
Yeah, they all have unique abilities, and as you continue to do runs, you unlock more upgrades for them, different outfits. You get more of their lore and their story.
Yeah, as I was telling BT before this, just doing research for doing commentary, I pretty much sold myself on this up. This looks so fun, and seeing it done at such a masterclass level was phenomenal.
It looks like we're wrapping up, so my name is Blood Thunder. Once again, you can find me at twitch.tv/Blood Thunder. Do a lot of FPS and horror games. Sometimes I stream things like Raven's Watch, but I'll also be on commentary for a few more runs during the events. But thank you for having me for this one. It's been a blast. Thank you, Asuka, for joining me.
Of course.
If you want to do your shout-outs.
Yeah, I'm Asuka424. You can catch me at twitch.tv/Asuka424, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm with you for the next run as well. So we'll take a little bit of a quick break, and then we'll head on over to Awaria. So thank you, BT, for joining. It was super fun doing commentary with you.
Médecin du monde.
Ce n'est que le début.
Et est-ce qu'on ferait pas... Parce que là, alors oui, il faut quand même le dire, Raven's Watch a été aussi très rapide. On a plus de 20 minutes d'avance. Chose qui est assez rare en marathon de speedrun. Nos speedrunners ont du talent. Est-ce qu'on ferait pas un petit tour de planning?
Mais carrément. Alors, du coup, comme tu viens
de
regarde.
dire... Ah, regarde, attends, je te l'ai ouvert, paf, voilà.
Oh, waouh, c'est très
Normalement, c'est calé.
Donc, on vient de finir Raven's Watch en Nightmare True Last Boss. Alors, Raven's Watch, c'est vrai, Elysia, tu fais une bonne propagande. Le jeu est bangé.
Bravo!
Bonne journée,
Vous êtes très
bien sûr,
talentueux.
bon café. On va suivre avec Awaria. Alors, je découvre. Hein. Mais comme
je connais pas non plus.
Voilà, à chaque
speedrun,
on découvre des jeux, donc c'est ça qui est pas mal. Ce sera avec le Grand et Noto, donc j'imagine que c'est une race.
Je pense.
J'imagine. Ensuite, on aura The Messenger à 8h44 pour accompagner vos céréales avec vos petites tartines de confiture. N'est-ce pas? Et ensuite, le meilleur Mario Kart, j'ai nommé Crash Team Racing à 9h04.
Oh là 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 là, ça taunte, mais c'est bien, c'est l'heure pour taunter. Donc
oui, parce que Jarmou n'est pas encore là. Salut Jarmou dans le chat, j'espère que tu m'entends. Et ensuite, Ikaruga vers 10h. Et ça, je suis très contente. À 10h26, on a Skyward Sword.
Ah, que j'ai pas fait.
T'as pas fait Skyward Sword? Non. En vrai, je le comprends.
Tous les ans, je me fais tracher parce que je l'ai pas fait.
En vrai, je comprends, mais c'est la première année, du coup, où on va avoir Skyward Sword.
Ok.
Et la légende raconte que Ronano postule depuis la première édition avec la run de Skyward Sword et que c'est...
ok.
Enfin, il a été pris, donc voilà.
Mais il y avait une année où il y avait le défi, enfin l'incentive, quel est le meilleur Zelda? Je sais pas si tu te souviens. Et je crois qu'il était bien classé, justement, celui-ci.
Il est sympa. Je comprends que... Voilà, mais il est sympa.
Bon, c'est pas tout ça, mais regardez... C'est pas mal, non?
C'est incroyable.
Pas mal, non? C'est SpeeDons.
J'adore. Attends, tu peux me dire, Dame, quels sont les
Oh là là, alors...
Tu veux que je le dise? Attends.
Alors, oui. Alors, ça, c'est dans Prometheus, je crois. Avec...
Le meilleur alien, c'est Prometheus.
Ouais. Les flèches, c'est Dance Revolution, ça sera samedi, si je ne me trompe pas.
Ça va être incroyable.
Le masque, là, c'est Majora's Mask, c'est ça.
Le masque de la lune.
Ensuite, ça c'est quoi? Alors, attends, j'arrive pas... Castlevania... et donc, voilà, n'hésitez pas en tout cas à l'acheter pour vérifier vous-même quels sont ces personnages. Oui, je crois,
Actually, c'est un personnage de ce jeu-là.
Non mais là, j'ai le chat sous les yeux, on me sort des Pikachu. Non mais c'est bon.
Maligna en bas à droite. Et dis donc, c'est vrai ça.
Bon, en tout cas, le t-shirt, voilà, n'hésitez pas, n'oubliez pas, et il n'est disponible que jusqu'à dimanche minuit. Après, ça sera trop tard. Achetez-le sur le site officiel ou achetez-le sur place. D'ailleurs, il y a même une boutique dédiée sur place. Il y a des bornes d'arcade et tout. Avant de passer donc à Awaria, un jeu que je ne connais pas, et pendant que tu montres ça, eh bien, je vais dire voilà quand même quelques dons. One Kingdom 6,07 €. Je profite de donner pour envoyer du love à toutes les personnes présentes ou non, et à une certaine Cristal qui sera peut-être dans la salle, je ne sais plus. Armat a donné 100 €, merci. Sylvain qui a donné 25 €, bravo Elysia. Petite question logistique. Isaac à la Gods Cup. Pleuf 200 €, good morning Speedo. Blourk 6,07 €, Ravenswatch de bon matin, c'est une journée qui commence bien. Altruis Onir 6,07 €. Alors je me devais de donner comme tous les ans et d'acheter car ma femme me pique mes t-shirts des éditions précédentes. By the way, c'est le 4 le meilleur chiffre. Ah oui, c'est vrai qu'il y a ça.
Ah mais oui, c'est le fil rouge.
Ouais. Alors, by the way, c'est le 4 le meilleur chiffre car il est le seul à avoir autant de segments que lui.
Hello again, gamers. This is SpeeDons 6. This is the English Restream on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. I'm Oscar424. I'm back and with you for this next run, which is going to be Awaria. Want to give a quick shout out to the wonderful charity that they are raising money for, which is Doctors of the World. It's an international medical non-governmental organization that has been around for more than 40 years. Doctors of the World is made up of thousands of workers and volunteers that help provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fair and more accessible health policies. Such an awesome cause. And, you know, I was looking at some of their challenges that they have open to help raise money for Doctors of the World. And one that caught my eye is quite literally, what is the best number? And you can donate to figure out what is the best number. And the options are 6, 7, and 0. Now, chat, right now with 31% of the total, the best number is currently 6. I appreciate this. Sure enough, they're talking about 6, 7 right now. That is fantastic. So, yep, and chat mentioned the power of the shirt. Our wonderful restreamer Railcoon was explaining to me how that goes. So, I have been educated in the shirt lore for SpeeDons 6. But yeah, for the next run, Awaria, it is going to be a case of, and now for something completely different. We've gone from a really cool roguelike to, have you wanted to work in a haunted maintenance tunnel and repairing equipment in a frenetic puzzle-esque type game? Because that is what we are going to be going into soon. So I'm really excited to see how it is. It's a quick run. It is a very, very fast, frenetic run. So that is going to be so awesome to watch. And they just mentioned the various other language restreams, and GDQ just got a nod. So bonjour.
C'est vrai qu'ils comprennent peut-être
Il
pas
faut le faire en anglais, il faut faire miaou aussi.
Les Anglais ils font meow.
Next year, 7 will be better than 6.
En espagnol ou en allemand, je ne sais pas.
Bon, faut pas trop me demander.
Also, check give some love for our wonderful producers that are working around the clock to help with this English restream. They are doing the heavy lifting out of everybody here, so absolute restreamer love. I'm making a little heart to a camera that is currently covered up, so.
Mais d'ailleurs, on est bientôt à
That's what happens when it's
250 000 sur la
126
chaîne globale.
in the morning.
249.495, ça sera peut-être pendant le prochain
As we are waiting to get into the run, let's see what else they've got going on right now. Ooh, they have a potential or an incentive option for a custom track showcase of Crash Team Racing, which, chat, you know the rules. We always love more marathon, whether it's GDQ or SpeeDons. We always want to see more. And that runner is going to show off some original tracks for more Crash action, which is going to be super, super cool, because I didn't even know that there were original tracks for that, so I'm excited to see that. Later on, there is a Shrek 2 bid war for voice and text language. So you can choose language for Shrek 2. German is currently winning with French and Polish in second and third. So I've seen Shrek 2. I play a good amount of questionable games in my time, and a German Shrek 2 has my both curiosity and attention. So I'm excited for that.
Medclifae, merci pour la run, Raven Swatch, merci pour les 10 euros. Seb, à l'instant même, 100 euros, bon matin à toutes et à tous.
Like they are
voilà, et puis
still getting raised. Let's check on some of the challenges that we got going on here. It seems like there's for a couple language options. There's a Metroid Fusion game language, and German is a commanding lead right there, with French and Spanish following behind. But all that again is going in towards donating for Doctors of the World, and just looking at that total so far, almost 250,000 euros, which is so impressive. So, love seeing that come in for such an amazing cause.
Je sais plus. J'ai pas envie de dire d'ânerie, donc je ne vais rien dire. Mais il y en a deux
But yeah, so for those of you that don't know much about Awaria, like I said, it is a fast, frenetic game, and y'all ready to kiss a ghost or two? We're just gonna throw that out there. Preparation for this, just watching some of those levels, and that's how some of them end. It is going to be wild. It's going to be chaotic. For chat, it is Awaria. That is the next game that's coming up there. In the process of getting it ready right now, you can see the commentators and the runners sitting behind behind our hosts. So, looks like they're pretty close to getting it started. Of course. Friend in the chat. Yeah, it is. It's very fast, very frenetic. It's also one of those games where the concept is it's an easy to learn, difficult to master game where and higher difficulties, when I say that there is a difficulty spike, it is a difficulty spike and a challenge. So you'll see there's going to be a lot going on for that run. So I'm excited to see how our runners handle that. I see the kissing ghost emote or emotes right now in chat. Love it. And I think one of our hosts has a mic that is not working right now.
t-shirts et on y est.
Ah bah oui, non mais
3
clairement.
t-shirts et on y est là. Si quelqu'un le veut, comme par exemple
Yeah, I would believe that they are about 20 minutes ahead. There was a run 2 runs ago that came in well underestimated and in
Rien à voir avec Léon.
Nathanaël, 6,07 €, Max Picard,
so yeah, that makes sense that they are getting things ready in a slower pace. But to answer the question, chat, yes, there are hosts talking on screen right now on the main stream that's hosted by Mr. MV. I'm your commentator here for the English restream of this that will be chit-chatting over everything for this and then the upcoming run. So we are one of the many other multiple language restreams that are available for SpeeDons 6. So y'all, but I'm invested in this mic or this mouse not working lore that I'm seeing right here. Almost as invested as I am in that hat.
Alors au niveau des incentives, voilà, c'était ça.
Oui,
I don't know what that hat is from, and
il y a de l'optimisation
honestly,
à faire, il y a
I'm
les
fine with
lots
that.
aussi. Il y a plein de choses en fait.
Ah mais mon track
I
marche
wear
pas
that
non plus.
hat
Bon, bah, j'ai plus de PC. Allez, c'est bon.
unironically.
Bon, je vais sur le tien. Alors, vas-y, clique-moi là-dessus là.
Les défis.
Au niveau des
Les
incentives.
challenges. Alors, les challenges du coup, bien sûr, Carcan.
Bon alors le meilleur chiffre, bon.
Oui, voilà.
Hein.
Ah oui, on a un showcase des pistes custom.
Ah voilà, sur Crash Team Racing.
Ouais. On est à
I heard something about
14
showcasing
14
something.
€. 14 €, on y est là. Hein. C'est
Allez.
comme si on y était. Donc oui, tu disais les pistes en plus.
Oui, les pistes en plus.
Vas-y, finis, va au bout de ton truc.
On est à 1252 €
And,
sur les 5000 requis et
Agreed. The hat is fantastic.
C'est dans
If anybody watching knows what that is from.
Awaria the Messenger.
Ah.
Ça y est, c'est fait.
See, y'all answered the question before I answered it. Raleigh is Akira Toriyama anime before Dragon Ball. I did not know
Claire qui nous a
that.
donné 50 € qui nous dit bon week-end à tous.
I now need to
bon
watch
week-end,
this or read this.
Merci, merci.
Like I'm.
Ah oui, non, c'est vrai que ça marche pas.
See, chat, y'all are pat yourselves on the back. Like that is awesome. It comes in multiple colors. Ah!
Qui nous dit allez et
I am going to be upping my hat game for SGDQ so much, which, as a reminder, y'all, there's still time to register for that. But that said, lo and behold, y'all ready to see some maintenance and ghost kissing? Because we are about ready to start.
Parce que ça va vite.
Oui, évidemment.
Ouais, vas-y.
Petit jeu qui a été réalisé par le même développeur que celui qui
I
a
also
fait
really love the shirt game that both these commentators have right
le
now.
fameux Sokoban. Donc ça va être Awaria.
See
en
Restar, see
Vous êtes
Zach.
prêts, LGG, Noto?
Ouais,
see
ouais.
Cuphead
Tranquille.
characters.
Carrément, ouais.
Vous avez pris votre
Oh, that's
petit
been on
café?
5.
Ouais, le petit chocolat
Vous avez
chaud,
pris,
moi.
votre petite pudding pie, hein?
Le petit thé.
Ah, il faut, important.
Ça va être
Chat, you are fantastic for unlocking anime manga deep lore at, for me, 1:33 in the morning. Y'all are the best, and I am so happy to be hanging around with you for the next about potential 15 minutes. Ready to blossom, ghosties.
Jusque-là.
D'accord, on va y aller ensemble? À 3,
Here, here.
2, 1, c'est parti!
Attends, faut départ.
Ah.
Excusez-moi.
All right, we are starting.
J'aurais pu prendre
Maybe. I was joking.
Ça à la régie, franchement.
False alarm.
Il faut un peu plus en train de
Just making sure you're all awake.
2, 1, c'est parti!
Now we're starting. All right.
Comme on le disait, Awaria est un jeu.
So Aria, you'll see it's the general gameplay loop is very straightforward. Various machines will break. It'll tell you what you need to fix it, and you have to go to one of the machines to get the correct part and fix it. Eventually, there'll be these ghosties that are, well, not happy with you fixing equipment. So you have to go back and forth and go on for repairing. And like I said, it's you get to moi some ghosties.
Exactement.
But you play as a character named Ula Utserka, who I believe, her name is Small Defect in Polish. Yeah, it's kind of her. There's a whole personality and backstory behind her, but there's only 15 minutes to talk about this, so I will talk about the ghostie that she's currently dealing with right now, and that is Zofia. That is the first ghost that she's going to encounter. Those two characters do have a backstory, but the ghost does not remember her. She's pretty easy at first to deal with. The attacks will... they're pretty telegraphed and they're very easy to dodge. Cutwire, on the other hand, and Cutwire 1 specifically, there's actually two different Cutwires. You can see she has two different attacks right there. She will shoot out these 3 arrowheads, it looks like, and then she'll pop herself into the ground with a skull marking. You go to that skull marking, it activates. You effectively activate her trap card, and that's a series of pliers that will come out of the ground to hit you. Now, yep, this is a versus race. Now, one big thing, if my research on this is proven to be correct, you'll notice the runners are not getting hit. That's because it is a one-hit kill. There's no HP whatsoever. It is just literally a do or die. You can see here we got Cutwire 2 to show up. And that one is fairly similar, excuse me, to the Cutwire 1, but the Cutwire 2 tends to follow behind the player instead of throwing projectiles, so deal with it that way. The boss, or not the boss, the ghostie, Nikita, she is, in some of the cutscenes, her character is, I think they said, between like 6 and 7 feet tall. So she is big ghostie. But she does a pretty easily telegraphed move. She'll hit the floor, which spits out a ring of flame projectiles. And then she has a second attack that launches a projectile that, if it hits a wall, explodes. And then a smaller ring of fire appears when it explodes. So definitely the AoE ghostie of the group. So while all of this is going on, you can see the very small space as our runners are trying to desperately dodge all of these abilities and just repair equipment, because that's what we do here. I don't think I missed it. I think the run on the right actually took a hit. Oh no! Yep, they ended up taking a hit, unfortunately. So like I said, it is a one-hit do or die game. So as the game progresses, it gets harder and harder to dodge everything. So right now, the run on the left is 1 room ahead. And also, you'll notice the 2 of 7 on the left, the 6 of 6 was, or on the right, that is the number of repairs that you have to do to complete each stage. So that's kind of how you can pay attention to what is going on around you. Also, point note, those item tanks that you have to pick up the items to repair the equipment with, there are timers on them, so you can't just pick one up and then immediately have one ready to go. You have to bide your time and wait for the item to be ready to get repaired again. So it gets very wild and chaotic. As you can see here, you have both, let's see here, it looks like Zofia and one of the Cutwires coming after her, especially on the left screen right here. And I'm not sure if these levels are randomized, something definitely worth checking out in this game, but yeah, there's always, all the equipment you need to repair machinery, it's always going to be there. There's no hidden features or whatnot. It's you know what you have right from the get-go. Does it make it easy? No. No, it does not. You saw the runner left was able to dodge, was able to block an attack at just the right moment to prevent an instant death. So you also see we've come to the point where we now need 2 pieces of equipment to finish repairing our machinery. Because again, the whole story of this game is our main character Ula works in a haunted maintenance tunnel. So we're just doing our job. That's all. We're just here for a paycheck. Maybe we get to kiss ghosts in the process, but end of the day, we are trying to be maintenance specialists. There's actually a second character that you can play that is, I'm not sure how they're unlocked off the top of my head, but there is another character that I will not be able to say the name. It is a Polish name that I don't even want to butcher, but she tends to just go by Baba or Baba Yaga. Not the same one that we saw in Raven's Watch. This is a friendly one, so slightly different there. Nice to see our wonderful friend in chat. Thank you for supporting the stream. But I see that 6th or 7th. I see it. Thank you, chat. The points of view are reversed. So the person on the left is actually the screen on the right. Good to know. Very good to know. Thank you for that. The maintenance tech's haunted. Everything's haunted. Completely agree. Everything is haunted. Especially this particular maintenance. I mean, chat, would that get hazard pay? Because I would hope that there's a little bit of hazard pay in here. This is hard work if you have to deal with this every single day. Ooh, that was on the screen on the left. That was a very good dash. Not able to dash over certain areas. Definitely saved their life right there. He saw a smooch. Yep. As a reminder, we get to kiss ghosties. Or sorry, we get to moi the ghosties. More and more hectic. If you look at the right screen, there are 3 ghosts now that you have to deal with. 3 ghosts, 3 machines, and it doesn't get any easier. A Dr. Striga! Oh no! Looks like we had another death. So, Dr. Striga, who is on the left-hand screen, a little fun factoid about that character. Apparently, according to the developer, Dr. Striga was meant to be a lot more scary and grotesque compared to everybody else, but they never really got around to fully realizing that design. So they went with the design you currently see right there. But the dev does speculate that if you got to see her full power, it would be quote unquote truly terrifying. I don't know, fast projectiles and being able to summon the cutest little ghost puppies. I don't know how that could be terrifying. I would find that incredibly cute. Actually, yeah, you can see we're currently playing as Yaga, so Baba Yaga. Let's see here. We have a ghost robot puppy armadillo, maybe? Chat, what is that enemy? Wrong answers only. I'm curious to hear what your thoughts are on this. Not the skull, not the little tiny puppy robot. I want to know what that, biggin is. I'm so curious. Can it be pet? That's also a very important question that we need to ask. Yeah, you can see the screen on the left. Yeah, you have little ghosty enemies that will cover the whole screen, so you have to be very careful with how you get past them. Using those dashes are super beneficial right there. Ooh.
courage. Un peu d'encouragement pour nos autres.
That looked like a potentially really bad death on the right-handed screen. Yep, that was a cool death animation, to be honest, but unfortunately that does restart. A rhino aardvark? You have my attention, chat. And its name shall be George. I don't know why, it's the first name that came to my mind. You can see with this enemy right here, we're seeing a lot more enemies on the screen, a lot more hazards, a lot more AoE, and still, even during this, you have to keep repairing. So there's a constant kind of struggle or back and forth to make sure everything is repaired. And just factor again, this is on normal difficulty. There is a harder difficulty that general consensus is hyper damage spike. That was actually looks like the left screen has completed, so GG on that. That was a really, really good run. Like I said, this game goes by super, super quickly. Meanwhile, our runner on the right-hand screen is dealing with that Rhino Aardvark, and of course, Dr. Striga as well. I think they are 1 or 2 screens behind, so they should be finishing up pretty quickly as well. This, give some GGs for Le Grand Grand. Finished in 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Awesome job on a very short but very, very tough run. Yeah, and also it makes these particular levels at the end so difficult is that having to go back and forth. The game does not lay up on you right there. Oh. Like you do not just get to stay on one side or the other. You have no choice but to keep going back and forth. Especially as you notice, the runner actually has to go to the broken equipment first to figure out what they need. Which again adds, ooh. Yeah, there was not much our runner could do right there. So chat, this would be the perfect time to give Noto some definite GDQ energy. So you can see just how difficult this is. Again, for our other runner, Le Grand Grand, to do, I believe, a deathless run was super, super impressive. You can see what this runner's in the process of doing, just kind of, as they're going to the one side, they're collecting both parts, even if they don't need them, moving to the right, repairing what they can, collecting the parts on the right, and kind of doing that back and forth to try to save some hassle of having to go back unnecessarily.
Ah non, j'ai pas envie d'aller la récupérer, cette dernière batterie, et ben voilà, on l'a grillé.
There we go.
Voilà, et attention, time.
And GG to Noto. 14 minutes and 18 seconds. That was super impressive. Like I said, it's definitely check this game out. It's short, it's sweet, but it is tough. So it will definitely put you through the ringer there. So give some love to our runners. Again, as I mentioned in the previous run, I'm Oscar424. You can find me at twitch.tv/Oscar424. I've had an absolute blast commentating these runs. I'll be back later in the event to commentate more. So I hope you all enjoy watching SpeeDons 6, everybody.
Eh ben, on va rendre l'antenne. On vous remercie beaucoup, SpeeDons. On espère que ça vous a un petit peu réveillé. Et on a des jeux de qualité.
Je crois que c'est The Messenger.
The Messenger, on va s'ambiancer à fond dans la salle. C'est parti.
Merci beaucoup pour cette petite run. Et Hyper sympathique ce petit jeu-là.
Oui, oui, tout à fait. Bah, j'avais jamais entendu parler. Voilà.
Ça va vite, vite, vite.
Je découvre.
Vite, 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 vite.
La souris refonctionne,
oui.
ma chère Vicky.
Allez. Et ici, c'est bon. Quelle heure est-il? 8h49. Alors, pain au chocolat ou chocolatine?
Oh la vache. On est à Lyon. À Lyon, c'est les pralulines.
Attends, à Lyon. Comment ça?
La praluline, c'est une espèce de brioche avec des trucs roses dedans, tu vois.
Mais c'est hyper sucré. C'est hyper sucré.
Ah bah c'est le principe, hein, tu sais. Moi je viens du pays du Queen Amman, donc globalement, chez moi on fait des gâteaux, on met une motte de sucre, on fait une motte de beurre, un
du beurre avec mon beurre.
Ouais. Bon, je comprends.
La souris est revenue,
une incentive là, hein, qui est en cours et qui n'est pas encore, comment dire, trop remplie. 5 000 € donc pour le showcase de pistes custom sur Crash Team Racing, on en est à 28%. Avant ça, donc on a The Messenger, qui va être runné. Et après, oui, on sera parti pour environ 35 minutes de Crash Team Racing. Donc là, ça serait vraiment bien parce que c'est vraiment des pistes en plus sur ce jeu exceptionnel. Tu le disais, c'est le meilleur Mario Kart, c'est ça?
Oui, exactement, c'est le meilleur Mario Kart.
Ouais, très bien. Ouais, non, mais pourquoi pas? En plus, c'est Haven. C'est Haven. C'est la maison, c'est la famille.
Oui. Et pour participer à l'incentive, quand vous faites votre don, vous pouvez choisir un menu défilant. C'est dur de dire des mots.
Ouais, c'est un menu défilant, tout à fait, ouais.
Et vous choisissez l'incentive dans laquelle vous voulez faire votre don. Et comme ça, c'est nickel. De mon côté, moi, j'ai eu Baron qui nous a donné 200 balles, qui nous a dit bourrer les dons, bons speedons à tout le monde. J'ai la souris de Dame Dame qui a envoyé 10 balles et qui a dit révolte.
Ah mais non, c'est bon.
C'est bon, c'est réglé. Dr Pika qui nous envoie un don tout à l'heure de 100 balles Redotel pour se motiver à bosser, que tant de beauté pendant ce run de Raven's Watch. On a 6,70 € de dourer les bons. Brooklyn 26 qui nous a envoyé 100 balles. Un très grand merci aux runners, influenceurs, commentateurs, animateurs et au public présent pour nous faire vivre des moments magiques. Et un grand merci à MV et MDM pour cette œuvre caritative. Je vous suis depuis le
Hello everyone, I'm Kasayev. I'm here back from the Dragon Quest commentary. And yeah, I'm here with Victus. Hello, Vey.
Oh, hello. Good evening, guys. We are here to commentating the next round. That will be the Messenger Picnic Panic DLC. So yeah, this is a DLC run, and it's quite a short run. When we talk about the Messenger categories, we normally talk about the in-game categories because the game, like any % game, it's very long category.
Yeah, but today we are gonna be doing some DLC.
Oui, on en a plein.
Very short run, very.
Des challenges, mais pour les incentives, vous avez de tout. Vous avez
But a very cool run. I like this run a lot. I have run this category for Sabo Cup a lot of years ago, which was
nous avons Araflaps qui nous donne 10
a tournament of the Messenger made by by Sabotage, which is the producers of this game, and that was pretty cool. We have a lot of support from Sabotage to speedrun this game.
Nous avons Choupalicius qui nous donne
they even leave some glitches for us to use, which is you don't see often from companies to think that much about the speedrun of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, another thing we need to talk about it is it's not say that, but the category here will be Picnic Panic DLC No Out of Bounds, because we separated between the out of bounds setup, because you can easily out of bounds in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to out of bounds in this game for sure. But the DLC doesn't have many out of bounds, but the base game is very broken. The out of bounds completely breaks the game.
Yeah.
Je
Like
me retourne pour voir s'il y avait un...
1 hour difference from out of bounds to out of bounds. So,
Il y a des gens réveillés là ou
Mais
pas?
vous êtes hyper réveillés.
yeah.
Si jamais il y en a à côté de vous...
And another thing is with the DLC we can skip bosses, so that's why you can skip bosses and skip another things we can say about in the run. But for now, yeah, we are just waiting and yeah, we can maybe talk about the beginning of the DLC run. The DLC run will begin with a new game plus save. Normally 100%. It's a 100% save, so that's why.
Yeah.
Comment ça va, Tao?
Ça va très bien.
And okay, looks like we are getting ready to start.
Et donc, ça va être
And
Space Croquette, le grand.
like they said, we're going to be using NG plus save, so we can have all upgrades right off the get-go. And the windmill shuriken, which is very strong, very powerful. So you're gonna be full power for this DLC run for sure. And
Yeah,
like,
for sure. Yeah.
yeah, we
for
are
sure
almost
they-
ready. And there it is.
Yeah. For the deals, the windmill shuriken is very strong. You can see it. He's here on the entering of the DLC. That is this orb right here. When he begins, when he enters here, we'll begin, and we'll begin very soon.
Yeah, Space is doing like some introduction, and we should be on soon. So you're gonna enter here. He's playing on Chinese because that's faster. Saves a little bit of text speed.
Est-ce que vous êtes prêtes?
Oui, monsieur.
Yeah, there's a feature that the devs let us. That is the fast text. You can hold the two buttons. Normally, it's the button for the tab, the ninja tab plus the jump button. When you hold those buttons, the text scrolls faster. So it was a very nice thing that the devs gave to us.
Yeah, for sure. So we are gonna be starting going left here from Ninja Village, and we'll meet a good friend of ours, Restream.
En fait, qu'est-ce qui se passe dans ce DLC?
And we'll be ready to go for the first level. So the DLC has 3 levels, pretty much. And the first level is auto scroller. So
yeah.
You're gonna be joining too, so the squid still Rexing's legs there.
we need to, yeah, we need to follow that.
Yeah, and we're gonna go right after him.
Alors, on va commencer ce DLC avec un petit autoscroll.
So,
on va passer plutôt
you can talk.
Yeah. About the boat ride, one thing about here is we need to continue dashing and not hit by the rocks. So you can dash on this, and hitting the fish maintains the dash. You can also be jumping. As you can see that Space Croquette is using the dash and then getting through those enemies, so he can continue on the dash speed. This is just to finish as fast as possible in the auto scroller. There's nothing more we can explain about this. Only, yeah, hitting the enemies, the barrels, the woodman barrels, avoid the rocks. That's the only thing we have it, and there's the checkpoint. So yeah, we can in the meantime that is the auto scroll is happening. You can check the things here. We can talk about the organization that the SpeeDons is behind. That is Medicines du Monde Message du Monde, or Doctors of the World, is an international medical non-governmental organization that has been around for more than 40 years, and it's made of thousands of workers and volunteers that have provided care for the vulnerable population and fighting for fairer and more accessible health policies. Let's say that public generosity makes over half of the Medicines du Monde funding, and it will only increase by the coming years. And so, yeah, for supporting through SpeeDons, you can visit gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to support the charity. And you can visit SpeeDons.org and buy the event t-shirt, €10 for each sale to support the charity. The event shirts will be cheap worldwide, so you can support the charity to represent SpeeDons by pushing the shirts before the end of the event.
Yeah. Be sure to donate. If you can. It's very important. So we are here in the boss fight. So it's the squid that stole Rustream's leg there. So all you wanna do is reflect those what is it called?
Balls.
The ink balls. Yeah. Thank you. So yeah, you wanna dodge the spike balls. You wanna throw back the ink balls. You wanna try to get rid of these tentacles as soon as you can. So he goes into his next phase faster. So yeah, this should be it.
Yeah. On the on near the last cycle, this is a desperation ink attack, and on this last cycle, she will be invoking those stones to try to get over you. You want to hit as many of the impulse as you wanted because of this to go faster. You have few opportunities.
Yeah, space unfortunately hit our rock there, but it's fine. Just very minor time loss. So yeah, this was the last hit. Very good boss fight.
And now it's time to begin.
Yeah, now the real run begins. It's what we like to watch. Oh, a very cute moment now. Before we get to the next part of the game, or get your heart emojis ready. And get your gem emotes ready as well, because all of this DLC has a great music as well. And we are gonna be starting doing something we call, there's an upgrade, so you can do underwater boost. So you keep the underwater boost momentum if you leave it like that, and it's pretty fast. So I'm gonna be starting with that. And the main
normally when you go for it.
The main mechanic of this game is, of course, the cloud step. So every time you hit something, you can jump again, pretty much. So as long as you can hit something, you have infinite jumps, which is kind of ridiculous because you can go like very, very high.
And you can see it right here. The main reason we have the windmill shuriken is because of the upgrades. Normally, the windmill shuriken was just a representation of the Ninja Gaiden shuriken that goes over, but the devs did add that later that when the windmill shuriken hits, you can cloud step. So you can basically get infinite jumps by getting the windmill shuriken, hitting everything.
Yeah. So the normal shurikens you won't get a cloud step, but the windmill shuriken here will give you a cloud step, so it's very powerful.
Yeah, sure. And another reason that we have the windmill shuriken is to because the windmill shuriken goes through walls, so you can skip some cycles by only having the windmill shurikens, as you can see here.
Yeah. Also, we are doing some boosts. So whenever we rope dart a ring, like you saw Space 2 right there, there's another one coming up here. So this one's pretty cool. You can keep a lot of speed from rope darting one of these rings in the air. So that's gonna be used a lot throughout this run.
Yeah, this mechanic we call it, and will be important. That mechanic will be important.
Yeah. So another one coming up right now. No, not quite. Still have to get through this. So he skips a small section there using windmill shurikens. So oh no. Okay, he's gonna try for it again. That's respect. He must do that. Yeah. So this screen very cool. You just go. Oh, unfortunately, he got hit there. But you can go all the way through that room by using the rope dart's speed and the windmill shuriken extra cloud steps. It's pretty cool.
At least he didn't die, because dying this game is quite punishing on the beginning. Not on this type of run because of you have full upgrades, but dying can be very punishing.
Yeah, he's gonna hit twice every wheel there, and that's enough to solve this puzzle. And we'll keep going. Every time you are underwater, you will be underwater boosting. And okay, he didn't hit the. Oh, they released the dogs. Okay, so there's a teleport here. Yeah. I think he missed it. Yeah. So there's this thing called teleports here in this game. It's kind of complicated to explain, but if you have two of the same enemies and one of them is appearing and you are killing the first one, if you rope dart but you kill before the rope dart finishes, the game will think that the rope dart will finish on the other enemy because it's the same type. So yeah, that can happen.
Yeah, now we are going for the first boss, the totem boss. He'll try to stay in the totem so he can kill it faster. He's using windmill shuriken to recover, which is very nice. Okay, this is fine.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good. So you can kill this boss without even touching the ground. So nice, really nice. That's the quick kill for this boss. Pretty
that was very good.
Yeah, very well done from Space there. And our friend gets sad because we ruin another one of his inventions. But this time he won't be sad, I believe. He'll be okay. I know he will be sad.
Yeah. And now we'll begin the second stage of this. Basically, we are going for the last stage already. That is the Fire Mountain. It's a volcano, but it's called the Fire Mountain. Has my favorite music of the DLC for sure.
Yeah, this music is amazing. So, yeah, we're gonna go always using the windmill shuriken and the rope dart whenever we can.
Yeah, he's using here the windmill and a damage boost so he can pass through the cycle. You normally need to go changing times up and down. You can see it that every time you pass through these portals, you go through the 8-bit and 60-bit. There is the very nice touch about this game, and the first one is just to avoid that. Okay, he tried to do another teleport, but he failed again.
Yeah, unfortunately. That one doesn't save that much, but It's a cool little trick to show off.
Yeah, now he's back on 8-bit. There's some sections you can go 8-bit to 16. You can okay, he tried another one, I think, but
nice backup.
Okay, he got it.
Yeah, you can
yeah,
skip a large
using the windmill. Yeah, you skip a large portion by windmill shuriken here. This is why the windmill shuriken is very nice for those runs, because of how strong it is.
Yeah. So it's gonna do a little damage boost here. Instead of taking all the way around, it's gonna do the throw the windmill shuriken through that wall. And I find out that strat actually, which is pretty cool. My only contribution there for the DLC. And, okay. So this room, that room can be complicated because your cloud step can be eaten, and it can be annoying because you fall on the spikes. Yeah. So this is the power of windmill shuriken. Let's see if we can. Oh, nice.
Very nice.
Pass through that portal from the bottom, which is very hard to do. You need the windmill shuriken jumps to go through.
You can see that in the next one he did a 2 damage boost through the spikes, so he could faster pass that room.
Yeah. So this is a long vertical room that if everything goes right, you can you can climb really fast here. Unfortunately, some of the windmills missed the targets, so he didn't get as many cloud steps as he wanted.
And we are about to finish the. We're getting to the end of the DLC, so he resetted the room because he missed the windmill shuriken, the cloud stats necessary to climb up. Now he got it.
Yeah, and we are going for the race with the Dark Messenger. So you have to win 5 races against the Dark Messenger. We're gonna run a little race against him. The first 4 are pretty simple. You can't really go wrong with these. But the last one is very unforgiving if you miss that. So
yeah,
to the point where there's 5 set races. If you miss the 5th one, you have to do the number 6, and I have no idea how that looks like. So
yeah. The 5th one, that is the most important race, is basically an introduction. Remember that mechanic we talk about of the continuing of the ring glitch, ring with the ring speed? That one is necessary. We call the Yeet race, and very nice.
Yeah. So this one, the Dark Messenger will be invisible except from the when it's in those pillars of light. And but yeah, the first 4 ones are pretty simple. There's not much to see here. Just space really going fast here. But the next one is gonna be the hard one that you can't really meet. Otherwise, you have to do a little bit of improvisation there on the next races. But yeah, he should be fine.
Yeah, rope darting those dogs is probably the most difficult thing in the game because of the short hitbox.
Yeah. So here we go. This is the last one. So you can't. The only mistake the Dark Messenger will do will be at the end. So let's see how this goes. Oh no, he missed it!
Oh no. Yeah, he missed a rope dart, and because he missed a rope dart, he lost. And now he needs to do the 6th run.
Yeah, so I have no idea. I have never seen this before except from the casual gameplay. Oh yeah, nice. So space. The little teasing at the end. Very cool, very nice.
Est-ce qu'on vous aurait doublement dit
Yeah, you can actually miss this if you take too long. The Dark Messenger attack comes first than you, so that's why. And now we are going for the final boss.
En arrière-plan,
Yeah.
on va voir apparaître.
Final boss. It's obviously what the final boss is. It's gonna be a punch-out fight.
Pour lui faire face.
Yeah, this is very funny because of the he's doing the thing.
300 kilos avec
Yeah, we're gonna be doing the thing,
Évidemment, c'est juste une entité gazeuse.
which consists on us raising our hands. There we go.
Yeah.
Qui apparaît.
And now we are doing the thing and we'll go for the punch out fight.
Yeah, the punch-out fight is pretty straightforward.
Et c'est le fight.
You wanna try, so he's gonna hit him, and when the Barmatazel hits back, you wanna dodge and punch it 6 times. And you can try to fit some punches in between.
À savoir que entre tous ces patterns,
But he'll block some. Sometimes you get. It's really hard to tell. But yeah, we want to fill that bar, that pink bar on the bottom. And yeah, to do a round. And we want to do that 3 times.
Also, you can after those rounds you can hit attack, so you can recover a little of HP. So any attack you can enter here, it's nice because it fills the bar.
Yeah, anything you can get in, it's really important.
Ooh, that was so close. I thought he was missed, but yeah, that's the second round.
Yeah, second round.
Dès que la barre se remplit et que
And for the last round,
la touche, et ben, ce sera le time effectivement.
Ooh, he dodged the first 2 and then he got it.
yeah, when he does that strong attack with both hands, that's when you can hit him 6 times. If he does a weak one, you can hit him 4 times. So yeah, pretty nice fight here. So time should be coming soon. And yeah, that's time. And now it's gonna be a very, very cool cutscene. I really like this one. So he completely destroyed Barmatazel here. It's pretty cool. Look at this. Oh, really cool. Really like this cutscene.
alors on a détruit le volcan, mais
Les phobicains vont bien, voilà, ils sont encore là, tout va bien. On va libérer, ils vont pouvoir faire leur petit pique-nique tranquille.
Yeah, so yeah, guys, that's it. That is the Picnic Bank DLC run. I hope you guys enjoy it. The game is very nice. The Messenger is a very nice speed game. At least for the categories we have, because this is one of the shortest categories. Unfortunately, the full game run is a very long run, but the famous categories are actually shorter categories. So yeah, run the Messenger, guys. This game is very nice. So that's it for us. For me, I'll come back in like 2 hours for the Sky Blazer, the Sky Blazer 80% run, and so yeah, guys, I'll coming back very soon. So be right back, and bye bye for now.
Yeah, and that will be. This will be my last participation here. Thank you, GBQ, for letting me commentate some of my favorite games here.
Thank you very much to the Restream.
And thank you, everyone. Stay tuned for more SpeeDons 6. And keep your eyes on stream. Keep donating if you can. And thank you all for watching. Stay tuned. And bye-bye.
Bon, du coup, Croquette, Tao, je t'aurais appelé Croquette pendant tout le commentaire. Tao, j'espère que ça t'a plu aussi.
Bien sûr, toi aussi, j'espère.
Ah bah oui, je me suis éclaté comme d'hab.
C'était excellent.
Et de toute façon, on va pouvoir rendre la main à nos chères ambianceuses et bourrer les dons.
Félicitations. Quel jeu de fou. Quel jeu de fou. Moi, j'avais fait le jeu de base. Alors, ce DLC, là, c'est n'importe quoi.
Ça donne envie. Hein. Ça donne envie.
Très, très cool. Et ben, écoute, on arrive bientôt à un jeu de vroom vroom.
Mais même, ça va faire comme ça, là. Vroom. Le nitro, tout ça, là.
Ouais, comme ça, là.
Ouais, enfin.
Reculer comme ça et tout. Parfait. Crash Team Racing, ça va être runné par Haven. Haven, qui est un habitué de SpeeDons. Hein. Il avait runné notamment donc, Super Monkey Ball 2 et Pop & Music avec le showcase l'année dernière ou il y a 2 ans, je ne sais plus. C'était, je crois, il y a 2 ans. Okay. Donc voilà, ça sera tout de suite. Et je crois qu'on aura en plus Jarmou aux commentaires, il me semble. Sparta Venom aussi. Bon, bref, nickel. Ça va être excellent. En parlant d'incentive d'ailleurs, parce que là, on arrive dessus. Hein.
Oui. L'incentive pour le showcase des pistes custom sur la run de CTR, du coup, qui arrive là. Haven propose quelques pistes inédites pour encore plus de crash, encore plus de vroom vroom. On est à 1 600 € sur les 5 000, donc voilà, n'hésitez pas si vous avez un petit don à faire, à choisir pour l'incentive, et des dons, il y en a eu. J'ai par exemple Orpané qui a donné 25 balles, cœur sur l'événement. Merci aux runners, aux runneuses de partager avec nous leur passion. GG à tous, vite l'argent pour MDM, merci beaucoup. Anonyme avec 200 balles, bon speedon à tous. Madinade, 10 balles, pendant que d'autres se font la guerre, nous construisons des ponts pour nous aider les uns les autres. Merci speedon, merci pour les 10 balles. Norbaka qui nous a donné 250 balles et qui dit bourrer les dons. Brico Lesbo qui nous donne 6,70 € et qui nous dit bon speedon à tous, bravo les lesbiennes.
Brico Lesbo, c'est un bon pseudo ça. Ok.
Et Marinours qui nous donne aussi 6,70 € et qui nous dit quel plaisir de renseigner ces 6-7 € sur ma déclaration.
Hello everybody and welcome to GDQ's English restream of SpeeDons here on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. My name is Tor Knight and I have with me Amerlin. We are your commentators for Crash Team Racing Arcade All Story Tracks, which is a run I'm so excited to check out. I'm very excited. I love Crash Team Racing and I couldn't be more excited even at 3:21 a.m. Where I am at. So good time zone to everyone, because this is I absolutely love the speedrunning community, just being a global community in general, and we're all just tuning in at all times of the day and sometimes at night. So Amerlin, thanks for being here with me.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, bonjour everybody. I'm Amerlin. It's kind of interesting to be on a racing game because it's like not normally my jam. But being on the games committee for GDQ, I've like seen this run and runs like this so much that I feel like I've really come to know them and come to love them a lot. They do. It's a lot of very fascinating stuff. There's so much like weird, tiny optimizations that runners find for stuff like this. It's like it truly is a level beyond a lot of other games that I run. Where it's just like, yeah, man, just go straight.
Yeah, the Crash Team Racing, like. It may seem like a somewhat simple kart racing game, but once you go under the hood, pun very intended, there is a ton of depth into the speed runs of this, and the overall Crash community, the Crash speedrunning community, is a still very active one, including Crash Team Racing. So much so that we actually currently have a open challenge to try and get a custom track showcase for, I believe, the end of this run. All proceeds are going to go to Doctors of the World, and we'll talk more about Doctors of the World throughout this run. But yeah, Haven, our runner, will show off some like original tracks for, I believe, at the end of this run, and I wish I could tell you more about the custom tracks, but because there are literally hundreds of custom tracks, I don't know which of the custom tracks they are. But I promise you, they are all absolutely wonderful. There's even some of the custom tracks are legit just race course version of like homages to other franchises like Sonic the Hedgehog's Green Hill Zone. Someone even made the Spyro 2 level Breeze Harbor into a Crash Team Racing track. I am not kidding. Like that's the level of quality some of these custom tracks are. So I am hopeful that we can reach the that custom tracks showcase.
And while they're setting up, we can do a quick shout out to what we're raising money here for, which is Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World. It is an international medical non-governmental organization. It's been around for more than 40 years. Médecins du Monde is made up of thousands of workers and volunteers, helping provide care to vulnerable populations and fighting for fairer and more accessible health policies. Which, frankly, that's right up my alley. I love that type of stuff.
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that. It's so cool that SpeeDons is doing raising money for Doctors of the World. SpeeDons, if you've never seen SpeeDons before, it is an incredible marathon. I mean, if I remember last year when GDQ was also doing English Restream of this event, I think it genuinely got to the millions of euros raised for charity.
It's like 2.5 million. Their setup is so cool because they're actually in an auditorium. And when they pull out to like a wider shot, you can see all of the rows of people behind them. I think this setup, like I would love to one day like go to a SpeeDons and check this out because their setup is so cool.
Yeah, it's always really cool just seeing how like other countries do their in-person speedrun events. Last year, if I remember correctly, SpeeDons did it at an amphitheater in Paris, which not Paris, Lyon. And then when I first saw it last year, when I first saw the wider shot you were just alluding to, I looked at it and I was like, this is one of the coolest and most unique locations I've seen for a speedrunning event I've ever in my life. This is unbelievable. And no, I'm with you. I wish I could have the money to one day go to France and check out this event in person.
Les heures passées sur cette superbe PS1, effectivement.
J'ai French Sword qui donne 100
Yeah,
balles deuxième don pendant l'un de mes jeux.
Just starting to in the morning and over there in France, if we got any English watching French viewers. Hey, bonjour, how you doing? For the rest of us at 3:30 a.m., we're still getting set up, and then we're gonna see some really slick racing.
And I can't speak French, but I do speak Spanish. Spanish is my first language, so shout outs to the group that is doing the Spanish restream of this event, which is, again, really cool that you get to see different languages be able to broadcast and have their own commentary for a lot of these big events. I mean, JDQ included, where we have just Spanish commentary. I think there's a German commentary, German restream of SpeeDons as well, which again is really, really cool. Just the overall fact that the community is gotten to a point where it's, like I said, it's global. And it is something to where, like, you can experience so many great events like SpeeDons and GDQ from just about anywhere in, like, in almost any language that you can think of.
Yeah, and I can't understand French, so it's really gonna mess with me hearing the commentators and then talking in English to you as well at the same time.
No, I
believe
the same.
myself. I'll put him down way low. The problem is then I miss the game music.
The game music in CTR is genuinely incredible.
Yeah.
Like, it's a extremely well-made game. Great. Oh, excuse me. It is a great, like, it's not a platformer per se, but it is a phenomenal, like, send off from Naughty Dog when they finished up their time with the Crash franchise with CTR. Like it's such a lot of people have often described CTR as like their favorite racing game. And even though I'm a Gran Turismo boy through and through, Crash Team Racing is so up there. It's generally a really fun multiplayer, like one of those like really fun couch co-op or couch multiplayer games that you're just with friends, and then you boot up your PlayStation 1 and you have like 4 players at once, and then the frame rate just kind of drops to like 15 to make up for the fact that there's 4 players on the screen, and it generally makes it a lot of fun. I actually did that in at AGDQ this past January.
All right. We are on the commentators introducing the run. I love the CTR graded Mario Kart signs.
Oh, the debate, the big old debate, CTR or Mario Kart. I mean, we did get Mario Kart earlier, so now it's.
I personally, for me, I would feel like the big debate is CTR or Diddy Kong Racing.
Ooh, Diddy Kong Racing's a good shot. I never actually had a chance to play Diddy Kong Racing, which is an absolute shame as someone who professes to be a love of like racing games. Diddy Kong Racing is one of the few must play games that I've yet to have the experience to
also definite banger.
On va éviter le mode aventure, donc c'est de l'arcade. Alors rappelle-moi, parce qu'il a inventé un nom tout à fait particulier pour la run aujourd'hui.
On va l'appeler. Thank you, Richard, our fearless producer.
Ce personnage qu'on joue. Arcade, All Story Tracks %.
Ça va être fantastique. Donc on va se faire toutes les tracks avec.
And it looks like we are kind of. I'm actually very curious because with Crash Team Racing, there are different ways you can go about it in terms of like character selection. Because the way it works, there's some different types of characters. There are speed characters. There are characters with like abstract stats across the board. There are characters that are more focused towards the turning stat, and we'll kind of see what Haven starts off. We're obviously starting off in Crash. Oh, we're starting off with Penta. Okay, so I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Haven is playing the PAL version, which kind of means that Penta Penguin is like the no-brainer option to do so, because there's a bug in the PAL version of Crash Team Racing where Penta Penguin has the stats completely maxed out.
That seems like the correct character to play.
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, one of the funny things, I think on the NTSCU version of Crash Team Racing, it also is bugged because they accidentally left the placeholder voice lines for Penta, and so every time you get like a boost, you just hear Penguin Ye 1 or Penguin Ye 2, like in the most like deadpan monotone voice you can think of.
That's awesome. Well, now we're in the game. Horror Knight, you are the expert here. I am the idiot. How does this game work? What are we doing?
Yeah, so what we are seeing right now, a lot of things already in play in the first course, Crash Cove. What happened? So with the way this game operates is a lot of time you're going to see Haven use the boost mechanic, basically drifting. So that's why you're hardly ever going to see Haven just drive straight, even if there's like no obstacles coming up or any turns coming up. You're going to see a lot of drifting, and that is because that meter that you see at the bottom right part of the screen, what it does, what Haven is doing is building up what we call reserves. And it's basically a bit of a like invisible meter whenever you do a drift and you're just building that meter up. You can do it 3 times in a row, but then you're seeing more and more like that reserve build kind of build up. And it's a constant like tug of war of making sure that your reserves don't go away, because they do kind of go down. That invisible meter I was alluding to, the meter just kind of goes down if you're not building reserves. So basically, if you're not building up your reserves, you're losing your reserves. And they kind of come into play once you go going through all those like boost pads and trying to not just preserve your reserves, but also preserve the momentum. One thing that you're also seeing Haven do is doing a lot of jumping, and that is to make sure that you don't lose not just reserve, but lose your overall speed, because a lot of things about Crash Team Racing is making sure that you are constantly on the ball, making sure that you're drifting, making sure you're building up your reserves, and making sure you're also getting some hang time when you can, because you actually do get a slight speed boost depending on how long you are up in the air.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna be curious if it was audience. We're gonna step outside a bit. We're gonna pretend like I'm an idiot here and I'm asking a dumb question. I was curious if it was like F-Zero X, where you're like constantly trading away your health for boosts, but it's kind of similar. It sounds like
a little bit, yeah. Instead of health, it's just straight up your boost per se. One thing one thing that each different tracks will have. Different tracks will have shortcuts. So you're seeing Haven trying to see if we can get. Okay, perfect. So he got the potion, which is great because that means Haven can now do a shortcut here in Tiger Temple. That you'll see in a moment. He'll throw a potion and to open this little shortcut, which saves about 3 seconds. And one thing that we're also that could potentially come into play, depending on how Haven plays some tracks, is the Wampa Fruit. So the Wampa Fruit kind of serves a similar role to coins in Mario Kart.
Increases your speed.
Yeah, it doesn't increase it. It doesn't increase it by as much as Mario Kart sometimes does. Ooh, another potion. Perfect. Okay, 2 out of 3 Tiger Temple is not bad at all. And once you get to 10 Wampa Fruit, your item actually gets stronger. So your max speed doesn't increase at 10 Wampa Fruit. Your item gets stronger. So you get so instead of a green potion, you get a red potion. Instead of a TNT crate, you get a nitro crate. And the same principle applies to some of the other items.
It looks like one of the major things that he's doing is there's a lot of there's more air control when you're airborne. Is that a thing, or is it just a matter of he's adjusting his momentum on takeoff like a lot better and being able to carry it around corners?
So a little bit, yes. So the thing with handling your being in the air is also just trying to ensure that when you land and you put yourself in a position to kind of either keep drifting, but also in some cases we'll get something that's called an SG, a speed ghost, as you'll see sometimes where you want to just constantly keep the momentum, as you saw Haven do right now, like you kind of right before that drift. For a very brief period, you saw him like on a straight piece of the course, just jumping, and that's essentially him trying to trying to keep the momentum per se on it. Because in some instances, when you are boosting and you are not jumping, you actually lose that momentum. But then the tricky part is there are going to be some instances where you use up all your reserves when you boost, and you actually don't want to be drifting because sometimes you will actually lose your speed boost.
Okay. Man, the bunny hops. I think I saw some people in chat call it frogging, which is an incredible name. Over the like extra the side textures on the not the main drag, I don't know what to call it, off-roading, I guess. Man, those are so clean.
Yeah, and the little frogging, and not just that, but also if you do like a double jump, like you jump once and then you jump again, the second jump you will get mad ups. You kind of saw it on that first course in Crash Cove for a brief shortcut. And you'll see it a lot once we get into some certain other tracks throughout the run. We'll kind of point that out as we see them. This one, Mystery Caves, is essentially
across that sand. That was nice.
Yeah, that's one of those things where you want to make as you kind of saw, the speed ghost right there is constantly, or the boosting is like always on. And one other thing that Haven is trying to avoid is hitting the wall, because hitting the wall will also eliminate your momentum.
Can't see it, but I'm nodding my head and going, yeah, just like in real life.
Just take our word for it, and hitting the wall, not great for your speed.
Yeah, man, I've done a few it's like small racing game runs just in the past, and the control for some of these old games is like, frankly, not great. I think we could all admit that the Mario Kart controls are not great and stuff like that, but the control that he has over this is really impressive to keep the same lines going. I think he's done exactly the same movement over these laps, like 3 laps in a row.
Yeah, some of these tracks, they don't have like shortcuts or a lot of shortcuts per se. So a lot of it is, again, really making sure that your timing is on point with some of these turns and some of the little bunny hop.
Quick bunny at the start.
Blizzard Bluff is definitely one level where you're going to potentially see a lot of that. There's a lot of shortcuts that is not easy to pull off. Is it going to go for it? There we go. Okay. That is and go for another one. Beautiful. Haven is making them look easy. Believe me, they are not easy. They are deceptively difficult. Getting all 3 of them on the first lap is really, really nice.
I was gonna say, it looks like you mentioned the double jumping earlier. It looks like he's having to kind of proc a double jump into some of these to get a second boost to go further.
Yeah, in some of them, you're not even seeing Haven even jumping because of the constant speed that's being carried. Like, you see the big flame, he's basically been keeping that from the start of the of this particular race, which is why building up your reserves is so important. Keeping your momentum is be able to do a lot of it. That Blizzard Bluff was textbook. That was perfect.
That was clean.
This level's interesting. There is one major shortcut that is going to be interesting to do. It's basically going to require like a massive jump that you're going to see in a little second. Ooh, just barely makes it. There we go.
Haven is speed to catch up to current.
Haven is doing excellent. Like, this showcase has been phenomenal. And you're just kind of seeing again Penta keeping with Penta keeping that boost and keeping all of that speed, like virtually winning this race. Like, you can miss this shortcut, but obviously not gonna do it. As he hit it twice in a row. By the way, some of these crates, I believe that those are custom textures, right?
I think so. It looks like the Medicine du Mal logo.
Also,
I might be.
I'd be remiss. I mean, we're 11.5 minutes into run. We haven't really addressed the first place icon.
I noticed that and went, I'm just not gonna.
We're just gonna it's always been there. Like I said, Red Team Racing has a lot of support for custom stuff. A lot of it. I've seen the current world record holder for 90% HypnoShark try out a lot of these. I believe there are mods where you can have your racer be Shrek and Hatsune Miku and a bunch of other and I think Pepsi Man as well.
I don't think the Shrek one is a mod. I think that's just real. Shrek they just put him in. They patched him in.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. That was the the post 25 plus year patch.
Yeah, the crash team was like, we'll just put them in the game. Yeah, okay, I think that is the Medicine Monde logo on the health boxes.
If you're gonna see like Haven go through a lot of this track is really annoying because there's so much kind of going on at once with all the different obstacles as you're seeing and a lot of like narrow corridors. So like if you're not careful, you could very easily hit one of the walls and just straight up lose a lot of your speed. And you're just kind of seeing Haven just narrowly avoid losing out on a lot of this speed. Dingo Canyon is definitely not an easy track to master, but
it's messing me up because I keep expecting there to, like, this is a canyon level. I keep expecting there to be some massive skip where he like cuts off half the track. But no, man, all this drifting is so tight.
There is definitely some really cool skips. I don't know if Haven's going to go for some of them as we go throughout this all story track showcase. One thing that we haven't really mentioned is the category name. This is not really a category that you'll see very often, that you'll see on SRC. It's basically just going through all the tracks you see on 80%. Are we going to... Okay, no. There is a ultra shortcut in Papu's Pyramid, but Haven didn't go for it. But there are still a lot of shortcuts in this level. This is gonna go and just build up, go maximum speed from the very beginning. And he is going for the other one, for the other shortcut. We're basically cutting that final portion.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that was really cool. Yeah, this is maybe the one drawback of Penta. It's the fact that the stats are so maxed out that sometimes you're going too fast.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that the trick here is that like you gotta hit certain like checkpoints throughout the lap in order for it to like count.
Yeah, it's basically that's a really bad bounce. That's really unfortunate. The bounces sometimes are not something that you can fully control, but that's completely okay because you can still kind of U-turn like that and just skip to the skip the final section.
I was gonna say that's the skips I'm expecting. Just huge.
But yeah, as you'll see, basically this category is just going to the arcade mode and basically going through all the track that you normally see on 80%. You don't go through all the tracks on like the adventure mode. There's a couple of tracks you don't do. I believe Sly Coliseum and Turbo Track. Everything else you do. And it's gonna go for. Actually, it's gonna restart. Dragon Mines is. It's an interesting one because there are shortcuts in this level. But everything is kind of dependent on the cycles of the mine carts that you're going to see in a little bit of a moment. And there we go. That's the shortcut. Kind of going through that very narrow hidden corridor to basically save like a lot of time, because the alternative would be just going through it normally, which is essentially going this really long winding upwards path that it loses like a big chunk of time. So one thing that Haven is trying to keep in mind is the carts. Ooh, yeah, this guy went way too fast and unfortunately got hit by the minecart, but still was able to save it.
Yeah, that seemed worth it even with getting hit.
Oh yeah. And thankfully Penta's speed is so good that even with like basically no momentum whatsoever can just barely make it past the small gap between the end of the cart or the railing and that's fine.
It'll be fine. I think you can make it.
Okay,
yeah.
Oof, that was close. Yeah, the cycles and trying to make sure you are in line, especially when we're dealing with a character like Penta, where the speed is just otherworldly, and you have to make sure that you either don't go too fast or too slow so that the minecarts don't hit you. But still was able to save it. So that to me is a 3 out of 3 on the dragon mines right there.
Yeah, honestly. That's...
Polar Pass is an interesting one. I wonder if Haven's going to go. Yeah, he's going to go for it. And there we go. Okay, that's a really...
Oh, the airstrike back onto the track is sick.
Yeah, that's an incredibly difficult one to pull off.
Dude, and the extra over the corner?
Yep, yeah. This is another one where there's like a lot of mini shortcuts, but also like one giant shortcut as well. The thing about it is, you'll see it in a second, is that it's actually 2 jumps on that one. The first one on like the little snow railing, and then from the snow railing, that's where you'll also get a jump. You can't make it, I don't believe, on 1 jump. And really unfortunate. Wonder if he's gonna go for it.
I see what you mean. He got up. Oh, he's doing it again. Let's go.
And barely makes it. That's incredible. By the way, dude, going for it a second try is still faster than just doing it normally.
I was gonna say, it still seems really fast, especially because the turnaround is not that bad. Like the placement.
No, the backup strats are. If you are fast with it, it is really, really nice.
Yeah. How much does does upgrading your item like come into play on stuff like this? Like, is it really important? You know, there was that one level where you had the shortcut.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. There is it doesn't
get here, surely.
And nice backup.
Okay, it looks easier to do it that way, probably because you're going uphill and you can just hit the bounce a little bit easier.
A little bit, yeah. Ooh. Oh no, he got hit by the seals. That's really unfortunate. So items don't really come into play a whole lot with a lot of the tracks, because a lot of it, they don't really help you when you're in first place. However, Entire Temple, obviously, if you have any throwing item, like the potion it's not just a throwing item, but it's also the stuff such as the nitro crates is another one where you can throw at it. They can help, but a lot of the shortcuts are mostly dependent on your speed and what you're able to accomplish. There is, in Tiny Arena, there is an infamous skip called TA skip, where you basically use a nitro crate. You set it right before the finish line, and you just drift into it, and you let the impact of the explosion put you over the railing and skip an entire lap. And basically, you are like already like 80% of the way done with lap 2.
Okay, be looking out for that one.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if Haven's going to go for TA skip. It is an incredibly difficult one.
Surely he goes for the swag at least once, right?
Oh, hopefully. I mean, this has already been a phenomenal showcase so far.
Yeah.
There is another item-based, as I was mentioning in Papa's Pyramid, there is the ultra shortcut called a Tiziano in Papa's Pyramid. With Pentapenguin, I think you still need the mask item, which gives you a brief invincibility and a big speed boost. A lot of technically you can do that ultra shortcut without items, but it's borderline tasks only. And so the mask definitely helps. So the strat with that one is you purposefully start the race in last place, and then just hope to get the 25% chance of getting a mask, and then you're drifting towards the remember that little railing section that Haven was slid off of to then automatically get to the finish line. It's basically that, but making sure that you land in a very specific spot for the, as you were mentioning earlier about the whole checkpoint system, making sure that you land into the into that one specific area. Otherwise, the game will register that you went out of bounds. And oh boy, here we go. The infamous Tiny Arena.
All right, so I'm sorry, my brain is made of mush. Does he need the upgraded Nitro cartridge? Okay.
Yeah, so you start out with
gotta get
yes.
10 fruit.
Yeah, it starts off with having to need to get to 10 Womp Fruit and need a not a. It needs the initial item is a TNT crate, and then need to get 10 Wampa Fruit in order to upgrade the TNT into a Nitro crate. But it's really not easy trying to. That's really unfortunate. The RNG. I think it's got one more chance at it. No. Yeah, you got one more. One more.
Those item a little bit.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh,
true.
Okay.
All right.
Please, Haven, you have to go for it. For us,
this
you have
is.
to go for it.
This is also like the biggest time save in a regular run because Tiny Arena is the longest track in the game. Or I think it's either this or Oxide Station.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
We're seeing this. Oh, interesting rift start and. Oh, let's go!
It's gas.
Yeah, so we're already. So Haven's already basically 80% done with lap 2.
Surely he rolls another Nitro crate here, right?
Come on, oh, let's go!
Come on.
What helps is the fact that the stats are maxed out, so it makes this a little bit easier. To the point where like you want to try to land dead center on the Nitro crate. As you kind of saw, I went a little bit to the right. That one's more dead center, and oh my goodness, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable.
Finish it out, dude. Incredible.
Yeah. Oh, like perfect on the TA skip in a marathon run is.
I think he got another Nitro crate.
Incredible.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just go for another one. Just go for another one.
That's incredible.
Now, like I said, the speed tech in this game is incredible. Hotter Sky was another one where there are 20 million really cool shortcuts. Some of them are actually like really beginner friendly. First one is going the wrong way. Oh, I think that was like. I think Tiny knocked Haven out the wave. That's fine. Ensuring the. Ooh, okay, there we go. That's shortcut 1. Now, once again, Haven's going to go backwards and do the little bunny hop that we've alluded to earlier and just kind of go over the railing. And then
that one almost seems intended.
And then one more. Oh, no. Probably didn't get the bounce Haven was looking for. There is a very mini shortcut. You can just, instead of just going around, you can just get a really nice bounce and just jump over basically the corner. It doesn't save a ton of time, but it's still a really cool strat to show off.
I just wanted to provide a quick update. We're at 63% of the custom track showcase. So
let's go.
Not that far to go. Definitely make it. It's got some motion.
I'm very curious to see if this gets met. I'm so curious to see what are the custom tracks that we are seeing. Because like I said, we are talking about in the hundreds of custom tracks that are out there. The shout outs to the Crash Team Racing community. It is incredible how this game has had so much support even after all this time, even in 2026. Like even in 2026, we still are having massive updates. One that I also haven't mentioned is something called Project Safi, where it's basically like a big old collection of some of the best custom tracks in the game. And it has a ton of tools such as like being able to see opponents like ghost data. There's like a program like leaderboard, like global leaderboard with time trials. And some of the tracks, I spent a lot of time in Project Safi, and it's so much fun. I highly, I mean, CTR, vanilla CTR is already a ton of fun, but the extra community support this game's gotten over the years is nothing short of incredible. It's, you hardly ever see this with any game in any era.
Just barely missed that shortcut timing there.
Yeah, it's this is one,
missed the track by like a millimeter or something.
Yeah, it's
really close.
One of those things where sometimes it might be a case of like you're going too fast, and so the timing for jumping could be like a little bit off, and the game did not want to give a bounce. But
I'm gonna be honest, he's making it look so easy that I was like, well, surely he doesn't miss this.
No, technically, Haven actually got it, because if you position your card like really up against the railing, the game will kind of think that you went out of bounds and will just put you over, going to the other side anyway.
Non mais c'est une dinguerie, on est à 28 minutes.
Merci, Aku.
Yeah, so we still have, I think we still have a few tracks left to go. Here, we still have, I believe, we have Engine Labs left, Oxide Station. I'm trying to remember if we are missing any other. Actually, no, I think that might be it. I think that might be it. This has been going real fast. I mean, Haven has been giving us a bountiful showcase of like so many cool tricks and a lot of cool speed tech in for CTR.
Yeah, I mean, hitting the 2-for-2 tiny arena that was pretty huge.
That is one of the coolest things I've seen in CTR speedrunning. Yeah, and as I was mentioning earlier, just being able to maintain the momentum and the speed boost. I mean, you're seeing Haven just fly through this so fast.
Yeah,
also one of the.
One of like the things that I've kind of been noticing throughout the run, and one of the things that is really cool to see is when his speed gauge goes up to 99. Tornet kind of mentioned this earlier, but speed ghosting is like getting speed over that 99 cap, and so that's why he's bouncing so much. He's trying to keep when you watch his speedometer and it goes above 99, he's trying to keep his speed above 99, like here. Above that cap for as long as you can. And so just being really precise with your jumping, your frogging, and your movement is like a big thing for this. And he's nailing it. He is making it look effortless. He's making it look like this is the normal way to play the game.
It is a wonder, like how like once you master some of the basic mechanics of the game, and like I said at the start, this may seem like a simple kart racing game, but once you go under the hood, again, pun intended, very intended, there is so much depth to this game that honestly it's one of those like low skill floor, very high skill ceiling.
Yeah, I imagine the IL, the individual lap even. The competitions for this are wild just because of how close you can get.
Yeah. Oh, nice one.
Shortcut.
There is a lot of shortcut. Oh, like was that engine?
He's getting
engine. Don't get in the way.
Jeez, constantly.
Yeah, no, this is this Oxide Station, which is actually the final track of like the adventure mode where you're fighting the main boss, Nitrous Oxide. There's also a lot. This is an extremely long track that you will see like maybe 50% with the way Haven has been shown off with a lot of the shortcut. There's like a section where you are in outer space and you're just flying through zero gravity that you actually don't get to see because of these skips, believe it or not.
I think one of the coolest things that so far about this game is that like there's usually in car racers like this, you'll see like extra shortcuts open up on lap 2 and lap 3, but he can just hit full gas from lap 1. Like he doesn't have to wait for anything to open up.
Yeah, it really goes down to what I was mentioning earlier, how like if you boost from the very start and you build up your reserves, you can really take advantage of it relatively early on, which is, as you mentioned, is not something you see in a lot of other kart racers. And I think that's also one of those things that separates CTR from a lot of different games of this of similar ilk.
Yeah.
Ooh, just barely gets it. Ooh, getting that 3 for 3 is not easy to pull off. Like a lot of stuff that Avon's been doing, just absolute phenomenal stuff.
I have to say, it is incredible that the boost pads still send you the correct. They still send you forward even though they're pointing the wrong way. It's been getting me all run.
Yeah, that I find that like really, really fun. Okay, and I believe this will be time if I've been keeping track of all the tracks. Yep, there we go.
Nice.
That GG's. GG 33-24.
Incredible time.
That's a really good time. That's a really, really good time. And if I'm refreshing my page,
I believe he just said that was a PB for him.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's really, really good. You know what? This is why we got you here. To be able to tell us if it's a PB or not. Yeah, no, incredible run. I don't think we met the incentive for the custom track showcase, but it still raised several thousand euros for Menacings du Monde, which is just incredible. I mean, look at the amount that's been raised so far. But yeah, that'll do it for us. My name is Turnight. I will be back in a few hours with Typing of the Dead. So you will hear me again pretty soon.
Yep, I'm Marilyn. I got a couple quick shout outs to do before I go. If you want to help donate to SpeeDons, help out the marathon, visit gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons to support the charity. For the first $5,000 over €5, PayPal will add €5 to your donations. So it's 10 euros minimum that you're donating if you just donate 5, which is really incredible. I love the matching that PayPal does for that. And a personal thing, Games Done Quick is coming to Gamescom August 28th to the 30th for the first international event in Cologne, Germany. Run submissions are currently open through May 17th, so go to gdq.gg/submit to submit your run. Visit gamescom.global for tickets or more information about the event. Keep watching SpeeDons. I'm Aaron. That was Torna, and we'll be out of here. Next up is Ikaruga, so stick around.
Ces custom tracks pour avoir donc du Crash Team Racing fait par la commune.
Attention, Crash, il vous juge.
Vous allez être jugé par les figurines, par tout le monde. Vraiment donner cette occasion à Haven de faire ce shout-out à la communauté. On nous a, voilà, on se permet la prise d'otage. Hein. Ah non, mais complètement.
Otage Team Racing. Hein.
Viteuf, on est grave en avance. Hein.
J'ai fait 2 minutes, non pas tout à fait, une 30 subestimate. Et de base, honnêtement, je pensais très fortement que j'allais overestimate. Hein. Très honnêtement.
On voit cette cagnotte qui monte, vraiment. On voit cette cagnotte qui monte, on y est presque là.
Allez,
C'est à 93% là-bas.
Oui.
Allez
4675 € sur les 5000. On a énormément de
Allez
Qu'est-ce que c'est finalement 3 C'est une place pour le concert de Diablo.
And welcome back. We are still here. We are back.
Just kidding. You thought you got rid of us.
380 balles, donnez-nous ça pour l'incentive.
We are making that incentive 1000%. Thank you to everyone who's donated for that.
Yeah, that is incredible. I'm so happy that we are actually going to see this from the looks of it. Like I said, I wish I could talk about the custom tracks, but I don't know what they are because there are so many of them. And I don't know, maybe we'll get some like SpeeDons. I mean, we already got, but like this is already like a special like SpeeDons version of CTR with the custom logos on the crates.
4,900 euros. We're there. Let's throw in a couple bucks to the SpeeDons community, help support them.
Shout out to the crowd. Like they've been turning out. It is, I think, 10 a.m. over there in France.
Seems right, yeah.
Yeah, they've been there for a few hours already.
I wonder. I can't see the camera really well, but I wonder how many people have like been there for a while. You know, what's the? This is part of what I'm fascinated by this event. Like, what's the vibe in the stream room versus a GDQ?
Oh yeah, that's definitely something that I'm.
All right, we are back.
Oh, let's see. Oh, I think this is Project Sappy. I believe this is Project Sappy. Because I'm recognizing a lot of these tracks. I'm seeing Breeze Harbor. I'm seeing Dreamy Heights. I'm seeing Dark Ruin and Lost City. I think this is actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is surely more on you. I studied the main game. I did not study the bonus tracks.
This is why I'm here now. Okay, so. Dreamy Height. So really, Project Sappy, as I was alluding to earlier, so many really cool things. It's a lot of phenomenal, like, not quality of life changes, but things to make things ease of access. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of like, there's in-game, there's like in-program leaderboards that you can take a look at. You can look at other people's like runs and their ghost data and like run against their ghost data. But also just try to look at the quality of this track. Like, again, this is entirely custom made.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is like fan made? Like,
yeah, all of these tracks completely fan made.
You could have dropped this into the main game and told me this is a normal track, and I'd be like, yep, I've just never seen this one.
Yeah, no. Listen, it's the that special patch we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it looks like professionally made. This is really good.
Yeah, no, some of these, and like I mentioned, I wonder which tracks, because I don't think we're going to go for the entire Sappy roster of tracks. It's like, I think like double what CTR, like vanilla CTR has. So I'm fascinated to see which ones we are going to see. Or no, actually no. This might not be. Actually no. This might not be Sappy. But these are tracks that you do see when you get Project Sappy, because I think there's also I've seen some of the like the vanilla CTR tracks.
You know what I've noticed?
Yeah,
we can't get mollywopped off the track.
Yeah. By the way, we also I don't know if you mentioned noticed that. There was a boost pad that is blue. So that's one. Yeah, so that is a special boost pad that basically uses up all of your reserves that you have built up, and you just basically can just go through the entire. It's one of those, like, you keep it going. You don't do anything. You don't even hop a whole lot so that you don't lose it. And you're just seeing all the reserves that Haven was building up basically come out in one singular uninterrupted boost.
So he's keeping that speed above 99 for a long period of time.
Yeah, so that's also one of the things with tracks where they have this boost pad. Building up your reserves are even more important, because you will obviously, the more reserves you have, the longer you can keep that really long uninterrupted section where you are not where you're just going extremely fast.
The crowd screaming "Wee" for the boost is killing me.
Circuit, pour le coup, l'un des plus jolis, je trouve, et qui en plus a beaucoup de stratégie, beaucoup de choses. Il y a des SG, il y a un gros USF, vraiment.
Let's see. Oh, I think wow, I don't think I've seen this track before.
Okay,
this is really well done.
From hearing what he said, there's a lot of choices and a lot of routes you can take through this specific level. So it's really open-ended.
I can definitely tell there's a lot of experimentation you can do with this track. Oh, that's a really nice little shortcut run up against that, running on top of that log. Yeah, one of the other things was, like, with a lot of the custom tracks in CTR is that they really made sure that there's not just like one one shortcut and that's it. There's like different ways to tackle it because a lot of the one thing you'll notice with the custom tracks, there are no items. I believe that's still something that hasn't been implemented, actually having items in custom tracks. So really a lot of these custom tracks, they are perfect showcases of like the ability, the runner's skill in being able to figure out on how to get some of these shortcuts in one go.
And that corner air strafe that he does every time on this, man, that's so clean. All right, looks like that was the final track.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Merci pour ce showcase des tracks, des custom tracks.
All right, so I think that will actually now do it for us.
You've now successfully gotten rid of us.
So yeah, once again, I'm Tornite. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to everyone donating for this wonderful cause. Doctors of the World their mission is just absolutely amazing, and I cannot recommend enough donating if you are able to.
Yeah, 100%. One more quick shout out to SpeeDons. Check out SpeeDons.fr and check out the event t-shirt here. They're going to show it off on the break again. €10. Gotta adjust that. €10 of every sale supports charity, and this ships worldwide. So support charity and represent SpeeDons by getting the shirt for this vet heads. Achetez. I've been Amerlin.
I'm Tornite.
Pleasure to commentate with you, Tornite.
Likewise.
And I'll see you guys for Astrobot a little bit later today.
Yep, and I will see you with Type Into the Dead in about 6 hours from now.
De commenter ce Crash Team Racing qui est un jeu du cœur. Vraiment, merci d'avoir bourré l'incentive.
Ouais.
Et écoutez, on va continuer à kiffer ce speedon. Vraiment, merci tout le monde. À tout de suite, à l'ambiançage.
Vous êtes géniaux.
C'était exceptionnel.
Ah, c'était rapide.
C'était exceptionnel. Le public est au taquet. Là, ça se voit que c'est l'heure. Ils sont réveillés là.
Et il y a du monde.
Ah ouais, ça s'est bien rempli. C'est qu'on a pris l'antenne vers 7h et quelques, c'était pas ça. Tout le monde qui fait coucou, c'est magnifique. J'ai beaucoup aimé les oui à l'infini.
Ah, moi j'ai adoré les bruits de phoque, c'était
Ah oui, mon cher Vicky, il est 17, nous avons 2 minutes d'avance sur le planning.
Oui.
Et qu'est-ce qui se passe après?
Et qu'est-ce qui se passe après? Nous aurons une run d'Ikaruga.
Ah, alors ça, voilà.
Runée par Juju Kenobi.
Ouais, on va passer sur un shoot 'em up. Donc tu connais un peu Ikaruga ou pas?
Non.
Ouais, c'est un shoot 'em up, donc un shmup. Et donc la personne qui va jouer Juju Kenobi, c'est une légende. Hein. Il sera sûrement très très discret, mais donc c'est une légende du shoot 'em up français. Et ça sera commenté par Chaos, qui est lui aussi un très gros joueur. Également, c'est Ketarez aussi, qui est un speedrunner. Juju Kenobi d'ailleurs, qui avait représenté aussi sur l'événement de shmup Shoot de Baguette. Bref, Shoot de Baguette, qui est vraiment un marathon de shoot 'em up, justement.
Ok.
Et jeu ultra intéressant, vous allez voir, qui est à mi-chemin entre le shooting game et le puzzle game, avec un système de polarité, soit le vaisseau est blanc, soit il est noir, en fonction on absorbe les tirs ou on les évite. Vous allez voir, c'est un vrai délire et ça sera, je pense, très très bien casté. D'ailleurs, merci au public, au public, à toutes les personnes qui ont fait des dons pour l'incentive. C'était pas gagné, quoi. C'était vraiment pas gagné. Hein, mais c'est vrai
vous avez fait monter l'incentive d'un coup, d'un seul, avec tous vos beaux dons.
Ah ouais, notamment Cadre Dynamique qui a donné 100 balles, Arnaud 100 balles, Tête de Car 100 balles, Vroom Vroom, un Grontier 200 euros, Beurré les sons. Voilà, Jaggy la saucisse, un CTR supérieur à Mario Kart, 10 euros, merci à toi. Ekali, Octor, Vroom Vroom, Crash Bandicoot avec les cartes, merci pour tes 30 euros. Gom 200 euros, mais qu'est-ce que tu fais?
Je vais montrer, il fallait que je me lève, faut que je...
Ah d'accord,
Hi, Dracodan. Hello, what's going on, people?
Merci pour les 6,07 €, j'ai 100% le jeu à 8 ans et 25 ans et 31, mais
Is,
très loin de ce niveau qu'on vient de voir. Max,
pretty beloved game, kind of, I would almost argue, one of the most genre-defining, as well as like a mechanic-defining games maybe ever really made.
There are a lot of shmup fans who do not swear by this game, and I don't get it. This is one of the best shmups ever.
So, I was saying like this is one of the more like famous ones.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a treasure title, same developers as Radiant Silvergun, and it's kind of involved in the same sort of mythos as Radiant Silvergun. I believe this is treated as a loose prequel of sorts, even though I don't think there's direct continuity between the games in terms of plot.
I don't really think there's a ton of plot anyways. Relatively background.
There is a plot. It's just kind of alluded to, like the chapters definitely have events.
Mm-hmm. So fun fact, if you're not familiar with what an ikaruga is, it is the name for a type of finch called a Japanese grosbeak. It's just a little bird, just a tiny little bird. But
is it a bird that flips between having white and black plumage?
Well, it does have white and black plumage. Usually around the face and the wings for the black, and then like a lighter gray and maybe a little bit of white on the torso and the lower end. But
I'm gonna have to Google this. This sounds cool.
Yeah, I mean it's a finch. Like if you've ever seen a finch, they're pretty unimposing birds.
There's worse things to do than look up pictures of birds. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but it's common for them to name things ikaruga, like boats, ships, which admittedly it is a cool sounding name. Although I will also say it's fairly common for a thing with a Japanese name. When you find out what it translates to, it becomes slightly less cool. Like I remember when I was in Japanese class one time, and my friend, so we learned numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and we were learning various things. So we learned the word for human, which by itself can be hito, but when it's with another thing, like if you're counting like people, numbers after hitori and futari, which are one person and two persons, when you get to 3, it's like sannin, yonnin, gonin, roknin, or ronin, I don't remember exactly which, but Japanese counters are complicated. But the funny thing is, as soon as he found this out, he was like, wait, sannin? Oh no, because there's characters, like big, important, imposing characters in the anime Naruto, called like the legendary sannis. It's like, that's just the legendary 3 people. That just sounds so much less cool. I imagine it's kind of like that whenever something gets translated like from German, because so many things sound kind of cool or imposing or badass in German. Then you look at what they mean and it's just like, that's significantly less interesting.
Yeah, I imagine that's pretty common.
Like Du hast, the Rammstein song, it literally just means you have or you hate. It's actually an interesting wordplay, but which I guess you hate sounds about as cool as Du hast, but like you have just like that sounds a little less cool.
So your level of familiarity with this game, I myself, I'm a poser, I'm a dirty casual. What about you?
I'm a fan of this game. I beat this game once a long time ago. I've seen the score attack videos. Some really interesting kind of mechanics to it. It operates a little bit differently from several other games of this genre.
Yeah, I've quote-unquote beaten this game, but I think it also depends on your definition, because I've never 1cc'd this game, which I think within the genre is kind of considered the baseline for like completing a shoot-'em-up game, so in that sense, I have never beaten Ikaruga.
Yeah, same. I have tried many times. It's... I think most people, their first time actually getting to the credits of this game consisted of failing for 8 hours and then finally unlocking infinite continues, because the infinite continues like requires you to have a certain amount of play time.
Exactly that, yeah.
Yeah. I do think it has a banger soundtrack though. It's like, it would be really cool if we could at least get some of it.
Yeah, it's very cool. I did at one point in time try to set some decent scores in Chapter 1. Emphasis on try, really. I got like, maybe the highest I got at some point is, I might have gotten an S rank a couple of times, but S is not as high as the scoring system goes, so still a lot of room for improvement for sure. And I was probably just playing on easy mode, which I'm 99% sure this run is not going to be.
Somebody says, cool hat, that's from Dragon Ball. No, my friend, that is from Dr. Slump, the previous work of one Akira Toriyama, which was really successful and popular in Japan before he made Dragon Ball. That being said, the character Arale, who wears that hat, cameos a few times in Dragon Ball whenever they have a need for like a gag chapter / episode or a filler episode. So it just establishes, yeah, they exist in the same universe, and this character is way stronger than everyone because it's funny. So he does appear in Dragon Ball, but the lore is a bit more of a deep cut. And it is a cool hat. I will absolutely agree with that. Draco, you ever been to an anime convention? I'm curious.
I mean, technically I was down at anime convention a few weeks ago for doing ASC.
Nice.
The Outpost Albion speedrun event. That was at Manchester Anime and Gaming Con.
Nice. Yeah, we had...
Pick up a little bit of Full Metal Alchemist merch and all that.
Yep, nice. We had an anime convention back in 2017. The second ever Calithon was actually at a anime convention. That was kind of fun.
Nice.
Et moi, je vais juste lancer un petit tutoriel pour vous expliquer les mécaniques du jeu parce que le jeu n'a vraiment pas le temps, donc au moins pour que vous ayez les bases et ensuite ça va aller à 200 heures.
That's so cool. They have like this full-on theater. Like that's such a cool setting for a marathon.
Yeah, I'm very impressed whenever I see the space and the talent that SpeeDons have. They put on a very good show.
Alrighty, so Ikaruga. To explain this game, it is a shmup, short for shoot 'em up. It's probably the most famous game of the subgenre Danmaku, or bullet curtain, which we tend to refer to as a bullet hell. If it's not Toho, it's Ikaruga that you're probably most famously known for. But Ikaruga is, I'm going to probably switch between this English and their ways of saying it, don't mind me. But Ikaruga is quite famous for its polarity switching mechanic. So you'll see the kind of bluish-white border around the main ship. And sometimes you press a button and it'll switch to a like red-black. Usually we alternate between black and white, but they have like kind of a red and a slight blue tint to them. But every projectile that fires at you, you can absorb it, and you can also fire, when you absorb enough bullets, you can fire them back at enemies. A lot of games have actually used a mechanic like this. Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth, the Metroidvania that's been on this channel a few times, was one that has something like that. The game called, it's not Outlast, it was Out something, but it was like a Metroidvania that had the mechanic. But we're getting started on the run here, and a thing to keep in mind with the way scoring in this game works, because this is a very score-heavy game, is you need to kill enemy ships in sets of 3 to continue a chain. You'll see the chain on the left, right above where it says high score. Currently, Juju here has 22 combo. You need to kill enemies in sets of 3 based on their color. If you ever end up killing like 2 white and a black, or 2 black and a white in that order, then you will break the chain. So kind of see avoiding killing the the sequence there. It gets a lot more complicated. The early levels is like relatively easy to figure out, and building up a lot of
Chapter 1 is going to be like, you know, quote unquote tutorial level, but I mean it's still very difficult. But it's relatively pedestrian what comes next. And just a quick note to what you were saying about the chaining. you don't strictly need to kill enemies in alternating sets of 3. They just must be like 3 of the same color consecutively. So like if you just have nothing but white enemies, you can just kill a bunch of whites and then a bunch of blacks. They just must come in sets of 3.
Yep. So this game is really quite difficult to kind of like learn as a beginner, but eventually, oh, I see a death. Yeah, kind of weaving there. That's unfortunate.
Oh, reset! Here we go.
Got a reset. Damn.
Got time for. I mean, I think it makes sense because this is not a full-on speed run. Technically, this is a score attack run. As you can see, scoring is the category. This being a shoot 'em up that does fundamentally run on rails, you can't really speed run this game in the conventional sense. What players of this game overwhelmingly aim for is high score. That is the meat and potatoes of this game.
Indeed. Yeah, the most you could really do for like a speed run would be just perfectly optimizing each boss.
Yeah.
But yeah, this game. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think there is any way to speed up the rate of the levels. Like, they're always going to move at a fixed speed. Fundamentally, like, this is a very simple game. Just when you look at the fundamental mechanics of the game, you kind of alluded to the controls, and there really is just like 4 significant inputs in this game, where you have analog for movement, A for shoot, B for switch polarity, and then a shoulder trigger for fire lasers. There are no other inputs in this game.
Yeah, so like once you get to the point that you can beat this game, it becomes about like how do you optimize it, and it really is just a process of learning each little mechanical, like each little enemy pattern, each little movement, because it's basically the same every time, and just kind of learning how to correctly position yourself. So you see here's like these enemies kind of come in these like weird alternating 2-1 pattern, so that you can get kills of 3 depending on how you space it. Oh, that's a
slight positioning mistake there. Like, the positioning that the players expected to use in this game can be very precise, because it's a pretty, I think, typical shmup gameplay element that your ship has a very physically small hitbox. Like, you can see where the ship is, but as far as the zone that actually will be destroyed by targeting something is the very center of the ship. So you can do a lot of grazing. Like, stuff can be inside the energy circle surrounding your ship, and it won't necessarily harm you unless it makes direct contact with the core of your ship. So coming into the first boss here, so chapter 1 ideal here, and we have the first boss where it's going to be 2 phases. First of all, we have the white attacking phase where the sword is firing out white projectiles, and the shots are spaced out easily enough to be firing at it with the opposite polarity. Not the same with the shield, which is much denser, and you can use it to farm some bullets to fire back at it. As far as why you would want to mismatch the polarities is, GK mentioned you can absorb the same color of bullets, but if your polarity is opposite, you will deal double damage to the target. So for bosses like this, it's just much higher DPS to be using the opposite polarity at the trade-off of being vulnerable to fire.
Would probably have been a little more pertinent to say it earlier, but flashing light warning, by the way.
A grade. So the scoring in this game, like we said, almost entirely dependent on building these chains and just maintaining a chain for as long as possible. Ranks in the stages can go up to as high as S++ at the like absolute top echelon, which Juju is obviously going to be aiming for, but if you ever die, then that's a significant handicap to your score as your combo gets reset and you lose out on a ton of points for any singular death. And although we mentioned that you can't fundamentally speed up the progression of the stages, at different points in the stages, depending on how quick you clear out the waves that are currently on screen, extra waves can spawn in the remaining time before it moves on, so you can get a variable number of enemies that you can destroy depending on how efficient you are at clearing them out. As you can see here, like, there are some pretty unintuitive patterns for taking care of enemy clusters in a combination fashion, and some pretty precise dodges that are required. this game is also being played on normal mode right now. You can choose easy, normal, or hard on Ikaruga, and as far as I'm aware, normal is the de facto regular category for like quote-unquote legit score attack runs. There is some difference in like enemy density between the difficulties, but the primary difference between the difficulties is the return fire, where on easy difficulty, enemies just get destroyed and they don't fire anything at you. On normal difficulty, enemies of the same polarity will fire bullets when destroyed, and on hard difficulty, both sets of polarities will fire return bullets when you destroy them.
Yeah, trying to go for like a score attack in a marathon, like, I know he's died and had a couple of issues, but like, keep in mind this is like a no reset environment for a thing that many people like, they will grind like attempts for maximizing score a whole bunch because they just, you know, have that ability to do so. But like doing it live for a marathon is just like, everything can cost you, and you don't have the undo button that is the reset. At least not at like, at least not after a point. So it's just like,
yeah. Aside from the one reset that he took 2 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like he was just kind of having some very slight positioning issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easily done. Like everyone will tell you, this is like one of the toughest games out there that a lot of people have played, and like it's not overblown at all. Even though like fundamentally, like people will also argue like, oh, the bulk of this game, it's ultimately memorization. Like once you have like fully memorized the enemy patterns, there is next to no RNG in the game. Like you won't ever really be caught off guard by something you don't expect, but the execution ceiling is still incredibly high in this game.
Yeah, and it's like, to be fair, a lot of bullet hell games are still like a lot of memorization, even if it can just sometimes be like memorizing the little nuances to an enemy attack pattern, which you ever see like the bullet curtain kind of like spam of like a Toho on its lunatic difficulty. It's just like it's just like, yeah, you make little tiny micro adjustments to deal with like massive floods of bullets. Yeah, anyways, the boss here, the gimmick is the weak spot kind of shows up behind these like shields that you need to shoot a bunch to like expose the weak spot.
And it gets taken down very quickly.
That is very smooth.
Yeah, it's like second phase of attacks. You can see it fires these alternating huge clusters of bullets from the like shoulder pads, I guess. But again, there's no RNG in this game as far as enemy patterns. So if you know what attacks are coming up, you can prepare accordingly, and it just fuels your laser cannon to the maximum extent. And we're off to chapter 3 now. In my opinion, this is where the difficulty like really ramps up. Like again, it's difficult the whole way through, but like going from chapter 2 to chapter 3, this is a pretty significant difficulty spike. Also just in the level geometry, like just surviving through, getting through the level geometry itself. Even if there were 0 enemies, it's significantly harder from this point on.
Taking some unfortunate deaths. I'm wondering if he's having any sort of issues with like input. Because the unfortunate reality of a lot of these marathon runs is the setups that you have to deal with when you're running out there are never quite exactly the way you have things at home, on like even when you bring your own equipment sometimes. So when you have a game like this that you need tiny little micro movements, every little millisecond of difference of ping is just quite a bit. So it's been making pretty good work of most everything here.
Yeah, I'm always very impressed when people are able to do like a quote-unquote really good marathon run, i.e. one that would be exceptionally good even for a home run, because yeah, it's never really like a one-to-one correlation, the gameplay experience in a marathon versus being at home. So this is still really, really nice work so far.
Mm-hmm. Tell just kind of knows exactly when to fire off the the missiles, because that tends to be like as soon as he's cleared out all of like one particular color. Playing these games,
slight chain break there though, unfortunately.
Playing this game casually, you get some fun little moments like that, where it's like if you're not really worried about maximizing your chain, you just kind of like stand in front of the laser and just spam fire your laser button.
Yeah,
or your
and
missile.
this is a perfect example of what I was talking about with the ship's very limited hitbox. Like I say, if something isn't actually hitting the direct center of your ship, it generally just won't contact you. So you'd be surprised what you can get away with in this game when you understand the hitboxes well enough. And you can definitely see here the level geometry that I was talking about. Again, there's not really any RNG at play here, but it's still very difficult to get through the gaps provided while still hitting all the enemies and remaining safe. The rate of fire from the center of this mech is going to increase with the damage that it's taken and the parts that have been destroyed. So we're going to have to aim for increasingly narrow gaps between the opposite polarity as they're provided. And once the surrounding lasers just down to a single color, you can just stick to that color. It makes it slightly easier to deal with.
Yeah, you can see he's switching up. He'll switch colors or switch polarities to fire the missiles, because you know that boss was like mainly at that point just like white. So he switch over to black just for firing missiles, and then immediately back to white.
So this boss is going to feature a really interesting strat where, like, fundamentally you want to destroy, like, these outer segments, but he's going to leave a lot of them barely alive because the boss does ramp up in difficulty with the amount of stuff that's firing at you once you've destroyed a lot of these segments. So since it's just going to rotate and eventually do a full revolution, it's generally easier to just leave a lot of the segments up barely alive and then burst everything down on the second revolution.
Having a rough go with minimizing damage taken. Probably taking, you know, max credits for safety.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. Second revolution, and then once there's only a few segments left, the lasers come out, but then you can just, spam the shoulder trigger and it goes down pretty easily. And then Chapter 4, just increasing the difficulty factor even more. It's, for the very start of it, it looks pretty open, and then it is going to be not so open. In terms of the actual space that you cover in this stage, it's almost nothing. Like, you can see a little structure in the distance there. The entire stage is going to be in this little structure that we're going to be coming up to here.
Yeah, a lot of these shmup games are very claustrophobic.
Scoring potential in this section is extremely high. Like, there is potential for absolutely tons of score in this stage if you can stay alive. Obviously, that's the big if. 22 chins so far.
It's rough too, because like you see the pattern of like the red and the white small bullets, but then there's also like the kind of chunkier ones that just kind of catch you by surprise. Like, even when you have a whole ton of hours in this game, sometimes you can just get like make one little slip up and it's game over, or at least for your chain.
Yeah, so I think sections like this really exemplify why I believe normal mode is the definitive difficulty that most people play for competitive, because, like I say, on hard difficulty, both sets of enemies have return fire when destroyed, and in a section like this, it's like, I don't really know how you're expected to consistently survive when every white and black enemy is firing back at you in a section like this. And it's the only set of enemies in the game where I can consistently build a max chain.
Yeah, what's wild too is Rico and I were talking about this before we were in this, with like There's some clips of like some really mad people who would just, they would learn how to do this 2-player, because this game does have a co-op option, and they would play one person, 2 players, and like really maximize the score off of that. And it's like, it is some of the most incredible gameplay you will ever see. Of course, it is also, because these are environments they can reset as much as they want, they have all the time in the world to like just show the highlights.
Well, reset as much as you want in asterisks, because one of, I think, the most famous videos of 1P 2C in this game is someone playing on an actual arcade cabinet, which is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sections like this, it's like, I've been familiar with this game for a long time, and it's like, I understand the theory of like how to get chains here, but actually doing the execution and the timing for not breaking a chain with those enemy patterns there is much easier said than done. This specific wave here, I want to say this is probably the only part of the game where there is actual RNG in the way that enemies spawn, like whether it's black or white enemies on either side. This, I don't think, is consistent.
Still pulling off the chain quite nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, missed it. In my big mouth. So yeah, if we've talked a lot about this game being kind of an archetypical Danmaku, as well as the game that kind of popularized the polarity swap mechanic of like absorbing one color and taking damage from the other. If you're at all interested, it's been put on pretty much every platform. It's on Switch, it's on PS4, it's on PC. Honestly, it's probably like $5 on Steam. I remember first playing this on Xbox Live Arcade all the way back in 2008 or something. Yeah, it's $10
version for me.
Yeah, it's $10 on Steam, so
yeah, I highly recommend picking it up. Stage 4 boss here, so this is going to look a little strange, where the entry point, once you get these gates down that point towards the core, is technically a safe spot if you can deal with constantly being pushed around by this laser. It does constantly fuel your return laser as well, and you can swap around and swap to black for double damage if you can manage it. So another pretty short fight if you can optimize it well. But it's again, like everything else in this game, I feel like every single instance you can just say, oh, this is really hard, this is really difficult, but it's always true. Like, nothing in this game is easy.
Yeah, so this game has 5 total stages, and we're coming up on the very last one. Looks like it'll probably go over estimate, but just the reset kind of made that happen.
Yeah. Final stage just being a single corridor here, followed by a boss rush. And, okay, I lied. This is also a section of the game where I can hit max jump.
Yeah, so this is this level is named Metempsychosis. Honestly, there's a track in the soundtrack called Metempsychosis, and it is my favorite track in the game. But if you're unfamiliar with what that word means, it means the reincarnation of the soul, which is an apt name because you are going to die a lot, and you can only hope that you meet your maker when you get absolutely obliterated by this stage.
Yeah. So we haven't really talked about the plot of this game. It's something that just kind of happens in the background. But the TLDR is that there was a ruler named Horai Tenma who uncovered a artifact, the power of the gods, and has used it to essentially take over the nation and start spreading her rule. And the huge mech that we come up on here is piloted by Tenra herself. And this is, I'm not sure if this entire outer shell is used the same name, but the huge ball mech at the end is going to be Tagari, is the very notable boss, which I'm not sure whether Juju is going to try and squeeze it. It's in the aforementioned Super Play DVDs. One of the very cool things that you can see on the last form of this boss is that if you just let it play out and don't kill it as soon as possible, the bullet density gets so high that on the original versions, at least like on GameCube, the game lags extremely hard. I don't believe it does quite as hard as on this HD version, but the bullet density is so high that it is borderline unplayable and there is almost no safe place to hide. I would really like to see if he's going to try to squeeze it, but I somehow doubt it. We'll see though.
Yeah, this particular attack is very nasty with the interweaving red and white electricity like lasers there. As Draco was kind of alluding to, you can actually do a pacifist run of this game. You can actually do a pacifist run of a lot of shmups because it's like you just have to kill the boss in a certain amount of time. I believe there's even an achievement in this game for beating it pacifist.
Yep, it's the one on the HUD to the left. This is one that I do have. It's the Dot Eater achievement. So, blown through Tigari. Okay, whatever. That's, yeah, once there's just the continual return fire of the volleys of light and dark lasers, including the increasing density of bullet patterns that are appearing, like I say, the game lags extremely hard. So, although the neck has been destroyed, this is the actual Power of the Gods artifact that comes out, which is known as the Stone-like, and this is the quote-unquote actual final fight of the game, which isn't much of a fight. At this point, the Ikaruga's guns jam, and all you can do is dodge around, so the objective here is to simply survive for 60 seconds.
So, hopefully this can end deathless.
I certainly hope so. This is always a really confusing, like, cadence of patterns to dodge where you can, like, avoid in strictly alternating patterns where you can do, like, 2-2, and sometimes, depending, you have to do, like, 2-1-2. It's like, it's awful, that one. So just 10 seconds until GG, and then we'll have a final cutscene where the Ikaruga and its pilot Shinra decides to use all of the stored up energy from that fight to just remove the limiters and expend all the energy they have to try and destroy the Stone-like.
Daka.
And that is GG, that is time. Big GG's to Juju for sure. I'm sure this isn't the score that he was particularly looking for. Like, I believe I saw score PB was somewhere in like the 32, 33 million region, I think, but 22 million is still way, way better than I've ever scored in this game.
Yeah, doing this for a marathon is rough, and you know, even getting an S+ that he did on the second mission, it's like, yeah, definitely a tip of the cap for that.
Yeah, massive props. It's very cool indeed.
Yep. Thanks everyone who's been watching the restream. I get your donations in. We're doing a restream for SpeeDons 6, which is raising money for Medicine du Monde, Medicine of the World. And they hit 300,000 in like the first day, which is incredible. 300,000 US dollars, or about 267,000 euros.
Yeah, this has been amazing so far, and it looks like up next, I believe we've got Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. So that sounds like your sort of thing. Please don't go anywhere. I'm sure we'll be back quite soon.
Yeah, that one is a very busted run.
Shoutouts to GK. Thanks for coming along for the run.
Yeah, shoutouts to Draco. Did a lot more of this than I kind of came in last minute on this to have a second voice in this. Shoutouts to Juju, just killing it. Shoutouts to people who run Ikaruga. Like, I'm always so impressed by anyone who can play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe at some point I'll actually get good and learn to at least 1cc this game. I don't know. I'm not holding my breath, but maybe.
Yeah. Alrighty, but that should do it for us.
Yeah, final shout out, I guess, to GDQ for doing the restream and allowing us to come on and do this. Thank you all very much.
Indeed.
On en parlera après.
Et on va passer à l'écran de résultats.
Voilà. Mais du coup, avant de laisser la dernière parole évidemment à notre Juju Kedobi national, on voulait vous remercier une fois de plus pour le Speedon, l'organisation, tout le staff, Mister MV, médecins du monde. Voilà, bravo à tous ces beaux personnes donateurs. Tu veux peut-être dire quelque chose?
Oui, bravo à toute l'orga, comme tu as dit, Mister MV, les bénévoles, la régie, modératrice. Merci tout particulier à la communauté Fast and Fabs, sans qui je ne serais pas là ici. Donc merci les Fabs. Faites-vous postuler, vous êtes légitimes. Voilà. Merci en particulier à Irizy qui m'a aidé à mettre cette magnifique perruque pour le cosplay de Kagari. Et merci Juju, à Chaos, pour la confiance pour ce cast de Shmup. Donc, voilà.
Merci à toi. Et je pense qu'on va pouvoir laisser la parole à Juju. Vas-y.
Ouais, donc le début de cette run était un désastre. Non, voilà, je suis un peu désolé parce que voilà, clairement, avec la pression, c'est un jeu très dur à runner, pas du tout marathon safe. Mais bon, c'est probablement une de mes pires runs jamais faites en marathon. Mais à part ça, sinon j'espère qu'à la fin ça va aller à peu près, au moins que j'ai pu montrer le jeu, parce que c'est vraiment un chouette jeu, et donc j'encourage n'importe qui à y jouer. Parce que voilà, il est disponible, facile. Et sinon, je remercie la communauté Shmup qui sûrement regarde. And also I thank the international Shmup community who's probably watching. Sorry for the run, that was really bad, but I do better in the future. Thank you.
Bravo, Juju, tout va être fier.
Bravo à toi.
Et on peut dire à vous les studios, je pense.
Oui, je pense qu'on a terminé. Mais merci à tous.
Passez un bon event et à bientôt.
Ouais.
Merci à vous.
Et bonjour Speedon, bonjour Sacha.
Salut Darminique.
Ça va bien, oui. Alors, attendez, petite priorité quand même là, parce que je voudrais savoir dans le public, est-ce que vous avez l'impression que c'était la pire run?
Absolument.
Non, voilà, est-ce que vous pouvez faire un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Juju quand même? Ça fait une run incroyable, voilà, montrez-lui que c'est quand même un énorme spectacle, vraiment, merci pour ça. On est trop bien là. Deuxième journée de Speedon, et on a déjà plein de folies qui passent et plein d'art aussi, ma foi. Oui. Parce que là, on est accompagné pour ce début de créneau et pour le jeu qui arrive par notre artiste Abidesi. Coucou. Attends, on ne t'entend pas? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on t'entend pas? Est-ce que t'as un peu...
Ah si, c'est bon.
Si, ça y est, c'est bon, parfait, magnifique. Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour à toi, bienvenue déjà.
Il faudrait que tu rapproches un tout petit peu ton micro de ta bouche, s'il te plaît.
Là, est-ce qu'on m'entend mieux?
Impeccable. Du coup, qu'est-ce que tu vas nous faire de beau là?
Alors, pour cette run, je vais faire une gouache, du coup, directement à la peinture. Voilà.
On rappelle que la run, c'est Zelda Skyward
Sword, tout à fait. Donc là, tu as à peu près 1h20 pour...
Exactement.
Voilà, et gouache qui sera à gagner ensuite.
À gagner à la fin, dédicacé, tout ça signé.
Dédicacé par toi, par le runner.
Sachant que toi, tu n'as pas le droit de revenir dans le temps.
Et j'ai pas le droit de revenir dans le temps, mais logiquement, ça devrait le faire.
Écoute, bonne chance à toi, on a hâte de voir le résultat.
On fera des points durant la run, évidemment.
On verra un peu le work in progress. On a trop hâte de voir ce que ça va donner.
Donc on rappelle que c'est uniquement quand vous faites des dons pendant la run de Skyward Sword.
Oui.
Tout ce qui est fait avant ou après, ce sera trop tard.
Voilà, donc c'est entre le pressage, le timer et le time. Donc vraiment, si vous voulez tenter de gagner la gouache de Abidesi.
Hello everyone. I am Gymnast86 here for commentary of the next run on SpeeDons, which is going to be The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, and with me I have the lovely Pippi in a top hat. How you doing, Pippi?
Hello, I am Pippi in a top hat. The question mark today, am I in a beret? Not quite sure.
That would be appropriate, yeah.
But good morning, everyone. It's quite early for the other side of the ocean.
Yeah, it's just about 2 a.m. here, you know.
Yeah, it's always the correct time for Skyward Sword, though.
That is true. So this upcoming Skyward Sword run is going to be run by Renano, who is a speedrunner that's been around the community for, I think at least like 5 or 6 years at this point. He's definitely run a lot of Zelda games, I know, at the very least. I'm not sure if he runs anything outside of Zelda games, but I've seen him run, you know, everything from Link to the Past to Tears of the Kingdom, so he's no stranger to Skyward Sword either.
I mean, this is a Zelda game, so the Zelda games are what's important. We are both very Zelda-pilled, so we're gonna talk about Zelda a lot.
If something happens outside the Zelda speedrunning sphere, I probably don't know about it, so...
Yeah. But if anybody's less familiar with Skyward Sword, as one of the more contentious mainline Zelda titles, this run is done with mandatory motion controls. This will be on the Wii version of the game. They are very different speed runs, and that does mean that Renano will be running with motion controls. You can make them pretty consistent. They're quirky and fun, and you kind of have to play by their rules. So that should be really, really fun and interesting to watch. Especially, I've never seen it run in a full, like, auditorium theater setup before.
Yeah, no, the setup they have here seems really cool. I would love to watch a speedrunning marathon in a theater one day. But yeah, so the category that's going to be run here is any percent. Is the, you know, standard speedrun category, and that just means for Skyward Sword that you have to go beat the final boss Demise as quickly as possible. Which I believe the estimate for this run is 1 hour and 25 minutes, so... yeah, normally Skyward Sword is a pretty long game. It's got a lot of cutscenes, a lot of gameplay, but we can skip quite a bit of that in the any percent speedrun, and we can do some very interesting things along the way to get there, and I'm sure will be a lot of fun, and that Renano will show off for us. And it looks like we will be starting the run soon here. I guess before we get to the gameplay itself, the run is going to be done on the Japanese version of the game, and the only reason for that is simply because the Japanese version has significantly faster text speed than other languages. For the 90% speedrun, you save about 2 minutes on Japanese versus using English, so it's about the time difference there. I admittedly do not know the difference in time between Japanese and French, but it's probably about the same as English if I had to guess, so...
Yeah, I believe English is the slowest language, but really all of the languages are pretty significantly slower than Japanese.
And
English
yeah,
just has the most text.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like the Japanese text does have less characters that it has to traverse through, but it also just scrolls faster for some reason.
Yeah. I guess also worth mentioning is that the Japanese version is actually Japanese 1.0 Skyward Sword is actually English 1.1 or whatever. It's a little bit updated. There are a couple of extra glitches on the North American release. However, the text speed saves so much time that, like, we never use the other version for anything. Oh, it looks like our name is gonna be SpeeDons.
SpeeDons.
It fits!
Yeah, it does.
It fits perfectly.
I imagine we are about to get started here. Yep, here we go. And we're off.
There we go.
To Renano.
Good luck, good luck.
one of the first things we see right off the bat is we are skipping cutscenes. That is an effect of playing on hero mode, because if you play on hero mode, that means you've already gone through the file once on the normal mode, and now the game allows you to skip all those cutscenes that you previously watched. So that saves a lot of time, allows us to get control of Link much faster. And we're also going to go talk to our friend Fledge right here. And this is not required for completing the game normally at all. This is just optional text that you can get specifically at the beginning of the game here, but it is actually very important for the speedrun, because this is one of those runs where how things are laid out in memory kind of matters.
Yeah, we're gonna start saying a bunch of comp sci words. We're gonna try our best to not turn this into a comp sci lecture. Would we like to talk about back in time?
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, the big glitch that makes the Skyward Sword speedruns as fast as they are is called back in time.
Also, ooh, that evil camera there for a second, but this will be our first movement trick of the run, and it's not even gonna look like a trick. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Orwell's being rude. There we go. That's a text skip.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue. Back in time.
Well, yeah, so I guess continuing with that, like the sort of like little side quest that Renano's doing here to like save the Remlet is also not required to complete the game normally, but what it does do is it sets a specific flag in memory that we are going to make use of later in unintended ways. So Renano's just gonna bring the Remlet back, and now we have the flag set that we want. And at this point, Renano's going to be going up, he's going to save the game at Bird Statue there, and he is going to then do the stuff that's necessary to perform the back-in-time glitch. Now, essentially, what the back-in-time glitch is it's just having control of Link while on the title screen. Because the way the title screen works is that it's essentially just an indefinite cutscene that does not end until you select and start a file, right? So, like, it is just, you know, on an actual game map, Link is spawned in, but because you don't have control of him, you can't do anything with him, right? And so, back in time is essentially the process of gaining control of Link, and we're going to do that by dying here off of this pillar.
Oh no! Speedrunner died! I loved the crowd reaction there.
Yeah, it was excellent. But yeah, so Renano's going to continue from the death screen and then reset the console. So resetting the console is what normally gets you back to the title screen here, but because he did it immediately after hitting continue from a death, the game state of respawning from a death kind of overrides the normal cutscene that tries to play here. And so now we just have control of Link on the title screen. And the thing that makes this so powerful is that we have the ability to control Link while we're also selecting our files. Because selecting our files will actually change the data that the game has loaded in for things that affect, like, the current map state, for instance. So we're going to be doing a bunch of shenanigans with that. The first thing here is just going to be what's called a bit save. Essentially, Renano selected file 1 and then saved at that bird statue, and now has that file saved at that statue, which might seem weird because he was already saved at that statue, but what he did is he saved it on the title screen layer, which is going to come into use later.
Yeah, you might have noticed that usually if you were to go up to this area in the game, just if he had not entered back in time, this is where the game wants you to go, and then it starts a cutscene with Zelda, and you cannot actually enter the goddess statue because the door is not open until you complete the sort of nighttime following Fi sequence. But on the title screen layer, the door does not exist. So he can just run in, and now he already has Fi, he's picked up the goddess sword, and he can watch all of these cutscenes or skip all of these cutscenes on the title screen, and essentially skip all of that sort of following by sequence. However, unfortunately, we will not be keeping this copy of the Goddess Sword. It was a loaner. We got it from the library. And instead, what we actually care about here is we're going to do a trick called an RBM during this cutscene by hitting start at a very specific point. And it's going to place the Farron pillar onto his file. So he now doesn't have the sword, but he does have the Farron pillar. However, because, as Jim said, we bit saved, we're saved on the same layer of the map, the same version that we were on the title screen, the door still doesn't exist. We can just go pick up the sword for realsies now. Hey Jim, what's an RBM?
Yeah, so an RBM stands for Reverse Bit Magic, which does not tell you what the trick does.
However, I believe this is not the first time that RBMs have been heavily discussed at 2 in the morning.
Yeah. Essentially, reverse bit magic is the process of starting your file back in time and then having some sort of flag change in memory as you start your file. Because what that allows you to do is it allows you to keep that flag that was set and transfer it over to your file. So what Renano did back there is he pressed start right before the game set the flag that says the Farron pillar is now open with the green light in the clouds. And so because of that, he now has that flag set on his file much earlier than he normally should. And so we're going to be doing...
There was a little bit of an oops, if I'm seeing correctly. So now we just get to watch the RBM again. So more back in time is never a bad thing. And that also does give us more time to explain back in time, which thank you very much, Renata. That's very considerate of you. Back in time is, as you might have noticed, quite complicated. So I'll take it.
The reason Renana reset there is because he noticed that the emerald tablet, which is what you put in to normally make the Farron pillar appear, was not actually in the, tablet holder.
Yes.
And that's an indication that the RBM that he tried to do did not work. And the reason it didn't work is just because he must have mistimed it. I thought the timing looked fine on my end, but I guess it unfortunately was not.
Yeah, the timing isn't particularly precise. However, it can be a little bit awkward because the timing is just that you want a particular moment in the cutscene to happen within about maybe a second or two of after you hit the start button to start your file. Oh no, not again.
And a second time, I can't believe it.
I'm sure he'll never die again in this run. The rest of the run's gonna be deathless, believe me. But the reason that it can be a little bit awkward at times is because, especially with things like he's timing for a specific part of the fade out, or the light changing animation on the cutscene, which isn't exactly like a very concrete audio cue. Also, you'll notice that he's voiding here to that conveniently puts you on the other side of the gate because those gates are all closed at the moment. I don't know why, for some reason, you can just void out near the top of that staircase and it puts you on the other side of the gate, which is very convenient. Would this route function at all without that?
Honestly, I don't know. It would depend on if, I guess, I think it would be fine, because I think you could just then do back in time after one of the gates is open.
Yeah, you would need to always have access to a file that has the gates open. While we nerd out about this, though, we get to see some live art happening.
Yeah, that's really cool. Live watercolor art.
I don't think that's... Is that watercolor? I thought it was... I don't know what kind of paint that is, let's be so...
Yeah,
But-
I don't either.
Regardless, Skyward Sword, especially like the splash art and such for Skyward Sword, has some gorgeous sky depictions. So I'm very excited to see what an artist can do with that sort of visual style. I look forward to seeing its progression throughout the run.
Alright, so here we go again. So essentially you want to, I think you want to wait about 1 second after the camera change happens here.
Yeah.
Before pressing
that looks
start.
good. That looked good, right?
Yeah. And Renato can immediately, I guess he could look around to see if it worked.
Yeah.
But I guess he feels that it was correct. And like, it looks correct. I would be really surprised if that wasn't correct.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna pull the sword. Hopefully, this is the last time we watch the sword pull animation today. We've seen it a lot, but after this, so normally in order to get to this point, we would have already rescued Link's Loftwing from Loftwing jail, and we would have already sort of done the whole like flight tutorial and the oh, there's the tablet. Nice.
There it is.
We're very happy to see it. We will have already done the flight tutorial and also the wing ceremony mini game, and then have done the following thigh sequence. So we're now doing things a little bit out of order because we do still need access to Link's bird, and we also are looking to do something a little bit silly before we leave Skyloft, which is our sort of starting hub area. We are trying to gain the ability to get into the sky from the title screen, so be in back in time, but have access to enter the sky, which will give us access to entering Theron, our first surface region of the game, also on the title screen, which is going to allow us to do a lot of the more in-depth shenanigans that make this route work. But in order to do any of that, the first thing we have to do is kind of progress the story a little bit, watch some cutscenes, rescue our bird, and also judge a woman's furniture. That is a mandatory part of this route. So I hope everybody's ready to judge her decorating right now.
Yeah, because we're going to enter in this house and
Very nice.
immediately leave.
Goodbye.
Leaving this house sets a flag that we want. Who would have guessed?
Yeah. And now we can continue on. We've kind of done all of our... We keep going on these little miscellaneous side quests. We entered and left that house, we talked to Fledge, and we rescued the Remlet, all of which are going to be very important later, but we are kind of done with our chores on Skyloft now. We can do things that make a little bit more sense for the plot. Also, it might be important to note that we did skip one of the swords. Usually you would get the practice sword in order to cut those logs and enter this whole sequence, but we already have the goddess sword, so we don't care. Oh no, Renato's taking damage. That's not good. Oh dear, not the chew. But normally you would get the practice sword to do that. We skipped that, we went straight to the goddess sword. We do not actually need the practice sword, and we also don't need any of the other sword upgrades in the game. We have a super powered toothpick, and we are gonna bring it with us all the way through to the end.
Yeah, pretty much. One of the benefits of running on hero mode is that the skyward strike power of the sword is actually equal to the damage value of the master sword. I guess just because they allow you to carry over that skyward strike power from normal mode, so it's a very useful combat tool as well.
Yeah.
And so now,
oh, you want to talk about? Yeah.
Yeah, Renano is going to be copying file 1 to file 3, and then starting back up file 1 again. So as Pippi mentioned earlier, one of the things that we're trying to set up here is that we want to be able to take Back in Time off of Skyloft, because while Back in Time on Skyloft itself is like very powerful, if you're only restricted to being able to do Back in Time on Skyloft, the speedrun is like about 3 hours, I think. To really unlock the full potential of Back in Time, we want to be able to get off of Skyloft. And specifically be able to get into the Farron region while the title screen is up. So, the setup for this is, like, very wonky. Essentially, the issue that we have to get around is that when you're on the title screen, trying to go to other maps will sometimes crash. And so if you try to, like, get on your bird and go to the sky normally in Back in Time, the game crashes. And that's true on every layer of the sky, except for the current layer that Renano is on, which is the flight tutorial layer. This layer just happens to have a small enough stage file that the game doesn't run out of memory when trying to load it while on the title screen. So essentially, like, copying file 1 to file 3 is part of the setup that we have going here to be able to access the sky during the flight tutorial while on the title screen.
Also, real quick, this is a 2-frame trick. We get 1 chance. Let's see what happens. Oh, darn. Well,
that's okay.
there's something was supposed to happen if he got it, but as I said, that there's a single chance for that, and it's not a big deal that I didn't get it. Now we get to play Donkey Kong, because that's the backup for if you don't get it. Essentially what he was trying to do is there's 2 frames somewhere during, like, after that save prompt, where you can save your game and then do a side hop. And you side hop clear out of that cutscene trigger, and so Zelda just doesn't talk to you because you're no longer in the trigger box for the cutscene. And then you can run to the side and jump off a cliff. Alternatives to jumping off a cliff is playing Donkey Kong, which achieves the same end result, which is in fact Link dying. But this is also part of the setup, as Jim was saying, that we have once again entered Back in Time using our barrel friend, and we're gonna do a weird interaction. Essentially, we're gonna make a copy of one of our files onto file 2, but it's not gonna look like we are. It's called a file dupe, which is also just called copying. But it's gonna copy the file in a special state where the game doesn't really realize that the file exists. And then we're going to save file 1 on the title screen, which is gonna give us access to our bird from file 1 on the title screen. And then we're going to do a little interaction over here where we're going to hit start while Link is entering a loading zone, and it's gonna start our game in the sky, on file 2, with a bird that we once again borrowed from the library.
And remember,
that's a whole
2,
lot of words I said.
Yeah, file 2 at this point is actually a copy of file 3, and file 3 doesn't actually have the loft wing. So
this is true.
We have essentially achieved flying on a file that does not actually have the loft wing unlocked. And the reason for that is because we very specifically want to hit this phi text trigger before we save our loft wing. So we hit the Phi text trigger, and now Renano's just going to use this Gwei. Oh, very nice double hit right there.
That was really good, yeah.
Gonna use this Gwei to damage down. And because the last place Renano saved was underneath Skyloft after the Waterfall Cave, that's where he's gonna respawn. And now, with this flag set, we can go and save the Loft Wing again, because this file hasn't saved it yet.
What's that, Zelda?
So, the flag, like, the reason we wanted that Phi text in the sky specifically is because going through that text sequence allows you to jump off of your Loft Wing now, which is not something you're normally supposed to be able to do during the flight tutorial here, right? But because we did the reverse bit magic earlier to activate the Farron pillar, and now we can jump off of our Loft Wing, we can kind of just completely ignore this flight tutorial and go to Farron. Which
this might
is
seem very silly as a thing to do, because we could have also just, it would have been probably faster to just leave it by alternative means. But by jailbreaking the tutorial like this, also we're gonna say hi to a rock. That was a rock. Don't worry, everything's fine. But by jailbreaking the tutorial like this, we're kind of suspending the tutorial state existing forever on file 2, which means that if ever Renano would like to go to the sky on back in time, all he has to do is click on file 2 and he'll load in that special layer of the sky that Jim mentioned earlier that doesn't crash. So we have now achieved all of the things that we had set out to do before going to Farron, meaning it's the perfect time to go to Farron and also look at the pretty sky art. Look at the clouds.
That is really pretty sky art.
They're really cute. But now we're in Farron. It's a really good idea to save your game whenever you get into a new area, just in case something bad happens. I'm sure with Renano we're in good hands, though. Nothing bad will ever happen. Other than
until
death.
Link dies again.
Yeah. Darn it. But unsurprisingly, we are going to, now that we have the ability to go to the sky and Farron back in time, we're going to be making use of that quite extensively. And this also is going to introduce why on earth we would have been setting random arbitrary flags earlier. So far we did one RBM that we were setting a flag that was on one map, on the same map between back in time and the actual gameplay. But once your file that you're looking at and like your back in time file are not on the same map, it's not quite as direct. Things can have some funny effects, but they're all consistent because they're based on where that information is stored in the game's memory. As Jim was saying earlier, memory locations are very important. But so that's going to allow us to have some silly, seemingly arbitrary effects thanks to having done our chores earlier. So now that we've set up, we went to a save statue and we did some setup shenanigans on our file, we're just diving to the Farron pillar on the title screen like you do, normal.
Yeah, the flight tutorial layer has a boundary that the Loft Wing can't cross, so you essentially have to fly up to that boundary and then dive forward as Link the rest of the way to the Farron pillar, which is actually a lot harder than it might look, because it's really hard to tell what direction you're actually going when you're diving forward like that.
It's actually quite a bit easier on the title screen for a lot of people than off of the title screen, because you can do things like line up. Oh, by the way, that log exists. That's because we talked to Fledge.
Yes.
But you can do things like line up pieces of the title screen with like parts of Link to try to make sure you're going in at least a consistent direction. We're not going for a long jump. That's fair enough. That trick is very silly and saves next to no time.
Yeah, so we're just continuing to take the title screen with us through Farron. We skipped having to do any of the stuff you would normally do in Sealed Grounds because that log just magically came down from the top of the ledge because of the fact that we talked to Fledge earlier. So
Lad like that.
Yeah, we're going to be making use of all of those arbitrary flags, or seemingly arbitrary flags that we set earlier, because the ultimate goal of this sequence on the title screen is we want to essentially skip all of the stuff in Farron that normally leads up to entering Skyview Temple.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen here next is Renano specifically is going to die and respawn while File 1 is selected, because on File 1 we have the flag that we got from entering that woman's house and judging her furniture. That flag, when we respawn, is going to lower a vine to the deep woods where we can get to the entrance of Skyview Temple. Unfortunately, Renano hit the start button while resetting, or excuse me, while hitting the continue button on the game over screen there, so he accidentally started the file, which
That's okay.
Unfortunately does mean the whole sequence has to start over again.
Yeah. Normally, there are some sort of like safety things that you can do to try to prevent that from happening. But what happened there was that he had two menus on his screen at the same time that were both using the same controller, meaning he selected something on the menu that he wanted to be using, and it selected something on the other menu underneath it.
Yeah.
Just bit things.
Yeah, when the game over screen comes up, it blocks the title screen menu that's like rendered below it, so you can't actually see what you're selecting on the title screen except for if the cursor happens to be drawn around like a specific part that you're over. But yeah, unfortunately he accidentally selected start at the same time.
Coach Iago a donné 250 € en disant Zelda Skyward Sword dans mon cœur.
Yeah, so he did some file copying earlier, which you saw that he did not redo. He does not have to redo it because it has already been copied. That persists, but he did have to go and interact with that save statue again, and that was a bit save, just like we had mentioned earlier that he did in that other bit interaction. However, the difference this time is that he doesn't actually care about the fact that he set it so that the next time he would spawn in, he wants to be at that save statue. He in fact does not want to be at that save statue. But what he has done is stolen the XYZ coordinates, the numbers that tell the game where to spawn Lincoln, from that save statue. Oh, it seems we had a little bit of a crash. Skyward Sword does this, don't worry. Probably just add a lot of, if you see him selecting files while going into loading screens, that is to prevent crashes. These crashes are not RNG. It's just the game is very particular about what data you are allowed to be looking at when you enter a loading zone. Oh my gosh, look how much Zelda is on this Wii. Sorry, I got distracted.
There's a lot of Zelda, yeah.
And some Ace Attorney. So what he's doing at the beginning is stealing his XYZ coordinates from Skyloft, and we're going to try to drag those with us all the way to when we're entering the first dungeon. Meaning that when we spawn into the first dungeon, which is Skyview, we'll be spawning in at those coordinates, which, hey, where are those coordinates in Skyview?
I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah. I
yeah,
hope somebody out there is donating per death. There's a lot of them.
yeah, that would add up quite quickly in this run. But yeah, so the name of the technique that we're ultimately trying to perform here is called a reverse bit warp, where essentially if you start your file and then immediately begin like the loading sequence about like a second or so after you start your file to somewhere new, you will actually spawn in that new location that you entered on the title screen instead of starting where your file was saved. But part of the effect of that is that you still get loaded in at the coordinates that your file was saved at. So you can essentially, as Pippi mentioned, steal these coordinates from Skyloft, from that bird statue, and apply them to what will eventually be Skyview Temple at the end of this back in time sequence. So I do think it is kind of interesting that the game does just save your raw coordinate position when you save at a bird.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't happen in like any... That never happened in any Zelda game previous to this one, I don't think. Like, that definitely doesn't happen in any of the other previous 3D Zeldas.
Yeah, it's not super relevant for this specific run, but it is not saving the coordinates of the bird statue that you're saving at. It doesn't like say like, oh, you're saving at the Upper Academy bird statue, and thus you get these Upper Academy bird statue coordinates. It is saving at Link's exact coordinates standing in front of the statue, which can be relevant for a couple of categories where we do something that I've always heard called a positional bit warp. I don't know if it has an official name, where you are standing in a specific spot, which can will affect where Link spawns in and can put you on some like precarious ledges and stuff like that, where if you were standing to the left of the bird statue, you fell in the ditch. If you were standing to the right of the bird statue, you did not fall in the ditch. You have avoided the ditch, which is very odd and quirky. Thanks, Skyward Sword. But we have successfully made it back to Farron. Skyward Sword just wanted to demonstrate for you how easy it is to crash your Wii, which it is very easy to do in Skyward Sword. However, it is also like not very bad. It doesn't damage the console or anything. It's something that I think a lot of new runners think is very scary. However, you just turn it off, turn it back on again, and keep on going. It is totally fine. One of the things that Renano is also being a little bit careful of here is if he turns to his right now while looking at file 1, we will watch a door open. It'll just trigger a cutscene of some doors opening, and we don't really want that. One, because it's a cutscene, it wastes time, and two, because if we do it twice, the game will soft lock. It's very silly. Oh, the heck yeah, we got past the previous choke point.
Yeah, so once again, the reason that we wanted to do that sequence is because by reloading specifically with file 1 selected, the vine to the deep woods is now down, and Link can use it to swing up to the ledge and get to the deep woods. Technically, there is a way to do it without using this vine, or there's another way of getting the vine down that does not involve doing an entire reload, but it's kind of dumb, so it's not recommended.
We can talk about that later.
Yeah. So now Renano is essentially going to activate a flag that will teleport him all the way down to the entrance. We essentially loaded in the flag that says, hey, Link hit the crystal that opens up the dungeon. So the game's like, oh, okay, now I'm going to start this cutscene where we have to place Link in front of the dungeon. So that's how we immediately teleported over here. And now we have finally done the reverse bit warp. Renano started file 3 and then skipped the cutscene to enter Skyview Temple, and is now 2/3 of the way through Skyview Temple.
Yep,
So,
that's where
skipped
those XYZ coordinates went.
Yep, skipped a pretty major chunk of Skyview Temple. And one of the other consequences of doing this is that we did not pick up the slingshot, right? So the slingshot is the first item that you normally get in Skyward Sword speedruns, or just in the game in general. But if you don't get the slingshot, you actually can't get any other item on the B wheel. If you try to get any other item on the B wheel, such as the beetle, which is in this dungeon, the game soft locks. So we will not be getting any B wheel items this run. Also, it is time for the scary spider jump. I wish Renano good luck.
Yeah, this trick is not difficult, just terrifying. Oh, are we doing the safe version?
Oh, okay.
We're doing the safe version! Oh, I never see that backup. It's a very good decision. So the reason that trick is very scary is you can do a little bit faster version than what Renano did called spider jump. Where the spider is moving and you just jump past the swinging like a pendulum and you sneak by. Now, what's scary about that is that this save statue that we're saving at right now is past there, and we can't get to it until after spider jump. And we are at 2 hearts, which on hero mode is 1 health, meaning any interaction with that spider will kill us. So that pendulum swing is a deceptively wide window. There's a decent amount of time where you can actually sneak by him, but it's in a really weird spot. It's not where it looks like it is. If you jump when it looks like you should jump, you will hit the spider for the most part. And if we get hit at all, we'd have to redo that entire back in time sequence because we could not save. So doing the safe version, hitting the spider off of his little web is a very smart decision. And now we've completed that little puzzle. You saw Renano jumping into the void there in order to get the boss key. That is because, as Jim mentioned, we did not get the slingshot. You're supposed to use the slingshot to hit those vines down, but since we don't have it, we have to use the hero mode increased range of the Skyward Strike and a jump in a void to get us a little extra distance. H, by the way.
H, by the way.
And that'll get us the boss key, and that is all that we had to do in that dungeon. That save statue earlier was an actual safety save, because we are still going to be at 1 health going into Girahim 1.
Yep. So, Girahim 1, first boss. Essentially just, slash at him in the direction that he is not trying to block you from. That's kind of just how a lot of the motion combat in this game works, is just don't swing in the direction that the enemy is blocking. But there's actually a little bit of a technique here. Renano's going to be doing single slashes followed by quick spins whenever he attacks Girahim, because the game actually applies a damage multiplier to the 3rd hit that you do on Girahim consecutively, and we want that damage multiplier to apply to the quick spin, which is more powerful than the regular slash. So that takes the fight down from what would be, I believe, 8 cycles to 7 cycles. So it saves just a little bit of time there.
Yeah. Very nice. That fight is also, once again, a little bit scary because if you make any mistakes, Girahim will respond by slapping you for 2 hearts of damage, which is, hey, how much health we have. And reminder that this game uses mandatory motion controls for all of its combat. So all of those inputs were motion control inputs. So if you make one incorrect slash with your remote, oopsies. Also, we don't need that heart.
Yep.
No safety. it actually would not provide very much safety. So
yeah, it would,
it's a waste of
not actually
time.
helpful at all, yeah.
Yeah, you might have missed when we were entering this dungeon that we're actually on file 3 right now. We migrated at some point, and we'll be on file 3 for a little bit. However, we're not going to finish the run on file 3. We're going to finish the run on file 1. And we're going to transfer the majority of our progress from file 3 to file 1 later. However, we're not going to be able to transfer Link's health total. So while we could stop and get the heart container, and it would give us an extra heart for safety for a little bit, it would not persist into when we switch our files back, meaning it wouldn't get to the part where you would actually potentially want more health, and thus really doesn't matter. However, we're gonna save our game because completing the dungeon got us the only thing we actually wanted from Farron, which was the Ruby tablet, which gives us access to Eldon, because our goal right now is honestly just to get to Lanayru and then to beat the game from there. But now that we have the Eldon tablet, we're going to engage in Skyward Sword's built-in fast travel system.
Also known as Back in Time.
Yeah. Yeah, if you enter Back in Time, you get placed on Skyloft on the title screen. But Skyloft on the title screen is still Skyloft, which is where we wanted to bring the tablet. So by entering Back in Time, we can get back to Skyloft faster. Neat.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing another reverse bit warp here. This time we're essentially just going to be starting file 3 and then entering the loading zone for the goddess statue, because that's where we have to place the ruby tablet. And where was I going with this? I lost my train.
Got a little distracted by the gate opening and closing.
Yes. Yeah, I was like, the gate closed, oh no. But that's not actually an issue.
You might have noticed that previously we had been doing that little jump off the railing to get to the other side of the gate, and now Renato can just open and close the gates by clicking on various files. That is actually because he is bonking a tree whenever he enters Back in Time, which loads in... We have the flag set currently on file 1 for those gates to be open, but the game won't update that unless we make another change to the map, which bonking a tree counts because it spawns a ruby.
Yep.
So we can just bonk a tree.
So now we have the Eldon pillar up, so we can go to Earth Temple and then pick up the Lanayru tablet, or the Amber tablet eventually.
Yeah. Another quick fun note, you might have seen that the screen turned blue for a second. One of the other reasons we like being in hero mode, in addition to just getting to skip cutscenes because cutscenes are slow, is that cutscene would never finish.
Yeah.
So we skip a soft lock. The camera like spawns out of bounds. It's just in the blue dimension.
Yeah, I believe the game fails to load the cutscene that it's trying to play, so the camera just gets placed at the origin of the map, which happens to be in the floor.
Yep.
Alright, for this Back in Time sequence, we're going to be doing, surprise, another reverse bit warp.
We're doing a lot of these.
Yes, I think this is the last one. If I remember it. Yeah, I think this is the last one.
Correct, yeah. So I hope you've enjoyed the reverse bit warps while you have them. But we're just doing, he was doing a very specific sort of file setup right there to make sure that his bird is spawned in Back in Time. Once again, Skyward Sword is very specific about what files you are allowed to look at what times. So interacting with save statues and entering loading zones, you really do want to make sure that you're on the right one. But we're going to Farron right now, not Eldon. Jim, explain?
We need coordinates from a save statue in Farron.
Ah, yes. Yes.
Which we're then going to use to spawn in Elden.
Yes.
So, yeah, unfortunately, trying to go to Elden directly will just crash in Back in Time because the Elden like main stage file is just way too big for how much memory is available while the title screen is up. So, yeah. But what we can do is we can reverse bitwarp into it because then the title screen is gone by the time that this game tries to load the stage file. So we're going to go to the behind the temple area here, and we're specifically going to steal the coordinates of this statue. And thankfully, we can still just continue to be in Back in Time and just fly back up to the sky. From here, we don't have to like activate Back in Time again, thankfully. So very convenient. And now Renano can fly over to Elden, which is actually going to be a little faster than you might think because the game's going to immediately try and push the bird back in bounds for the flight tutorial here.
Yeah.
And there's also a neat little trick that Renano's going to do here that's going to speed up the loft wing, where he's going to enter in this zipper rock that normally speeds up the loft wing. But the game is going to try to like force the loft wing out of the rock in a weird way because this rock is technically out of bounds for where the loft wing should be. So it's going to result in the loft wing just kind of getting stuck for a bit and then getting a lot of speed applied to it. And even though you can't see it, the Elden Pillar is open as we just go through the clouds right there. And now we are out of bounds in Elden.
And we're gonna spawn in at the coordinates that we stole from the sealed grounds, which is a little bit to the left of where you would normally spawn in. It's actually not that far away from where you would normally spawn in. However, it is on top of this piece of janky collision, and we're gonna try to use this to skip the entirety of the climbing the volcano area of the run. We're essentially going to walk on this collision that sometimes doesn't look like you should be able to walk on it, but we make the rules here. We're out of bounds, it's fine. And we're gonna be walking up the volcano until that lava river to Renano's right gets much thinner so that we can just hop across it. The collision here is a little bit jank. Very nice, got through the jank part, that's the scary bit. And now we can just trot on up to the top, hop across the lava river, and then make our way back inbounds, and we'll be at the top of the stage, having skipped the digging mitts, which oddly is one of the few items we would be able to use because it's not a B-wheel item, but we're not going to use it anyway because that would be slow. There we go. Also having skipped like the whole climbing sequence with the throw rocks at you and stuff. Now we have to find the keys to a door, and we have to find them by digging. But we're not gonna dig because we just set our butt on fire.
We also did not get the digging mitts, so we can't dig.
Yes!
But what we can do is we can go back to the title screen, so...
Yeah, I really like the title screen. We could get the digging mitts and then dig up the pieces of the keep to enter Earth Temple. However, that is very slow. So instead we're just gonna set the flag in memory for the door being open, and that's faster.
Yeah, so for this reverse bit magic sequence, essentially what happens is what we're going to do here is Renano is going to start his file and then push the gravestone that opens up the shed on Skyloft. And by starting his file, when he pushes that gravestone open, he transfers the value of that flag to his file, which is saved in Elden Volcano. So the game is now going to interpret that flag as if it's for Elden Volcano, because that's where the file is saved. And when you apply that same flag to Elden Volcano, the game is like, oh, that's the flag that means the Earth Temple door is open. Okay, I'm going to open the Earth Temple door now.
That looked lovely, and because the trigger box for the cutscene of Earth Temple being open is very large, it just instantly puts you in that cutscene. and now we're inside Earth Temple. We're immediately gonna turn around because in a lot of games, things being off camera means they don't move. And we're trying to make a platform cycle. Now we're gonna do a trick called Keese Yeet. That little Keese that's fluttering around that we're watching right now, his name is Archibald C. Eatington. That's definitely canon. And we're going to try to put a skyward strike through him and through that rope behind him in the background.
Very
Oh, and there was a very kind setup. Thank you, Archibald. How Archibald moves around is RNG, and you need him to be between Link and the rope. And this is because we can do things from a distance with a skyward strike. However, you cannot aim a skyward strike upward unless there is something that Link is targeting above him, and he cannot target the rope above him. You're supposed to cut that third rope that's above you with the beetle, but we don't have the beetle. We couldn't get the beetle. We don't have the bee wheel to put the beetle on. So instead, you are forced to do Keese Yeet, where you yeet a skyward strike through the Keese, because the Keese is your target point, and hit the rope. It is a very rude trick, and I'm really glad that it chose not to be rude today. Always makes for a good showcase. Also, we died again.
We did die again. Man, I can't believe this keeps happening.
Man. We're now gonna do, it's gonna look identical to the last bit interaction we did, but we're actually on a different map now. Previously, as Jim mentioned, we had been on Elgin Volcano, and we are now inside Earth Temple, meaning that that value is going to have a different effect, and specifically the effect that we want it to have is raising a bridge. Skips like half the dungeon, something like that.
Half a third. It skips rolling a boulder around a large area, and rolling the boulder is slow, and also we can't get the bomb bag, which is the item in the dungeon here, so we wouldn't be able to really roll it around easily at all, so.
Yeah. And as Jim mentioned, this will be, since we don't have the B wheel, this has to be an entire, itemless run, so, no bombs. The bridge is up, by the way, and Link can stand on lava.
Yep.
He can no longer stand on lava. He has lit his butt on fire again.
But that's okay, because by reloading the map, now the bridge can update, and it's like, oh, the flag is set. I need to be raised.
Yes, I did not lie to you. The bridge was up. The game just hadn't realized it yet. And now we can continue on to really the end of Earth Temple. We just need to get the boss key and then complete the boss without bombs. Oh joy.
So on these slope sections here, normally the game wants you to go to a separate side area to blow up some rocks to give yourself a rest space to climb up this slope, because if you just try to run straight up it, you don't have enough stamina to make it all the way up. But if you sort of stutter sprint by repeatedly just pressing the A button only a little bit at a time, you can actually conserve enough stamina to make it all the way up here and skip having to do that, which is nice.
Also, once again, skips an item usage. It's kind of a miracle that we can skip all of them.
Yeah, it really does just kind of, in some ways, work out very miraculously. And thankfully, the boss key is also very close by, so we don't have to travel very far to get it.
And now, I'm sure that wasn't booby-trapped.
Surely not.
Definitely not.
I think this giant boulder just wants to be our friend.
Exactly. Now, as I mentioned previously, you're usually expected to have bombs during the upcoming boss fight against Scaldera, also known by the community as a spicy meatball. Renato is doing a save here. That is, once again, an actual safety save, not for bit shenanigans, because in order to do Scaldera without bombs, D, by the way, we have the risk of soft locking. So always good to make sure that we have a save right outside just in case things go wrong. However, I trust Scaldera to behave. Archibald behaved, so Scaldera, you can behave your meatball-y self.
Yeah,
also,
I think,
yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, Girahim 1 is not too difficult of a boss fight that we had in Skyview Temple. Scaldera in the 80% speedrun is kind of a jump in difficulty.
Yeah.
Because, as Pippi mentioned, it is possible to put the boss into an unbeatable state if you do not have the bombs. So, it's kind of a miracle that you can defeat the boss without bombs at all, because thankfully the game puts these very convenient bomb flowers for you at the top of the arena, which you're supposed to use as like a bomb refill if you happen to run out of bombs. But we don't have bombs at all, so we have to essentially coordinate the fight around Scaldera running all the way up the ramp of the arena and then being able to use those bomb flowers at the top to make him vulnerable for damage.
Yeah. So at the start of that fight, that is a pretty simple process once Girahim stops talking. Girahim, you're very fabulous. We know. You don't have to tell us more. But it's going to be a pretty simple process of just, as you would think, we can lead Scaldera up to the top. Here are the bombs that Jim was talking about. Renato has demonstrated by exploding one of them. That is intentional. But we're going to knock him down and just bowl a bomb into his mouth. And that's going to hit him into vulnerability. The way that this gets a little bit more complicated is that eventually Scaldera will change to the second phase of the fight. And during the second phase of the fight, well, Scaldera was walking a little fast, so we just let him walk into the bomb himself. During the second phase of the fight, which we're about to activate, Scaldera will no longer walk to the top of the stage. However, Renato has manipulated the amount of time that Scaldera was vulnerable for, and he never actually left vulnerability. So we can snipe him. That was very, very clean. Snipe him during a certain part of his animation, and he remembers that he's vulnerable. It actually resets the clock on him being vulnerable and gives you even more time, and you can just bully him to death, making this a very quick boss fight. Renato made that look so easy. Many GGs on that one. Oh, hey, look, a heart container. Should we get it for safety?
I don't know how to tell you this, Pippi, but if we get that heart container, we wouldn't keep it.
That's so true. But yeah, now we just have to run back up the stage to exit and get the Amber Tablet, which gives us access to the Lanayru region. And as I mentioned earlier, getting to the Lanayru region means we can beat the game. We will not be doing any more dungeons. We are done with dungeons. We only did 2. The game has 7. We're not seeing any of the rest of them. But we'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, so currently we have File 1. What a throwback when we were on File 1.
Remember life on File 1.
Yeah, so File 1 right now is saved in Farron Woods, actually. It was saved there when we did the whole back-in-time sequence to get to Skyview Temple, and it's gonna come back into play now. So, first we're gonna go back into Earth Temple and save File 3 here, because Earth Temple happens to have some flags that we set along the way that are gonna be useful for future back-in-time sequences that we do in Lanayru. So it's very convenient to just run back in here and start back in time after saving the file.
Oh no, Renato died again!
I can't believe it.
So sad. Yeah, once again, we will be using Back in Time as a fast travel system to get us back to Skyloft. We will not be doing a reverse bit warp again. As Jim mentioned, that was the last one. And this will also be our last time when we can bonk the tree, because we are right now going to transfer our progress, just like that, from file 3 to file 1. And all we did right there was we picked up a rupee with file 3. I had to do math in my brain for a second. And that updated our inventory to match that of file 3, which has in it the Lanayru tablet. It has the Amber tablet to have access to Lanayru. So now we have it in Back in Time, and we can use it in Back in Time, but then apply the effects of placing the Amber tablet onto file 1, which effectively just moves our progress from file 3 to file 1. However, we never got the Ruby tablet on this file. File 1 is going to be a little bit jank from here on out. You couldn't really see it behind the big old file 1 window. But Link did just place an invisible Amber tablet.
Yes.
But now we've loaded in back where we were previously. As Jim mentioned, we had stashed this file here in Farron much earlier in the run. And now we can take to the sky and get on our bird. Fun fact, we don't have a bird. We never saved it on this file. But the game gives it to us anyway for leaving the Farron pillar and auto-spawns it in. However, if Link were to jump off of the bird, he would not ever be able to call it again. So let's not jump off the bird until we reach our destination, shall we?
Yeah. This is also the longest flying sequence in the entire run.
It sure is. Legend of Zelda burb game, featuring very few burb time. It's also quite funny that Phi text that Renano just watched. It's in Japanese, but it is telling you, wow, the Farron pillar exists. We should go explore that, even though that is where you came from.
Yep.
Like, good job, Phi. The Lanayru pillar also exists, and I'd kind of like to explore that one. But once again, we have landed in Lanayru, we have entered a new area, so why don't we skip some cutscenes and then immediately save our game, just in case something bad happens. Previously, when we've entered new areas, we've fallen in ditches, we have fallen in lava. There's no ditches or lava around, so I'm sure nothing bad could happen.
Now, well, it looks like the game developers left some explosives in, so...
Now, why would they do that?
A great question. I don't know why they actually put bomb flowers there. I guess just as a
Probably
refill.
bomb refills? Fun fact about Skyward Sword, you can pick up bomb flowers off the ground and put them in your pockets, and it's really fun. So hey, we did a lot of reverse bit warps earlier. Does the existence of a reverse bit warp imply the existence of a regular bit warp?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. It does, actually. So while a reverse bit warp is essentially taking coordinates from a file and applying them to a map in Back in Time, a regular bit warp is taking coordinates from Back in Time and applying them to the map that your file is saved on. And you do that just by saving and starting your file here at the statue in Back in Time at the same time. And so now we get the Skyloft coordinates in the Lanayru mine map, which spawns you way out of bounds. It's kind of a miracle that there's collision all the way out here. So now Renano is just going to be, like, running for a straight minute to get back in bounds.
This is like the longest uninterrupted movement segment in the game.
Yes. And there's going to be even more out-of-bounds running in Lanayru later. There's a weird amount of it. But so yeah, the goal here is to enter the map known as the Lanayru Gorge, right? This whole speedrun is basically how fast can you get to Lanayru Gorge and then do weird stuff to beat the game.
Yes.
So to get to Lanayru Gorge, we had to beat Skyview Temple to get the Ruby Tablet, so that we could beat Earth Temple to get the Amber Tablet, so that we could actually get here. And to get to Lanayru Gorge, we have to go through Lanayru Caves, which we can just jump down to right here. Normally there's a Goron that blocks you from going to the Lanayru Gorge early from the caves, but because we are here much earlier than we're supposed to be, the game is on what's known as Layer 0. Also, oh my god, that bird is so
That's
good.
so cute! Oh my gosh, I love him. It's so pretty. I love Skyward Sword sky colors.
Yes, they are very pretty. I hope we do get like a. I hope we get like a more direct shot of the
Yes.
art.
Oh, I'm sure we will at the end.
Yeah.
We're saving our
excited
game,
to
by
see
the way. We're gonna do some silly, goofy stuff right now, and also die to this cactus. I love that cactus. That cactus is my true love.
Cactus.
What we're trying to do here is a trick called Girahim 3 Escape. And another benefit of playing the game on Hero Mode, which is our New Game Plus mode that's given us double damage and an improved Skyward Strike and all of that throughout the run, is that since you've already beaten the game, you have access to more bosses when you play the boss rush minigame that is in Lanayru Gorge on the Thunder Dragon. You can fight the late game bosses because the game assumes that you've already fought them before. You fought them in normal mode. Now you're on hero mode, so they get added to this minigame mode. One of the bosses that got added to the minigame mode is Girahim 3. And Girahim 3 has a weird little save statue that's hanging out of bounds on the map. It's not a place you're ever supposed to get to, but in theory, if you could get to that save statue out of bounds and then save and quit, when you reopen your file, it doesn't load in the fact that you are in a mini game anymore, which means that you are just in the final boss gauntlet. So that is our goal now. We are trying to set a couple of flags in order to spawn in that specific mini game, being able to rescue the Thunder Dragon, play his mini game, fight Girahim 3, and then get out of bounds to that save statue. This is involving a couple of steps. We are setting a couple of arbitrary flags here. The first one, that first bit interaction that we just did by going to Farron. Renato's gonna show us exactly what it does. It blew up a rock.
Blew up the boulder, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Renato. That was very good for illustrative purposes. The game, just like the bridge earlier, had not figured out the fact that it should have updated that until you make another change, and spawning that rupee that he picked up counts as a change. So we needed to blow that boulder. Excuse me, blow up that boulder because we needed to complete the minecart escort mission, which is what we're gonna go do now. Hey, doesn't the minecart escort mission require items?
Yes, doing the minecart escort normally requires the claw shots, the whip, the hook beetle, all of which are items that we do not actually have, so...
Yeah. Well, we skipped one of them by blowing up that rock early.
That's true, that does skip having to use the hook beetle, so that's one of them down.
Yeah.
And this next back in time sequence here, we're actually going to be setting a flag that essentially tells the game that the minecart is actually at near the end of the minecart sequence. So what we can then do is we can then go to the minecart near the end of the sequence and then just complete it on the last little bit of track to get the minecart all the way to its final resting spot, where we can then use it to talk to the Thunder Dragon. Now, very annoyingly, it is actually possible to just simply do a very quick back-in-time instance that allows you to spawn the minecart at the end of the track just directly, right? It takes like 90 seconds to do. But unfortunately, spawning the minecart at the end of the escort sequence does not count for being able to update the map to the proper state to talk to the Thunder Dragon. The minecart very specifically has to ride along to the last little spot. Which is why we have to do instead now 3 separate back-in-time sequences for all of this, instead of just doing one simple one. I was very frustrated when I tried doing the simple one when Reverse Bit Magic was discovered 5 years ago, and it didn't work. And I was like, wow, this is stupid. Or excuse me, 7 years ago.
What is the simple one? I forget.
It's leaving Kukiel's house. It's the same as
neat.
RBM. Yeah.
So the thing we have to do to set the flag for moving the minecart is activate the first thing on the Machi quest. QQ, by the way. And once again, we just need to make a change somewhere else on the map to update the fact that we have done that. That's called a commit. And now we've done that. However, we also need to go over to where the minecart is to finish the minecart escort quest. And we don't currently have access to where the minecart is. So we're going to be solving that the same way that we solved not having access to Lenevru Gorge to begin with, which is more out of bounds.
Yep.
Again, Lenevru just has like these massive swaths of out of bounds collision that are very convenient. We love them.
Yeah, I think
Run forever.
the theory is that, like, if the player happens to, like, fly the beetle far out of bounds, the beetle obviously shouldn't just go through the floor.
Oh.
Which would make sense, but I think also in most areas, if you try to, like, fly the beetle up into out of bounds areas, it just, like, instantly hits a trigger that tells it to return to Link within, like, a couple seconds, so... I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's another bit warp.
Yep.
And here's more out-of-bounds Lenevru running. Except this time, the out-of-bounds running is also going to feature what we call Jank Jump.
We call it that because it's a jump and it's jank and it sucks.
Yeah, pretty much. So we need to essentially walk all the way out of bounds here to where the minecart is. And it's possible to go around the long way with no jank jump, but it is also possible to go around this way with the jank jump. So the collision on the floor actually ends at this corner here that Renano's getting close to. So what we want to try to do is set up a precise positioning so that we can jump from this little bit of floor up to the ledge that's above us. Because while it looks like there's ground to the left of Link, there is not.
First try. We love it. Yeah, no, the trick is very persnickety and sometimes just doesn't work because... I don't know, your nunchuck angle was just a smidgen wrong. Very scientific unit of measurement there.
Yes, the smidgen.
The smidgen. We're now gonna be very careful not to die dropping down here because if you die, it unsets the flag of rescuing the Kikwi. That would be bad. We'd have to redo that. That was called a break slide. That's a trick that's all over Skyward Sword HD. Here we do one of them, and it barely gets a mention in the speedrun. But what he did was got down to the checkpoint where the minecart is supposed to be and voided out, which respawned the minecart at the checkpoint, which is right here near the end of the track. And now we just have to bring it the little ways back. And normally it would hit a rock there, but we've exploded that rock. So it doesn't hit a rock, which is great.
Yeah. And also, we do just have to wait here. There's nothing you can do to speed up this sequence except just like making sure you don't face the camera in some way that causes like lag.
Yeah. This is the ultimate personality test for Skyward Sword runners. What do you do while you are bored? Renato has chosen to cut grass, which is, I believe, the true Zelda runner choice.
I'm pretty sure that's what I always do.
I watch the minecart move because I have trust issues apparently. I mean
that is optimal because then you can actually see when it gets to the spot. To be fair.
Yeah. We will now be doing one last bit interaction. This is actually the final bit interaction of the run, because now that we have the minecart allows us to change the time in Lanayru Gorge into the past, where the Thunder Dragon is still alive and is not just a pile of bones shrub. But he is not rescued at the moment. If we were to make it the past, he'd be sick. You have to do a whole thing where you deliver him the life tree fruit to make him not sick anymore. We are not going to do that. We're just going to set the flag in memory that he is not sick anymore, and that is going to unsicken him. This is one quick trick doctors
that doctors don't want you to know about. So I guess I don't know if any real-life doctors have ever tried to treat a dragon with magical electric powers. So
yeah, if they do at any point, it seems we got a little off kilter there. Don't worry, we're gonna get some more height and come back. Unfortunately, doing that, like calling the bird again, does scoot the Loftwing back in bounds. But that is, yeah, we're just gonna set it back up again. No worries. But you can actually just, like, retry, but you have to be a little bit specific because, as I mentioned earlier, not every file that we have right now has the ability to call the bird, and not every file that we have right now has the ability to jump off of the bird. So sometimes if you accidentally call the bird on the wrong file, you could delete your ability to call it again or jump off of it again and get some weird effects. So just setting it up to do the trick again is not a bad choice.
yeah, like we mentioned earlier, it's like deceptively difficult to dive straight forward when all you have for visual reference is the white of the clouds. Like,
yeah,
you really cannot tell if you are going straight forward or not until you get a visual of the Farron pillar at the top of the screen. Because just due to the way that the clouds move, you just really can't tell, and that's what makes it so difficult to do consistently sometimes.
Yeah, especially because the clouds do passively animate, so they are not a stagnant thing to look at. They're just kind of always moving. And it also, you may have noticed that during those, Renato backed out to the title screen. And the reason he does that is twofold. One, because, as I mentioned earlier, you can kind of line up the Triforce on the Skyward Sword logo with Link's feet to help you once you get to that point, but also it takes away the black bars at the top and bottom of the screen to make it so that you can view the Farron pillar from the edge of your view faster. We no longer have to push that log, by the way. It's moved. You just have to remind it that it was moved. Because oh yeah, that log also exists. We are, by the way, gonna do very similar to the first Farron bit interaction we did earlier. We're gonna die to a friend again in order to reload the map, because once again we need to go to Deep Woods. So we are once again going to spawn in the vine. But yeah, the difficult part about diving is also that you do have to file manage while you're diving, so you can't immediately start looking at what direction you're going. So it is deceptively hard.
And so for the last back in time sequence here, the flag that we're trying to set is a flag that triggers a part of the cutscene that opens the doors to Skyview Temple. So Renato's going to go in here and he's going to select some files back and forth to make sure that things are set up properly. And then essentially right before, or right as Link exits the bottom of the screen here, presses start, and we get the flag that triggers the second part of that cutscene. And now if Phi spawns in, we did it correctly, so that is the last we will see of Back in Time. And also the Thunder Dragon is now healed.
Yep, and we just need to turn it into the past, and there you can see that he's hanging out. Link is now tired, so he's gonna sit.
Yeah, this is health for safety.
Yeah, did you know that you can, well, I mean, also we need at least 3 health for the trick to work. Did you know that you can sit to heal, even in hero mode? Now, the entirety of the menuing in this game is in Japanese. Luckily, you don't actually have to remember too many options, but Renato's just going to select the options for starting up the minigame and selecting which boss he wants to do. And then we're going to do Girahim 3 Escape. As mentioned earlier, we are not trying to beat Girahim 3 right now. We are trying to escape. We're trying to get to that save statue that's out of bounds. So you're not going to see him fight Girahim 3, you're going to see him run away. And we're gonna start doing that by facing in a specific direction and knocking him off the first platform. Very nice.
Yeah, so
and now, silly dangle.
The way that this fight is sort of structured is that you're on this floating platform, and if you fall off the floating platform, you respawn on the floating platform so the fight can continue, right?
Yes.
So what we can actually can do here is we can do this weird sequence of steps that actually makes the platform go lower and lower, because the trigger that respawns you on the platform is in relation to where the platform is. So if the platforms that are spawning here continuously go lower and lower, eventually, if they're low enough, the void out zone will be below the floor, so you could just go to the floor and run around normally, which is how we're going to access the bird statue here, because the bird statue is on the floor, right? And so that's why we're doing this weird sequence where we have to hang on this ledge, wait until Girahim gets back up, and then slash him off as the platform is attempting to come back down, or is attempting to go back up, excuse me. So he's gonna knock him off here. This looks like it should be fine. He's just gonna jump off here, and
yeah, very nice. Yeah, essentially the thought on why that works is that you're preventing the platform from moving up initially because the player is still above it, ? So it doesn't think that it can move up immediately to recenter itself in the stage, so it's moving to the side. So you're trying to hit Girahim off in a very small time window as the platform is moving back into the center before it starts moving up again, and thus you can move it lower and lower and lower. We also got back in bounds there for a second, and now in bounds was boring, so we went back out of bounds. And we're now going to go for a bit of a run, because we need to now actually fight Girahim 3. This is actual Girahim 3 time. And in order to fight him, we need to find him. And if you look at where Link's eye line is, Girahim is actually back up at the top center of the stage. So we need to respawn him out of bounds somehow. How do you think we can do that?
Well, we can just hit the void out trigger that I was talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah, we can.
And now Girahim's over here with the platform partially in the floor. But
Yep, that's
he's
normal.
over here, we can fight him.
Yeah.
So this part of the fight is very strange. Girahim's also going to start floating. But essentially, Renano wants to knock Girahim over the fence and down onto another platform. And specifically, Girahim has to go over the fence, because if he doesn't go over the fence, then he's instead going to land on the regular ground. And if you try to do the finishing blow on Girahim on the regular ground, the game crashes, which is obviously not ideal at this point.
Yep.
But Girahim went back
Oh,
onto his
nice.
regular platform, so the game does not crash. Hooray. And from this point onward, the fight can more or less proceed as normal, but it is a little bit more difficult than normal because you don't have the sword that's normally expected at this point in the game. You have a sword that does 8 times, only 1/8 the damage of what's expected, so the second and third parts of the fight here take a lot longer than they normally would.
Yeah, if you saw Renano also opening a menu there for a second, that was to recenter his motion controls, because again, mandatory motion controls that were made in 2011, they have a tendency to not quite do what you want based on the lighting around them. Especially in a showcase context, they can be a bit of a hassle to fight against, so very good job so far getting through all of the hard motion control tricks. And this is the hardest motion control trick. Let's see how it goes. Ooh. Oh, it's so close. There is a way to do a stun lock here by having a very, very tight window. There we go. Of being able to skyward stab immediately. That is not easy. And we still have to do it multiple times because, again, we're fighting with a toothpick.
Yeah, and it's made extra difficult because your positioning in relation to Girahim is somewhat precise when you try to do this to get the actual stun, because you need the skyward strike to hit Girahim, immediately followed by your actual sword hitting Girahim. So if your distance isn't correct, that ordering could be off, or your sword just might not hit him at all.
We do not have a stun lock for the second phase. We just have to fight him. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yep.
We just gotta do some slices.
Yeah, so normally this would just be a 2-cycle phase, but because we have a much weaker sword, it becomes an 8-cycle phase. Which also means that my math was wrong earlier. It's 1/4 the damage, not 1/8.
He takes 28 total hits or something like that with the Goddess Sword. You're really supposed to upgrade your sword in this game. It's called Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
Oh, they're counting for us. Thank you for counting in French.
But yeah, so now we're just at the final boss.
Yep.
Thanks to playing a minigame and then saying, actually, this is not the minigame. The game's like, okay, you're at the final boss then.
Also, this is going to be very, very quick because while Girahim 3 was damage-based, Demise is hit-based. Oh, and Renano...
Oh, and we're doing it blindfolded.
Yeah!
Excellent.
So, as I said, this is a very quick fight, and also can be done entirely based on audio cues. So, good luck, Renano. Was he using the gold Wiimote too?
I believe he is, yeah. The gold Skyward Sword Wiimote is very good.
Yeah, this is the Skyward Sword pre-order Wiimote.
Yeah, I think you only got it if you pre-ordered the game at launch. And I don't know, maybe they made more after that, but regardless, very cool looking.
Yeah.
But yeah, so thankfully
Alright.
Demise here is hit-based, not damage-based. So the only actual nerf that you have with the Goddess Sword instead of the true Master Sword is that the sword is shorter, so you have to be a little closer to Demise to actually land the hits. Oh, okay, very nice realization that he had to backflip there. He's making sure that he's close enough to Demise here before continuing the hit pattern. Oh, yeah, unfortunately that
Nice
back was a
follow.
little early.
Yeah, as you might have noticed, backflips give you a ridiculous amount of iframes. So,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
the
a little
backflip timing.
unfortunate. Also, it seems like what happened there was that Demise likes to eat your quick spin inputs for some reason, and he was trying to do some quick spins, and they did not want to work. But that is okay. Again, very quick freight. So, hey, we can try again.
Yep. And yeah, the sequence that Renano is essentially trying to do is he's trying to do / quick spin. But if you only get like / and then a third /, that's not enough to do the stun sequence on Demise. So he's paying attention to make sure that he gets that quick spin in.
Yeah. This fight is, once again, so audio-based that even without a blindfold, the way I remember how to do this fight is bing, bing, blah.
Yeah. Yeah, nice job avoiding that one. A nice job avoiding that one, too. Yeah.
Yeah, he does verbally telegraph all of his attacks if you're listening for it. Very nice.
There we go. Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
All right.
There we go.
First phase.
All right, on to the second one. He now has his lightning strike. We're gonna try to bait him into doing the attack we want. Very nice.
Yep, looking good. Now Renano just needs to fully knock it down. There we go. And then get his own Skyward Strike, but the motion controls are not quite going up.
Motion control,
Okay,
please.
there we
go. Oh!
Oh, that was
That was
that was
evil.
so unlucky. Yeah. I think Renano was trying to interrupt Demise, like, launching toward him by using the lightning quick spin, which would have stunned Demise if it made contact, right?
Yeah,
But
and he was off
unfortunately-
by like a fraction of a second. So close.
Yeah, just the timing with when Demise actually started. It's not a running animation. Demise just like slides across the floor. when he does
He sure
that.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because of that, you can't even like listen to his footsteps or anything. You just have to listen to the length of time he screams for and approximate how far away you think he is. Yep. For playing it safe, good idea. But yeah, the first time you knock him down, as you might have noticed, very clean, is
There we go.
actually, yeah, very nice, is actually fake. You knock him down, but the game does not physically give you enough time to potentially kill him during that. It's just a fake out, so you do have to knock him down at minimum twice. It'll give you more and more time every single time. All right, let's knock him down.
All right.
Oh,
now we got
much
the lightning
nicer on the
strike, much
motion
earlier.
controls.
Yeah, so now it's
Very
the opportunity.
nice.
And that should be it. With a time of
GG.
1:33:47. Very good.
Very
job.
nice.
But yeah, so
Very
that was The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword Any %, where 30% of it happens on the title screen.
That is so true. if any of what you saw today looked interesting, first of all, go check out what Renano does. Very talented Skyward Sword speedrunner, does other Zelda games, potentially was playing Ace Attorney. But he's very, very good at the game, so, you know, go give him a follow. Jim, who are you?
I'm Gymnast86. As I always say, you can Google Gymnast86 and you will find me. You will not find me if you just Google Gymnast. The 86 is important, so.
Just come up with random gymnasts.
Yeah, where are you, Pippi?
Where am I? In my chair, watching my monitor. I'm Pippi in a top hat. I wear top hats. I am also Googleable. Googling is helpful. But if you're interested at all in Skyward Sword speedrunning for any percent, any of the longer categories, if you wish that there was less title screen, there are categories that have less title screen. If you wish that there is more title screen, there are categories that have more title screen. So please come check it out. We swear it's not nearly as intimidating as it looks. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so I guess we have been Gymnast86 and Pippi in a top hat. I don't believe there were any like incentives for this run or anything that's happening after the fact. I kind of
already got to see blindfolded demise. Oh yes, we need to stay for the artwork.
Yeah, I kind of hope they show us the artwork. I don't know if that's gonna be happening though, but like immediately right now. Okay, apparently we are going to see the artwork.
I'm very excited.
Me too.
Thank you everyone for hanging out and speaking English with us, because we don't speak enough French. But also, the in-person commentators seem to have done a very excellent job from the little bit of French I understand. So, massive thanks to them as well.
I believe the commentator on the right is Darmabi, who made the any percent tasks for Skyward Sword. So it's also a cool thing you can go check out. Also,
are we checking in with our artist? Oh, I'm so excited.
All right. And we have a Loftwing launching into the sky.
That's so cute.
That is very
cute. I love
cute.
it. I love the color scheme.
That looks like so good. That's amazing.
I love the little floating islands in the background. They look so the cloud colors are also so pretty. They did an excellent job. I hope I get to see more of the art later on, because that's gorgeous.
Yeah. Alright, well, I believe it is time for us to move on to the next game, so thank you guys for watching The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, run by Renano at SpeeDons, and stay tuned for the next run. We'll see you later.
Bye, y'all.
Un anonyme qui a donné 50 €, qui a juste dit merci avec un plus petit que 3. Et Seisei qui a donné 10 €. Let's go, Renano, t'es le boss.
Oui, il a donné 10 € en disant Laura Farming, plus petit que 3. On a également Ibes Moon qui donne 6,70 € en disant bravo et merci pour ce speedon. Dédicace à Abidesi et la pire commu. Vous êtes les boss. Vous êtes effectivement en train de regarder Speedon. Si vous nous rejoignez, bienvenue à vous. Il s'agit d'un marathon caritatif de speedrun au profit de Médecins du Monde qui va durer tout le week-end, 24 heures sur 24, avec plein de jeux qui se succèdent. Le speedrun, c'est quoi? C'est finir des jeux vidéo le plus vite possible. Vous venez de voir à l'instant donc Abidesi qui a réalisé une gouache, parce que c'est donc une œuvre à gagner. Mais on a également d'autres lots à vous faire gagner. Effectivement, à partir de tout don de minimum 6,70 €, bah, qu'est-ce que tu as en main, Chacha?
C'est précisément 6,70 € qu'il faut donner, il me semble.
À partir de...
Ah, c'est à partir de...
À partir de ou... dans le doute,
donné minimum, voilà, on a ce magnifique PC, voilà, qui fait tourner. Alors je sais pas s'il fait tourner Zelda Skyward Sword, hein, évidemment, mais en tout cas, voilà, qui vous permettra de faire tourner tous les jeux vidéo possibles. C'est offert, voilà, par Omen HyperX, c'est le Omen 16, et donc ouais, 6,7 euros, et vous rentrez dans la tombola pour pouvoir. Pourquoi pas le gagner. Il y a évidemment plein de lots pendant les différentes runs qui se relayent ça et là. Et puis,
plein d'œuvres d'art qui ont été faites. Et alors, en parlant d'œuvres d'art, justement, vous pouvez en porter une si vous voulez.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, GDQ chat. I'm Vay Victus, and I'm back here again for commentary for the next round. That will be Skyblazer N% from Axodo. Yeah. Oh God, Skyblazer. It's a game I really enjoy running. It's one of my favorite speedrunnings that I got it. And for me, it's a hidden gem from the Super Nintendo library.
Mais également ce magnifique Béboul qui est
yeah, it's difficult.
La rasée absolue sur la boutique sur place, on compte sur vous. Vraiment, vous êtes très généreux là. On est en route pour les 300.
It's very early in the morning, so at least for me, and it's very difficult to get your brains on very fast, but yeah, it's needed, especially when you do the commentary for those runs.
Le saviez-vous? Maintenant, on peut défiscaliser jusqu'à 2 000 € à hauteur de 75%. Voici mon deuxième don. Des bisous, plus petit que 6-7.
Merci beaucoup. Vraiment, il y a eu une pluie de dons, plein de messages d'encouragement pour Ronaldo.
Oh, so yeah, about the run, you see a lot of some neat techniques about Skyblazer. The Skyblazer run is mostly pure execution. RNG in the game only comes to play if and just if you miss the strat. Because yeah, the run is basically has a lot of consistency in the strategy, so yeah.
Il y a eu 50 € de triple cal, qui est un super événement. Merci à l'organisation pour les dons. Il y a eu Wizardlin, 10 € qui a donné. Merci pour cet événement que l'on suit chaque
It's what about I can say until we begin the game.
Zeldo dans le cœur, plus petit que 3. On nous dit en régie que la prochaine run est prête. Il s'agit aussi d'un autre jeu qui a été postulé pendant des années, qui n'a pas été pris jusqu'à présent. Mais voilà, ça y est, c'est sa rédemption. C'est Skyblazer.
Et oui, s'il ça contrefile, donne 10 balles pour Skyblazer en disant la
So, how are you guys doing? Like I said, for me, it's early in the morning, so.
Salut tout le monde. Ça fait plaisir de retrouver la scène.
Between the runs I did it, commentary, that last one was the messenger. Oh, hello. Hello again, the Hulk. Yeah, for those guys who don't know about the next round, the world record is from him. Le Hulk holds the world record for Skyblazer, and recently he broke the 24 minutes barrier that he had in this game by some really neat strats that was he discovered very saying the last year.
Alors, cher public, j'aimerais faire un petit sondage à main levée. Qui parmi vous connaît Skyward Sword, le jeu précédent? À main levée. Qui parmi vous connaît Luigi's Mansion, le jeu suivant? Qui parmi vous connaît Skyward Sword? Pardon, Skyblazer, lapsus. Ouais. Une, deux... J'ai vu 2 mains dans la salle. Alors, tout le monde, sachez que merci, c'était le créneau parfait pour aller manger, mais vous avez choisi de regarder un jeu que vous connaissez.
Yeah, we're about to begin.
Parce que je suis totalement objectif. Ce jeu est compréhensible. Voilà, normalement, vous allez comprendre et pas comprendre. Donc, c'est un speedrun parfait. Du coup, c'est bon pour moi. Donc,
allez, on lance le décompte?
On lance le décompte?
Allez, on y est. 5, 4, 3, 2,
lancé, ok. C'est lancé. Bah, je te laisse parler du jeu un petit peu pendant que je fais ce tutoriel très difficile dans lequel j'espère ne pas mourir. Claire d'œil. Mais qu'est-ce que tu es en train de prendre des dégâts? C'est parce que je suis pas un très bon
But if you have one more HP than needed, you lose like 3 to 5 seconds because of you get hit by the flame from Ashura, and you take another damage. The iframes doesn't let you, so you take lose like 3 to 5 seconds on this one if you have more than 1 HP. So yeah, we set up a fast lose on this. And now we begin the stages. These two types of stages I like to call it. There's transition stages and main stages. We'll begin the first transition stage, that is Spouting Woods. It's a very short. You can walk on those leaves on the trees. Those leaves only let you down at least a little, but yeah, it's fine. This short stage, and now we'll begin the first main stage, that is Temple Infernals. Temple Infernals normally is a short stage because that is a shortcut we use on the beginning of the stage.
Sinon, on a aussi de la magie qui sera utilisée plus tard.
Tout à fait.
Là, la jauge rouge, c'est la magie, ouais, je sais, c'est un peu bizarre. Mais
et la jauge verte, c'est le vie.
Là, on va passer au-dessus.
Now, you take a damage push here, he takes a life back, and now he is going to the stop route. The stop route.
Joli. Il y a des zips dans ce jeu. Eh oui, on vous avait dit que c'était trop bien.
Alors, je te laisse expliquer peut-être l'anecdote pendant que je bats le boss de quand est-ce que j'ai appris cette strat. Il y a
going to the stop route.
Je suis un runner extrêmement préparé.
Alors, ouais, il s'avère que on a peaufiné un petit peu les détails en salle runner il y a
2 heures. Je suis extrêmement préparé. Hein.
Eh ben, tu l'as quand même exécuté.
Ouais. Alors les zips, c'est plus compliqué que ça en a l'air. Globalement, celui-ci était un peu une exception, mais les zips verticaux qu'on verra pendant la plupart de la run sont en 2 étapes. Première étape, rentrer dans le mur, ce qui est en gros frame perfect. Et une fois qu'on est dans le mur, il faut s'élever, ce qui est aussi frame perfect. Donc vous verrez un certain nombre de choses.
Fortunately, I was losing because of my internet is trolling, but I can explain the things that happened. First, in the shortcut, we saw the first instance of zipping in Skyblazer. Zipping in this game is you can only zip through the left and up. There's only those 2 options for zipping. You see a lot in the run. And you can do slow or fast zipping. Exodo did the fast zipping. To do the fast zipping, you need to punch, and half a second later, do jump and magic while holding down and right. So the game just catapults you to the left. And for going up, you just press attack and jump. That is the setup for that zip in specifically, but you have more zips coming up very soon. This stage that he passed up was a big auto-scroller, but yeah, there we go. And now we go for the second stage. Also, second stage is the Tower of Tarolisk, and we are introduced to the best power in the game, that is the Comet Flash. Comet Flash wastes 2 magic, but of course is a main movement. On Tower of Tarolisk, not that much because of the it's a rotating tower. Oh, he chose to take a damage boost. Now here, there's another zip. Here he needs to wait. Excellent. To do that zip that he did it back there, you need to enter the wall. and then you press attack and jumping. Jump and attack this time. It's jump and attack. Oh, he missed the stones. These stones are deceivably bad to jump because they are short platform, and also they only do that for some time. Okay, he missed the zip. Okay, he got the second try. Very nice. And he still has magic. Okay, now for the second boss. Unfortunately, this boss is one of the boring parts, because this boss takes 7 hits to kill, and there's anything in the game deals 1 damage. On the first 2 cycles, they're good to jump. The third cycle is very difficult to jump. You need a jump of 3-frame window to jump. You can just, if you do the zip with enough magic, you just preserve a comet and pass through this through this side. After this cycle, you just need to be in the bottom left corner for the last hits. I think this one is the last one. Perfect. Another thing I didn't explain was about the Japanese version of Skyblazer. It's the Japanese version of Skyblazer says like 18 seconds of a US version, but on the leaderboard of the game, we accept US and JP version as the same. So every time you post a US version time, it's converted to JP. This is to make justice for a runner of this game. It's to make justice to OmniGamer, because OmniGamer, as we know it, came up with the strategies. Most of the strategies here we have in this game comes from OmniGamer. Also, if you check here in GDQ channel, he did a tutorial for this game on a hotfix. So yeah, if you're interested, you can check up here. Okay, the auto scroller back there, you just get hit by the spike ball. Here you need to wait the HP boost so you can cancel it faster. Okay, now Petrolith Castle, next stage. Yeah, Petrolith Castle is ice stage, so we have a lot of ice physics here. So yeah, here we see the first instance of RNG manipulation. RNG manipulation in this game. Okay, he missed. RNG manipulation in this game works like this. Drops in this game changes every 3 frames, and because the drops changes every 3 frames, you need to... Okay, oh, he's not getting the manipulations. You can manipulate the RNG drop. Normally we manipulate for big magic drops that gives you 4 magic. But yeah, it's those manipulations are very difficult. Also, this room is basically the bane of our existence. There's a strategy here, there's a manipulation here that saves 4.5 seconds, but it's very difficult to get it because of 2 things: ice physics, and there's a crusher room. So yeah. And now we're going for the boss. The boss is this demon wall. Unfortunately for Exodo, because he doesn't have full magic, he needs to do 3 extra cycles. Normally we take 4 cycles to kill this boss. So every time you have less magic, it takes 1 extra cycle. So yeah, he needs to take 3 extra cycles to kill. You need to hit the 2 eyes and the face in the middle. And on this boss, you don't take damage. If you get pressed by those corners, you're straight up dead. So you need to be careful. Oh, he 1 hit away. I think this is an extra cycle because he did miss an eye.
la salle d'entraînement tout à l'heure, le L qui m'a dit moi j'ai le jeu sur j'ai la console. Et j'étais en mode si je jouais sur console, donc manette différente à laquelle je n'ai pas l'habitude, console non je n'ai pas l'habitude qui n'a
So
pas
now he got the
donc je vais dire que toutes
Starfire.
mes erreurs sont à cause de ça, mais toutes, ça sera jamais la faute du runner.
Désolé, c'est...
Starfire will be used for the next boss.
En plus, c'est ma manette, c'est ma console.
So now, Falls of Torment. Falls of Torment is a short stage. You can use Comet right away.
Il en a l'air quand il se passe bien. Vraiment, il est horrible.
Need to be careful because that slime here is the only thing in the game that can interrupt Comet.
Environ 4 fois leur taille.
Oui, alors tout a une hitbox dans ce jeu, c'est assez horrible. Donc parfois se faufiler parmi les ennemis peut être beaucoup plus compliqué qu'une hitbox.
Now for the next major stage, this is Light of Carrion. Light of Carrion is a mandatory water stage. And of course it's a water labyrinth. There's a thing about this stage. You can fast canceling attack by turning around. You can attack and turn around to fast canceling attack animation. Also, you can use the walls. Yeah, we use the comet to go against the current. And here you have another RNG manipulation. Kick. Here to turn around the water flow so you can pass. This last room is a big labyrinth, but you can just cheese it by using Comet in the right position, and there we go. Here you kill this, go back, and there's the boss. So, yeah, this boss is quite difficult. You need to hit him as soon as possible. Now you need to wait for those hits to enter. You don't want to miss hits here, because if you miss hits here, yeah, those shells just throw eggs that summon fish, and those fish just turn bigger. And the hitbox of those fish are very nightmarish, so... Yeah, that was an excellent fight from Axodo. Normally you won't finish in that part. I'll talk about the finished bosses later. Now, for the next stage, here we have another RNG manipulation. I don't know if he'll try to get it. Let's see. Nope, he did not get it. Yeah, there's RNG manipulation. It's very difficult because it's on the fly manipulation, and that manipulation saves like 3 seconds. So he'll do every transition stage here. And the next one is an auto scroller, but is one of the most important ones because it set up the main stage, the next main stage we go. Here is the gateway of the Eternal Storms. We try to reduce as much as possible the lag that has in the stage. You can see it right here. Yeah, by using Comet here, you try to reduce the lag that is on the stage. So now, this is Fortress Shroud. Fortress Shroud is an auto-scroller, but it has 13 enemies. The thing here is Axodo will try to do RNG manipulation so he can grab some big magic from those enemies. Let's see. It's fine? Yes, perfect.
Excellent. C'est pas facile, hein.
Now, if it's right, I think it's right. Perfect. Yeah, he got the full manipulations. Excellent. So, yeah, you try to finish the stage with full magic. So, in the next stage, in the first round, we use comets to basically pass it, and those manipulations that he did it would save like 3 seconds in the next stage, so it's very important to do those manipulations right. So, yeah, the next stage will be the tornado right there. That is the Storm Fortress of Carl. In the first round of the Storm Fortress, he'll be using Comet, so he can fast pass through those stages. He has 2 big magic in the way, so that's why he's freely. Oh my god! Be careful. That's why he's freely spamming. Okay, his HP is not. This HP is not fine, my guy.
Ouais, pour te soigner. On a le soin maintenant comme Maligi disponible.
In this room, you just use the your height in the beginning, so you can pass up. Okay, and yeah, he died. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough HP. If you miss this opportunity here, you need to reset the room. If you miss this opportunity to jump in the wind current. Okay, he not survived the boss fight. He needs to die again. There is a quick kill for this boss, but you need more than 2 HP to survive the damage boost. Here you just hit it, do a magic, but you can just unlock the boss like he's doing right now. And there we go.
Ça permet de forcer le boss dans un certain pattern que l'on connaît. Parce que selon le timing avec lequel on le frappe.
That was not the strat we normally do, but of course, if you unlock him, that's fine at all. That's fine, totally fine. Now we go for the second to last stage in the game. That is Caverns of Shroud. Caverns of Shroud will begin very interesting. We have a comet strat here that you need to jump a comet. It's very tight to execute, so you go to the top route, but he choosing to do bottom route. No problem. Okay, in the second room, we'll use another shortcut. First things first, we zip up there, comet, damage boost through spikes. Let's see here if you go for zip. Oh, he missed it. You only have one attempt to do the zip, unfortunately. Okay, he's going for the zip strategy. Let's see. Oh, he missed. Unfortunately, if you miss, you die. This zip strategy here says 1 second, but unfortunately leaves you with 1 HP for the boss fight. Got it. Excellent. And next, we'll do less manipulation so we can have full magic. But he doesn't have full magic. You normally want full magic because this next boss you can manipulate his pattern by staying close or far for him. You stay close to him so you can manipulate those apples, I guess. Okay, he needs to take 2 extra cycles. Okay, there we go. Excellent fight.
Et on récupère une magie qui sera utilisée, c'est Star Force, je crois, ou Star Power, il me semble.
And now, the power you gain here is called Warrior Force. I like to call it Super Saiyan mode, but you want to see why. You will see why in the next stage why I call it Super Saiyan mode. Now, yeah, Dragon Hill Forest. Dragon Hill Forest is another labyrinth, but if you know where the exit is, it's simple. Like we know right there. Now, for the second to last stage, the Great Tower. The Great Tower is... It's quite a difficult stage to execute well because in the beginning we try to zip this entire room. Okay, perfect. For this crusher room, in the beginning we try to zip the beginning of the crusher. Very nice to execute. And now we try to manipulate a position by using a comet and going down to get the HP, the magic drop here. And after this, it's simple. You take 2 damage to pass through those mud guys to finish the room. Very nice. Here we use Comet because we use Comet here so we can avoid the lag from the iron balls. There's another manipulation here to get a drop of the enemy. But we still need 1 more, so yeah, we need full magic
ne sera pas garanti.
for very soon.
Ok, on va voir si ça se passe bien.
In the water one, you do the last manipulation.
Il faut les gérer, c'est gauche, droite, c'est pénible.
The last manipulation here is going up. He's trying to get this water dragon here and close to the other so you can manipulate the drop. That was totally perfect. The bad part about that room is the water going left and right and mess up your movement. So that was very well executed by Exodo. So yeah, on the last one we just zip and it's time to fight the boss. So enjoy the fight, I'll tell it about it.
Exactement. Est-ce qu'il va l'avoir en 9 coups en un cycle? Et ouais, c'est bon.
Mais je me suis jeté dans le trou à la fin. Si j'avais eu un mauvais timing, bah j'étais mort en fait.
Voilà. C'est pour moi pour la culture.
And there we go. And he just fell to the ground just to show you cannot die after killing the boss. Very funny, my guy. Very funny. Unfortunately, because of this, he wasted some time. When you're not in the center of the room, when you get a power-up, you lose time because the game just try to compensate the camera movement. That's why we always try to finish in the center. It's not possible every time, but of course, we do what we must do. So yeah, this is the last auto-scroller. After this auto-scroller, we're going for the last stage. And the last power we got it was the Fury Phoenix. Fury Phoenix does the most damage in the game. I think he deals 8 damage per hit. But of course, wastes 4 magic. So yeah, Phoenix will be a powerful good chunk of the last stage. Then yo, he's finishing the auto-scroller and now we'll begin the last stage. Oh, he repeated the old man talking. So yeah, it's time to begin the last stage, Haglan Citadel. Haglan Citadel begins with a vertical auto-scroller. You need to be careful because you can die here. He forgot to use Phoenix in the beginning. You normally use that HP, the MP drop here to use Phoenix and go to the top of the room. Yeah, we are showing the Phoenix. Phoenix you can use to temporarily fly also. There's another drop right here. So yeah, you need to wait to the top to scroll. You can be in the right of this platform, so you avoid. Oh my god, my guy, be careful to not die on the auto scroller. I have this experience and it's not nice. So yeah, it's time to refight. This game has refights. So in this one, you just use Phoenix once and just kill him.
C'est pas très grave.
C'est pas très grave. Donc là, ça sera le boss normal.
Donc, yeah. Le temps pour... Unfortunately, because we have every fight, you need to fight the annoying, annoying shell boss again. That unfortunately, there's no way to accelerate this fight. 7 hits and there we go.
Bravo les streamereuses, bravo les ambianceuses, bravo les commentateuristes, bourrez les dons. Free Palestine.
Il y a Kentucky qui a donné 7 €, il y a dit encore un super événement, plus petit que 3. Et SpeeDons en famille qui a donné 5 €, petit coup.
Now he can begin to be in the corner.
En famille avec Zelda d'enfance, mais ça n'a aucun sens, dit-il à côté de moi, en voyant les chutes mortelles derrière le menu.
Romain donne 6,70 € encore en disant très heureux de pouvoir être présent cette année.
This is the last hit.
Kingdom Hearts achète.
And there we go. This is the last hit.
La petite patate, c'est plus petit que 3 et bourrez les dons.
Et maintenant nous retrouvons notre ami le mur. Donc lui aussi, il est similaire au mur précédent, sauf que cette fois-ci on a toute notre magie, donc il sera vilain.
Okay, now for the wall boss. With the wall boss, now we will show the full strategy. The full strategy here is using comets to doing 4 cycles.
On s'approche d'un...
Je suis désolé de vous le dire, mais il restait environ une heure
It's
sur Skyward Sword quand le mec devant moi a dit il nous faut les 295 000 avant la fin de
So this is the last cycle.
Toujours pas. Qu'est-ce que vous faites? Alors, la run est finie dans environ 1 minute 30.
Now, for the next bosses, we use Phoenix.
Je vous prends en otage.
Now, the water boss, you can use Phoenix to go against the current, so you hit them first, then hit them next, and there we go. Perfect.
Moi je l'appelle le torte éléphant et on revoit pas le boss du niveau du vent qui est pourtant très stylé.
Ouais, c'est un peu dommage.
Ouais.
Ils sont pas tous présents.
Now, yeah, you still need Phoenix. Here, we'll wait like 2 seconds, then go against the boss.
Bon allez, là on va se trouver face à Ashura, le boss final. Allez-y.
Oh, okay, that's fine. You just hit 6 hits, she'll kill.
Alors, tu fais la strat du task pour Ashura ou pas?
So guys, it's time for the last 2 bosses. First we need to fight Ashura. It's very important to not press X on the beginning of the cutscene so you don't waste a magic. Ashura is the same, has the same HP as the last elephant boss, and he dies in 6 hits, so...
Tu peux l'avoir, coup de pied dans la tête.
Also, you need to do this fight hitless, because you want the... Oh my god, guy. Oh my god, and he failed Ashura. Guy, you killed him. You could kill him. Yeah, this is bad, because Ashura, when you lose the control of this fight, Ashura can be a painful boss.
Je suis sûr qu'il y a des riches parmi vous.
Il manque même pas, il manque 200 balles. Alors, du coup, maintenant, il faut que je me souvienne comment on le fait parce que ça fait très longtemps que je l'ai pas raté.
C'est possible de le coincer quelque part.
Okay, he's trying to manipulate Ashura.
De points dans la tête.
C'est drôle parce que ça permet de légitimer mon attente, du coup.
Ouais, voilà,
Just manipulating the fireballs, and he died again.
Attends, passe la manette, je te le fais. Là, tu pouvais. Tu mets à côté de lui et tu fais pour de coups de poing.
Ouais, viens là, tiens.
Ouais.
Allez, viens.
Sérieux. Mais je peux pas. Je peux pas.
Again, you need to be careful with the fireballs. Okay, it's time for changing players. Okay, that was totally unexpected. So yeah, now Lehawk is stuck in the place of Axodo for the rest of the run, maybe.
Il nous reste 22 vies.
Oh.
22 vies, ça devrait le faire quand même. Mais n'oubliez pas que c'est de votre faute si on a raté.
Du coup, combien d'euros donnés par vie perdue?
Et du coup, est-ce que le Hulk participe?
Oh, he got the hits. And let's see. Oh.
J'étais sous le bus alors qu'il avait rien demandé, le pauvre. Il voulait juste commenter la run et chill. Allez, encouragez s'il vous plaît. Ah, il y a un truc là, il y a un truc. Ah, dommage.
One thing to note, guys, we are not used to fight Ashura in the condition, but yeah, Lehawk tried to do a stun lock.
Allez, public, s'il vous plaît.
Pour vous donner un coup de main, là, il y a Jim.
Okay, oh my god. Oh. Lehawk is trying to do a stun lock on Ashura. Remember, Ashura now has only 24 HP, so every punch, normal punch, does 1 damage. So you need to hit 24 punches. Also, you need to be careful with those fires because they follow you. Let's see. He's trying to get a positioning that Ashura. It's fine to hit him. But of course, you need to not take damage because he does 2 HP. Let's see. Oh. No. Okay. This is fine. The fires. Oh, he got more fires. Oh. Oh.
Les dons pleuvent, on a 100 € de Arcade Stadia, un don anonyme de 200 €, un don de 200 € signé de la fin du
Yeah, this is the circumstance we're not used to. So that's why they are very, very big situation. Let's see, very nice.
qui donne 167 € pour Let's Go et GG.
Premier coup.
Oh, there we go. There's the kill. Very nice, Hulk. Very nice.
Vous pouvez enlever, enfin vous pouvez défaire le time parce qu'il y a un trou last boss.
Ah oui, c'est pas fini, hein.
Parce que, vous voyez, la tête décapitée, bah, elle est toujours vivante en fait.
Man, he in the last fight he didn't look like it's easy, but this boss is very difficult to fight.
Un point de vie, plus de mana.
He said first try. Yeah, first try. Let's go.
Avec plus de magie, je crois.
So yeah, the last boss here is Haglund. Haglund is a damage race fight. He'll probably die in the beginning so he can recover the HP and MP that is totally necessary for the boss fight.
On va juste compter sur la magie de soin pour...
Voilà.
Ça, c'est une damage race en gros. Hein.
Et c'est beaucoup plus impressionnant quand on fait la strat normale parce que là j'ai encore beaucoup de mana pour me soigner, c'est chill. Mais sinon il n'y a absolument pas le droit à l'erreur.
Ouais,
parce
quand
que
on finit Ashura sans aucune magie à la fin, voilà, on n'a vraiment aucun droit à l'erreur, on finit à 1 point de vie.
Et autant le taper lui et se prendre les se taper lui ça fait qu'un dégât, time d'ailleurs.
Ah, time.
Mais autant le laser en fait 2 donc c'est très technique.
Ouais, félicitations.
And there we go. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, guys. My internet is fallen. Did some trolling, but yeah, that's time. The last hit. And with that, that is the Skyblazer run. Yeah, it was a very nice attempt from Axodo. And with the participation of Lehulk, but for the Ashura kill, that was a very nice run. So yeah, guys. And so yeah, that was the Skyblazer.
Non, c'est pas vrai. Arrête. Non, mais voilà, c'était cool. Désolé pour l'overestimate. Et puis à vous les studios. On se revoit pour Luigi's Mansion.
Merci beaucoup Axodo, merci beaucoup le Hulk, merci beaucoup pour Skyblazer. Ça fait du bien d'avoir un peu de rétro gaming dans ce monde de brut.
C'est fantastique, vraiment, mais j'ai bien kiffé.
Par contre, là, il y a un vrai débat.
La nonchalance,
Moi, je ne lance pas la run là, tant que les 300 000 € n'est pas lancé.
Ah bah ouais, là, attends, il manque même pas 1000 balles, là, faites un effort.
Je n'annonce même pas le prochain dessin à gagner tant qu'on n'a pas atteint les 300 000 €.
C'est vrai qu'on a une artiste de talent là qui vient de nous rejoindre, mais voilà, c'est la grève, tant qu'il n'y a pas les 300 000. Hein.
Allez,
on est en France, hein, faisons un peu le sport national, faisons un peu la grève, voilà, plus de run tant que c'est pas fait. Vous pouvez évidemment donc tenter de gagner le PC, vous pouvez acheter le t-shirt dont le design a été réalisé par Zo. Vous pouvez évidemment participer à des incentives et des bidoirs. Évidemment, le gros débat de ce week-end, quel est le meilleur chiffre, mais aussi vous pouvez choisir les skins de personnages de futur run. Vous pouvez débloquer des incentives, des run bonus, des tracks bonus, plein de choses. Donc vraiment, quand vous faites un don, vous pouvez sélectionner le défi correspondant et influencer le cours de ce week-end. Vous regardez SpeeDons, marathon caritatif au bénéfice de médecins du monde qui luttent contre toutes les inégalités dans le monde entier. Merci pour votre générosité, merci pour votre engagement et merci encore aussi aux bénévoles sur cet événement qui font quand même un énorme travail.
Ah oui,
on ne les oublie
mérite pas. On les mérite pas surtout.
Ça tient la baraque debout. Hein. Merci.
Avant qu'on arrive aux 300 000, parce que c'est imminent, on va vous lancer effectivement une salve de dons. Il y a plein de dons, il y a pas eu de message et des dons de 100, 200 €. Donc dès que je vais commencer le pseudo et la somme, vous allez me faire un hey. Vous êtes prêts? Ok. Yed 222 €. Ruby 61 300 €. MRK 100 €. Gaspouri 150 €. Anonyme 200 €. Le voyageur 100 €. L'Ophéla 100 €. Anonyme encore 100 €.
Hello everybody, welcome to Games Done Quick Restream for SpeeDons 6. We're coming up on Luigi's Mansion. We're going to have Pierre and Alpha going up against each other for any percent no out of bounds. I'm here with Pablo.
What's up?
Yeah, so we're gonna see two French legends duke it out. It's gonna be very exciting. Pierre has a personal best time of 1:02:31, and Alpha has a personal best time of 58:34. But anything can happen.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those games where, I mean, it only takes one thing. It doesn't matter how far the personal bests are apart. One thing could swing this either direction, so it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, this game is notorious in races because, yeah, anything can happen until the very end. So a great moment here. 300K.
I love their energy.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, we just hit 300K euros for the charity they are doing, which is Doctors of the World. They are an international medical organization. They've been around for 40 years. And I do know that they are doing something with PayPal where PayPal will match your donation if you do it through PayPal up to $5. So if you donate $5, they match that and give $5 as well. And I believe if you do it any more than that, it still stays at $5. But it's still great. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's great that I do that.
So I know Pierre has done any percent out of bounds, obviously, but I know Alpha has messed with everything with this game. I'm not sure about Pierre, so who knows where that'll carry over.
Yeah, Alpha is definitely, at least recently, the more active runner has been doing a lot of different categories. So we're gonna see if the if the recent practice pays off.
Avec des Posca, donc des feutres acryliques.
Oh, that's awesome.
Puis il y aura un petit twist peut-être.
So that's where the Skyward Sword. If I actually, I don't know if I said the game name right, but yeah, that's where the art for. That's actually awesome.
That's great.
La run, c'est important, ni avant ni après. Voilà, après le time, c'est trop tard. Donc la team TDH, là, c'est pas.
So,
je vais le faire. Non, tu prends ta carte.
To already explain in advance a bit about the game and the category, Luigi's Mansion is a game where the game resets every time you beat King Boo, beat the final boss, and that allows us to start a run while skipping the opening cutscene. The opening cutscene only happens the very first time you play the game. So you're going to be seeing them go into the game without any of the opening cutscenes. And another benefit of that is that they can play on a upgraded version of the mansion, which allows you to suck up ghosts with the vacuum 2 times as fast. So that's the speedrun standard, and the category they're going to be doing is any percent no out of bounds, which is just beating the game as fast as possible without abusing the out of bounds tricks, which there are plenty of in this game.
Especially very recently, Out of Bounds has kind of ripped the game wide open. So this is kind of the 70-star variant for Luigi's Mansion, if you kind of want to think of it that way. Yeah. You kind of just complete the game as intended rather than abusing Out of Bounds. Now you'll notice we're also going to be on the Japanese version. The PAL version is very different, but we're not going to be running that. That's its own category for very, very good reasons. The only difference between Normal Mansion and Hidden Mansion on NTSC JP is the vacuum strength is actually double, so that the ghost health are going to drain twice as fast. So, of course, in the need of being able to go fast, that is perfect. So that is what they're going to be using. Now, PAL is a lot different. I mean, it's mirrored. The ghost spawns are harder. A lot of glitches are patched, so it's an entirely different experience. And I mean, you have to basically relearn the game to run PAL. So this is usually the beginner-friendly category.
Yeah, it's the most played category for a reason. It's very easy to get into. The route is pretty straightforward, but there's a lot of depth to it too. There's a lot of like nuances that you need to learn to become like really good at this category. But you don't need to learn any daunting tricks to get into it. Like for example, the any percent out of bounds category.
Yeah, it's very easy to complete a run as a beginner, but it's definitely very challenging at the top level.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better.
Oh non, c'est pas vrai. Ce serait dommage. Restez peut-être, il y a peut-être des tombolas.
It's definitely about the smaller things. You know, a second or two here in each room is going to add up across the run to multiple minutes. That's the kind of game we've got here. It's going to be all about the little details that, you know, mostly they can go unnoticed, even if you're speedrunning the game too. Sometimes you won't notice something someone else is doing that's making them go faster. And that's definitely a cool part about this game.
Exactly. There's a lot of downtime actually in this game. There's a lot of cutscenes, a lot of small animations. Of course, pretty slow movement. That's pretty relatively easy to optimize. So the trick to save time over your competitors is to really optimize the ghost suck-ups and to really plan ahead your finding boosts. We haven't even mentioned boosts, but it's a big luck element in the game. We need to collect, for this category, we need to collect 40 boosts to be able to access King Boo. Otherwise, he plays a cutscene where he just sends you back to the beginning of the mansion and you cannot pass. But the 40 boosts, in order to get them, you have to find them in furniture, and the furniture they hide in is random. So there's a lot of planning and skill to that, managing what luck you get and trying to like lose minimal time. It's one of the big differentiators between a good run and a bad run.
And I believe we're getting started.
Yes, great.
Well,
mais du coup, je suis Irizy et je serai avec le rétroscope et nous allons vous commenter cette run de Luigi's Mansion.
Exactement. Une très belle race surtout qui se profile, puisqu'on a deux excellents Ghostbusters là qui s'apprêtent à tous les attraper. Alors, on n'est pas dans Pokémon, mais ça va être leur objectif quand même. Et donc, bah, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour nos deux runners, Pierre et Alpha.
Yes.
Hello.
Great to see them.
There you go. The goats themselves.
Yes.
Vous êtes prêts à lancer cette race?
On est confiant, oui, ça va aller.
Mais je crois qu'avant de commencer cette race, vous avez un petit quelque chose à faire.
I do want to say they have a really cool venue.
Yeah, definitely.
Le seul qu'on peut faire, en gros, il permet de
I know it would have been a bit far away for you, Kai. It would have been closer for me to go here, but
Yeah, like a 13-hour plane trip.
yes. There we go. There's the layout. So one thing we're actually going to see here, if you look at Pierre's screen, he's going to do a glitch called the map glitch. And it's a blink and you'll miss it kind of trick, but basically what he did is he reset the game at the same time that he opened the map, which the training room allows you to get a quick setup for that. Oh, Alpha's gonna do the same thing using this though. There's like different ways to do this, but basically what that does, it just disables the map cutscene that you normally get after picking up keys, saving like fractions of a second every time, but it adds up over the run.
I mean, we talked about it earlier. It's all about the tiny things, and this is a tiny thing, so we're gonna take it.
There we go. They're off.
Oh, and we just started. So immediately they selected the bottom option, or the second option down. That's Hidden Mansion compared to Normal Mansion. So the vacuums are going to be faster. You know we're in Hidden Mansion because of the star in the bottom right corner. So we can just go right in. We're going to start clearing out this mansion. And we talked about it a little bit earlier, but we are doing no out of bounds. Any percent no out of bounds, which means we're not going to be touching the out of bounds glitch at all. We're going to clear the game as intended. So we're going to be grabbing the keys in the order that the developers intended for us to get them in. So to get these ghosts fast, what the runners are going to do is we're going to flash the ghost with a flashlight, and then we're going to pull away from the ghost for 10 HP. Now, that's enough to get them for the 10 HP ghosts, but when we start hitting 20, 30, even 100 health for the portrait ghosts, you want to get that really fast first 10 HP for the entirety of the suck up. So if you just hold away, it slows down after the first 10. So what you have to do is you have to reset the control stick to neutral every 10 health during the entire suck up, and you can repeat that fast set of health drain at the beginning of the suck up.
Exactly. It's one of the most asked questions we get speedrunning the game is how we suck up the ghost so fast. And it's a combination of what Kai just mentioned combined with the faster hidden mansion mode, allowing us to like double the damage.
Now there are a couple of exceptions, but most of the time it is going to be faster to double up the ghosts so that, you know, I mean, we're draining both of them at the same time. That's faster than doing one at a time. This is one of the few exceptions right here. This ghost actually isn't associated with the waves in the room, so it's faster to get him by himself.
Yeah, the first ghost in the wardrobe, you're better off just clearing it separately. Pierre doing it in the reverse order there.
I think that's the only exception.
Yeah, that might be the only exception.
In a no out of bounds run.
So
immediately, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, what an important part of optimizing this game is every time you get multiple ghosts in a room, you want to try to get them at the same time. Pierre unfortunately missing a double in the anteroom, which actually cost him a lot of time because he got punched by the ghost. But yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of cool setups to get multiple ghosts at the same time.
So this is going to be the first portrait ghost of the run. So you're going to be able to see every time we hit the 10 HP mark, 90, 80, 70, we're resetting the stick back to neutral, pulling again. So, I mean, if you're new to it, it can be really tiring on your hands, but when you get used to it, it's not too much of a problem. So Pierre just spawned a poison shroom. Since it showed up, if you get hit by it, you get shrunk for 10 seconds, and you basically can't perform any actions. So you're basically immobile for 10 seconds.
Most of the time, you basically just lose 10 seconds if you get hit.
So for the longest time, every ghost in the game couldn't be one-cycled, but just a couple years ago, this has finally changed. We can get every ghost in one cycle, and this includes Chauncey. Did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so first to point out, Alpha is standing in the corner there, and that's to avoid an extra cutscene. That was also one of the more recent finds to the game. But yeah, so up until 2022 it was, the only portrait ghost in the game that you could not get in one cycle, and hence the only ghost you could not get in one cycle was Chauncey. But a casual player called Pike accidentally found a regrab on Chauncey, which allows you to... so the reason why the one cycle was previously not possible is Chauncey is programmed to break off after a certain amount of damage has been done, which is less than 100. But if you regrab him at the exact moment he breaks off, that allows you to actually continue damaging him. And we just never made it work until like 4 years ago.
So we're gonna see. It is hard. It is a. I believe it's a 1-frame regrab. So you have to release the R trigger for 1 frame at just the right moment.
Oh, he missed it.
Yes, it is indeed a regrab. We love regrabs.
It's very difficult. I can't believe it's already been 4 years. It still feels new in a way. Let's see if Pierre gets it. If he gets it, he pulls ahead. Oh, he doesn't go for it.
Who knows? Maybe that is a good play because he guarantees. I mean, you could say he could go for the gamble for 30 seconds, but I mean, now he doesn't lose the 3 seconds from the second set of rocking horses, so maybe that's a goal.
Well, yeah. Thing is, 30 seconds gained versus 3 seconds lost. I think it's still worth going for. But yeah, as mentioned, it's frame perfect. It's very difficult, very precise, and you just have to fully focus if you want to get it. So.
So, we're about to enter one of the many cutscenes of the game. Every time we beat a boss, we get one of their special keys. It unlocks a new area of the mansion. But first, the idea is that we caught a boss ghost. Our vacuum's too full, so we have to empty it. So EGAD's going to have us go back to the lab, and we're going to watch a whole cutscene. Very iconic cutscene for Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah.
You know, it's like first we need to flatten them and then bring out their 3D form is kind of what EGAD's saying there. But one benefit of being on the Japanese version is, on top of being able to use a few glitches, which we'll get to, we also have faster text. This is the fastest text in the game as well, so it's just another reason to run on this version of the game.
Yeah, Japanese is better for speedruns in every way. And by the way, about the cutscene, spoiler alert, but we're going to be seeing that exact same cutscene after every area, so be ready for that. EGAD is going to have to explain to us every single time how he turns them into portraits, step by step.
You'll also see Alpha is looking up in the hallways. This is to prevent those ghosts from spawning in the hallways, because, I mean, Luigi will jump in fear every time one appears, and obviously that loses time, so we're just going to not let them ever appear.
Yeah, just looking up in the hallways, there's ghosts that can spawn out of the ceiling, but you just block them, because a ghost cannot spawn if Luigi is facing the ghost, in most instances.
I remember as a kid getting this double after EGAD talked to me like for 50 seconds, and then he calls me again, and I'm like, just go away. You just took me to the lab, just go away. So this room is interesting. So 6 Shy Guys spawn. There is a 6-piece setup. It is a little more difficult than getting doubles, but it is faster. But right after this, we've got our next portrait ghost, and this portrait ghost can randomly decide. It is a random 50-50 chance. Do I let you get me 10 seconds early? And if not, it's a random 10-second time loss.
Pierre going for the 6-piece, but getting hit.
Still a 5-piece.
So yeah, what Sky was talking about, the floating Whirlinas that Alpha just caught, they have a approximately 50% chance of spawning their heart early, and a 50% chance of spawning their heart late, which the latter loses 10 seconds. So a very big luck part of the run. Pierre not getting the early release, which we call it.
Yeah, so... Yeah. Now, we've tried to find a manipulation for it for years, but this game's RNG is determined in such a weird way. If you look at any other game, they can, when they're making a tool-assisted speedrun, they can almost predict the RNG ahead of time. But this game, the RNG index, like the seed, updates more than 1 million times every frame, so it's just impossible. You can't manipulate it.
So Alpha here finding the booze, their secret hiding spot. This is one of the parts that I got stuck on playing as a kid, because I couldn't find that button on the front wall.
I got stuck on the next part coming up. Because I just didn't get the reference to when EGAD's like, go wash your face off. I had no idea what that meant. So I just wandered around aimlessly.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to collect booze from this point onward. Like I mentioned earlier, it's to grant us access to the secret altar where we fight King Boo, because if we don't have at least 40 booze when we get there, we can't access it. And we need 5 right now to progress through the rest of the game, so we're just gonna collect 5 booze from Area 1. And then EGAD will give us a hint that we need to splash water on our face, and we'll see why he says that. Oh, interesting. Alpha's going for the tech skip, but he has a very crazy setup for it, so we'll see if he gets it.
Yeah, so the game often looks at like what you've just vacuumed up, and unfortunately Alpha grabbed the cloth first. But if you vacuum up a boo and then immediately get a cloth, the game goes, oh, he vacuumed up a cloth, and then it doesn't give you the EGAD text. So that can be a way to skip EGAD calling you, and especially on that first text, it saves like 7 seconds.
Yeah, the first one is one of the more important ones, but it's one of the ones that's also luck-based, because sometimes you can't... you need to like remove the tablecloth entirely first to spawn the boo, if it's hiding underneath.
Now you'll notice right there, Alpha walked straight to the center of the room. So this is one of the more beautiful things about this game, in my opinion. The boo positions are random every time you play, but you can... The radar is a little janky. The little light above the Game Boy Horror, it goes off when you're near a boo, and you can actually read it while you're doing other tasks to figure out where the boo is. So for example, he walked into a wardrobe room there, like Pierre's about to do, and so for example for Pierre got the same RNG there, so the radar didn't flash at all, so that means the boo and its decoy has to be on the left side of the room. So you can pick up on minor details like that to save time throughout the run, and you can do that on every boo almost.
Yeah. It's probably, apart from your general movement and sucking up ghost, it's probably the most important skill that differentiates a good player from a great player in this game. It's very difficult.
And it's not just as simple as knowing it's on the left or the right, it's also, you enter that room, you can tell between 4 different patterns entering that room, whether or not he's in the shoe rack, if there's something in both of the right side objects, or if it's in the wardrobe on the right, or if both are left. So you've got to learn all 4 patterns, and you've got to be able to recognize it in the time it takes you to close the door. And if you do, I mean, you're minimizing the time lost from finding the boos. So it's almost a detective kind of game. You have to be able to solve puzzles on the fly.
Yeah, and it's different every time. But luckily, the one thing that helps is that, well, 2 things actually. The first thing is that there's only set objects that the boo can hide in. And the second thing is that some have a higher probability than others. So it's not a random guess.
So now we're in Mirror Room. We're going to be getting our first element medal here, but, you know, EGAD's already talked to us enough.
So yeah, the reason EGAD told us to go to the washroom is to get the key to this room, which we walk right past the crying toad to get. Alpha having some trouble finding the boo there. He's gonna do a very cool trick here, a save warp with the fire medallion. So he's gonna grab the boo, he landed on the fire medallion, and he is going to save and quit. And because he already touched the medallion, the game thinks he already collected it. So now he has the power of fire without having to watch the text that comes after, and without having to leave the room, solve the little puzzle to leave the room there.
And there's another reason that's beneficial as well. It also resets the butler's position in the hallway, which we're doing next. So it creates a standard position for the butler, and it's also a very good position. And of course, that's good for a speedrun.
Yeah, So we're gonna be the entire point of this part of the segment is you want to get to the end of the hallway here, as Alpha's doing, as fast as you can, because the longer you take, the further left this butler will be. You want him to be as far right as possible, because he's gonna start walking to his room, and the further right he is, the faster he reaches his room, which just saves like double time in that sense.
But we still do have to wait on him, so we're gonna go ahead and deal with laundry room while we're waiting.
Yeah, this room is actually optional. Oh, interesting. Did Pierre forget to get the ski here? Because he already did. He already light the butler's candles?
I think he did. You're right.
So interesting route here. He's not gonna have time to clear the laundry room. What's he gonna do?
So this is kind of like a theoretical route. You could get the key while the butler's walking, but then you also have to do laundry on its own. So it's kind of a give and take. I do believe what Pierre's doing is slightly slower, but I don't believe it's that big of an issue. So we scanned the mouse hole for the hidden room over here before we got Butler, and this is another glitch exclusive on the Japanese version. So EGAD's not going to call us if we enter the mouse hole while sucking up the boo. So it just voids EGAD entirely.
So this is...
And hidden room's also optional.
Yeah.
But it's a fast room, and the boo is fast. So we're just going to take what we can get.
Yeah, the butler room is mandatory, but the laundry room and the hidden room we cleared just to get very low HP boos.
There are other boos we could get later on, but the rooms take a long time to clear, and those boos have upwards of 200, 300 HP, so they're just not worth going for. Because we need to meet the minimum requirement of 40 by the end of the run. There's one of those shrooms we talked about.
Pierre having some trouble here, barely avoiding that punch. Ooh, and having trouble finding the boo as well. Hidden room is one of those rooms where, like, clearing the room is pretty difficult. There's a quad that you need to get with 4 ghosts at the same time, and finding the boo is also not the easiest thing. Let's see if he gets the tech skip. No, he misses the tech skip.
Yeah, so if you go in too early, the text will play after you exit the hole.
Yeah, it's not that hard to do, but you do have to time it deliberately.
So Moda here is playing one of 2 songs. It's RNG. If it's the underwater theme from Mario 1, you want to select option 1. If it's the overworld athletic theme from Mario 3, you want to choose option 3. And I do believe Alpha got water.
Oh, Pierre got the cutscene skip.
That was I've never seen the cutscene skip gotten that way. That was actually kind of cool.
Wait, Pierre forgot the boo.
Yeah, Pierre didn't.
Pierre forgot the boo. That's the reason we cleared the room, is to get the boo, but he just forgot. So he's gonna have to get that later, or he's gonna have to get another boo.
We'll see what happens.
This is interesting. I wonder, was that... it's probably a mistake. He probably forgot. I wouldn't see why he wouldn't just grab the boo there. So let's see when Pierre realizes what he has done.
I was wondering if Alpha was gonna get fire. Fire was kind of low there. So we're about to get the next element. Water. This is right at the end of area 2.
Yeah, and the reason why a fire refill there is good is the ghost from the fridge there. You can only defeat it using fire, because it has a ice element on top of it. And you don't even see it, because we use like a little trick to get it off before the ghost even appears, which saves time.
boss de fin de la zone 2. Après, il va falloir
Probably a good 60% of the time, if you look at someone running Luigi's Mansion, they're getting a boo.
Yeah. Yeah, or they're in a cutscene. Or if you watch me play, I'll be in area 1.
Yeah, so we're gonna shake Spooky off of our leg there, in a certain position, so that when we suck up the, I believe his name is Mr. Bones, a ghost that's named that isn't a portrait ghost. It's the only one in the game, but Spooky will immediately show his heart because he's trying to lick the bone that just fell off of Mr. Bones. Nice little double there as well in the graveyard.
Yeah, you can do triple there, but it's not really feasible to do in a run. It's really difficult.
It's faster than
it's luck dependent too.
Oh yeah, so sometimes if you stand where the boo's gonna spawn, it will bonk you, and I mean, wrong place, wrong time, that can lead to disaster.
Yeah, so we haven't even explained how to capture boos. It's different from the regular ghosts. For the regular ghosts, you just connect to them, but the boos you have to catch sort of by just vacuuming where they are and just having them be in like the vacuums, like what do you call that? Like the vacuums, the wind, the suction.
The stream.
The stream, yeah, that's a good word. And it's actually pretty difficult to keep them in there, but there's a trick that makes it pretty much free. And we call it R-pumps. Maybe we can explain it and show it on the next boo. And in the meantime, we can just watch Pierre finish Area 2 with Bogmire and the Graveyard Skeletons. And we can watch Alpha go through the same cutscene we just watched 20 minutes ago.
So now we're, you could sit here and say, you know, we're halfway done with the game now, but each area gets longer. So we're technically not halfway. They add more ghosts and more boos to each area, or harder boos at least. So that's why we want to stock up on boos early, so we get less difficult boos later. Or, well, we deal with less difficult boos. Now, Bogmire can be pretty difficult to one cycle. Bogmire has a really strong pull, so it's really easy to mess up the one cycle if you're not focused. Bogmire, if you want to stay locked on, is more about doing a very precise suck up, making sure you're very quickly resetting to neutral, because if you do it for too long, or in the wrong direction, he'll drag you like what just happened to Pierre, and you'll break off.
Yeah.
That was a pretty fast 2-cycle, though.
The one cycle here, it's pretty much impossible to do if you're playing casually, but with good technique, you can consistently get him without breaking off. It's usually no problem. Out of all the 4 area bosses, I would say Bogmire is probably the easiest one. But yeah, every boss is difficult in its own way.
So now we're watching probably the most iconic cutscene in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Wait, Mario?
Mario? What?
What? Wait, Mario's here? Dude, we gotta go save him.
I thought this was a Luigi game.
So the star in the bottom right corner, it's a star that is displayed when you select the hidden mansion mode, which is the mode we talked about earlier, where you get a faster vacuum. So basically, that's what we always do in speedruns, because faster vacuum means faster runs.
Now we've already collected Mario's hat, Mario's letter. in Alpha's game. Clairvoyant kind of sends you on a fetch quest. That's a lot of what Area 3 is. So, I mean, we already know where the Mario items are ahead of time, so we're going to collect them as we walk past them. Some of them we got to go out of our way to get.
Alpha just shot water at the ceiling. That's to put out this door that's on fire. It's faster to do it from the bottom because when you clear the fire, you have to wait for the smoke to go away before you can enter the room. So you can just minimize the time loss by overlapping that wait time with walking up the stairs. Interesting boo find by Alpha, checking every chair but the one the boo is in, but he does find the boo.
It's hard to explain unless you're actively playing, but the boo radar, it's not the best. Sometimes it glitches out and it takes a little bit to reset itself. So sometimes you kind of have to rely on instinct rather than relying on the radar itself.
So this is the ice element, the final element. We're going to be using it right away. Maybe at the next boo we can explain how R pumping works. This next boo has a lot of health, so it's actually a very important boo to not lose. Basically, R pumping works the same as sucking up normal ghost in the sense that you want to reset every 10 HP of the ghost. So when you latch onto a boo for 10 HP, it will just stay in place. What we can do is we can very quickly put away the vacuum and pull it back out, and that allows us to reset the initial part of the suck up, which locks the boo in place. And you can do that. You can do that up to 15 times. So 10 times 15 is 150. So usually boos that are 150 HP or lower are no problem.
Now, this could be an issue here. Well, not as much anymore, but something annoying you'll notice is Alpha went ahead and got these pearls vacuumed up. Since you don't lock your stream onto the boo directly and it's more loose, the game decides, nah, I'm going to lock onto the pearls. So you could be sucking up a boo, and if a pearl's nearby, your vacuum will just swing to the left and ignore the boo, and now the boo's gone. So you got to be very careful when you've got the pearls on the floor.
Yeah, the game prioritizes everything but the boo, but we prioritize just the boo over everything else, so it's kind of a mismatch.
This is another boo coming up that we really need R pumping for to make consistent.
Ooh, Alpha missing the double there. These doubles are tricky.
Wow, Pierre got the weird Petunia suck up.
The weird Petunia suck up?
Yeah, he dropped Petunia at 0 HP, so he just held the vacuum in place and got Petunia re-grabbed. Because you know how Petunia like spawns back in the same spot?
Yeah. Interesting, I didn't even see that. We mentioned earlier that this category is pretty easy to get into, but one thing I should mention is also, the reason why Alpha missed the double there in the room is it's pretty hard to get used to how the vacuum and the flashlight work. You have to be a certain distance away from the ghost before you can flash them without them instantly disappearing, and you have to be close enough to grab onto them with the vacuum, and it's kind of difficult.
So, we're just gonna blow up the moon.
Bullseye.
We don't need it.
Yeah, and
And
just this moon,
there's
though.
the blown up moon, and the core of the moon is Mario's star somehow. Don't know how it got there, but yeah.
You're saying core of the moon, but wasn't the moon like more to the left just a second ago?
Yeah, but look at what Luigi's standing on right here. That's definitely the moon.
Are you sure?
Cut in half. Yeah.
I don't buy it. We're gonna see a different moon in just a bit.
That star is made of cheese.
The star is made of cheese.
Yeah.
I learn something new every day.
So now we have 3 out of 5 of Mario's items. We need to backtrack for 2 of them to previously locked areas. So we are going to go into projection room. This room can be pretty difficult to get down, and it still causes problems sometimes because if you thought mirror room was bad, this room is... You can only see the ghost shadows on the projection screen there. So if they're not in front of it, you can't see where their shadow is.
I wonder when Pierre's gonna notice his missing Boo, because he didn't collect it at the start of Area 3, so... I wonder... I hope he notices before we go into King Boo.
Yeah, getting sent back to the foyer would not be kind.
It's a bit more difficult to notice here, but when you have 39 Boos going into King Boo, it's... I doubt he would not see that.
So we're going to do the same thing we did with the fire medallion. We're just going to save warp right out of the glove.
Yeah, a very good trick. We'll see if Pierre does it.
Because if you don't do that, you have to walk back into billiards and then mirror warp. We are out of fire, but luckily, you can get element pretty easily right here in Neville's room. So
yeah, and the worst part about not doing this save and quit is that I get a little bit upset when people don't do this.
coming up on maybe one of the... Oh, okay, so let's talk about that. You might notice that that text was a little longer than his previous calls. So when you hit 15 boos, EGAD starts randomly talking to you about stuff. He'll talk to you about watering the plants throughout the mansion. He'll talk to you about Van Gore, and it's RNG. So, of course, as if this game didn't have enough RNG, every call can lose you seconds here and there if you get unlucky.
Yeah.
So now it's even more important to get those text skips.
Yeah, wherever we can, we try to get text skips, especially after the 15th boo because of the longer text. But you just can't do text skip everywhere. You need, either some sort of sheet or you need to get a double boo, which is just not really feasible anywhere. Oh, Pierre's gonna get the save warp, so... Unless he presses B, nah, he's good.
That bomb was so close to blowing Alpha up. The only use that Toad has in the run is a save point, and since we can save after every boo, it's not really something we prioritize, so unfortunately Toad is going to be crying for the rest of the run.
Yeah, there's only one category where we actually talk to the Toads, and that's the category that that requires you to get everything in the game, like max completion, max percent is what we call it.
Yeah, if one coin despawns, you have to reset from your previous save and try to get it.
It's a brutal category.
So, since we had to go to Twins anyway, now is when we are getting the boos from Area 1. It just saves time on backtracking. So there's a slightly long text again. So here's a room where we can get a text skip, thanks to the cloth on the bed. And that's especially important in this room because this room is laggy. I'm sure you noticed when we entered the room, it was really laggy opening the door. Missing the mirror though, but we got it. We're good. So now we're coming up on a good part. We have all 5 of the Mario items, and Clairvoya, the fortune teller, loves to talk about these Mario items. So we're gonna be doing about a minute and 20 seconds of just mashing through text.
Yeah. So if any viewers want to start running this game, just be prepared for mashing. It's totally worth it. It's a fun game, but be prepared for mashing.
And of course, you can lose time to mashing. So
yeah, you gotta do it fast.
Another one of those tiny things you gotta think about. I believe the fastest way to mash in this game is to use the same method they use in Mario Party 7 minigames.
Yeah, just well, there's different techniques. I used to mash with just my index and middle finger of one hand, but luckily I stopped that because it was not fast. I can't believe I ever did that.
Look at that art. That is so beautiful.
Yeah, it looks so good.
Doing that on the fly is like incredible. So it took a little bit of time, but we're finally through the Clairvoya text. It has been a minute, almost 90 seconds. So now we're in the end game for Area 3. And we are coming up on maybe the most infamous boss in this game.
Yeah, a nightmare for casual players. But first, we gotta do a little bit of cleaning up here. We're gonna get one more boot, and we need 20 boots to access the next boss, so we're already good to go. But we need to clear one more room to get a key, and we're also gonna collect the boot in that room.
Alpha has definitely been getting, like, not the best EGAD calls, but definitely not anything long. It's been like that medium one every time.
It's very important that Alpha grabbed ice there, because the next room requires us to spray ice on ghosts in order to defeat them, because one of the things that EGAD actually calls you about is how to defeat ghosts with elements. It's that ice beats water, water beats fire, and fire beats ice. And these ghosts are water ghosts, so we need ice to defeat them. And let's see if Alpha goes for the skip. Yeah, so you can get the hearts off, the elemental hearts. That allows you to just suck up the ghost as if it were just a normal ghost. And you just do that by spraying where the ghost is about to appear as they spawn. A very good room here by Alpha.
Pierre's still going to have enough booze to do Colossus. There is a 20 boo requirement to fight that boss. Pierre's in the candles. I've never seen that. That was weird.
So, yeah. I've not been keeping up with the French commentary, but I have no idea if Pierre knows that he's missing a boo. It's hard to tell. Like, if he doesn't get it at the start of Area 4, I think he might have just forgotten.
Maybe Pierre will go for Breaker Boo.
Maybe. I doubt it.
Oh, so there Pierre had. I think that was the plant text, the second longest text in the game. Believe it or not, the Van Gogh text is another line or two longer. You can just randomly get it at any point. You have a really good split. You're going for a gold and Van Gogh text, so your gold's over.
It's frustrating, but luckily it's not that common to get. So here we have Colossus, the boss of Area 3. Like I said, a nightmare for casual players, and that's because there's like one thing you need to know if you want to defeat this boss, and that is that when you get to the last phase with just a few boos remaining, you can't just chase them and try to capture them. You have to let them attack you. Otherwise, it's impossible to ice them. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be collecting ice. We need to freeze the boos in order to capture them. We're going to be running to the other side to get the boos all together. We're going to be icing as many of them as we can, which Alpha did pretty well. And nice.
Wow.
Didn't even get to the last phase.
Really good. So we one-cycled Velocus there. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Even one of them can run away and just cause problems for you. But as long as there's 3 or less, you can usually clean it up pretty fast. But if you get like the medium boo losses, which is like 7 to 4 boos left, they're in like neither. They don't attack you, but they run away too fast. So you're just in this loop.
Yeah.
This endless loop of suffering.
Suffering, yeah, that's a great word to describe it. I wonder if Pierre's going to be able to show us what the final phase looks like. Just for any casual players, like, it wasn't you being bad, it's just that the boss fight, you have to just know that one simple trick to defeat bosses. I remember being stuck on this boss forever.
Because you would get bonked in the back so many times you would die.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially considering you were probably on Englishman, or sorry, I said that wrong. US Hidden Mansion, which also, by the way, you take double damage. So.
Yeah, when I played, I was on PAL Hidden Mansion.
That's true. So. That's another benefit of being on the Japanese version. You don't take double damage. Just another reason to play it. So now Area 4, I guess they really wanted to lengthen the game. So we're going to be doing a lot of walking up and down between the attic and the basement.
Let's see how the Bolas's fight goes by Pierre. He gets a really bad ice spawn, which is like, it's just luck dependent, but it's very bad luck. But let's see if he backs it up. Oh, that's good. That's great. I think he's gonna get it. He needs to go for that top one. He can't reach the bottom one. Yeah, he's got it.
I'm scared. Oh.
So yeah, he's trying to get the boot to attack him. I don't think that was actually necessary. Now it probably is. It's not in the runaway phase yet. He needs to just ice it.
He won't.
There we go.
Enter the runaway phase until you spray.
So yeah. Now he has to wait until the boo attacks him, which you can do by just turning your back like that. And when it charges at you like that, that's when you do the ice. So like that. Yeah. There we go.
So there you go. So if you have a few boos left, you kind of dodge and ice, and then you'll be able to go.
While Pierre was doing that, Alpha turned off all the electricity. But we're going to be able to turn it on as soon as we get the key to the breaker room, which is a key currently stolen by Uncle Grimly. Uncle Grimly is a potential speedrun nightmare too. You want to explain that, Kai?
Yeah, so I don't know how often the check occurs, but the game randomly checks every so often whether or not for Grimly to show his heart. And of course it can skyrocket. There's no limit on it. So you can walk in the room and his heart is already showing. So Alpha got a pretty good one. I mean, that's on the better end. But I mean, if you get unlucky, I believe the worst one with recorded proof is like, what, 48 seconds? Grimly just made him wait.
Yeah.
You just stood there for 48 seconds.
Yeah, shoutouts to HT Delta, the longest Grimly of all time. Basically, yeah, long story short, you can randomly lose anywhere from 0 seconds to basically an infinite amount of time. Usually, it's not too bad, because you need really bad luck to even get like worse than, let's say, 8 seconds.
20. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
but I mean, theoretically, you could sit there for over 2 years and he still hasn't shown his heart. I mean, that's theoretically possible.
Theoretically, yes, but the chance of that would be so small, astronomically small, like smaller than anything in the universe, maybe.
Smaller than a number we know.
Really, if someone turns on a console, goes to Grimly, and just lets the game run for 2 years, and Grimly just never shows his heart, I think the chance of that's like there. I don't think there's a smaller chance even mathematically possible.
So we only need. You'll notice that the boo counter increased by 15 because of that boss. So we only need to get 4 of the late game boos. Pierre still needs laundry boo.
Yeah. I wonder if he has already noticed.
Still have not gotten a Van Gore-Tex this run.
So there's a boo that Alpha skipped earlier, which is the boo in the breaker room, which I talked about before. It's a very difficult boo. It has 200 HP, and I said earlier that boos between 0, well, at least low HP and 150 HP are no problem because of the strategy we use. But 200 HP boos are possible to be one-cycled. It's very difficult. It requires a technique called boo dragging, which allows you to get more health out of your R pumps, basically. But it's a strat only really done by by runners attempting to go for a very low time, a very optimized time.
Grimly being kind to both runners, actually.
Yeah, that would be interesting. What if like the minuscule chance of the 2-year Grimly would happen just now, like during this run? What would happen? Like they just cancel the events? They just forfeit the race?
That'd be insane. So we're coming up on the toy soldiers. This is similar to the twins, but it's 3 of them instead of 2. Very recently, a setup was found to actually get all 3 in one go, thanks to Pablo, actually.
Yeah, so you see Alpha doing singles. It is faster to double them or even triple them, but it's very difficult because these ghosts, just like Bogmar, they pull very fast and they break off very fast. The only way you could feasibly get a triple is by getting them into this elevator, which Alpha just stepped into. But the setup to get that, to get them all in, is very, very difficult. It's a very new thing added to the run.
We're just gonna burn these guys up really safe, but also really fast.
Yeah, you can get all 6, like vacuum all 6 at the same time, but it's way safer to just burn them. And it's not slow. It's only like a second difference.
Tiny detail there, you'll notice that Alpha started climbing the ladder during the cutscene, because Luigi has to climb 2 or 3 steps before he stops going up automatically, so you can overlap that with the cutscene. Also, he fell off the ladder there. That was really cool. Most of the time, Luigi will stumble. He'll, like, break his legs, but occasionally you can skip that animation, and Alpha got it. He just instantly started walking. So it's pretty hard to get that. Maybe one of the most technical rooms in the game right here.
Yeah, the armory. It's it has a lot of different ghost types. It has a lot of lag, and this is one of the more simpler setups that Alpha is going for to get a triple. But you can be very creative in this room and get a lot of different setups.
And on top of having like a really complicated 5-piece setup you can get, you then have to deal with a 150 HP boo. So both ends of the room are pretty difficult.
Yeah. 150.
And you have to do it with lag too.
You need to really time the R pumps, which is what Alpha's doing right now. The vacuum is moving up and down every time he R pumps. But you need to time them perfectly to get a 150 HP boo in one cycle. But he did very well.
Yeah, that was very good. Because you can't just do the rhythm you're used to in every other room. Since there's lag, every 10 HP drains slightly differently. So you have to adjust the timing of every one of your R pumps on that boo. Which of course can be really difficult if you know you're on pace for a good run. You can easily mess it up.
So Alpha is coming up to another optional room, at least optional to clear. But we're going to be collecting a key here. This is one of the things I also couldn't figure out when I played this as a kid, is that you actually need to ice this water here in order to cross and then turn this valve.
Did you know you can actually use the ice to plug the leaking from the pipes?
Really?
Yeah, it'll actually stop all of them from leaking if you spray it.
I feel like I've heard that somewhere, but...
I thought as a kid you had to do that in order for the chest to be grabbable. So I would put out all of those and then spray the water. Or spray the little river of goo.
Wait, Pierre's going for Clockwork Boo?
What? So this is a 300 HP boo. Normally you don't want to get this boo. I mean, we're not going to clear Jarvis or Telephone, so this is not going to go too well if Clockwork Boo doesn't go back to Clockwork.
I think he might have done that just because he noticed he was missing a boo, and he might have forgotten which boo it was. Like, we know it's Laundry Boo, but if Pierre didn't notice that right away, then he's not going to be able to tell. This is very bad,
Well,
by the way.
Now that Boo's hiding in the room that he went into, he's not going to be standing in the middle of the room, he's going to be hiding. So he has to, if he goes after that Boo, he has to play like a minute-and-a-half game of Jarvis.
I really hope he doesn't. And he is also out of fire.
Weston Boo escaped on Alpha, it looks like. Still got the 2-cycle though. So Alpha is save warping out because it's faster to get out of the basement by save warping.
Yeah, same thing with the armory. It's faster to get out of the armory by save warping. It's just a tiny optimization. Because the other general way to get back to the start of the mansion is by using a mirror. You can scan any mirror to almost any mirror to warp, but it's pretty slow to get. Like the mirror in this room, it's in the back there, covered by a sheet, but you have to get it off, and that takes a few seconds. So it's faster to just save warp. He's not one-cycling this Boo.
Yeah, so the Boo went up, and since we only have 15 cackles to work with, we talked about earlier how you can do 10 HP R pumps. Well, that's based kind of just on the Boo's cackling. So, if the Boo goes too far away from you, if the Boo goes too far up, too far down, if you're too far, the Boo will double cackle, and that means you lose one of your 15 cackles, so you will have to let the Boo go 10 HP earlier than before. So, I mean, if the Boo chooses to just mess with you, he can do that. Now, you can, we talked about Boo dragging, you can use that technique to drag the Boo down so that he can't do that. Now, Pierre's searching for the Boo in Clockwork, but the Boo hid in Jarvis.
Yeah, the Boo is not going to be here.
It It just doesn't. It doesn't run back like that. It only runs to another room once it's in the hallway. So that's the decoy.
Yeah. So I wonder what's the plan here. I think he's best off just mirror warping out of armory and just getting laundry boost.
Yeah, but I don't know if he knows which boo it is.
Yeah, of course he doesn't know. He might not know.
Also, Alpha is getting all of the triples for Van Gore here. I think he got all the triples.
Except this one. But no one goes for that triple. So yeah, I really wonder what Pierre's gonna do to make up for this one missing boo. He's gonna get one more from Sir Weston's room. He's gonna get one more from the artist studio. But he might be getting the boo from the pipe room, which has 300 HP, but it's not too bad to get.
So you notice Alpha went back to that furniture again. You heard the boo laugh and there was nothing happening, which means the boo switched hiding spots. That's another thing boos can do. They can also, every 30 seconds, with some exceptions, they can change hiding places on you as well. So if you're not paying attention, you'll just run across the room and he's not there anyway.
Ooh, just missing the
now you could
2-cycle there.
You could say we could predict a switch then, but it's not as simple as it sounds, because every time you open a door or hold a key or hold a gem, it pauses that timer. So it's actually pretty hard to predict a switch. And there's the Van Gore text right at the very end. You see how long that took?
Yeah, after Van Gore, the worst place to get a Van Gore text.
It's like you finally deal with Van Gore and he gets like, there's this really strong ghost named Van Gore. Be on the lookout for him.
Luckily with the other routes, which does get the breaker boo, we skip that last boo, so that can never happen. That's the reason we go for it, not because it's faster or anything. Pierre breaking off, Sir Weston, like the Clockwork Soldiers, and Bogmar, one of the more difficult ghosts to keep under control.
I think Alpha's barely missing the 59.
If he goes for the 1 cycle.
I don't even know if Alpha knows 1 cycle.
Well,
this might be this 150 HP boo in Weston is also uniquely difficult because you have to do it with ice physics.
I think,
but it looks like Pierre's gonna get it.
Oh. I think he would have gotten that. He was so close.
So that's an example where like the vacuum stream doesn't lock the boo in place. He can kind of just escape from it if you're not careful. Yes, I feel like the play here is definitely just get pipe boo. I think that's what he's doing.
Okay. The legend says up to this day, he still doesn't know which boo he missed. So this is a 300 HP boo that you can actually get in 1 cycle, but it's pretty difficult and Pierre did not even attempt it.
It's really hard to get him in 1 cycle, but you can make it consistent, but it's just, you really have to focus. The way it works is like, well, actually, we're on King Boo first. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So Bowser shot these spike balls at us. We're just gonna shoot it at his face when he puts his face down. That lets King Boo come out. And we can actually pretty easily get a 2 cycle. Looks like Alpha's gonna get a 2 cycle.
Yeah, you can 1 cycle here, but it's a really difficult trick that requires you to shoot Bowser's head off a 2nd time mid-cycle, and it's a nightmare.
Now you gotta dodge these. Oh, okay, so I don't know if the 2 cycle's happening.
No, he's good.
Well, Oh, it's so close.
That was very close, but he got
Nice. So 10006, I believe. Very good.
Côté Pierre, on remonte à l'étage chercher notre dernier bout et Vincent. Oui.
Yep, so Pierre just needs to get Van Gore Boo.
Yeah, so he won't be entering King Boo with 39 boos unless he forgets this boo. Yeah, that was an interesting way of fixing that mistake. Replacing a 40 HP boo by two 300 HP boos.
The good thing about the any percent categories is you know when your run's over right when you suck up King Boo, but for either 100% run, you have to count your money first. So you finished your run, but you don't even know if it's a valid run until like a minute and a half, 2 minutes later.
Yeah, the reason that is because in order for a 100% speedrun to be valid, it has to get the A rank, and you get the A rank by collecting money. And so you want to see your money counter count up to 100 million or 150 million if you're playing PAL to know that you got enough money to get the A rank. Interesting, doing the triple there from the right side, but it works. So let's see. Okay, Pierre's not gonna forget this boo, luckily.
Yeah, so this boo is fine to get, even though it has 300 HP, because this boo can actually only go between this room and the hallway. So even if you lose the boo, it's guaranteed to come back into this room. I guess they wanted to do that because the hallways are divided. So for Safari Boo, if you were to lose that boo to the left, you couldn't get that boo to Area 4. That's not really fair. So that's my best guess there.
Yeah, and the reason we cannot one cycle is because after you've done the boo strat 15 times, like after you've gotten about 150 HP off, the boo would just be forced to leave the room and you cannot stop it.
Also, even if the boo hits 0 HP, he will not enter your vacuum in a dark room. You have to be in a lit room where the suck up doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's why we don't try to capture them in the hallways. It's because in lit rooms they're too weak and they take more damage. Like if you try to damage a boo in a dark room, it will go in very slow. You'll deal one damage every second. And like I said, if you reach 0, they won't even go into the vacuum. They would just stay at 0 HP. Getting blown up by Dora the Exploder.
Yeah, so if Pierre was to walk up to this door with 39 boos, King Boo would be appearing right about now, and would have gotten blown back to the parlor.
So,
which would have not been good.
Kai, I have a question for you. Do you think
what is good?
Pierre is gonna go for the TAS one cycle on King Boo?
No. TAS one. I feel like I know why you're asking. Well, I'm gonna say no,
I'm gonna also say a very confident no.
Well, okay, see, so I don't know French, so I was wondering, like, if you heard that they were gonna do it.
No.
And then you were asking me because I didn't know.
No, I'm just memeing. Just for context, the task 1 cycle, we talked about the King Boo 1 cycle before, but there's like an even faster, like slightly faster method of doing it, which we call the task 1 cycle. But the problem is, if you fail it, it softlocks your game, and it's very hard to do. So it's something you would just never do in a marathon run like this. But it's kind of a meme thing. It's kind of a meme, like at the end of races, like, oh, he's gonna go for the task 1 cycle.
The way it works is you shoot the spike ball at Bowser's head so early that there's a spike ball in his hand when his head gets blown up, and it gets stuck in his hand forever. So the game just never lets him shoot another round of spike balls. So if you miss it, it's over. He just runs around in circles forever.
So it's a good thing Pierre didn't go for that. He's just going for the 3 cycle, is he?
You could try for 2 years and he still wouldn't shoot spike balls at you.
You can try for 2 years, and Grimly would have shown his heart before you get another spike ball.
So right here, yep, so Pierre's gonna let King Boo go above 200. This is because if he falls below 200 and you don't finish King Boo, he will put his head back on backwards and then run around like a chicken with his head cut off. And you have to wait for him to finish that, and obviously that's just no. Just no.
Oh, yeah.
We got both.
We're gonna be able to see it.
So there's the backwards head.
Yeah, this is very bad, because in order to very easily manipulate King Boo and Bowser, you have to have him stand in the same spot. But once he moves, it's very hard to back anything up. So if this happens in a run, you're...
What? He's stuck on the house.
Interesting display here, but... He should be fine here. Yeah, we're good.
There we go. GG.
1 second on the clock. Very fast run.
What, he beat... That was definitely a task 1 cycle.
Beat the game in 1 second.
J'espère que ça vous aura plu, même si bon, la race était très clairement du côté de Alpha, mais c'était quand même sympa, donc merci d'avoir regardé. Merci à tous.
Awesome way to end the game in the altar.
Yeah. So yeah, GG's. Alpha taking the win here, but both players had a lot of interesting things happen in the runs.
Yeah, shoutouts to both of those runners. Let me see their names. Yep. So if you're interested in following these runners, they do play Luigi's Mansion still from time to time, doing serious personal best attempts. Their names or their Twitch channels are actually in the stream title, so make sure to give them a follow if you're interested.
Yeah, definitely do, if you want to see more of this game.
On a deux commentateurs JDQ, Pablo et Kai, qui ont accepté aussi de faire le Restream, donc merci à eux, puis voilà.
Especially if you want to see tasks King Boo 1 cycle.
So I think they just shouted us out. So thanks for shouting us out.
Yeah.
Well, great run.
J'aimerais tellement.
Shoutouts to Kai Runs.
Yeah, shoutouts to Pablo too. A lot of this stuff wouldn't be possible without Pablo.
Same with Kai. He's found so many strats. We've been on like a strat revolution recently, which makes the game a lot more interesting. And shoutouts to the rest of the community, all the active and non-active runners who are working hard to improve the game. And shoutouts again to Alpha and Pierre.
totalement là pour vous guider dans cet après-midi.
Salut.
C'est bizarre l'après-midi.
And I believe that's all we've got
Il y a du soleil,
before they go into the next game. So,
c'est quand même un peu
Thank you for watching and have a good rest of your day.
yeah,
J'ai passé une bonne
thank you for
journée,
watching
j'ai passé
Luigi's
une bonne
Mansion.
nuit surtout. Toi, t'as pas dormi en fait.
Alors, j'ai dormi l'équivalent d'1h30, ce qui est une bonne chose pour le speedrun.
C'est un cycle.
Exactement, c'est un cycle et ça fait extrêmement plaisir. On va avoir des runs exceptionnels. On va avoir beaucoup de speedruns cet après-midi. On va avoir beaucoup de jeux. Est-ce qu'il y a des petits trucs? Est-ce qu'il y a des petits jeux qui te chauffent? Tu vas nous saouler, je sais.
Hein?
Tu vas voir, regarde les jeux, laquelle?
Non, alors je regarde le jeu Crypt of the Necrodancer.
Exceptionnel.
Je suis un peu chaud, je connaissais pas du tout. J'ai découvert la run la semaine dernière. J'ai vu Dame Dame tout à l'heure qui m'a dit que c'est probablement un des jeux les plus durs qu'elle ait vu.
C'est très dur.
Sachant que Dame Dame, elle est très très forte pour les jeux de rythme, donc je suis très intriguée par la run.
Et il y a Freedom Planet.
Et bah Freedom Planet, je vais découvrir la run.
Et tu vas voir, il va y avoir Freedom Planet
et pendant cette run, on va... ah oui, on a un dessin à montrer.
On a un dessin, on a un dessin. Alors, qu'est-ce que tu vas faire? Qu'est-ce que tu vas nous dessiner? Le micro, le micro.
Le micro. J'ai dessiné sur Luigi's Mansion un petit Luigi Nounet avec un petit plot twist parce que sinon c'est pas marrant. Est-ce que ça va se voir à la caméra? Pas sûr. Hein. Aïe aïe aïe. Ah si. Si. On a des petits bouts cachés.
Ah c'est génial.
C'est incroyable. Encore une raison qui montre que Luigi est un Mario dans absolument tous les compartiments et ça c'est formidable.
Je suis assez d'accord. C'est rare qu'on soit d'accord.
Mais ouais, mais Luigi est un Mario. Genre il n'y a aucune comparaison possible. Il est plus stylé, plus sympa, il gagne le match-up dans Smash. Genre il y a vraiment tout.
Bah, en fait c'est qu'il a une personnalité quoi.
Et en plus ouais, il a une personnalité, il a une aura. Non mais magnifique, non mais le dessin est incroyable.
Donne.
Mais oui, donne.
Donnez, achète.
Donne.
Achète.
Je peux acheter moi? J'ai droit.
Oh, on a le chat, j'avais pas le chat quoi. Salut le chat.
Ah oui, parce que oui, on en a pas parlé, mais aussi parce qu'on parle de Don pour ça, mais aussi il y a ça, hein. Il y a des t-shirts. Hein. Ok, ouais.
Très important.
Très bien vu, ça c'est très bien vu.
Superbe.
Et bonjour à vous le chat. Alors oui, on meuble en attendant, n'hésitez pas à faire des dons puisqu'il va y avoir la run de Freedom Planet qui va se lancer.
Là, hein.
Et pour vous donner un peu le programme, parce que je sais qu'il y a des gens qui découvrent le stream et qui découvrent SpeeDons, on aura du Prince of Persia, ensuite on aura du Typing of the Dead, ensuite du Crypt of the Necrodancer et du Dredge qui arrive. Dredge, jeu exceptionnel.
Dredge, j'ai trop hâte. J'ai trop hâte. Ça va me spoiler, mais tant pis.
Ouais, au bout d'un moment, tant
pis. On m'a dit que la run était superbe. Tu regardes les runs avant de venir?
Quasiment toutes, ouais.
Ah ouais?
Quand les jeux me plaisent.
Ah, moi j'aime trop découvrir ici.
Alors, ça dépend, il y a des trucs où je me spoil pas. Par exemple, je me suis pas spoil Crypt of the Necrodancer parce que j'avais un peu joué. Et j'avais adoré le jeu, je trouve le jeu vraiment trop bien.
J'ai regardé un peu, ouais. Je te dis, là dans le shift qu'on a, c'est ce que j'attends le plus. Hein.
Mais j'avoue que Prince of Persia, ça a toujours été une série qui m'a un peu... Ah, oula! T'es pas dedans?
Ah, moi j'ai adoré.
Ah, t'as adoré, ok. Je pensais que t'allais me dire que t'étais pas fan.
Moi, c'est mon grand frère qui y jouait. Donc j'ai un peu ce truc de petite sœur, tu sais, où je me dis c'est un truc de gens cool.
Un truc de grand. Oui,
forcément, c'est un truc de grand, c'est un truc de gens cool.
De gens cool.
Donc, et puis surtout, j'étais amoureuse de Prince.
Il avait quand même un vrai flow. Non, on peut pas lui enlever.
Il a toujours un vrai flow, il a sa petite mèche et tout là.
Après la mèche.
Si.
En fait, moi je pense qu'il se fait éteindre. Attends, il se fait éteindre par qui? Je pense qu'il se fait éteindre par Nathan Drake de Uncharted.
Oh.
Merci.
Ah ouais? Par applaudissement.
Ben, non mais en fait j'entends parce qu'en fait il y a un chat IRL.
C'est vrai.
Et du coup là je viens d'entendre le chat IRL qui dit oui merci. Merci, bah oui.
Oh non je suis pas d'accord.
Quoi? Non mais attendez.
Voilà.
Alors mais Nathan Drake, aura, archéologue, bam, ça se balade, bam, Prince of Persia.
Il court sur les murs, qu'est-ce que tu veux?
Bah Sonic aussi il court sur les murs.
Mais c'est quoi, Smash Sonic, c'est ça que tu dis là?
Sonic aussi, bon.
Welcome back to
oui, attends, quelques-uns quand même.
English restream of SpeeDons here at the Games Done Quick Twitch channel. We are currently setting up for Freedom Planet, which is a game I love very dearly. So I'm so excited to see it in an event. I feel like it's a game that was big for a time, and you know, we haven't seen it a lot recently, but it's definitely still as cool as it was 12 years ago at this point. 12 years ago. Oh, goodness. Regardless, though, while we're setting up, we do want to remind you that if you head to gdq.gg/donate/SpeeDons, you can support the SpeeDons charity Médecins du Monde, or Doctors of the World, an international medical non-government organization that's been around for more than 40 years. It's an incredible cause, so please support that, if you will.
En référence à ce mème qui a secoué les internets, bien évidemment. Et aussi, où je n'avais pas lu un des dons de Fatigogo qui dit première fois ici dans l'amphi avec des gens que j'adore, dédicace à eux pour les dons. Il est vrai que dans le public, il y a des gens qui ont des amis, ce que je trouve assez fou.
C'est étrange. Ils viennent avec leurs amis.
Ils viennent avec leurs amis, ils s'échangent des phrases, et ça c'est fou. Oh, alors qu'on me dit.
Oh là là, ça y est, on va pouvoir partir, mesdames et messieurs.
On me dit que la run va partir et en tout cas j'espère que vous êtes prêts, j'espère que le public, vous allez exploser vos mains pour applaudir ce début de run puisque ça va être Freedom.
And yeah, we have a few people talking about Freedom Planet starting as a Sonic fan game and